Babata, Ning Ze possesses a rather lackluster aptitude. With my assistance, you shall inevitably surpass him in due time. Luo Fo. Why does the swordplay he employs differ from the techniques outlined in the manual? Babata, immortal. A planetary-level being has grasped the laws. Let us not concern ourselves with Ning Ze. Your opportunity has arrived. If you can seize this golden-horned behemoth, you shall undoubtedly surpass him. Luo Fo, you deceive me. Why does Brother Ning possess avatars without resorting to seizing? Babata, you have 3 avatars. Yours are far superior. The Cosmic Genius Battle Finals. Ning Ze, Buran, I shall unleash but a single strike, one I have never employed before. Should you withstand it, I concede defeat. The flash of the sword severed the very fabric of time and space. Gazing upon the fallen Buran, Luo Fo remained silent for a protracted period. Babata, do you have anything further to say? Babata, you have matured into a competent master. You ought to ponder these matters yourself. Luo Fo, silence. Chapter 1. Ning Ze. Night descends, accompanied by the mournful howls of beasts gradually fading into silence. Dawn breaks, and the first ray of sunlight pierces through the dust-laden glass window, illuminating the room through a meticulously cleaned circular aperture, casting a beam upon a somewhat reticent visage. This visage belonged to a youthful man of approximately 20 years, bare-chested and seated in a corner, his refined features strikingly handsome, akin to a chiseled sculpture. Yet his tousled black hair bore traces of dust, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Moreover, a faint crimson stain lingered at the corner of his mouth, and an elliptical purple bruise adorned his chest, adding to his woeful appearance. Facing the light, his obsidian-like pupils sparkled with a unique brilliance. They were eyes brimming with hope, revealing that his mental state was not as disheveled as it appeared. His name was Ning Ze. Once a distinguished student at Jiangnan University, he now found himself in the 2nd semester of his freshman year. However, he had already withdrawn from school and would never return, for he had ascended to the rank of a warrior wielding an extraordinary power that far exceeds that of ordinary mortals. The great cataclysm heralded the dawn of evolution for the myriad races on Earth, obliterating former civilizations and resetting all life to a common starting point, including serpents, insects, rodents, and birds. They were born wild, their natures steeped in savagery. Once endowed with power, they ceased to be mere pets and transformed into terrifying monsters. They invaded the cities inhabited by humans, driving them out and resorting to slaughter, forcing humanity into a state of flight. Countless ancestors shed blood and sweat in a fierce struggle, a theme that resonates throughout the era of Great Rebirth. In desperation, humanity established fortified cities to protect the common populace. Now, ordinary humans could only cower within these bastions. Only warriors possessed the capability to venture beyond the fortified cities, traversing the wilderness and battling countless monsters. Human history has never lacked in struggle. From the ignition of the first spark of civilization to ultimately becoming the dominant species on Earth, humanity shall not be easily eradicated in this contest for survival. Compared to joining a warrior squad to hunt monsters in the wild, school resembles an ivory tower, merely allowing students to train and engage in combat within a secure environment. This was not what Ning Ze desired. Warriors should bravely forge ahead, unperturbed by life and death. It is amidst the perils of existence that one can awaken latent potential and swiftly enhance their strength, making the most of their youth. Thus, upon reaching a physical condition commensurate with a quasi-warrior, Ning Ze directly participated in the quasi-warrior assessment, subsequently passing the practical combat evaluation, and then followed the warrior squad, once associated with his father, into the wilderness. The wilderness is fraught with danger. He even sustained injuries therein, yet he has never regretted his choice. His aptitude was not exceptional. Achieving a strength of 900 kilograms marked the threshold for a quasi-warrior. Attaining such a level allowed participation in the quasi-warrior assessment. Subsequently, it became necessary to absorb cosmic energy. Prior to becoming a quasi-warrior, individuals passively absorbed cosmic energy as mere life forms, but upon achieving quasi-warrior status, their genes became sufficiently perfect, enabling them to actively absorb cosmic energy. The first instance of absorbing cosmic energy is of utmost significance. The duration of sensing cosmic energy and the resultant increase in strength reveal one's innate talent. Ning Ze's inaugural absorption of cosmic energy occurred on the following morning, and by midday, upon concluding his training, his strength had surged by 12-18 kg. This level could only be classified as elite, falling short of true genius. Of course, genius is a matter of comparison. As the child of a warrior, Ning Ze understood that his talent could only be deemed average. Achieving the status of a warrior at the age of 19 was indeed the result of immense effort. Given this, how could he not strive further? The specter of death serves as the finest teacher, and awakening life's potential is the most effective training method. Thus, entering the wilderness is the optimal choice. He arrived, yet the journey was not without its challenges. The warrior squad, once associated with his father, was a battalion of formidable warriors. As the name suggests, a squad qualifies as a battalion only if it contains powerful warriors. Their team included 2 such warriors. Their strength was undeniably formidable, yet for a newcomer, accompanying such a warrior squad to hunt monsters posed even greater peril. Quasi-warriors possess strength of 900 kilograms, while junior warriors range between 1,000 and 2,000 kg, and mid-level warriors boast strength between 4,000 and 8,000 kg. Advanced warriors range from 4,000 to 8,000 kilograms. General warriors exceed 8,000 kilograms, with 10,000 kilograms considered the standard for generals. As for the war god, there exist entities that transcend even the war god. Both generals within their ranks possess strength surpassing 10,000 kilograms, while the other 3 advanced warriors hover around 7,500 kilograms. In contrast, Ning Ze, having just embarked on his journey as a martial artist, possesses a mere strength of slightly over 2,100 kilograms, barely meeting the threshold for intermediate warriors. Within such a formidable team, the strength of other members exceeds his by more than threefold, contending with monsters of similar prowess. Consequently, although these uncles are friends of his father, they impose even more stringent expectations on Ning Ze. They initially tasked him with slaying monsters stronger than himself, so he would not be considered a liability. The results of his trials have been a mixed bag. On the positive side, after numerous life-or-death battles, Ning Ze has transformed his father's earnest teachings into his own strength, seamlessly integrating his prior knowledge during encounters with monsters. On the downside, he has sustained injuries. Last night, during a confrontation with a G-class monster, the blood-colored antelope, he received a heavy blow to his chest from its hooves. The strength of monsters is categorized into beast soldiers, beast generals, and lords, corresponding to human warriors, generals, and war gods. Beast soldier-level monsters are further divided into H, G, and F grades, representing junior, intermediate, and advanced beast soldiers, respectively. The blood-colored antelope boasts a strength exceeding 3,000 kilograms, significantly surpassing his own in raw power. However, the might of humanity lies not solely in physicality, but in the capacity to learn and innovate. They create defensive equipment and weapons stronger than those of monsters, and acquire evasive techniques and offensive strategies. Without combat attire, a single strike from the blood-colored antelope could have left him grievously injured or even incapacitated. Yet now, he only bears minor wounds. Overall, his strength is marginally superior to that of the monster, rendering its extermination a manageable task. The unexpected turn of events was not due to any deficiency in his psychological fortitude. He has a kind-hearted father who is a limping junior general, having witnessed a multitude of battles and experienced numerous gruesome scenes in military zones. He is far from timid or unprepared for his first combat. The reason for his misfortune was momentary distraction. The blood-colored antelope, cornered by the martial artist team and sensing its impending doom, retaliated desperately. That kick was aimed at his head. Had it not been for his robust mental resilience, he could have succumbed to a fatal blow during that fleeting lapse of focus, and the martial artist team would have been able to return home by now. After all, the uncles had come to this city, where monster strength is generally weaker, primarily to train him. Is this the system? Or perhaps a panel? Ning Ze pondered, his obsidian-like eyes reflecting deep contemplation as they gazed ahead. Host: Ning Ze. Realm: Intermediate Warrior 2246 kg. Cultivation skills: Gene Origin Energy Cultivation Method, 5 hearts towards the sky. Guidance technique: Misty Spirit Wind. Combat skills: Spirit Link 100 Steps, Basic 993/1000. Swift Wind Sword Technique, Basic 981/1000. The sudden appearance of this entity during battle obstructed his vision, catching him unawares and leading to that momentary lapse of focus. Fortunately, it was merely a rectangular transparent panel that did not obstruct his line of sight, allowing for selective viewing, which enabled him to narrowly evade the attack. This thing resembles something from the tales my father recounted, a fantastical creation from their era. It seems that possessing such a thing would unlock an invincible path. Wealth could summon deities, a multitude of wives and concubines. Ning Ze's lips twitched, feeling quite speechless. He quickly cast aside that thought. The pain in his chest reminded him that even a random monster in the wilderness would not be weaker than him. Had he not accompanied Uncle Zhou and the others, he would not have made it this far. It was not because his mother was overly fierce that he could betray his girlfriend. Enduring daily beatings like his father was hardly an appealing prospect. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Ning Ze contemplated the implications of the data displayed on the panel. The gene origin energy cultivation method, 5 hearts towards the sky, allows for the absorption of cosmic energy, transforming it into one's own gene origin energy. The guidance technique, Misty Spirit Wind, enhances the daily absorption limit of cosmic energy by cells. Due to the completion of my basic swordsmanship and foundational body techniques, I quickly mastered Spirit Link 100 Steps and Swift Wind Sword technique, enabling me to wield them effortlessly in combat. It seems? Has the panel's value changed? Ning Ze furrowed his brow slightly. He recalled that Spirit Link 100 Steps was previously at 988/100, but had now risen to 993/1000, an increase of 5 points. Ning Ze reminisced about the battle. After being struck, his uncles attempted to come to his aid, yet he evaded several attacks through his movements, gradually stabilizing the situation, ultimately slaying the blood-colored antelope. Therefore, my agility improved during combat. The triggering condition was the battle itself, or perhaps the application of my movement technique. The conditions for both scenarios differ. If it pertains to combat, a challenger is required, perhaps even a life-or-death crisis that ignites inspiration, compelling a desperate desire to evade, thus enhancing one's agility. If it were merely the act of utilizing, Ning Ze squinted slightly, his gaze sweeping across the room. A burly figure lay sprawled on the dusty floor, accompanied by a golden-hued broadsword. He was Zhou Feng, the captain of the Firestorm team, a newly initiated intermediate general. A slender, middle-aged man squatted in the corner, gripping a long dagger at his waist, poised for rapid action. He was the vice captain, Mayu, an initial-level general. 2 sturdy men leaned against each other, shoulders touching, legs pressed together, heads nearly colliding, with dual alloy shields positioned before them, against the wall behind. They were Su Yang and Zhang Chun, both advanced warriors. The last remaining gaunt middle-aged man appeared to be meditating, cradling a firearm resembling a combination of a sniper rifle and machine gun. His name was Yang Chao, the artilleryman of the martial artist team, employing a unique method of rest to rejuvenate his spirit. After an exhausting night of travel to this desolate suburban county, they needed to prepare for the hunt by day, hence the quietude. Now is not an opportune time for experimentation. Otherwise, I could attempt some cultivation. Ning Ze felt a surge of fervor, his obsidian-like pupils sparkling even more intensely. If cultivation can lead to enhancement, then the next level of agility would be subtlety. That would indeed be subtle. Even among the 2 general-level uncles, only Uncle Ma has achieved subtlety after over a decade of relentless battles and countless brushes with death, elevating his agility to such a realm. If I could attain subtlety right after becoming a martial artist, then it seems you have rested well. The voice was somewhat gruff, each word articulated distinctly. Ning Ze snapped back to reality, locking eyes with the slender middle-aged man clutching the firearm. He offered a faint smile. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Yang. I was never severely injured." Yang Chao ceased speaking, slowly closing his eyes, softly stating, "It appears last night's events did not affect you. Good. Take a moment to rest. Perform well today." Ning Ze nodded, observing the lack of further conversation, and closed his eyes to commence resting. He marveled inwardly. Truly a remarkable artilleryman. Uncle Yang's perception is astute, as I merely glanced at him. As the last member of the Firestorm team shut his eyes, the room fell into an even deeper silence. Martial artists typically engage in battles during the day within cities of the wilderness, as human senses are relatively balanced, relying on sight for combat. Monsters, by contrast, possess different capabilities. Serpentine creatures excel in utilizing their sense of smell. Feline monsters have exceptional night vision, and bat-like monsters depend on echolocation. Engaging in combat with these creatures at night would put humans at a considerable disadvantage. Moreover, during their rest periods, they must activate outdoor concealment devices to muffle sound and scent within a small area. Otherwise, evolved monsters could detect them from miles away. Time slipped by quietly, the sun steadily rising, illuminating the room. A comfortable sigh escaped. Zhou Feng awoke, casually seizing the alloy broadsword at his side, stretching his arms while pointing the weapon toward Mayu, who was squatting against the wall. The sound of the concealment device has its limits. If you attract a monster, our plans for today will be disrupted. Mayu kept his eyes closed, his lips moving silently. "It's fine, it's no trouble. I'm quite familiar with this shield." Zhou Feng waved dismissively, turning his attention to Ning Ze. He grinned broadly. "Kid, you seem vigilant. How's your rest?" Ning Ze replied honestly, "I feel great." Expressionless, Mayu stated, "Should your performance today fail to meet our expectations, I shall escort you back, allowing your return to the team only once your prowess has ascended to that of a senior warrior." Ning Ze clenched his teeth and resolutely replied, "Uncle Ma, rest assured, I shall not falter again today." Zhou Feng interjected, attempting to mediate. Old Ma, do not be so stringent. This is Xiao Zhe's first encounter with the beasts of the wilderness. It is only natural for him to feel a bit anxious, especially when faced with opponents of greater strength. He performed adequately yesterday. Did he not successfully slay that beast in the end? This lad possesses a solid foundation, having received thorough guidance from Ning Lauda, and with some adaptation, he will undoubtedly prove himself a capable hand. Ma Yu furrowed his brow slightly. His discontent was not with Ning Ze's potential shortcomings. Since they had chosen to partake in the trial of City 096, the dangers were inherently confined within a manageable scope. Although the beasts here are of a lower caliber and thus yield lesser rewards, the new generation will inevitably replace the old, and they are willing to be the guiding lights. However, the wilderness is no laughing matter. Even with their presence, protection cannot be guaranteed at all times. Should Ning Ze lack the requisite strength, there could only be one outcome: death. By the way, Xiao Ze is quite the prodigy, becoming a warrior at the tender age of 19 and increasing his strength by 1200 kg on his first attempt. His talent surpasses that of Xiao Liang significantly. You should place more faith in him. The voice emanated from one side. Upon hearing this, Ma Yu's pupils constricted, and he shot a cold glare in that direction. Xiao Liang, whose full name is Ma Liang, refers to his own son. In the direction of his gaze, Su Liang wore a broad, honest smile, his thick fingers scratching at his scalp. Upon hearing those words, Ning Ze immediately adopted a meditative posture, focusing his gaze inward and feigning ignorance. Yang Chao, cradling his weapon, remained in a state of repose, though the slight curl of his lips betrayed a quiet amusement. Zhou Feng grinned widely. Xiao Ze's talent is commendable. Let bygones be bygones regarding yesterday's events. Today, give it your all. Now, put on your gear. There are no young ladies here to gawk at your 8-pack abs. In my opinion, you're still too lean, appearing lacking in strength. I truly do not understand Ning Lauda's reasoning for having you train with a sword rather than a saber. A real man should be like me. Zhou Feng flexed his exaggerated biceps. Ning Lauda is robust as our captain. Now, I'm also a captain. Ning Ze chuckled awkwardly, offering an explanation. Perhaps I resemble my mother a bit more. With that, he donned his inner armor, took up the combat suit beside him, revealing a piece of tough yellow-brown leather armor, adorned on the chest with a dark red circular emblem, the insignia of their Firestorm squad. The emblem appeared somewhat abstract and hollow, with tendrils of dark red shadow resembling flames. At its center was a visage of a rugged man sporting a crew cut, imparting an aura of ironclad desolation. The moment Ning Ze laid eyes on this emblem, his expression turned peculiar. He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and hastily donned the combat suit, strapped on his backpack, and grasped his longsword. Captain, I am ready. Zhou Feng patted his shoulder encouragingly. Today, let us start with you hunting 2 beasts to acclimatize yourself. Later, we shall seek out a couple of bigger fellows to engage. Ning Ze nodded earnestly. I will not let everyone down. Chapter 2. The subtlety of movement. Departing from the suburban villa, the Fire War Squad advanced along the road towards the city center. It was the first time Ning Ze had witnessed the desolation of the wasteland during daylight. The houses flanking the highway had completely collapsed, leaving behind a wasteland of gray-white rubble, interspersed with exposed crimson rebar. The road beneath their feet was riddled with fissures, from which wild grass grew to heights exceeding half a meter, alongside peculiar, monstrous craters, footprints left by rampaging beasts. In the distance, towering trees surged skyward, and at the end of the road hung a resplendent golden sun, suspended at the mountainside. Ning Ze wore a solemn expression. Nature had obliterated the remnants of human habitation. Though the scene appeared natural, it was equally primal, and primality signified peril. Every patch of grass could conceal a lurking threat. If humanity could not drive away the monsters, they would need to grow equally formidable to survive in this wilderness. The harsh reality was that people cowered within small bastions, fending off the onslaught of beasts, while only the warriors dared to venture forth. Suddenly, Zhou Feng, in a light jog, raised his right hand, prompting the entire squad to halt. His gaze fixed on one side of the highway, where amidst the gray-white debris, a dark shadow loomed, surrounded by pools of blood. It was a phantom cat, its tail measuring between 40 centimeters to half a meter, and its strength ranked below F-class. With caution, it could likely be dealt with. Xiao Ze, go. Your first battle awaits. The feline beasts were known for their remarkable speed and exceptional reflexes. If their strengths were equal, humans could more easily vanquish such monsters. However, Ning Ze, with a strength of 2,200 kilograms, had only just attained the status of a mid-level warrior, while this creature's power approached that of a high-level bee soldier. nearly 4,000 kilograms. Its terrifying speed surpassed that of the blood-colored wildebeest from the previous day. Ning Ze wielded his sword with agility. Yet the combat style of the Phantom Cat was entirely counter to his own. Zhuo Yuan had offered words of comfort and encouragement before departing. Yet now he showed no mercy. Fortunately, he wore combat armor capable of withstanding the cat's claws. Otherwise, he would be utterly slaughtered by the Phantom Cat. Nevertheless, even a victory would likely come at a steep price. The other members of the Fire War Squad remained silent, none daring to voice dissent, not merely because Zhuo Yuan was their leader, but also out of curiosity regarding Ning Ze's mettle. Should he prove inadequate, they would simply return to the academy for further training. For now, they could observe, considering it a form of honing their skills in a genuine monster hunt. They could not guarantee their survival, let alone protect Ning Ze. In the wilderness, hunting monsters was never a jest. It was a deadly game. Prey at times could be interchangeable. Ning Ze's pupils constricted sharply, and he nodded resolutely, tightening his grip on the sword as he began to move. He stealthily approached the beast, veering away from Zhuo Yuan and the other's hiding spot before launching into a full sprint, his speed exceeding 35 ms. Having thoroughly studied various monsters at the academy, he knew the Phantom Cat possessed acute perception. If he got too close undetected, it would sense him, rather than allowing the Phantom Cat to ambush him. It was better to provoke it with a frontal assault, a life-or-death duel. Zhuo Yuan, witnessing his bravery and cunning, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He turned to Lao Yang. It's your turn to watch him now. This kid is still too naive, too inexperienced to remain composed in battle. Young Tao nodded, raising his machine gun, his face pressed against the scope, finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him, he assured. Even if he couldn't defeat the Phantom Cat, he should at least be able to protect Ning Ze's head and ensure his survival. Surely, he couldn't be that foolish? Su Liang sported a stern expression, a hint of derision curling his lips. To be dazed in battle is to toy with one's own life, he remarked. I've already sent yesterday's events to Ning Lao. Let him await his reprimand back home. Ma Yu's face darkened, his eyes filled with concern as he barked. Enough chatter. It's time to begin. Don't distract Yang Chao. Though their words were harsh, they all cared deeply for Ning Ze, knowing that with the gunner's protection, the risks could be mitigated. At that moment, Ning Ze had closed in, and the Phantom Cat had assumed an offensive posture. It crouched upon the gray-white concrete, its sleek, dark fur glistening, its body undulating like a wave, a 40-centimeter tail swaying behind it. Those violet, slit-like pupils fixated on Ning Ze, its muscles coiled tightly, ready to unleash a sudden strike. Its 10 wickedly curved claws dug into the concrete, as if it were tofu. In a flash, Ning Ze thrust his sword forward with ferocity. Simultaneously, a shadow darted towards him with alarming speed. Clang! A sharp collision rang out as Ning Ze's sword was deflected aside, revealing 5 stark white claw silhouettes before him. The beast was oblivious to his true strength, but he was acutely aware of the disparity. He had anticipated this encounter, knowing the Phantom Cat's power exceeded his own by nearly half. A direct confrontation was futile. His previous strike had not been executed with full force, and now, with his sword deflected, he still had the energy to mount a defense. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected the silver arc of his sword towards the airborne claws. A piercing, grinding sound echoed as sword met claw. A glint of mockery flickered in the Phantom Cat's eyes. It had discerned Ning Ze's inferiority in strength, and thus continued its advance. Exposed, Ning Ze's expression remained unchanged as he thrust his sword towards the creature's eye, forsaking defense. Fully aware of his disadvantage, he was determined not to allow the Phantom Cat to close the distance for a grappling fight. In truth, from the very beginning, he had but one winning strategy: to exchange injury for a kill. Clang! The crisp sound of impact resounded as the shadow recoiled, the Phantom Cat leaping back, twisting mid-air, landing once more facing Ning Ze, ready to launch another assault. Ning Ze chose not to pursue, but instead assumed a defensive stance. From a distance, Zhuo Yuan, who had been monitoring the battle, called out, Lao Yang, prepare to fire. No response came. Zhuo Yuan's brow furrowed in disappointment. On one side stood a fledgling warrior, possessing merely mid-level strength. On the other, a creature nearing the prowess of a high-level B soldier, renowned for its speed. The disparity in strength between the two at the same level could be nearly a factor of 2. In truth, Ning Ze's opportunity to secure victory was singular, hinging entirely on their first clash. The monster could not gauge his true strength. Should it charge forward, escape would be impossible in mid-air, creating a significant opening. In a scenario fraught with deception, The monster refrained from launching a full-scale assault during the initial confrontation. Should Ning Ze dare to pursue the advantage, armed with his weaponry, he could indeed inflict reciprocal harm. Any injury sustained by the creature would inevitably diminish its speed, ensuring victory for Ning Ze clad in his combat suit. Absent such audacity, given the vast disparity in strength, Ning Ze could only resort to a defensive posture, passively protecting vital areas, rendering the disadvantages increasingly apparent. With his current combat experience, the prospect of victory seemed utterly bleak. Luck might afford him a brief reprieve, yet lacking the strength to rival the monster, he would ultimately succumb to exhaustion and perish. This trial demanded not only courage but also decisive action. One must be resolute and daring. Clearly, in the eyes of Zhou Feng, Ning Ze's retreat into defense signified a surrender. Under the illusion of his companion's protection, Ning Ze lacked the resolve to exchange injury for a kill. Relying on teammates was untenable. When faced with peril, each individual would prioritize their own survival. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, observing the beleaguered figure evading the monster, now merely a desperate struggle for survival. Cornered and desperately clinging to endurance. From the outset, they had erred. How could victory be conceivable? The disadvantages, like a snowball, only grew more pronounced, with the monster toying with them. Once, twice, thrice. Zhou Feng sighed inwardly, his voice cutting through the tension. Old Yang, fire. Silence ensued. On the battlefield, the tawny and ebony figures intertwined, amidst swirling clouds of grayish-white dust. Yet, such conditions posed no challenge for a marksman. With a seasoned career, Yang Chao could, if not firing with eyes closed by instinct, at least accurately strike the elusive shadow cat monster based on fleeting glimpses. Ning Ze once again stumbled while evading, collapsing to the ground. Zhou Feng felt a pang of anxiety, although he was harsh and demanding. He would never wish harm upon Ning Ze. This was merely a test of fortitude. On the ground, Ning Ze could only resort to close combat, where the shadow cat monster, known for its speed, would leave him with no capacity for resistance. Should the monster engage him in close quarters, Ning Ze would be effortlessly dispatched. A single paw to the temple capable of fracturing his skull. Panic gripped Zhou Feng, and he called out, his voice trembling, Old Yang, fire! Simultaneously, he cast a furtive glance to his side, where Yang Chao stood like a statue, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the battlefield. It was not that he was oblivious to the dire situation. He simply refused to pull the trigger. Not only Yang Chao, but the others also appeared indifferent. Sweat beaded on Zhou Feng's brow as he felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, they had previously conspired that upon entering the wilderness, he, as the leader, would take on the role of the bad cop, while others would feign aloofness, severity, or even disdain, manipulating the group's psyche. They aimed to rigorously hone this young man, from body to spirit. Yet, in this moment of crisis, if no one intervened, a life would be lost. This was the son of Ning Ze. These individuals were truly cold-blooded. Zhang Chun, usually reticent, murmured, his eyes suddenly alight. Such agility. Zhou Feng felt a surge of urgency, frustrated by the callousness of his companions. He dared not intervene, fearing a retaliatory strike from the monster, nor could he disrupt Yang Chao, as this was Ning Ze's final chance at survival. To his surprise, Ma Yu nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed intently on a detail of the unfolding drama, before gravely remarking, Such finesse, this boy. As he spoke, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Finesse merely signified the next foundational level, yet this leap seemed insurmountable. Most seasoned warriors had never attained such a level. In the throes of life-and-death combat, employing subtle movements to evade the monster's strikes without sustaining injury was a skill honed through countless battles, built on years of combat experience. Mastery of one's body allowed for precise control in battle, a confidence born of innumerable confrontations. Yet this was a unique realm of skill. Those devoid of talent would struggle throughout their lives to grasp it, while the gifted could achieve it almost instinctively. Yet, one must have engaged in combat to reach such heights. Others may have been oblivious, but the elders certainly were not. Ning Ze had only just ventured into the wilderness, having barely slain a bloodhorn antelope the day before. How could he possibly have reached this level today? For a fleeting moment, Ma Yu found reality hard to believe. However, as he beheld the tawny figure gradually rising, free from the oppressive threat of death, his conviction solidified. This was indeed finesse. Just as Zhou Feng prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, he witnessed Ning Ze standing resolute in the face of the shadow cat monster's onslaught. And he was taken aback. Had the tables turned? The monster remained unchanged, its fearsome claws striking the air, yet the tide of battle had undeniably shifted. Ning Ze disregarded the creature's claws, elegantly pivoting as they grazed past him, and with a swift thrust of his sword, he pierced the monster's hide. The shadow cat monster let out a pained howl, its ferocity ignited, and in a reckless bid to exchange injury for injury, it lunged forward. Ning Ze effortlessly evaded the claw once more, his sword dancing with grace, leaving another crimson mark upon the creature's form. What had once been a tense and thrilling battle had transformed into a graceful duel. Finesse level? Zhou Feng tilted his head, his expression contorted, his mind swirling with questions. Envy nearly spilling from his eyes. He conceded his jealousy. In his 30s, a mid-tier warrior, he had yet to achieve such finesse in his movements. Mayu, nearing 40 and battle-hardened for nearly 2 decades, had attained this level, and while he felt a tinge of envy, Zhou Feng accepted it, believing he too was on the cusp of achieving finesse. But Ning Ze, a mere novice who had just entered the wilderness, how had he attained such mastery? Was it merely due to his favorable appearance? Yang Chao, armed with a machine gun, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, though he remained vigilant in his cover. He recalled that it had taken Mayu a month of practice to reach finesse. Even if this boy had achieved it, his proficiency would likely be far from refined. On the battlefield, Ning Ze furrowed his brow slightly. Since the onset of combat, he had been attentive to the refinement of his agility. As his skill reached the level of finesse, the atmosphere of the battle began to ease, prompting him to meticulously observe the rate of his growth. Now, he found that the proficiency of his movement technique had stagnated, or rather, it was increasing at an exceedingly slow pace, barely accumulating a single point in a minute. After such an extensive battle, he had only managed to reach the minor level of Lingxi Baibu at 510000. Initially, he had gained 7 points in just a few breaths, and now the progress had become so sluggish. Ning Ze's gaze sharpened. Since this beast could not facilitate the rapid growth of his movement, he resolved to eliminate it. A piercing roar erupted, and sensing the murderous intent, the shadow cat monster awoke, its purple slit-like eyes, now bloodshot, filled with terror as it turned to flee. Ning Ze couldn't help but scoff. After having tormented him so thoroughly, it now sought to escape? Too late. A flash of silver light cut through the air, leaving multiple sword shadows in its wake. The shadow cat monster scrambled to evade, but ultimately, a long sword pierced through its eye, impaling its brain, and the creature fell motionless. Ning Ze beamed with joy and crouched down to process the monster's materials. Chapter 3. Returning early. Ning Ze busied himself with the remains of the beast. The observers in the distance, including Yang Chao and others, hurried over. Zhou Feng remarked with a hint of envy, "Not bad, kid. You handled this all by yourself. Has your movement technique reached the minor level? Such a pity about the cat monster's hide. It could have been worth something, but now it's marred by sword scars. Far less valuable than cat claws." Ning Ze smiled radiantly and replied, "I must thank Uncle Zhou for providing me with such an opponent. It was excellent. However, I feel that the challenge has diminished considerably, and I can only practice for a while longer. This cat hide is quite supple. I don't intend to sell it. I plan to have someone make gloves for my sister and a bag from that blood-red antelope hide for my mother." Zhou Feng grinned wryly. "Do you really think you could handle stronger foes?" Ning Ze chuckled lightly. Yang Chao, his face beaming with delight, said, "I could see the thirst for battle in your eyes this morning. I knew you were exceptional. I never expected you to surprise us so greatly. A 19-year-old martial artist with minor-level movement technique is a rare talent in the entire Yangzhou region." Zhang Chun, his eyes gleaming, spoke solemnly. "The minor level of movement technique is more precious than physical talent." Su Yang chimed in with a grin. "Indeed, minor level movement is a combat talent. It's the mark of a true combat genius, far superior to mere physical aptitude." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Zhou Feng, his expression tinged with regret, as if to say that while Zhou was a mid-level battle general, he lacked the minor-level movement technique. Zhou Feng, a bit embarrassed, cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Ze is outstanding for comprehending the minor-level movement technique, but do not let it inflate your ego. Your current strength and speed remain your weaknesses. No matter how refined your movement, it requires strength and speed for support. You ought to focus on your training and avoid overreaching. Just now, you even considered seeking out stronger monsters. If it were a genuine F-level shadow cat monster, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to reach the minor level of movement." Ning Ze felt a chill run down his spine, suppressing the joy in his heart. He had indeed contemplated battling more formidable monsters. Yet, intentionally placing himself in such perilous situations, who could guarantee his survival? Had he not been on the verge of breaking through with his movement technique? He might have struggled in vain and ultimately required Uncle Yang's rescue. If he were to recklessly pursue training without assistance in the future, it could lead to a dead end. He nodded solemnly. Uncle Zhou, thank you. I will remain vigilant. Zhou Xingyan, regaining the confidence of an elder, said, since you have reached the minor level in movement, let us return to further refine your skills. Ning Ze firmly replied, I feel quite adept in my movement technique already and do not require further training. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Ma Yu with peculiar expressions. Initially, this individual had taken a month to refine his skills, followed by 2 months of adjustment to fully unleash his potential. Ma Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Was this even comparable? These fellows lacked the minor level. What did they know? Zhou Xingyuan interjected. Previously, Brother Ning likely did not anticipate your exceptional talent. While the techniques Lingxi Baibu and Jifeng sword art you practiced are quite practical, they are insufficient for your level of talent. You should not squander their potential. Upon returning, your primary task will be to acquire superior techniques. At this point, Zhou Xingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yang Chao and the others shared knowing glances, their expressions tinged with exhilaration. They had initially thought him merely a novice, but it turned out that Ning Ze was a genius. To have reached the minor level in movement upon first entering the wilderness area was an extraordinary display of talent. Having fought side by side for so many years, their bond ran deep. They shared in each other's glory and disgrace, and when one succeeded, they all rose together. As long as Ning Ze remained alive, what heights could he achieve? Ning Ze's expression momentarily faltered, then fell into silence. A true martial artist would typically master a single sword technique or movement style to perfection before advancing to more powerful techniques. If one were to dive into formidable techniques from the outset, they might be powerful, but if the practitioner could not grasp them, they would be of little use. One must possess self-awareness. While his comprehension had been commendable, attempting to master techniques of the caliber of Destruction, Ninefold Thunderblade, or Phantom 7 Absolute Sword was impractical. If he survived, it might take years to master even the first form, missing the golden age for training. By then, any regrets would be futile. Now, the opposite had occurred. Low-level techniques were hindering his progress. I will heed the advice of all my uncles, but as for returning, we have only just arrived. I may trouble you all a bit longer. Zhou Xingyuan waved dismissively. What trouble is there? It's merely the wilderness area. Think of it as a chance to unwind. Let us head back now. It's hot, so stay hydrated. We have ample supplies for the journey. Ning Ze smiled helplessly. Since everyone wished to return, he did not want to dampen their spirits. Initially, he had intended to practice his sword technique. And while Jifeng sword art had reached a foundation of 985-1000, though not as swiftly as his movement technique, it had still improved somewhat. He wished to experience the might of the specialized Jifeng sword art. However, upon reconsideration, he felt a swell of excitement at the prospect of returning to train with those legendary techniques, which he had once forsaken. Calmly, he proceeded, yet hastily returned. Even as he followed the martial artist team into the wilderness area, he had often felt a chill run down his spine, as if death loomed just a moment away. His very life growing cold. Upon returning to the base city and gazing at the towering city walls that soared dozens of meters high, Ning Ze felt a profound peace within. Coincidentally, a team of martial artists emerged from the city gates, led by a tall, lean middle-aged man who smiled and remarked, Mandao and Yuran, didn't you just head out last night? Could it be that this lad was too frightened to remain in the wilderness area? Mandao referred to Zhou Xingyuan, while Yuran was Ma Yu's codename. Those with titles among martial artists either possessed exceptional achievements or were well known from years of exploration. The Firestorm Squad boasts 2 formidable warriors of the battle commander rank, endowed with exceptional survival capabilities. Previously led by Ma Yu, whose temperament is notably cautious, they have traversed the wilderness for over a decade, establishing a formidable reputation. Aside from Ning Ze, all others possess codenames. Upon recognizing a familiar face, Zhou Xingyuan grinned enigmatically and inquired, Where are you planning to go this time with the twin swallow blades? Ma Yu and his companions maintained their composure, as the arrival of a prodigy in their ranks was a secret not to be divulged, no matter how close their relationships were. After all, an unproven genius remains merely a genius. Once Ning Ze's strength ascends, he will undoubtedly carve out his own name. There would be ample time for introductions later. The tall, slender middle-aged man known as Twin Swallow Blades responded nonchalantly. To the usual place, it's familiar and safer. He then squinted, probing, Is this lad the son of the Golden Fire Bear? I just saw him with a serious expression at the supply station in the city. In the wilderness, travel is predominantly on foot, though some opt for trains or planes to traverse great distances to other cities for monster hunting, with supply stations situated at the city's entrances and exits. Ahem. Zhou Xingyuan cleared his throat twice and promptly corrected, "What golden fire bear?" Ning Laoda's codename is Golden Blade. Ning Ze was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Golden Blade? Wasn't he that a reference to his father? Why then did others refer to him as Golden Fire Bear? One absurd appellation. With a chuckle, Twin Swallowblades replied, "Back in the day, when Golden Blade injured his leg, did you not drunkenly shout, 'Boss Bear, Boss Bear'? What would our Firestorm squad do then?" Zhou Xingyuan hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Enough, enough. If you're leaving, then hurry. Traveling during the day, are you not afraid of heat exhaustion?" With that, he swiftly made his way into the city. "Leave that to me. There's a military base over there with a supply station," Twin Swallowblades declared with satisfaction. Ning Ze followed into the city, his expression peculiar. He felt that if his father had not been injured, he would likely have been on the receiving end of his captain's wrath. The transformation of Golden Blade into Golden Fire Bear was a blow to a warrior's reputation, as the weight of fame and face is immense. As they entered the city, they encountered a towering figure, standing at 6 feet tall, clad in a t-shirt and long pants, his sinewy muscles threatening to burst through the fabric. The lower half of his right leg was a golden mechanical prosthetic. His jet black hair was cropped short, and though his face bore a fierce appearance with pronounced features, he looked less heroic than the emblem of their squad suggested. Ning Ze instantly recognized his father's ire. He whispered to his uncle, "Did you speak to my dad? Why is he here?" Su Yang replied with a smile, "I did." Ning Ze nodded and murmured, "Perhaps he's been reprimanded at home again." Su Liang Juka na win li. "You're back." Ning Hua's expression was somewhat grim as he spoke apologetically. "This boy has truly embarrassed our Firestorm squad. Once we return, I will train him rigorously. When he becomes competent, I shall allow him to join you in hunting monsters." Without giving anyone else a chance to speak, Ning Hua bellowed, "You little rascal. Why aren't you coming over here? Returning home after less than a day? Just wait until I get home to deal with you." Cough, cough. "Actually, Xiao Ze is quite good," Zhou Xingyuan interjected, then added earnestly, "However, he needs to hone his skills. Ning Laoda, if you encounter any issues, please inform us." Su Yang chimed in, "Let us allow Xiao Ze to train at home for a while. Once he acclimates, he can join us. This time, Ning Laoda will bear the burden." Mayu succinctly stated, "If there are troubles, let us know." Yang Chao smiled and added, "Indeed, Xiao Ze is progressing quite rapidly." Even the usually taciturn Zhang Chun contributed, "Let us take him next time." Ning Hua felt a twinge of shame and made a promise that next time they met, they would see a different Ning Ze. Having concluded the discussion, Ning Hua turned and commanded, "What are you standing around for? Thank your uncles." Ning Ze furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. They had planned to surprise his father, but now he felt strange. Did his father believe he was inadequate? "Thank you, uncles. I will certainly strive to train hard at home," Ning Ze said. He received a kick to the backside from Ning Hua, who stormed away in anger. Ning Ze quietly trailed behind, only to notice Zhou Xingyuan and the others stifling laughter, their eyes glinting with a touch of vindication. Had he misinterpreted their discussions? Never mind, he thought. Once they were home, everything would be clarified through a good sparring session. Watching the two depart, Zhou Xingyuan burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. The others joined in mirth. This kid, on his first venture near the wilderness, has already reached the subtle level in agility. "I almost thought I had been living like a dog all these years," Zhou Xingyuan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight. It was rather disheartening. As a mid-tier battle commander, his agility had yet to reach that level, and now he found himself outpaced by a novice. Mayu, with a smile playing on his lips, turned to ask, "What did you give to Ning Laoda?" Su Liang's jovial expression faltered, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. "Ah, boss, we should return today. You ought to ensure Xiao Ze trains properly, as hunting monsters in the wilderness is not a task to be taken lightly." With a dramatic gesture, he signaled the end of the video. His face contorted in anguish. As if on the verge of tears, he lamented the disparity in talent. "If he keeps progressing like this, I fear my own resolve in martial arts may waver. Let him perfect his skills before he joins us. I don't want to witness his rapid breakthroughs while I'm left behind." He then adopted a serious demeanor, deciding that this segment would not be sent. "I'll wait until tomorrow to post it. Let that kid receive a good thrashing." The group was momentarily speechless, amused by Su Liang's authentic performance. Feeling the chill of the talent gap, they hoped Ning Ze would be adequately reprimanded. He must not be allowed to become too complacent. Yang Chao shook his head and asked, "Where shall we head next?" With determination, Zhou Xingyuan replied to 012. "Damn it. A group of seasoned warriors reduced to feeling inferior by a novice. If we don't work harder, I fear I won't be able to keep pace with him for long. Let us rest today and replenish supplies, then set off tomorrow night, Ma Yu suggested. Let us proceed cautiously. 012 is too perilous for us. It's unfamiliar territory, and we don't know when this kid will finish training. We might end up in worse condition waiting for him to recover, was Xing Yuan sighed. As one ages, training becomes increasingly arduous. Charging recklessly is no path to survival. Living is the only hope, and there are monsters to hunt everywhere. Then let us head to 022. It poses a risk, but it is manageable, Ma Yu concurred. Zhang Shun spoke solemnly. Let us investigate the movements of the Poison Wolf Squad. Once this is over, we'll change the scouting personnel from last time. Ma Yu's expression darkened as he declared, I'll handle this matter. We'll deal with them soon enough. Zhou Xingyuan let out a sardonic laugh and remarked, back in the day, they dared to scheme against us, resulting in our leader losing a leg. If they were aware of Ning Ze's innate talent, they would surely be filled with trepidation. If it weren't for the intervention of the Martial Arts Academy's supervisor, we would have already avenged ourselves. It's not too late for Xiao Ze to grow up and seek retribution. Su Yang's expression turned quite cruel. Ma Yu furrowed his brow and said, we must not let our guard down. The Poison Wolves have taken down two formidable opponents, and over the years, they've amassed a considerable fortune from looting martial artist resources. Now, with 4 battle generals, even if 2 are enhanced by gene serums, their combat prowess cannot be underestimated. Enough of them for today. Let us enjoy ourselves, brothers, and have a hearty drink, then rest comfortably for tomorrow's expedition into the wilderness, Zhou Xingyuan declared. The members of the Firestorm Squad set off joyously to drink. Ning Ze returned home to the Mingwei community in a special vehicle provided by the base. Upon disembarking, Ning Hua, as before, walked silently ahead. Ning Ze raised an eyebrow, sensing a tranquil stillness before the impending storm. Hearing a sound, a strikingly beautiful woman, elegantly attired, hurried out, her face etched with concern, calling out, Xiao Ze, you're back. Are you hurt? Ning Hua brushed past her without uttering a word, his desolate figure exuding an air of melancholy. Divan Furuit Hadburuth. Quickly turning to look, upon seeing that Ning Ze was unscathed, she sighed with relief and approached him, asking, are you feeling unwell? Ning Ze offered a slight smile, reassuring her mom, do not worry, I am well. My return this time is somewhat unusual. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse towards the entrance. Faintly, he heard a heavy thud on the floor, indicative of someone racing towards him. Indeed, just as Li Wan was about to speak, Ning Hua returned, bursting through the door with a loud bang. Clutching a gilded broadsword, he bellowed with fervor, you little rascal, what nonsense. All you know is how to please your mother. You went out and embarrassed yourself, and within a day, you're back. Today, I will teach you a proper lesson. Come upstairs with me. Li Wan's gaze was filled with worry, yet she refrained from saying anything. Indulgence is a slow-acting poison. Being reprimanded a few times now is far better than having her son perish outside in the future. Li Wan could discern the distinction. Ning Ze's eyes narrowed, and he exhaled firmly. All right. Chapter 4. Father and Son Duel. Ning Hua turned away with an impassive expression. Your response is quite prompt, commendably courageous. Just like usual, you excel. Yet, when it comes to taking risks, you falter. You were sent back within a day. This is the truth. In fact, Ning Hua harbored some doubts. He understood his son to a degree, solid fundamentals, good combat condition, and under his guidance, abundant experience. With just a brief adaptation to the wilderness environment, he could become a valuable asset in the team. Could it be the past connections with his brothers that caused troubles? Was there a delay in earning money? That shouldn't be. Ning Ze was entirely trustworthy, the leader of the younger generation among them, and there was no reason for him to be ostracized. The training room on the second floor was where Ning Ze had practiced since childhood, spanning over 200 square meters. Although it lacked extensive diagnostic equipment, it was well equipped for daily training, a true testament to the saying that though small, it is fully functional. Ning Hua, as a battle general directly affiliated with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, not only held the position of headmaster at the branch, but had also achieved battle general status many years prior, thus deserving of such treatment. At that moment, father and son stood facing each other. Ning Hua's face was dark, the shadow cast by his imposing figure stretching to Ning Ze's feet. His palm pressed against the hilt of a broadsword exceeding 1.5 meters in length, embedded in the floor. In contrast, Ning Ze remained remarkably calm, standing a good 5 or 6 centimeters shorter than his father and appearing 3 sizes slimmer. Having just returned from the wilderness, his body was covered in dust, and he looked somewhat disheveled. With a hum, A flash of silver light appeared, and the gleam of the sword lingered. Ning Ze flicked his long sword, his bangs swaying slightly, his eyes fixed ahead with unwavering focus. He was prepared for battle, never daring to underestimate his father. Even with his refined agility, Ning Hua was still a formidable battle general. Despite his disability, it did not imply diminished strength. At the very least, defeating him would still be a straightforward task. Survivors of the Great Nirvana, living in this era, could practice martial arts. A limp was not a hindrance, especially with the golden prosthetic limb. Anyone who dared to underestimate it would surely face a downfall, even a battle general. After nearly 8 years of training post-disability, he had successfully mastered a combat technique anew. That prosthetic was an unconventional weapon. While his speed might be diminished, his combat skills defied conventional expectations. Seeing Ning Ze's vigilant demeanor, Ning Hua could find no fault. Yet this son, whom he usually found so satisfactory, had brought him significant embarrassment today. Speak. What on earth happened? How did you end up back here ahead of schedule? I grant you the opportunity to explain. Ning Hua felt it necessary to offer his son a chance to clarify, so he could address any mistakes appropriately. His aim was never to inflict punishment, but to promote his son's growth. If there were indeed errors, it would help gauge the degree of his actions. Ning Ze's expression remained unchanged, not even blinking. Dad, further discussion is futile. Let our actions speak for themselves. Ning Hua smote tichet. He had been deceived in such a manner before. On the surface, Ning Ze appeared gentle and refined, as warm as the breeze, much like his mother. Yet deep down, this boy harbored a fierce determination. In battle, he was cold and decisive, enduring blows without uttering a word of pain. Yet, how could he display such fierceness in front of him, only to turn timid outside the city and be sent back? All right, I appreciate this facet of your character. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Hua erupted into action, the floor resonating with heavy thuds. His prosthetic limb surged forward like a flash of golden lightning aimed at Ning Ze. Fortunately, with advancements in technology, this villa could accommodate a training room and possess a certain level of seismic resistance. Otherwise, such movements in the wilderness would have led to a collapse of the entire structure. Ning Ze felt a surge of exhilaration, his blood racing. Since childhood, his father had been the pillar of their home, his world. However, one day, when his father returned injured, moving clumsily, Ning Ze realized his father was not invincible. The wilderness held many terrifying entities. Nevertheless, his father's stature in his heart had never diminished. It was precisely because of his father's existence that they, the vulnerable, were protected. His father was a hero. In the past, he could not fathom how many times he had been trained. Ning Hua's figure had never changed, always appearing invincible. Now, as Ning Hua unleashed such speed, it surpassed even the shadowy feline creatures Ning Ze had encountered in the wilderness, exceeding the limits of an ordinary high-level warrior. He had undoubtedly reached battle general status. Yet, he could now clearly perceive his father's movements. Ning Ze seemed to perceive the limits of his father, and in that moment, he realized he was perilously close to the goal he had set for himself since childhood, to first conquer his father. A surge of heat coursed through his body, and an insatiable dryness afflicted his mouth. Unable to restrain himself, he licked his lips and, with the swiftness of a gale, drew his sword to strike. The blade glimmered like a silver ribbon as it descended. What a bold boy, daring to attack first. Ning Hua bellowed, his eyes ablaze with ferocity, resembling a fierce beast ready to pounce. He swung his gilded saber with great force. Yet, in the face of such fervor, Ning Ze felt no fear. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. While the assault appeared formidable and the speed terrifying, it lacked the necessary power. His father, after all, was merely a primary battle general, with strength ranging from 8,000 kilograms to 16,000 kilograms. A single blow could shatter 10 defenses, yet no amount of exertion would yield results. Ning Hua had never needed to exert excessive strength in their encounters. Ning Ze was confident that the force behind this strike would not exceed 4,000 kilograms, the utmost limit for a mid-level warrior. Had this occurred before their venture into the wilderness, such an attack might have left him in utter disarray, undoubtedly suffering a severe thrashing. But now, he was no longer the same. Clang! The silvery sword light was cleaved apart by the saber. Ning Ze was hardly surprised. He sidestepped while simultaneously executing a horizontal slash with his sword. The gilded saber narrowly missed him, just half a centimeter away, and Ning Hua's expression momentarily faltered. This strike would never land a fatal blow, for Ning Ze wore combat attire that would mitigate the severity of any wounds. Thus he held nothing back. To his astonishment, he had evaded it with ease. he still possessed the strength to counterattack. Ning Hua, wielding the gilded saber, effortlessly raised it to deflect Ning Ze's sword, producing a sharp clang. This casual parry carried significant weight as the saber continued its relentless arc toward Ning Ze, mirroring his own attack style, clearly intending to overpower him. Ning Hua harbored a flicker of anticipation. How would you respond? Ning Ze, unfazed, flicked his wrist to create a flourish, and the long sword, previously deflected, surged toward Ning Hua's wrist with newfound speed. Ning Hua's expression stiffened. He could only defend, deflecting the thrust of the sword. Yet unexpectedly, Ning Ze's arm glided along the blade's edge, and with a twist of his wrist, he aimed directly for Ning Hua's throat. What a clever boy, Ning Hua thought, feeling a surge of inexplicable admiration. Today, Ning Ze's swordplay was particularly agile, audacious even, and fortuitous. He had managed to slip beneath the edge of his blade. Within the confines of the training room, the clash of blades echoed as light danced between them, their movements blurring into a swift ballet. After exchanging over 100 strikes, Ning Hua began to feel the weight of fatigue. He found himself momentarily dazed. This battle had taken an unexpected turn. He had intended to teach his son a lesson. Yet this boy had skillfully evaded his attacks, slipping away with remarkable finesse. Not only was he unscathed, but he also managed to retaliate, leaving Ning Hua perplexed. Was he destined to lose? Suddenly, Ning Hua's pupils constricted, his gaze shifted, and he subtly increased the force in his strikes while gradually enhancing his speed. Surely, he wouldn't be discovered? Everyone possesses their own secrets. After all, in that instant, the pressure on Ning Ze intensified. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. His father was far more seasoned in combat than that shadowy feline creature, and he had only managed to gain the upper hand by understanding his father's attack patterns. Now, he felt on the brink of collapse, his defenses becoming increasingly tentative. Ning Ze gritted his teeth, persisting through each clash, his palms vibrating with the impact. I must grow stronger. Otherwise, I cannot hope to withstand. But I have my sword techniques. With unwavering focus, he cast aside all distractions, his sole attention on the long sword. The battle resumed with fervor. Ning Hua, with a casual swipe, cleaved Ning Ze into disarray, causing him to stagger several steps before successfully dissipating the force. A triumphant smile spread across his face. What a clever boy, after such a prolonged fight. He had finally dealt a decisive blow. Simultaneously, excitement surged within him. If earlier he had been intent on imparting a lesson only to be outmaneuvered, now, having released his full strength, he could easily push Ning Ze into dire straits. He had also begun to notice the peculiarities of their bout. With every strike, Ning Ze would evade with the most streamlined of motions, always seeming to be in position to counterattack, yet just barely missing the mark. Initially, he sensed something amiss, but after numerous exchanges, he realized the truth. The boy's movements clearly exhibited the finesse of a micro-level skill. He had never dared to consider such a notion before. Yet through repeated trials, he was compelled to acknowledge it. It was unmistakably the hallmark of micro-level agility. At that moment, he understood why Ning Ze had returned after merely a day in the wilderness. His son was a prodigy, a rare talent in the realm of combat. Within less than a day in the wilds, he had ascended to micro-level agility. Who else could accomplish such a feat? Apart from his son, he, a battle-hardened warrior with over a decade of experience, was the first to doubt it. With this realization, a smile blossomed on Ning Hua's face. He glanced at Ning Ze, filled with satisfaction and astonishment. That resolute gaze, even when pushed to such extremes, seemed impervious to the fatigue coursing through him, as if he felt nothing at all. Unflappable, steadfast, and courageous. A natural-born warrior, Ning Hua raised the gilded saber once more, casually deflecting the long sword, preparing to call for a halt. Yet unexpectedly, his casual swipe produced no sound of clashing blades. Could this be the premonition of micro-level skill? Indeed, remarkable. But where was that boy's sword? Ning Hua suddenly sensed something was amiss. In the next heartbeat, his eyes widened in shock, not because he had spotted the long sword, but due to a chilling sensation that gripped his heart. Countless encounters with death had honed an instinct within him, a sense of impending doom. Trusting his intuition, he positioned his hand to block Ning Ze's strike. In a split second, his subconscious made a swift prediction. A flash of insight illuminated his mind. Ning Hua leaned back with all his might, arching his neck to lower his body. In that moment, he glimpsed a silver flash darting from beneath his arm. Cold and swift, its speed far surpassed that of Ning Ze's thrust. The sword tip locked onto his throat, descending rapidly as he fell. Ning Hua felt as if he had exchanged sons. This was an attempt on his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the side, but as he did, the long sword flickered again, darting toward his wrist. How ruthless! In the midst of his roll, Ning Hua felt a sharp pang at the corner of his mouth and activated his secret weapon, unleashing the full force of his right leg. Clang! The golden prosthetic, with a strength exceeding 10,000 kilograms, sent the silvery, long sword flying. Ning Hua turned around and sat on the ground, propping himself up with his hands and sword, his heart aflame with indignation as he glared ahead. What disgrace! This young lad had concealed such a treacherous ambush. At this moment, Ning Ze stood tall in front, his arm raised toward the heavens, fingers splayed in a gesture of release, lost in profound realization. Boy, do you wish to slay your father? A furious shout erupted from Ning Hua, sparks igniting in his eyes as he stormed forward, embodying the wrath of a teacher demanding accountability. Upon hearing the voice, Ning Ze emerged from his contemplation, momentarily bewildered as he replied, Dad, what did you say? After speaking, he remained somewhat absent-minded, gazing into the distance. Wind blade, sword technique, expertise 110,000. He had previously sensed that his swordsmanship had significantly improved, but now that it had reached the level of expertise, he discovered that his technique was unlike any he had encountered in the texts. He had been immersed in that extraordinary power just moments before. Ning Hua's expression twitched. He had intended to chastise his son, but was instead knocked to the ground. This boy truly struck with ferocity. Fortunately, it seemed his son had comprehended something and was oblivious to his defeat. Ning Hua feigned seriousness and inquired, How did it feel just now? I sensed your speed had increased considerably. Just now? Ning Ze pondered briefly, then uncertainly replied, I felt a remarkable force. Ning Hua, what sort of response is that? Remarkable force? That was the power of patricide. Had he not been a junior warrior with extensive combat experience, he would have been caught off guard and met his end. He had nearly been slain by his own son. With a darkened expression, Ning Hua was convinced his son could not possess such genius. He wielded a blade while Ning Ze practiced the sword. As they prepared to engage, Ning Hua noted that his son always exhibited a fierce tenacity. Previously, he had admired this trait, finding it conducive to their sparring. Now, however, it felt unsettling. His son bore little resemblance to him. An imposing figure of 8 feet had fathered a slender, graceful youth. Something about this did not add up. To his relief, the boy resembled his mother quite a bit. After all, the couple had weathered the trials of the great Nirvana together. Otherwise, he might have genuinely suspected that his son had been switched at birth. Ning Ze, puzzled, asked, Dad, what's wrong? I just wanted you to test my strength. Ning Hua grinned broadly, his smile radiating so brightly it distorted his features. His son was a prodigious talent. The seed sown 2 decades ago had yielded a harvest beyond his wildest dreams. Bring it on. Let me see what you have comprehended, young lad. Chapter 5. Comprehending Power. Ning Ze could hardly contain his eagerness to conduct the experiment. He slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, a vibrant light flashing within as he murmured, Swift. His figure darted like the wind, and the sword's shadow soared. Good lad. Ning Hua grinned, realizing that this speed was not characteristic of a mere mid-level warrior. He raised his sword defensively, prepared for the impending strike. Clang! The clash of blade and sword resonated crisply. Feeling the force in his hands, Ning Hua's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Advanced warrior? My son only passed the martial artist assessment a little over a week ago. How has he become an advanced warrior so quickly? Is there even such a thing as an advanced warrior? Ning Ze mused thoughtfully, coming to understand the situation. The suddenly augmented power was indeed a manifestation of newfound strength. His swordsmanship had broken through to the level of expertise, and he had unconsciously applied that to his speed. Ning Hua was no longer composed. He stepped forward, grasping Ning Ze's arms, his eyes wide with excitement and disbelief. Son, what has happened? How can you be an advanced warrior already? Half a month to reach that level? Each level of strength doubles, with junior warriors exceeding 900 kilograms. Utilizing the 5 hearts to heaven technique to absorb cosmic energy typically grants a boost of about 600 kilograms. Achieving 1,000 kg marks one as an elite, while surpassing 2,000 kg marks a genius. Ning Ze had absorbed cosmic energy for the first time, enhancing his strength by 200 kilograms, bringing his total physical power to nearly 100 kilograms, merely elite. After participating in a martial artist assessment, he had gained over 100 kilograms, now nearing 4,000 kg, necessitating a boost of over 700 kilograms to truly qualify as an advanced warrior. If this terrifying rate of improvement continued, He could become a junior battle general in just over a month, a mid-level battle general in 3 months, an advanced battle general in a year, and a war god in 2 years. This was more than elite. It was a prodigy beyond prodigies, a monstrous talent among monsters. Faced with his father's excitement, Ning Ze found himself at a loss for words, hesitating before saying, "Dad, I didn't enhance my physical attributes. It seems I have comprehended the essence of power." Essence of power? Ning Hua's eyes widened further, blood vessels surfacing as he trembled with both excitement and fear. Son, the upper half of the Wind Blade Sword technique does not include the essence of power. You haven't been secretly studying the texts, have you? The text is the creator's honor and contribution, shared for the benefit of all, a gesture of generosity and kindness. Thus, a significant portion of the money spent by purchasers is meant to honor the creator. Should anyone dare to privately disseminate the text, it would be an affront to the creator's honor and a provocation to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Those who share texts without permission face the death penalty. If Ning Ze truly had been stealing knowledge, Ning Hua would rather his son could not learn at all. "Dad, you think too highly of me. Where'd I steal from?" Ning Ze replied with a wry smile, then added with a hint of conflict, "This should be my own comprehension, right?" After the second enhancement through the system, he was compelled to acknowledge it as his own insight, a matter he found somewhat embarrassing. However, he was not so rigid as to dismiss any means of enhancing his strength. Many would crave such opportunities, and he felt no shame in seeking them out. After all, some are born with extraordinary talents, innate understanding, and the ability to create sword techniques effortlessly. He may not possess such innate gifts, but with the emergence of a system panel, he considered his unique talent, his chance. Yet, being a newcomer, he found himself struggling to adapt. Ning Hua, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "What do you mean should be? This is no laughing matter. This is life and death. What exactly have you been secretly studying? I may not afford the higher tiers, but I can still manage the earlier ones." Ning Ze's expression gradually shifted to seriousness as he replied earnestly, "Dad, I truly comprehended this myself." The insights he gained during his swordsmanship advancement had been no less than substantial. Others attain enlightenment through sudden realization, while he merely needs to experience it to achieve a similar epiphany. The intricacies of each move and technique reside deeply within his heart, though the journey to this understanding feels almost forcibly grasped. Since comprehension is all-encompassing, there is little harm in his acknowledgement, and he finds himself subtly enamored by this sensation. Ning Hua was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. His own insights? What nonsense is this? Can anything be self-understood? Is exertion merely a jest? It is an exquisite technique that amplifies one's strength. An increase of just 1 fold elevates one to a minor realm. An increase of 3 folds ascends to 2 minor realms. If an individual, having just reached the rank of a battle general, can exert 4 times more strength, their power surges directly to the pinnacle of the battle general level. Such skills are exceedingly rare among the strong. Few possess the ability to comprehend them. Mastery of such techniques exponentially accelerates one's cultivation speed, doubling their power and enhancing their capacity to amass resources, while also fortifying their physical condition and potentially transcending age limitations. Those capable of exertion have typically already attained the battle god level. It can be said that a sudden epiphany leads to a brilliant future. Yet this requires learning. One must cultivate their own understanding. Indeed, the current manuals are the fruits of past sages' enlightenment, but apart from the exceedingly rare top-tier manuals, most only impart basic techniques in the initial volumes, with advanced exertion techniques appearing later on. This is not merely about manuals. It is about the cultivation paths of our predecessors. They, too, could only grasp the art of exertion after reaching a certain level, guided by the manuals found within the ruins. This is the limit of humanity. Only after attaining a certain threshold can one comprehend the art of exertion. For those without extraordinary talent, mastering exertion from the outset is indeed a daunting task. Even those deemed talented require a solid foundation. The notion of creating techniques is utterly ludicrous. It is unheard of for a novice, having just become a martial artist, to devise techniques for exertion. Ning Hua felt dizzy, unconsciously tightening his grip, realizing that his son's talent was astonishingly exaggerated. Ning Ze furrowed his brow. His father's strength was 5 times his own. He felt as if his arm might snap. "Dad, let go of me." Ning Hua, regaining his composure, showed no intention of releasing him. He anxiously inquired, "What is your current strength?" "My last test showed a strength of 2,235 kilograms. Ning Ze replied candidly. 2,235 Kilogramm? A few days have passed, and that strike earlier must have exceeded 4,000 kilograms, an increase of at least 80%, perhaps even 90%, nearly double the strength, Ning Hua murmured. And upon grasping the magnitude of this enhancement, he released his grip on Ning Ze's arm and staggered back a couple of steps, relying on his gilded battle blade for support, illustrating just how profoundly shaken he was. Steadying himself, Ning Hua shouted fervently, "Come, strike me." Ning Ze's eyelids twitched several times, yet he nodded earnestly. This time, he had a much stronger grasp of that sensation. Leaning slightly forward, he stepped forth, unconsciously channeling exertion through his legs, propelling himself forward like a swift arrow. Faster than ever before. Suddenly, Ning Ze halted, his tousled hair gently swaying. Drawing strength from the ground, it coursed up his spine to his arms. He drew his sword and slashed, as if a silver beam descended from the moon. The crisp sound of the blade echoed throughout the training room. Ning Hua was forced back 2 steps by the force, releasing his grip, and the gilded battle blade clattered to the ground with a clang. Ning Ze, somewhat bewildered, was startled the next moment. Ning Hua, in a frenzied state, laughed maniacally, his raucous laughter reverberating throughout the training room. After 3 seconds of boisterous laughter, he swiftly moved to Ning Ze, enveloping him in an embrace, continuing to laugh uncontrollably. Good son, ha 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 ha. Ning Ze winced in pain, yet a smile lingered on his face, for he could feel the elation radiating from his father. The pain endured by his father was long-standing. A battle, general-level powerhouse, suddenly rendered a cripple. It was akin to a once great master losing all their prowess, nearly the same. A martial artist cultivates the body, strives for evolution. The inability to enhance one's strength is heart-wrenching enough, and along with it, the loss of glory. To be unable to hunt in the wilderness is indeed a regret. Transforming from the esteemed guardian of the city to a mere protected individual is a loss that words cannot adequately express. With a crippled body comes a desolate heart. Ning Hua had not been defeated. He, a limping man, could still restore his strength to that of a battle general, having sacrificed immeasurably more than the average person. This was all for the sake of possessing the strength to protect his family in these perilous times. Ning Hua's greatest aspirations were simple: a harmonious family and the hope that his son would soar to greatness. It is only with strength that one can pursue the right to happiness. Ning Ze must possess strength to survive in the wilderness. These 2 desires are, in essence, one. Now, with the revelation of Ning Ze's extraordinary talent, becoming a powerful individual seemed tantalizingly within reach, naturally granting him the right to exist. Should Ning Ze achieve success in the future, it would bring Ning Hua immense pride, restoring the glory that once belonged to martial artists, and he would feel even prouder as a father. Ning Hua patted Ning Ze's back repeatedly, then turned and led him outside, his smile almost manic. "Father, you are even happier than when I first discovered the system's capabilities." Ning Ze followed behind, smiling as he watched. He had always aspired to be his parents' pride, working diligently toward that goal, yet he never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. "Ha ha!" Ning Hua laughed uncontrollably, walking with a gait that seemed to disregard all else. On the first floor, Li Wan sat on the sofa, wearing a peculiar expression, suppressing a laugh, her gaze increasingly disdainful of Ning Hua. "What's wrong? Are you out of your mind?" Ning Hua exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Ning Ze's shoulders, enunciating each word, "My son. A peerless genius." Li Wan rolled her eyes, recalling how he had previously scolded her and now lavished praise upon her. "Remember, before you leave, this person was jumping around." Now he laughed like a fool. Turning to Ning Ze, she proudly declared, "Of course, my son is a genius." Ning Hua chuckled to himself, shaking his head meaningfully. "You wouldn't understand." After speaking, he released Ning Ze and walked to the kitchen on the first floor, retrieving 2 bottles of whiskey from the cabinet, gulping them down with delight. "Ah, refreshing." Ning Ze smiled as he observed, reflecting that he had never seen his father this jubilant. Perhaps he had been even happier when his sister was born, but he could not recall. What a character! Li Wan cast a sidelong glance at the madman, then approached him with a gentle demeanor, grasping his hand. "What is going on with your father?" Ning Ze raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Perhaps it's because I comprehended the art of exertion." "Comprehended the art of exertion?" Li Wan echoed, tilting her head in confusion. And then her adorable eyes widened in astonishment as she squealed, "Comprehended the art of exertion. Ah, my son is a genius." After shouting, he excitedly pulled Ning Ze into his embrace, his words tumbling forth in a disordered stream, ultimately resembling the recitation of a mantra. Ning Ze lowered his head, biting his lip to stifle a grin, and then lifted his gaze, beaming with a warm smile as he looked at his mother. Li Wan was somewhat perplexed by the intricacies of the martial world. She was unaware that not all manuals contain techniques for harnessing power. She only knew that those who could comprehend such techniques were regarded as geniuses, their delight spilling forth. He downed 2 bottles of white liquor with fervor. Ning Hua exhaled a heavy sigh, finally releasing the tumult of his emotions, and his inner turmoil was somewhat quelled, leaving him slightly dazed yet more lucid. So, let us go. We're logging into the Extreme House. The Extreme House is the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts School, accessible only to the martial artists affiliated with it. The site boasts a plethora of functions, divided into various sections: task acquisition, task publication, private chat capabilities, a training section, and a donation system. Among these, the most popular are the Martial Artist Forum and the online marketplace. The marketplace is a treasure trove, encompassing all manner of guiding techniques. Agility manuals, sword techniques, firearms, cold weapons, genetic potions, and more, truly a cornucopia of wonders. This platform embodies everything for martial artists, and no one dares to boast of wealth within its confines. Even items coveted by godlike warriors are plentiful, yet most remain mere objects of desire. The forum serves as a pure gathering place for martial artists to exchange experiences, discuss training, or seek intelligence. Dad, are we going to buy a manual? Ning Ze inquired with a hint of excitement. Indeed, you require some cover, Ning Hua replied earnestly. Cover? Ning Ze was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he the school always favored geniuses? Ning Hua shot him a sharp look and exclaimed, Fool, do you think you alone have created the technique for harnessing power? Learning at isn't a problem. Even mastering multiple layers is acceptable. I could simply recommend you through the proper channels. However, your situation is different. Although we haven't conducted specific tests, I sense your power has nearly doubled. Even the manuals from Master Hong and the Thunder God only achieve 70% efficacy, increasing by 70% per layer. The first layer offers just 14 times the power, while the second yields 21 times. You're already nearly at the second layer. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will inevitably bring it down. Who knows who might come first? The 2 major martial schools each possess half of the formidable fighters. Do you think it's all calm within? Since you can comprehend this on your own, learning from others' manuals should be relatively simple, and while providing cover, you might even gain insights. You're still young. Come, let us head upstairs so I can explain further. It's wise to seek assistance. I'll consult someone with influence. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze suddenly realized the extent of his power increase. The 2 major martial schools, the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School, often had friction between them. While it might be manageable within the base city, outside, conflicts between martial artists are not merely about brawling. In the wilderness, encounters can escalate to life and death struggles. A hero's martial prowess can defy the law. If news of your extraordinary power were to leak, it could lead to unforeseen trouble. They wouldn't be able to handle it. Indeed, seeking protection is prudent. Dad, Ivegron, back in the training room, I managed to bring you down, and you were using far more strength than I was. Ning Hua's face flushed crimson. He had thought his son was unaware of what had transpired, but now, in the living room, it felt rather embarrassing to have it aired. He cast a cautious glance sideways. Li Wan, arms crossed and smiling, observed silently, though her eyes seemed to convey that her son had indeed matured, having even bested his father. Ning Hua's expression darkened as he replied sternly, It's only natural for the younger generation to surpass the older. Is that all you aspire to? Besides, do you think I fought you with all my might? Had I not held back, you wouldn't have lasted 3 moves. Ning Ze nodded in agreement, his expression contemplative, and then remarked, It's true that regarding you as a rival is no longer suitable. Rest assured, Dad, I will surpass you soon. Ning Hua's eyes widened, his fists tightening as veins bulged on his arms. Then he laughed and scolded, You little rascal. You're still too green to challenge me. Hurry up and follow me. If you keep talking back, you'll get a taste of my true strength. Ning Ze raised an eyebrow, obediently following in silence. A wise person knows when to yield. Chapter 6. The Astonishing Speed of Advancement. As the 2 entered the multimedia room, the surrounding walls illuminated instantly, revealing 10 screens, each depicting a young man practicing swordplay against the backdrop of a lush bamboo forest. These were recordings of Ning Ze's training, allowing for analysis from both the perspective of the opponent and an external observer. Ning Ze took the keyboard to input the website, then proceeded with fingerprint verification on the side. The melodious sound of trickling water filled the training room, while a large screen at the front unfurled a picturesque scene of green mountains and flowing waters, which then transformed into Ning Ze's personal information. Nama, Ningxia. Gender, male. Address, Jiangnan Base City, Huaxia. Martial artist ID number, 4261232056030165528. Level, Warrior Beginner. Contribution points, 0. Currency balance, 1. 319, 999 Huaxia coins. His birthday is March 1st. Since he had yet to undergo performance certification, he was classified as a warrior beginner, like all newly minted martial artists. Dad, what manual do you think I should purchase? Ning Ze tentatively asked. When he became a prospective martial artist, he signed an A-level contract with the Extreme Martial Arts School, which included 5 million Huaxia coins for the purchase of martial gear and an additional 10 million Huaxia coins as startup capital for acquiring manuals. At that time, Li Wan had generously contributed 10 million, and his girlfriend Xu Yi had given him all her savings of 5 million Huaxia coins. Ning Ze had not declined. With nearly $1 million in pocket money, he could only afford an A3 model light sword, which would be damaged even in battles against F-level monsters, let alone pricier combat gear. He would not gamble his future or life away. However, upon passing the martial artist assessment, he had resolved that while accepting initial sponsorship was acceptable, he would not ask for another penny from his family or anyone else in the future. Determined to rely solely on his own efforts to become a formidable martial artist. Having already spent 30 million, the current situation left him with a paltry one. 31 million Huaxia coins, barely enough to purchase any meaningful manuals. Ning Hua's lips curled into a radiant smile as he jested. Weren't you just able to endure? Suddenly remembering your father now? Ning Ze rubbed his nose, then slid his finger to his chin in contemplation. Dad, look. With that, he searched for the prices of manuals and clicked on one. The complete set of Wind Absolute Slash, consisting of 7 levels, is priced at 30 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 15 billion Huaxia coins, half price, contingent upon 4-star contribution points. The first 6 levels of Wind Absolute Slash are priced at 20 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 10 billion Huaxia coins, half price, contingent upon 4-star contribution points. The initial 2 levels are available for 40 million Huaxia coins, full price, and 20 million Huaxia coins, half price, contingent upon 2-star contribution points. The first level is priced at 20 million Huaxia coins, full price, and 10 million Huaxia coins, half price, contingent upon 1-star contribution points. Father, during our return, several uncles casually dealt with some advanced B soldiers, and selling them should enable me to attain 1-star contribution points. Shall I call uncles now? After signing a contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the first purchase of a secret manual can be made at the optimal price without regard to contribution points. But subsequent acquisitions will necessitate meeting the contribution criteria. Otherwise, the full price applies. Ning Ze felt an exhilarating thrill. This sword technique is undoubtedly of paramount caliber. While it may not be the most expensive secret manual, it is the one that has captivated him the most. However, the price is quite outrageous. The first level alone, even at half price, is 10 million, which amounts to all the initial funding he garnered from signing an A-class martial artist contract. Ordinary martial artists cannot even secure an A-class contract, rendering them ineligible to attempt a purchase. This serves as a filtering threshold set by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The manual includes sword techniques, body techniques, and guiding arts, all crafted by a formidable individual known as Sword Taoist Wuchenzi. The techniques he currently practices, Swift Wind Sword Art and Lingxi 100 Steps, were also created by this powerful figure during his formative years. As a martial artist, how could one not harbor dreams of greatness? Yet, one must recognize reality. Without exceptional talent, how could he demand more? Now, he is ardently desirous of acquiring this manual. Is one manual sufficient? Ning Hua inquired, his expression serious. He was uncertain of his son's innate talents. Ning Ze paused momentarily before contemplatively suggesting, shall we practice this first? Upon hearing this, Ning Hua grinned. Practice this first, and then move on to others? You cheeky lad, your attitude is quite audacious. Call Xiao Zhua and discuss the contribution points. If they are insufficient, gather some materials. I will speak to your mother. There is no need to worry about finances. A faint smile played on Ning Ze's lips as he considered the pesky online wallet that had drained his father's small treasury. As they approached the door, Ning Hua halted, lost in thought before inexplicably stating, thank your uncle Zhua for me. When it comes time for you to spend, I want to hold back. Ning Ze furrowed his brow and queried, Father, should I not purchase the initial 2 levels to practice first? He found it odd. Although he was unsure of the family savings, several billion Huaxia coins should still be available. Why express gratitude to Uncle Zhua? Back in the day, Ning Hua was merely a junior battle general, yet his earning capacity was commendable. To avoid squandering their resources, he later involved 2 uncles in business. While it may not have been excessively profitable, It was more advantageous than his time as a martial artist. The actual savings should be nearing 10 billion, ample for acquiring the initial levels. If he were to purchase the entire set, even with the assistance of several uncles, it would surely fall short. Ning Hua scrutinized Ning Ze, seemingly weighing whether to divulge something. Finally, he softly remarked, "Just respond this way for now. I will tell you more later." Understood. Ning Ze refrained from further inquiries, trusting that he would learn what he needed in due time. After dialing Zhou Feng's number, it was quickly answered. "Kid, what's on your mind?" Ning Ze sensed a ruckus on the other end. "Uncle Zhou, regarding the monsters you defeated during our outing, can we sell them in my name to the martial arts hall? Only by selling to the martial arts hall can contribution points be earned, albeit at a lower price compared to other buyers. This method is far superior to purchasing contribution points, which cost 10,000 Huaxia coins for a single contribution point, with 10,000 contribution points required to reach 1-star status." Upon hearing this, the group of drinkers suddenly perked up and gathered around. "You wish to buy a manual?" "Yes, I want to purchase Wind Absolute / A hush fell over the line. Zhou Feng and the others exchanged glances. They had certainly heard of the illustrious Wind Absolute / a renowned top-tier manual. "You're not just looking to break through your body technique. You wish to experiment with sword techniques as well?" Zhou Feng's tone carried a hint of caution. Body techniques and sword techniques are not the same. Mastery in body techniques indicates a talent for evasion, which does not necessarily translate to proficiency in sword techniques. Discussions surrounding top-tier manuals are rife within martial artist forums, often echoing with despair. Who has the time to engage in idle chatter when striving for greatness? Flaunting one's skills brings no sense of accomplishment. The number of martial artists capable of mastering top-tier manuals is exceedingly rare, typically requiring several years of diligent practice, a reality that dissuades countless aspirants. Ning Ze's eyes gleamed with determination as he confidently declared, "I wish to give it a try." A moment of silence ensued on the other end. "All right. If you're confident, then that's splendid. I'll have your Uncle Ma go sell the materials to help you accumulate your 1-star contribution points." "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. You little rascal, don't be so polite. Hurry up and grow. Uncle Zhou will take you to city number 003 to broaden your horizons." Ning Ze felt a bead of sweat trickle down. City number 003 ranks 3rd in the Asian continent, and while it's south relatively close. Their team's trip is not merely for exploration, but a perilous endeavor with a high mortality rate. "Please convey my thanks to Father." The line fell silent, and just as Ning Ze began to feel puzzled, Zhou Feng responded, "It's nothing." The call concluded rather abruptly, leaving Ning Ze feeling bemused. Why this sudden formality? Was there something amiss? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and patiently awaited developments. For a manual of such elite caliber, he remained confident that even if he struggled to enhance his proficiency, he still had an experienced father to spar with. Ding! A crisp notification chimed. Ning Ze looked up to see a message on the screen. "Dear user, a transfer of 10 million Huaxia coins has been made to you from account ending in 9248. Ning Hua did not come upstairs again, and after a while, another notification appeared, indicating that after selling the monster materials, his contribution points had risen to 1 star. He first sent a message of gratitude to Uncle Zhou before proceeding to make his purchase. "Please confirm whether you wish to buy Wind Absolute / at the 1st level, requiring a payment of 10 million Huaxia coins." The screen displayed the prompt. "Confirm." Ning Ze tapped the screen. "Please proceed with fingerprint verification." The screen indicated. Ning Ze placed his hand on the fingerprint sensor to the right of the keyboard. Ding! Fingerprint verification successful. Purchase successful. Payment processed. In the 1st level of the Wind Severing / Secret Manual, it will be delivered to Mr. Ning Ze's residence within 24 hours. As indicated on the screen in the Minghui community of the Yangzhou district, Jiangnan Bay City. It will arrive tomorrow. For now, it would be prudent to focus on training. I shall freshen up before dinner this evening. Within the training chamber, Ning Ze wielded his sword with remarkable agility, appearing to teleport as he swiftly transitioned from one side to the other. His figure flickered throughout the 200 square meter space, surrounded by a myriad of silvery sword shadows that danced in harmony with his movements. His speed was extraordinary, surpassing an astonishing 40 meters per second. The training room, merely a few meters in length, allowed him to traverse from one end to the other in under half a second. After an hour of rigorous practice, a fine sheen of sweat adorned Ning Ze's brow, and he breathed heavily before settling into a meditative posture to cultivate the 5 hearts towards the sky technique. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the system panel. Host, Ning Ze, Realm, Intermediate Warrior 2,295 kilograms, Cultivation skills. Genetic energy cultivation method 5 hearts towards the sky. Guiding technique Misty Spirit Wind. Combat skills. Spirit Link 100 steps advanced 331-0000. Swift Wind Sword Technique Specialization 121-0000. Prior to my training, I had checked the panel, noting my strength was at 2,290 kilograms. Remarkably, I had gained 5 kilograms in just 1 hour. Previously, transitioning from an intermediate warrior to an advanced one would take me over half a year, with a daily increase of approximately 510 kilograms. Now, however, I have achieved a 5 kilograms boost within a mere hour. Ning Ze was astounded, his face illuminated with an unmistakable joy as he exclaimed. What is even more astonishing is that I felt no limit during my hour of training without the guiding technique. Every individual has a cap on the cosmic energy they can absorb daily. Cells tire, and the body reaches saturation. Even with the guiding technique, one can only absorb a bit more cosmic energy. But to feel no limits means I can train indefinitely. With my current physical conditioning, I could train for a full 20 hours a day, potentially increasing my strength by 100 kilograms daily, 20 times my previous training speed. In just 17 days, my physical attributes could elevate me to the rank of an advanced warrior. Ning Ze's eyes trembled with excitement. The power range for an advanced warrior is 4,000 kilograms to 8,000 kilograms. And with only 57 days of training, I could elevate my physical prowess to that of a junior war general. His father had spent over 10 years reaching that level, while he would only require 2 months. Moreover, having mastered the art of exertion, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of Ning Hua. Taking a deep breath, Ning Ze exhaled slowly, quelling the tumultuous waves of emotion within him as his excitement gradually subsided. He had already experienced the formidable capabilities of the system's assistants, which had advanced his agility to an exquisite level. Now, it seemed entirely plausible for him to ascend to the level of a war god within a few short years, akin to the revered predecessors of the great Nirvana era. However, he had previously underestimated the terrifying nature of such rapid advancement. After approximately an hour of practicing his sword technique, his proficiency had increased by 10 points. This indicated that he required 1,000 hours of training to reach the next level. Even if he trained for 20 hours a day, it would still take 50 days. The enhancement of both swordsmanship and agility occurred at a similar rate, 10 points per hour, but it seemed to accelerate during battles against his father. Was it due to the immense pressure? Ning Ze pondered, beginning to comprehend the mechanics behind skill proficiency growth. In life-and-death combat, when pushed to extremes, his proficiency surged rapidly. Much like when he battled the Shadow Cat monster, where he experienced a perilous few seconds with proficiency escalating at a rate of 12 points per second. However, when the pressure of combat diminished, his growth mirrored the scenario when Ning Hua had overwhelmed him, tense but devoid of mortal danger, resulting in an increase of approximately 12 points over a minute. During standard training, the skill growth rate stood at 10 points per hour, while strength increased at a rate of 5 kilograms per hour. Cultivating genetic energy was undoubtedly essential, as it would enhance my foundational strength. Similarly, refining both swordsmanship and agility was pivotal to my combat capability. In fact, if my exertion could continue to improve, training in agility and swordsmanship might prove even more crucial than cultivating genetic energy. Reaching the war general level in strength would require 57 days, while enhancements in agility and swordsmanship would take 50 days, totaling 3.5 months. The methodologies for each differed. Genetic energy cultivation necessitated a fixed posture for sensing, whereas training in agility and swordsmanship demanded movement and intuition, preventing simultaneous advancement. Ning Ze felt a twinge of frustration. He had been too greedy. Had he been able to progress in tandem, the velocity of his combat power's ascent would have been exponentially greater. Brother, Mom want me to tell you to come down for dinner. Upon hearing a faint voice, Ning Ze turned. At the height of 5 meters, a glass window framed a cherubic face, which was animatedly calling out. The training room was designed to maintain a serene environment, with materials that could muffle sound to a certain extent, allowing only faint noises to penetrate when they exceeded a threshold. It was fortunate that he could enhance his skills. He had no immediate solutions at hand. After dinner, he intended to train through the night. Ning Ze stood and, with a swift motion, arrived at the door. He yanked it open abruptly, nearly sending the girl who had been leaning against it tumbling. Be careful. The adorable girl, with twin ponytails, pouted in displeasure. Her name was Ning Qianqian, Ning Ze's younger sister, 2 years his junior and currently a sophomore at a prestigious academy. Ning Ze showed no inclination to apologize. His eyelids barely lifted as he calmly instructed, "Step aside." Ning Qianqian obediently moved aside, revealing a semblance of defiance as she bared her teeth. Ning Ze exited with an impassive expression, casually remarking, "I'm going to take a shower. You can eat first." In dealing with this mischievous younger sister, he adhered to a traditional training regimen. Their family tradition dictated that Li Wan would spar with Ning Hua, Ning Hua would contend with Ning Ze, and Ning Ze would train with Ning Qianqian, who would subsequently be bested by Li Wan, a flawless cycle. Suppressing her indignation, Ning Qianqian curiously followed, whispering, "Brother, why did you suddenly come back? Didn't you say you would be away for half a month?" Ning Ze offered a gentle smile, responding kindly, "It's an adult matter. Children should not concern themselves with it." With that, his expression turned impassive, and he swiftly pulled the bathroom door shut with a resounding click. Ning Qianqian clenched her fists in frustration, waving them toward the bathroom door. Just then, it swung open with a loud bang. The two locked eyes, and an awkward tension filled the air. Ning Qianqian still wore a fierce expression, but her demeanor softened as she began to flatter, "Brother, do your best. You're the best. Yay." Ning Ze rolled his eyes in annoyance and commanded, "Go fetch my slippers and leave them at the door." With those words, the door slammed shut once more. Ning Qianqian stood at the entrance, muttering to herself, ordering me around again. "I may not be able to beat you, but just wait." After speaking, she made her way towards Ning Ze's room, remembering to take her slippers. Chapter 7. A surge in strength the following day. Around 9 in the morning, a stranger, a middle-aged man, arrived at Ning Ze's villa. "Mr. Ning, this is the secret manual you purchased from the Extreme House. You can retrieve it by confirming your identity with your fingerprint." Ning Ze gazed at the dark crimson alloy box presented before him and pressed his finger on the adjacent fingerprint sensor. Ding! Verification successful. The dark crimson box flipped open, revealing a manual and 2 discs representing the essence of the manual, video demonstrations, and an explanatory guide. Ning Ze took out the manual and the discs, expressing his gratitude. The unfamiliar middle-aged man smiled slightly and remarked, "Mr. Ning is no stranger to purchasing manuals. I presume you are well aware of the necessary precautions. As per the rules, let me reiterate, the copyright of the manual belongs to its creator, Wu Daozi. The purchaser holds only the right to study it, with no authority to disseminate or reproduce the manual in any form, nor to sell or teach its contents. Any violations will result in a joint pursuit by the Extreme Martial Arts School, the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, the Underground Alliance, and the government forces." Ning nodded earnestly. "I will abide by the rules." He knew better than to be careless regarding such matters. In today's world, divided into 5 major nations, the power of official forces is undeniable. Additionally, there are 2 peak martial arts schools, the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, both of which have established bases in every major city across the 5 nations, founded by the 2 mightiest masters on Earth. In this city where strength reigns supreme, the status of these 2 schools is self-evident. The remaining Underground Alliance, also known as the HR Alliance, was founded by numerous ancient families, wielding control over the world's rules and the credibility of wealth. The phrase "wealth rivaling nations" is not mere hyperbole, but a stark reality. The strong remain strong. Whether in times of war, disaster, or peace, these ancient families endure, their power nothing short of terrifying. Should these 3 forces unite in pursuit, only a select few strong individuals could survive in the wilderness alongside wild beasts. After delivering the manual, the middle-aged man departed. Ning Ze returned to the training room, sitting cross-legged to examine the manual. As he glanced at it, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Before him lay an image of a slightly darkened sword scar. Though merely printed on paper, it exuded an aura of unparalleled sharpness. The center was a deep, dark void, flanked by countless chaotic lines, as if capable of tearing apart all existence. A long sword, imbued with a murderous intent, flashed in Ning Ze's mind, causing his heart to tremble. This sword was utterly unlike the swift wind sword technique, which was light and agile. Instead, it radiated a ferocity that screamed of life and death. This was a sword of absolute annihilation. In a daze, Ning Ze felt as if he had returned to the moment he evaded the shadowy cat monster. This sword technique encapsulated the essence of life and death, capable of awakening one's latent potential. Turning to the next page, he read, "The strongest defense is offense." The calligraphy danced across the page, imbued with an indomitable momentum. The sword moves in harmony with the flow, striking with precision. In the realm of life and death, there exists but one sword. When the sword is drawn, It determines the shift in the cosmos, leaving no trace of the wind. The core of the manual I have created is but one thing: momentum. The sword techniques are infinitely varied, yet the momentum remains unchanged. Within the Tempest, there lies a singular focus: accumulate force and momentum, and when unleashed, it is akin to the heavens collapsing. This is the essence of annihilation. Ning Ze furrowed his brow, his expression contemplative. The formidable Wu Daozi, in crafting this manual, had evidently ascended to a higher understanding of swordsmanship. Perhaps his battle experience had also evolved, resulting in a shift in his combat style. If the swift wind sword technique bore a hint of chill, nimbleness, yet retained its sharpness, the wind absolute slash had clearly transformed into a raging tornado. Even its defenses served merely as a prelude, for every strike was an offensive blow. Once the momentum was achieved, its power rivaled that of a cataclysmic phenomenon, capable of obliterating everything in an instant. How domineering! The wind absolute slash surpassed the intricacies of the swift wind sword technique, containing techniques for harnessing power. An ordinary martial artist's full force strike is tenfold, yet with the wind absolute slash, one could control their power at 70%. Mastering the first level would yield an additional layer of power, resulting in 2 sets of 70% combined, equating to a total of 14%. Mastering the second level would yield further increases, resulting in a combined force of 21%. However, Ning Ze's gaze narrowed. He had only mastered the first level of the wind absolute slash, yielding 14% of power, yet this output was not particularly high for him. His strength barely reached 2,300 kilograms, yet he could exceed 4,000 kilograms when exerting force, indicating a minimum of 18%. This surpassed the first level of the wind absolute slash by 4%. When he exerted force, he felt no alteration in his power at 70%. The only uncertainty lay in how much additional force he possessed. Yet, he vaguely sensed that this excess power was not inferior to his physical strength. Nearly 20%. The exact measurement would require testing. Nevertheless, he felt this exertion was quite manageable. Standing, Ning Ze grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist, slowly closing his eyes as silence enveloped the room. Within his perception, a gust of cold wind swept from the ceiling, dispersing coolness, settling like a calm before crashing against the wall behind him in a whirlpool of motion. Ning Ze felt the energy swirling within him, following the contours of the wind, and drew his sword in a swift arc. A silver arc of sword light flashed before him, his long sword coming to rest behind him. Opening his eyes, he wore a contemplative expression, murmuring to himself, "It should be like this? Does it feel a bit weak?" Regardless, exertion is one thing, and sword techniques another. This set of sword techniques was undeniably more ferocious than the swift wind sword technique, and remarkably intricate, sharing many similarities, indicating he would likely master it swiftly. Complementing this were the accompanying techniques: swift motion and the guiding technique, 7 techniques of the spirit wind. Swift motion must certainly be practiced, for it surpasses lengthy 100 steps by leaps and bounds, even enabling a synergistic effect with sword techniques, yielding power far beyond mere addition. Yet, regarding the 7 techniques of the spirit wind, did I truly need a guiding technique? Even mastering the first level of the guiding technique would only enhance the cellular absorption of cosmic energy by 40%. While I could continuously practice the Jin Yuan energy cultivation method without the need for the guiding technique. Ning Ze's gaze sharpened, filled with deep contemplation. The guiding technique could elevate the cellular absorption limit of cosmic energy, and perhaps there are methods to enhance the speed of absorption as well. Yes, accelerating the absorption of cosmic energy would consequently hasten the growth of strength. With this thought, Ning Ze fell into silence. The Jin Yuan energy cultivation method, the 5 hearts toward heaven, remained the sole approach to cultivating Jin Yuan energy on the entire Earth. An ordinary martial artist might only absorb cosmic energy for 10 minutes before cellular saturation occurs. Even the most formidable of warriors merely create guiding techniques to enhance the cellular appetite, allowing them to absorb greater amounts of cosmic energy daily. The crux lies in augmenting the cell's capacity to absorb cosmic energy. Constant cultivation is not a necessity, nor is it essential to hasten the absorption of cosmic essence. However, Ning Ze's situation is distinctly different. His cultivation limits have vanished. What he requires is a swift method to absorb cosmic essence. This is the most challenging aspect. Furthermore, regarding body techniques and swordplay, if one were to adopt an exceedingly simplistic approach to cultivation, one would effectively be in a state of cultivation at all times. Ning Ze's voice grew colder, for these methods do not exist on Earth. highlighting the fundamental differences between his approach and that of other martial artists. Greed leads to disastrous outcomes. First, he must enhance his strength, and once he possesses the capability to protect himself in the wilderness, he can contemplate these matters further. With that thought, Ning Ze rose to continue his cultivation. 3 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. At the dining table, Ning Ze devoured his food ravenously, finishing a bowl of rice in just a few bites. This spectacle left Ning Qianqian in wide-eyed astonishment. "Brother, why are you eating so much since your return?" Ning She, holding his bowl, merely grunted in response, his pace of eating unaffected. He was uncertain how the system would augment his strength, but prolonged training would inevitably lead to fatigue, compounded by the realization of force, which made his cultivation consume considerable energy, leaving him hungry more quickly. Wealth in knowledge, strength in prowess. Fortunately, the food was not particularly costly, and his family could easily afford it. Ning Hua understood the situation perfectly, his smile stretching from ear to ear. His son was an unparalleled genius, mastering both force and intricate body techniques. Slow down. Even cultivation requires a balance of work and rest, Li Wan remarked with maternal affection. Ning Ze nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, mother, I will be mindful." Internally, he found her concerns unfounded. Previously, his body had a limit on absorbing cosmic essence, necessitating 4 cultivation sessions a day, which cumulatively allowed for only an hour of cultivation before his body reached saturation. Unable to cultivate gene essence, he was left with swordplay and body techniques. However, the situation was now vastly different. Any form of cultivation would lead to enhancement, with no restrictions and a pace far surpassing the past. He could not afford to stop. How was the newly delivered manual coming along? Ning Hua inquired with concern. "It's going well. The force hasn't been impacted. I just need a couple of days to familiarize myself with the sword techniques." As no new sword skills had formed on his panel, Ning Ze could only respond based on intuition. Ning Hua nodded, beaming, and refrained from further questioning. The fact that force remained unaffected meant there was no need to worry about sword techniques. "You've only just begun. In a few days, you will be proficient." Ning Qianqian rolled her eyes at her father and then shot a quick glance at Ning Ze, sensing a sense of betrayal. How could he be smiling at their brother so warmly? She scoffed, stabbing at her bowl of food with her chopsticks. Now in her second year of high school, she was on the cusp of her 3rd year, yet her strength was only 550 kilograms, leaving her 50 kilograms shy of attaining the title of advanced student at the Martial Arts Academy. With graduation looming, achieving 700 kilograms seemed an insurmountable task. By her 2nd year of college, even becoming a martial artist would be a challenge, and she envied Ning Ze's talent. Pouting in discontent, she declared, "It's just about force. I can exert force too." The force she referred to was indeed a form of exertion, yet for martial artists, it was about mastering the complete expression of their full strength, focusing their entire energy into their fists or feet, whereas the exertion post-mastery was exponentially greater. Ning Ze continued to eat without a hint of acknowledgement. This sister of his always harbored rebellious thoughts. Even with her previous talent, he could suppress her with a single hand. Now it was even less of a challenge. Most importantly, she was too foolish, aligning herself with their father, unable to discern who the true leader of the household was. Li Wan and Ning Hua exchanged knowing glances, smiling silently. They had not divulged Ning Ze's breakthrough and force to her, lest her loose lips spread the news far and wide. "I've finished eating. I'm off to cultivate," Ning Ze announced, taking a sip of water before striding towards his training room. Ning Qianqian felt indignant. Was his talent so exceptional that he could ignore her? With a quick thought, she smiled and said, "Brother, don't you feel like you've forgotten something?" No reply came, only the sight of his graceful departure. Further dismissing her, Ning Qianqian clenched her fists, feeling a surge of frustration. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and eat. After dinner, we're heading to the Martial Arts Academy to train. This summer, if you don't achieve advanced student status, just wait and see how I deal with you." At Li Wan's command, Ning Qianqian promptly lowered her head and focused on her meal. Their family was well off. After 20 years of training, Li Wan had become a martial artist herself, albeit a novice warrior with strength barely reaching 1,700 kilograms, yet she could easily dominate an intermediate student. Time passed swiftly, and a week had gone by. On the rooftop of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Ning Ze stood calmly before the punching power testing machine, his body slightly hunched. In the next moment, his strength erupted, delivering a powerful punch that struck the target with a resounding thud. Beep. The display on the punching power machine read 2,802 kilograms. Ning Ze's gaze remained tranquil. He was not the least bit surprised by this figure. "Host, Ning Ze. Intermediate warrior 2,803 Kilogramm. Cultivation skills. Gene Essence Cultivation Method 5 Hearts Toward Heaven. Guiding Technique Spirit Wind 7 Secrets. Combat skills. Swift Movement Minor Proficiency 47310000. Wind Absolute / Specialization 455100000. The new advanced manual had replaced the previous one. His test results were slightly below the panel by 1 kilogram, which was entirely normal. Even the punching power machine could not guarantee absolute accuracy in its readings, and there would inevitably be discrepancies in the decimal places, let alone the human body's strength being fully mobilized. After a week of training, with 14 hours dedicated daily to cultivating gene essence and acknowledging fatigue, he practiced swordplay and body techniques for only 6 hours each day. Throughout the week, he felt himself growing stronger at every moment. The exhilarating sensation of rapid enhancement driving his obsession with cultivation, boosting his strength by 500 kilograms. His sleep was limited to 3.5 hours each night. Fortunately, his physical condition as an intermediate martial artist allowed him to maintain his health. Today, having received the Wind Absolute / a week prior, he was eager to test his newfound strength. Bang! The punching power machine shook violently, and the display registered a new value of 3,903 kilograms. A smile crept onto Ning Ze's lips. With the first level of Wind Absolute / he was nearing the strength of an advanced warrior, now capable of hunting monsters alongside several uncles. Next, he glanced around to ensure no one was present for training. Slightly adjusting his stance, Ning Ze unleashed another powerful strike on the punching power machine, which now displayed a staggering value of 5,595 kilograms. Upon comprehending the numerical values in that fleeting moment, Ning Ze forcefully swung his fist, accompanied by a sharp sound, as the display refreshed to reveal a staggering 2,783 kilograms. He approached the punch force testing machine to reset the values to 0, his heart stirred by profound astonishment. The highest force he had exerted reached an astonishing 5,595 kilograms, nearly 5,600 kilograms. This figure represented double his usual strength. The realization that his exertion had indeed doubled sent ripples of disbelief through him. Even though he had anticipated this, Ning Ze's heart remained tumultuous. All martial arts secrets on Earth operated on the principle of stacking power in increments. The first type, akin to the technique Wind Severing /, possessed an inherent strength of 70%, with each level of mastery adding another 70%. Alternatively, there was a method where the initial strength could be fully realized, with the first level contributing increments of 20, 30, or even 40%, ultimately capping at 40%, thus yielding outputs of 12, 13, or 14. Each enhancement continued to build upon the foundational strength by 20, 30, or 40%. Yet for him, his exertion was at full capacity. Coupled with his techniques, he achieved an additional 10%. Both formulas for calculating exertion applied to him, for his power was no longer measured in fractions, but rather in multiples. In times of tranquility, he must never reveal his prowess. With a calm gaze, Ning Ze turned and departed. There was no need to test his speed and neural response any further. His agility was unparalleled, and even without exerting force, his neural reaction speed surpassed that of an exemplary warrior, transcending his inherent strength by an entire realm. Naturally adept at speed, his base velocity approached 60 milliseconds. With exertion, his strength soared to 5,600 kilograms, and his speed neared 80 milliseconds. Chapter 8. The first encounter with Luo Fo. As dusk fell, a yellow-green taxi halted before a heavily guarded residential complex. The door swung open, and a figure clad in white emerged, his attire fluttering as if caught in the wind. He effortlessly closed the door behind him, a charming smile gracing his handsome face as he initiated automatic payment, bidding farewell. "All right, take care, sir," the taxi driver replied politely, his smile tinged with a hint of flattery. It was inevitable. He had picked up a passenger from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and the order had come with a crucial note. "Your passenger is a 1-star citizen. Please arrive promptly, ensure cleanliness within the vehicle, and refrain from engaging in disputes with the passenger." Upon seeing the individual, he instantly understood. The warm, confident demeanor was unlike that of an ordinary student from the academy. This was a martial artist, a prodigious one at that. Watching the guest walk away 10 meters, the taxi driver prepared to depart. Xiao Osha. Xiao Osha. Wait a moment. Having taken only a couple of steps, Ning Ze turned around. A second yellow-green taxi approached from the road some 20 meters away, and the person calling out leaned out from the window, waving enthusiastically. It was a middle-aged man, nearing 40, whose beaming smile resembled that of Ning Hua from days prior, appearing somewhat foolish. He was a neighbor of Ning Ze in the Mingyue community, also affiliated with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, serving as an instructor, though his prowess was inferior to that of Ning Hua, relegating him to the role of an instructor rather than a branch leader. Ning Ze raised an eyebrow. Such exuberance suggested he had discovered a talent. Had he called him over to share the news? However, trouble should not befall family. Such matters were better suited for his father to boast about. Ning chuckled. Uncle Jiang, you seem quite jubilant. Have you perhaps uncovered two prodigies? Engaging in conversation meant discussing topics of interest to the other party, especially since he had caught his attention, indicating a strong desire to share. As Jiang Yin exited the vehicle, his smile only broadened upon hearing the mention of two prodigies, though he waved his hand dismissively, as if to say Ning Ze had guessed incorrectly. Oh, two prodigies? There aren't that many. If only there were talents as young as you, Xiao Ze. I could wake up laughing in my sleep. This sentiment resonated with the current situation. Ning Ze's smile deepened. If he was being used as an example, it seemed the newfound talent surpassed him, piquing his interest. Where's this prodigy? Doing leaguing me? Jiang Yin's face beamed with joy as he pondered for a moment, then lowered his head to stifle a laugh, waving his hand dismissively, better not to mention it. Ning Ze raised an eyebrow, confidently declaring, could it be that you fear I might feel disheartened? Rest assured, I am not so fragile. You underestimate me. Uncle Jiang, old Ning has indeed raised a fine son. With a compliment, Jiang Yin finally grinned broadly. This time, fortune smiled upon us. We encountered a young genius. Ning Ze's eyes sparkled with mirth. His expression was far from that of someone who had merely met a young genius. The breadth of his grin suggested he had encountered a genius-level martial artist, one capable of absorbing cosmic energy to enhance their strength by over 2,000 kilograms upon becoming a martial artist. Ever since my father had me, his luck seems to have run out. You, however, seem quite fortunate. Is this prodigy quite young? Perhaps 18 years old? Jiang Yin's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, goodness, you've hit the nail on the head. His name is Luo Fo. He graduated from high school today at the age of 18. Today, I took him to the Extreme headquarters to sign an S-level contract. So he is now considered one of us at the academy. He previously lived in a tenement building, but he will move to our Mingyue community tomorrow. You are both prodigies. It would be wonderful for you to exchange ideas then. Ning Ze replied with a smile. Uncle Jiang, that's rather unfair. Jiang Yin looked taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. How is that unfair? Ning Ze crossed his arms, smiling. The grievances of your generation should not entangle ours. If you happen to recruit a genius, feel free to boast to my father about it. There's nothing wrong with healthy competition among different branches. I can even cheer you on. However, you know my situation. Your expression clearly indicates that I am inferior to him. Now you suggest we engage in meaningful exchanges. Isn't that intentionally setting me up for ridicule? I have not offended you. This grievance seems a bit ambiguous. Jiang Yin scratched his head, laughing nervously. Haha, I meant no such thing. Xiao Ze, you've misunderstood me. Did he seem like someone who was misunderstood? Ning Ze shook his head with a smile, softly stating, Uncle Jiang, you'll certainly seek out my father afterward. To avoid any conflicts, I still need a few days of training before I embark on my journey to the wilderness zone. If the opportunity arises, I would be more than willing to have a thorough exchange with my junior brother. With that, he nodded slightly and turned to leave, watching the refined figure retreat. Jiang Yin's expression turned peculiar as he muttered to himself. What a confident young man. He knows I found a genius, yet dares to challenge him. In truth, this young man was no slouch either, with a preliminary warrior test showing strength exceeding 930 kilograms. His first enhancement surpassed 1,200 kilograms, and he likely now possessed over 2,200 kilograms of strength, categorizing him as a mid-level warrior. But how could he fathom the prowess of Luo Fo? With a force of 3,100 kilograms, he surpassed Ning Ze by at least 800 kilograms. Had that young man already ventured into the wilderness zone? When would he return? Jiang Yin felt a strange sensation wash over him, shaking his head to dismiss the thoughts. A smile once again graced his face. Tomorrow, he would seek out old Ning for a chat. If the man dared to be obstinate, perhaps it would be prudent to let those two youngsters engage with one another. After all, a few setbacks could prove beneficial for the youth. Meanwhile, Ning Ze strolled along the tranquil cobblestone path. Today, he had etched a name into his memory, Luo Fo. The other's innate talent might surpass his own. After all, he had only possessed a strength of 750 kilograms upon graduating high school. Prior to becoming a warrior, one merely passively absorbed cosmic energy. But as one approached the threshold of becoming a quasi-warrior, the enhancement of 1's genes became increasingly gradual. It took him nearly a year of cultivation in university to reach the quasi-warrior level, elevating his genes to a state capable of absorbing cosmic energy. However, in the present moment, even without exerting power or employing subtle body techniques, the disparity in strength between them should not be substantial, both hovering around 3,000 kilograms. While it might not be a simple task to vanquish Luo Fo, it certainly would not be insurmountable. After all, Ning Ze had been accustomed to taking blows since childhood, training with battle generals, and had experienced firsthand the combat techniques imparted by Ning Hua, having endured years of physical confrontations. It would be ludicrous for his combat experience to fall short of that of a novice. The starting points of their journeys were starkly different. He had entered the wilderness zone as a qualified warrior, as per Left Xing Yuan's expectations, merely needing to acclimate to the brutality. The gap between them was indeed vast. Ning Ze felt that even with basic body techniques and swordplay, he could triumph over Luo Fo, albeit with some difficulty. He simply perceived that the other's remarkable talent might lead to future intersections, hence the reason he committed the name to memory. Should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to assist Jiang Yan in properly mentoring Luo Fo, tempering the arrogance of the prodigy, guiding him to recognize reality and steering him away from hubris, ultimately nurturing him into a living genius. Upon returning home, a grand crystal chandelier radiated a warm golden glow, while the rich aroma of braised meats wafted through the air. Tantalizing his senses, Ning Hua hurriedly approached upon hearing the noise. "How much has your strength increased? Enough talk, let us head upstairs." Without uttering another word, Ning Ze was pulled up to the second floor. In the living room on the first floor, Ning Qianqian glared sulkily at the two mysterious figures. She was pleased with her brother's talent, yet the secrecy surrounding their discussions left her feeling neglected, as if the family had ceased to care for her. Especially her father, so pragmatic. "Qianqian, come serve the food." "All right." On the second floor in the training room, Ning Ze smiled and said, "Dad, my strength is now 2,800 kilograms. Ning Hua's pupils constricted. Despite having suspected as much, hearing the specific figures still left him somewhat astounded. "And your exertion?" Ning Ze paused slightly before replying. "Twice as much. Truly twice as much." Ning Hua's eyes widened perceptibly. He had sensed a significant enhancement during their practice sessions. And once Ning Ze unleashed his full combat potential, his strength was indeed remarkable. The thought of not being able to keep up with him loomed ominously. However, hearing that his son's power had doubled was a revelation. Ning Hua's expression shifted, revealing a mixture of concern and pride. His son was gaining prominence. "How is your wind absolute/progressing? Can you exert power normally? At this juncture, you must choose to conceal it until the moment of life and death. Your exertion multiplier must remain undisclosed." Ning Ze blinked in surprise, responding innocently, "Dad, didn't you ask me about it on the very first day I received the manual? I found it quite smooth to exert power back then." Ning Hua looked momentarily bewildered. "You mastered it on the first day? Why haven't I seen you use it?" Ning Ze's lips twitched slightly, his gaze innocent. "I would like to use it, but I'm afraid you might beat me to a pulp." Ning Hua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What was he to do if his son turned out to be an unrivaled genius? He was on the verge of being surpassed, and naturally, he wanted to maintain his authority for as long as possible. Over the past few days, he had unleashed the full strength of a junior battle general, relishing in the experience. He had planned to enjoy it for another week before ceasing, as he might soon find himself outmatched. Ning Hua shifted the topic, adopting a serious tone. "Now that you can comprehend it, that is excellent. I'll purchase the second layer of the technique for you shortly. This way, when you exert power, it will be double, akin to the 21 times of the second layer's successful cultivation. Once your contribution level rises, we can acquire the subsequent layers. Otherwise, the full price is too exorbitant." Ning Ze frowned slightly. The swordplay and body techniques were not easily enhanced. Moreover, his realm differed somewhat from the descriptions in the manual, as evidenced by the exertion alone. Swift wind sword technique manifested exertion during specialization, and although wind absolute/ had replaced the previous technique, the exertion did not align with the manual's expectations. His advancements relied on increasing proficiency, allowing him to enhance his exertion without further manuals. Would purchasing the second layer be too extravagant? He felt that the second layer would not significantly bolster his hidden battle power. Perhaps he should wait until he returned from the wilderness zone to buy it, as he would be with his uncles anyway. Even if danger arose and his abilities were exposed, they would be unaware of the layers he had acquired. Ning Hua raised an eyebrow. "Good lad, you're quite right. Continuously having people deliver goods would indeed be inappropriate. Mastering the first layer in a week is quite extraordinary." At this juncture, He couldn't help but reflect, in obsessing over concealing his self-created exertion techniques. He had nearly forgotten how astonishing it was that he could merely cultivate the exertion technique successfully. Then, with a peculiar expression, he added, however, there is no need to worry about these matters. Having talent is a blessing. Even if it's exposed, it's not a cause for alarm. I've already contacted the Eastern supervisor and informed him about your mastery of subtle body techniques. The supervisor's intention is for you to continue your cultivation for a while longer, and then he will present you with a grand opportunity. A grand opportunity? Ning Ze inquired with curiosity. Is it the special contract from the Global Martial Arts Headquarters? Perhaps, Ning Hua replied with a mysterious smile, but young man, don't be like me, solely focused on concealing your strength. Our situations differ. You are still too cautious. A warrior should boldly venture forth. Thus, when you return from the wilderness zone, we shall make the purchase. You can claim that you mastered the first layer in a month, which would seem quite normal. Normal, you say? Ning Hua thought to himself, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He had also purchased top-tier manuals, yet after a year of study, he had barely made any progress. Old Ma and the others were still in City 022, with a 10-day plan to return and rest for 2 days, leaving Ning Ze with about a week for training. Now, let us head downstairs for dinner. Upon arriving downstairs, Ning Ze activated his rapid eating mode once more. Ning Qianqian felt an overwhelming curiosity. It seemed her brother had changed since returning from the wilderness zone, as he was seldom seen. Was he performing poorly in the wilderness zone? Yet, her father's cheerful demeanor suggested otherwise. Why was he so obsessively training, even sleeping in the training room? With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she leaned in and whispered, "Brother, don't you think you've forgotten something?" Ning Ze cast a sidelong glance before returning to his meal with determination. This sister of his would only disrupt his training. If he weren't pressed for time, he would surely give her a proper scolding. Ning Qianqian once again pressed her warm cheeks against the cold shoulder of indifference. With a haughty toss of her head, she displayed a demeanor that suggested, "If you choose not to speak, then I shall remain silent as well. I have finished my meal and shall now attend to my training," Ning Ze declared, leaving behind his habitual parting words as he ascended the staircase. Ning Qianqian rolled her eyes in exasperation, then quietly retrieved her phone to send a message to a certain someone, subsequently enjoying her meal with delight. Ning Ze entered the training room and immediately commenced his practice of genetic energy cultivation. His agility and swordsmanship had reached a commendable level of proficiency, with these two skills being notably challenging to enhance. Therefore, he resolved to focus on augmenting his physical attributes for a more immediate boost in strength. With only a week remaining before their expedition to the wilderness, he was determined to elevate his capabilities and wholeheartedly dedicate himself to his genetic energy cultivation. Assuming the 5 hearts towards heaven posture, his mind gradually descended into a state of chaos, hovering in a realm between wakefulness and slumber, a state both profound and enigmatic. The room enveloped in utter silence, his thoughts grew weighty, birthing within him a peculiar sensitivity. It was as if the entire world had come alive. Within his perception, the cosmic energy of the boundless universe surged magnificently. This cosmic energy danced with vitality, light and agile, as if imbued with life itself. Due to his unique state of cultivation, specks of energy flocked towards him, continuously streaming into his body, incrementally fortifying his form. The threads of energy from the cosmos integrated with every cell in his being. Throughout this process, his genes underwent optimization, and his bones, cells, blood, organs, and skin experienced a relentless evolution and enhancement. His skeletal strength continually increased, and his organs grew ever more resilient. Each session of cultivation felt akin to a metamorphosis, as he reveled in the limitless ocean of cosmic energy. The innocent girl hummed a cheerful tune, her voice sweet and gentle, instantly conjuring an image of an enchanting, pouting face. "Darling," a melodious call echoed, the sound of his phone ringing. Disrupted from his mystical state, Ning Ze gradually emerged from his reverie, slowly opening his eyes, which appeared somewhat dazed. It dawned upon him that he had forgotten something crucial. Chapter 9. The Forgotten Girlfriend. No longer hesitating, Ning Ze hastily grasped his phone and answered the call. On the screen appeared a girl of gentle demeanor and exquisite beauty. Seated at a desk, she bore a faint smile, her fair complexion adorned with a delicate dimple, and her large, expressive eyes radiated curiosity. This was his overlooked girlfriend, Shui. Feeling a bit sheepish, Ning Ze rubbed his nose and said, "Little darling, I've been training all day. I just laid down and fell asleep. Do you believe me?" Shui obediently nodded. "I believe you." After a moment's hesitation, her lips curled into a playful smile, as she replied, "However, do you think I'd believe you if I said I couldn't fall asleep after lying down?" Ning Ze felt a wave of sweat trickle down his back. He had indeed mentioned that he would maintain simple communication while in the wilderness. Yet, he had genuinely forgotten. On the very first night of their departure, he had faced a bloodthirsty horned beast, spending the night contemplating battle strategies and system intricacies, and upon his return, he had thrown himself into rigorous training. The absorption of cosmic energy knew no bounds. Such a blessing was irresistible to anyone. Without acknowledging his awkward demeanor, Shu Yi gazed off into the distance and said, "I heard you've been back for a week." Her curiosity was unmistakable, and the tone of reproach was evident. Ning shited internally, realizing that a traitor had emerged in his household. It was Ning Qianqian, the little informant, who had questioned him on the very first day about whether he had forgotten something. "Little darling, once our captain returns, I shall venture back to the wilderness. After this trip, I will come find you," he reassured Shu Yi. Shu Yi playfully rolled her eyes and sweetly smiled. "All right, just be careful in the wilderness." Ning Ze exhaled in relief. It seemed she had forgiven him. His girlfriend had always been a sensible person. As a martial artist, training remained paramount. Shu Yi would not offer much assistance, nor be a burden. Previously, their time together had been predominantly spent in training or sparring. Just as Ning Ze was about to speak, a mocking voice echoed from the other end of the line. "Oh dear, little darling. Young Master Zhai is coming to see you tomorrow." "What?" Ning Ze's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "That scoundrel Zhai Yank has been bothering you?" Zhai Yank was a classmate from their prestigious school days, covering primary, middle, and high school, and also the heir to the Chihong Group. After graduating high school, they had both entered Jiangnan University in the main city. The Chihong Group, owned by Zhai Yank's family, was a leading enterprise in the Yangzhou district, primarily dealing in monster materials, and wielded considerable influence, wealthy enough to hire high-ranking battle generals. In their school, the offspring of warriors were few, at the very least, none from their cohort. This advantageous background had fostered Zhai Yank's arrogant and flamboyant nature. But in a noble school, every family had a warrior. Most came from families with at least high-ranking fighters, or were children of battle general backgrounds, or belonged to large corporations or conglomerates. Upon entering elementary school, Zhai Yank aspired to be the leader, but received little attention. Warriors did not engage with the entitled brats. Children lacked such pretentiousness and ignored his displays of arrogance. Coming from a business family, he was not devoid of cunning. He sought a soft target to establish his dominance. Children, after all, were in a race of growth. At that time, he cleverly targeted the slender, seemingly meek Ning Ze. However, Ning Ze had been subjected to rigorous training from a young age, endowing him with rich combat experience. Undoubtedly, Zhai Yank had ended up in tears after being defeated. Although Ning Ze appeared gentle and unassuming, he was, in fact, the strongest fighter in the class. Zhai Yank, of course, would not back down easily. He boasted of seeking revenge on Ning Ze. The two had harbored animosity since childhood. In middle school, Zhai Yank leveraged his family's company to undermine Ning Ze's family business. The martial artist circle was expansive, and although the Ning family was not omnipotent, Ning Ze's business undoubtedly suffered. In high school, when Ning Ze began dating Shu Yi, Zhai Yank instigated discord and even pursued her himself. Ning Ze challenged him openly in the martial arts hall, and the outcome was inevitable. Victory was assured. Ning Ze delivered a resounding lesson to Zhai Yank, escalating their conflict to unprecedented heights. Unable to defeat Ning Ze, Zhai Yank resorted to incessantly harassing his girlfriend, even admitting to being unable to best him. Ning Ze was left with nowhere to vent his fury. Direct confrontation was out of the question. Zhai Yank had battle general-level bodyguards, and any rash action would spell disaster. Now, with Ning Ze away from school, Zhai Yank had resumed his harassment of his girlfriend, igniting a firestorm of rage within Ning Ze. "Shui similet genti. It's all right. I can handle it. Just ignore him." Ning Ze's expression darkened. It was one thing to disregard a thief, but another for them to remain fixated on their target. How could he tolerate this? Training was not solely for survival. For a martial artist, clarity of mind was paramount. A girlfriend represented a man's dignity. How could he allow anyone to provoke him? At that moment, he declared resolutely, "Tomorrow, I will come find you." That scoundrel has been itching for a fight. Shu Yi's face lit up with a radiant smile, akin to a blooming flower in the night. She delighted in the sight of Ning Ze's anxious demeanor on her behalf. "No need for that. In just a few days, you will be heading to the wilderness zone. It will be prudent to focus on your training for the time being. He is merely a bothersome leech. Ignore him," she added dismissively. Ning Ze exhaled deeply. Suppressing his irritation, and managed to smile. It has been a few days since we last met. I have missed you. Training also requires a balance of work and rest. If I could replenish my energy, I would be even more motivated to train, he remarked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Shu Yi's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze evasive as she murmured, "You're being improper. I shall not engage with you further." After a brief pause, she continued, "What time will you come by tomorrow?" Her coyness was a significant test for Ning Ze, a young man who had been focused solely on his training. He found it increasingly difficult to resist after half a month apart. He felt a dryness in his mouth, his tongue tingling with anticipation, and his heart raced with eagerness. After swallowing hard, he replied without a moment's thought, "I will take the earliest train, departing at 7. I should arrive in the main city district in just over an hour." "All right, I will be waiting for your arrival," Shu Yi responded with a radiant smile. Suddenly recalling something, her expression turned worried. "That guy mentioned he would come to see me in the morning. I heard from Xian Lan that he has also become a quasi-warrior, and that his initial absorption of cosmic energy increased his strength by over 1,000 kilograms. Seeing her hesitation, Ning Ze immediately understood that Zhai Yang's initial strength gain must surpass his own. He scoffed dismissively and declared with arrogance, "A quasi-warrior? Let him wait for the martial arts practical assessment on August 1st. With his meager abilities, even if he becomes a warrior, I could defeat him with both hands tied behind my back." Shu Yi covered her mouth, laughing playfully as she chided, "Indeed, my Lord Ning is remarkably formidable." Ning Ze crossed his arms in agreement, clearly pleased as he replied, "You are such a good girl. I love to hear you say that. Please do say more." Shu Yi rolled her eyes and laughed. "All right, I shall not disturb your training any longer. See you tomorrow." Pouting her lips, she revealed a tempting shade of red. As the video concluded, Ning Ze huffed in frustration, muttering, "This little girl is tempting me and disrupting my training state." He realized he could not achieve tranquility and decided to practice swordsmanship for a while instead. The following day, an unusual scene unfolded in the train compartment heading to the main city district. A young man clad in a white short-sleeved t-shirt chose to sit on the floor rather than in a seat. He sat cross-legged, his feet positioned upward, hands resting on his legs with palms facing up and his back straight. His handsome face was tilted toward the ceiling. To an ordinary observer, this might seem odd, but a warrior would instantly recognize it as the 5 hearts to the heavens meditation technique for cultivating genetic energy. Some passengers even captured the moment and shared it on social media, while several young women furtively stole glances, pretending to be shy. Ning Ze appeared oblivious to the attention. Without the system's assistance, he might have found it challenging to cultivate in such a noisy environment. However, with the system's support, he could easily enter a state of cultivation as long as no one interrupted him. His intention was not merely to train, but to experiment with simplifying the 5 hearts to the heavens technique to enhance the speed of cosmic energy absorption. Unexpectedly, once he began, he fell into a focused state of practice. Time passed slowly until an announcement broke the silence. "Dear esteemed passengers, we will soon arrive at Jiangnan Bay City Main District, East Train Station. Please prepare to disembark and check your belongings." Upon hearing this specific announcement, Ning Ze slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with a face that seemed the size of a plate, adorned with a dark spot at the corner of the mouth. He jolted back in surprise, noticing the middle-aged man squatting before him. 3 lines of black sweat appearing on his forehead as he regarded him warily. "I must say, sir, your behavior is rather inappropriate," Ning Ze said, his expression contorted as though he had bitten into a bitter melon. How could a grown man come so close to him? "Are you truly practicing? An hour straight?" The middle-aged man responded, seemingly unfazed. Ning Ze felt a surge of caution and shrugged, replying nonchalantly, "Just giving it a try. I was fully invested, but unfortunately, I did not succeed." The man smirked slightly, his eyes scrutinizing Ning Ze. "Is that so?" Ning Ze nodded slightly, then turned his gaze toward the window, recognizing the cylindrical buildings outside as a sign that they were nearing their destination. Noticing that Ning Ze was disinterested in conversing, the man continued to appraise him with suspicion. "What brings you to the main city district?" "I'm here to see my girlfriend," Ning Ze replied. They exchanged a few casual remarks, with Ning Ze responding in a rather indifferent manner. However, he sensed that this middle-aged man was not ordinary. He exuded an aura of strength, clearly a formidable warrior, at least stronger than his father. "I am Park Nan, the head of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall in Changzhou District. And you, young man, what is your name?" Ning Ze's pupils constricted in surprise. He had stumbled upon a significant figure. The man held a status equivalent to that of Wu Tong, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Minghua Community. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall and the Extreme Martial Arts Hall were on equal footing. and the head of this hall was akin to a regional sovereign. Greetings, Master Hall Leader. My name is Ning Ze. You may be familiar with my father. He is Ning Hua, the branch leader in Yangzhou District. Maintaining a respectful yet composed demeanor, he expressed his respect. Park Nin pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "The branch leader of Yangzhou District, the Golden Fire Bear?" Ning Ze felt a slight pang of discomfort. Indeed, when one falls from grace, their reputation follows suit. He stated firmly, "Master, my father is known as the Golden Blade." "Oh." Park Nin raised an eyebrow. "My apologies, perhaps I misremembered." His expression revealed no hint of embarrassment. In the rivalry between the two martial art halls, he had never heard of the name Golden Blade. Ning Hua's reputation in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall was solely that of the Golden Fire Bear. Ning Ze nodded slightly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. In truth, the nickname was not entirely inaccurate. After all, it had been several years. Good news rarely travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. His father's good reputation had not circulated, but the nickname had become widely known. Park Nan refrained from further conversation. Initially, he had been impressed by Ning Ze's earnestness in training, believing him to be a prodigy worthy of recruitment. Yet now that their identities were clarified, any possibility of recruitment was moot, and he had no desire to engage further. Strictly speaking, they were from rival factions, and there was little interest in conversing. Before disembarking, Ning Ze offered a final greeting. Regardless of the relationship between the two martial arts halls, this man was still a senior figure, deserving of respect from a warrior. As was customary, after hailing a taxi, he arrived at the entrance of Jiangnan University. Immediately, he spotted Xu Yi waiting at the gate. She was dressed simply in a white long dress, her hands clasped in front of her, exuding an air of innocence. With her petite head held high, she gazed eagerly as the car passed by, the flowing fabric of her long dress billowing in the wind, accentuating her graceful figure, while two playful braids swayed in the breeze. Upon spotting Ning Ze, who was animatedly waving from within the taxi, Xu Yi beamed brightly and skipped over, resembling a butterfly dancing in the air. "My darling is truly beautiful," Ning Ze thought, overwhelmed with joy as he hurriedly exited the vehicle to embrace her. Gesturing to the driver to depart swiftly, cradling the soft jade in his arms, he inhaled the faint fragrance of orchids, feeling utterly at ease. The reason for his diligent training became abundantly clear in the presence of such beauty. Leaning against his chest, Xu Yi smiled sweetly and asked, "How was the wilderness area? Didn't you promise to be gone for half a month? Did something unexpected happen?" Ning Ze tilted his head, leaning closer to whisper gently in her delicate ear. "There was a slight mishap." Instantly, Xu Yi looked up, her expression laced with concern. "What happened?" A subtle smile crept onto Ning Ze's lips as he earnestly replied, "I didn't realize how much I missed you until I was away from the wilderness." Xu Yi pouted and huffed playfully, attempting to push him away. "You forgot all about me. Not a single message from you while you were gone. You returned without a word, leaving me sleepless with worry." Ning Ze tightened his embrace, quickly conceding, I was wrong. Just let me hold you a little longer." Xu Yi smirked, teasingly asking, "What exactly did you do wrong?" Ning Ze fell silent for a moment before stating seriously, "I didn't recognize my own brilliance until I was away from the wilderness. Perhaps it's time for us to get reacquainted." The unparalleled genius, Ning Ze, requests your guidance. Xu Yi playfully slapped his chest, exclaiming, "How shameless of you! Who boasts about being a genius?" "Oh, so you want to get reacquainted? Fine. Then you no longer have a girlfriend." Ning Ze pondered for a moment before raising an eyebrow in warning. "Xu Yi, with a genius like me, the tables have turned. This time, you should be pursuing me." "Not a chance," Xu Yi retorted, half amused and half annoyed, turning to walk toward the school. Ning Ze, unfazed, playfully wrapped his arms around her, and though she shrugged her shoulders in protest, she allowed him to hold her. Finally, Ning Ze produced a beautifully crafted dark red handbag adorned with a blooming rose. "This is made from the hide of the first intermediate beast I defeated in the wilderness, the blood-horned antelope. I crafted 2 bags, one for you and one for my mother. What do you think? Do you like it?" Xu Yi's face lit up with joy as she accepted the gift, exclaiming, "I love it. It's so beautiful." Then, with a hint of surprise, she asked, "What about Qian Qian?" "Ning Qian Qian. I made her a pair of winter gloves from the tattered fur of a shadow cat beast, complete with 5 claw marks. She can wear them when winter arrives." Ning Shi explained. Xu Yi nodded slightly, understanding that despite their frequent bickering, the bond between the siblings was profound. The handbag crafted from the first beast they hunted held significant meaning, while the gloves for Ning Qian Qian represented the hardships Ning Ze endured to obtain them, revealing his deep affection for his sister. As they strolled through the campus, Xu Yi playfully inquired. So, how does it feel to return to school? Oh, mighty warrior? Ning Ze shook his head, stating, not particularly different. Oh, really? Xu Yi replied, surprised. As she had heard that those returning from the wilderness often felt a sense of reflection. Even members of the martial arts teams had experienced this. Having witnessed the remnants of humanity's lost civilizations and the harsh survival laws of the wild, making their time in the wilderness akin to a profound baptism. Ning Ze responded earnestly, whether in the savage wilderness or the bustling city. To me, there is no difference. My home is wherever I find peace. And that peace comes from being with you. Having witnessed countless moments of his mother being calmed by Ning Hua, Ning Ze had come to an understanding. Shui posed, her face gradually brightening into an exquisite smile, akin to a radiant flower blooming under the moonlight. With a playful pout, she remarked, "You always know how to flatter me." Her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Ning Ze shrugged, stating calmly, "I'm simply speaking the truth, just as I declare myself a genius." "All right, my great genius. How has your training been lately?" Shui asked, suppressing a grin. "I've made significant progress toward becoming an intermediate warrior. While I can't guarantee a leisurely trip back to the wilderness next time, I can assure you it won't be dangerous," he replied. "Halfway to becoming an intermediate warrior?" Shu Yi's eyes widened with curiosity. The power range for an intermediate warrior is between 2,000 kilograms and 4,000 kilograms. Having only recently become a martial artist, Ning Ze's strength was around 2,200 kilograms during his assessment, making it unlikely he could approach 3,000 kilograms. This must be an exaggeration. Perhaps he was close to 2,500 kilograms. And nearing 3,000 kilograms could be considered halfway. Even if we narrow it down, with a strength increase to 2,451 kilograms, previously around 2,300 kilograms, he had gained 150 kilograms in just over a month. Surely, he would become an intermediate battle general or even a high-ranking battle general in due course. He was already quite satisfied with his talent. She tentatively probed, "Are you nearing 2,500 kilograms? With an increase of 150 kilograms in just over a month, that's almost 2,000 kilograms in a year. By the time you're 22 or 23, you could reach battle general level. That's not just elite, that's genius." Shu Yi thought, feeling a tinge of disbelief. Ning Ze calmly replied, "I'm close to 2,900 kilogramów. After training all night and practicing for an hour on the train yesterday, I gained another 45 kilograms. While others calculated their progress by the day, he could measure it down to the minute. "You're just boasting," Shu Yi said, rolling her eyes with a smile, refusing to be deceived. Ning Ze's eyes gleamed mischievously as he asked, "Dare to wager? The prize, as you know, will be worth it." Shu Yi, momentarily taken aback, pondered the implications of such a bet. If he truly increased his strength by 700 kilograms in a month, reaching battle general status within a year would be a distinct possibility. He could become a war god in no time. Understanding her boyfriend's tendencies all too well, Shu Yi's expression shifted as she responded confidently, "All right, you're definitely trying to deceive me. What happens if you lose?" Ning Ze's eyes brightened, and he replied grandly, "The terms are entirely up to you." His demeanor was unwavering. Feeling a hint of anxiety, Shu Yi cautiously assessed his handsome face. Noticing his rosy lips, her cheeks flushed. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and changed the subject, asking, "Where are we headed today? Are you returning in the afternoon?" "Training is meant to allow me to be with you peacefully. Right now, I'm here with you, and I can temporarily forego training. I'll catch the last train home," Ning Ze explained, subtly altering his phrasing, a skill he learned from his father. His true intention was simple. He just wanted to indulge in a bit of mischief. He found his antics amusing and rested her head on his familiar shoulder. "All right, you've passed this time, but next time you go to the wilderness, no matter what, send me a message. Even if it's just a few seconds, it doesn't matter." "Deal," Ning Ze responded without hesitation. Although martial artists are esteemed and even privileged, the generous provisions of life merely offer them comfort. This is because martial families endure unimaginable pain and pressure that ordinary individuals cannot fathom. As a child, he often waited at home for his father's return. That feeling is indelibly etched in his memory, as is the anxious and worried visage of his mother. The neighboring household also witnessed scenes of separation and loss. The last time Ning Hua returned, it was after an amputation in hospital. He was 10 years old then, no longer a mere child. He was acutely aware of the psychological turmoil his girlfriend experienced while he ventured into the wilderness zone. The two meandered quietly through the campus, relishing the presence of one another. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed from afar, thundering like a rolling storm. Buzz, buzz, Virum. The sound grew nearer, accompanied by a sharp screech of brakes as a sleek, flashy sports car skidded to a halt beside them. Under the sun, the glossy black chassis appeared heavy, resembling a beast crouching upon the ground. To the right, the entire car window opened like a wing. A young man, clad in sunglasses, emerged, his feet encased in polished black shoes, dressed in tailored trousers and a white shirt adorned with golden patterns, cradling a vibrant bouquet of roses. Zhai Yank revealed a natural smile, removing his sunglasses to unveil a handsome face, and gracefully approached to present the bouquet. Xiao Yi, this is for you. Ning Ze felt a surge of anger. This scoundrel had indeed arrived. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "You called her little aunt, but why not uncle?" Shu Yi stifled a laugh, showing no intention of accepting the flowers. Zhai Yank squinted, exaggerating his expression as he said, "Isn't this the martial artist who dropped out of our school? I heard you've been recuperating at home for a week after returning. The wilderness zone is truly terrifying. Why weren't you more cautious?" Ning Ze nodded in agreement, replying, "It is quite dangerous. If you're afraid to go, that is perfectly fine. No one would label you as useless." Zhai Yank clenched the bouquet tightly, veins bulging on his forehead as he suppressed his fury, smirking yet menacingly. "Your strength hasn't improved much, but your tongue has certainly become sharper." Ning Ze lifted his chin slightly, exuding an air of arrogance as he commanded, "If there's nothing else, be on your way. Good dogs don't obstruct the path. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of us." Zhai Yank seethed with rage, his gaze turning sinister as he darkly stated, "You want me to move aside? Let us see your true skills then. A defeated foe dares to speak like that?" Ning Ze exerted a subtle force with his arm, encircling Shu Yi's waist as he prepared to leave. Shu Yi was bewildered. He had previously vowed to teach this guy a lesson, so why was he suddenly backing down? This was not in line with Ning Ze's character. Zhai Yank was momentarily stunned. This was someone who had never shied away from a fight since childhood. He had always been the one on the receiving end of the blows, and now he was retreating? A coward. It seemed he had been frightened by the wilderness zone. He must be injured and still recovering. No wonder he was only resorting to verbal sparring. Consider this a reprieve for you. Ning Ze tightened his grip around Shu Yi. He felt he could no longer contain himself, yet he could not so easily let this scoundrel off the hook. He resolved to endure a little longer. Indeed, as he watched the pair slowly walk away, Zhai Yank grew anxious. Although he had become a martial artist a bit later than others, his exceptional talent had granted him an increase of 1,600 kilograms in strength, surpassing Ning Ze by 400 kilograms. He was confident that this time he could certainly defeat Ning Ze. Thus, he could not let them leave so easily. Zhai Yank swiftly maneuvered back in front of them. Speaking in a low tone, "Ning Ze, you're not afraid, are you? If you are, just stop bothering Shu Yi, and I'll let you off this time." "Ha ha!" Ning Ze laughed heartily, shaking his head in amusement. "Truly, you are the heir of a conglomerate. Your skin is impressively thick. You dare to utter such words? Have you ever glanced in the mirror to realize you're nothing but a mangy dog? Very well, I won't trouble, my dear." Ning Ze released his hold and distanced himself from Shu Yi, only to pull her back into his embrace, confusedly asking, "Oh, why did you come back?" He once again distanced himself, this time twirling her into his arms. "You left, but now you've returned." Shu Yi smiled teasingly, casting a playful glance at Ning Ze. Yet she made no move to reject him, twirling like a dancer, her skirt billowing, resembling a beautiful butterfly in flight. "All right, enough of this. Let us keep our distance from this mangy dog." Reassuringly wrapping Shu Yi back to his side, Ning Ze turned once more to depart, observing their retreating figures. Zhai Yank's expression darkened. After pursuing Shu Yi for several years, he may have harbored some fondness, but more so, it was hatred. Ning Ze was his greatest rival. "We want." Ning Ze halted, scoffing as he turned back, reprimanding, "At your age, still making no progress. What else with this childish bickering? Don't you know to raise the stakes?" Zhai Yank narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards Shu Yi and pointing. "Then let us wager on her." Shu Yi's eyes flashed with icy fury, filled with indignation. Ning Ze erupted in curses. Go to hell, eat shit. He had already made up his mind. He would ensure a thorough lesson for this scoundrel. Zhai Yank, unfazed by the insults, felt a twinge of regret. "What stakes are you talking about?" Ning Ze pondered briefly before stating, "A fair duel between us. If you win, I'll give you 10 million. If you lose, you owe me 20 million. Shu Yi leaned against him, clearly concerned about their impending duel. Ning Ze gently patted her arm in reassurance. Zhai Yank's countenance darkened momentarily before he readily agreed. Deal. He had always sought a fight, and perhaps Ning Ze desired to strike him as well. Proposing a duel first made the double stakes seem reasonable. A smile crept onto Ning Ze's lips. He was financially strapped, possessing only 1 million Huaxia coins. just enough to buy a backpack and a communication watch as a martial artist. This outing could yield earnings, and even better, they would come from his adversary. Was there anything more delightful? As for losing, that was entirely out of the question, even if there was a disparity in strength. He remained confident he would emerge victorious. His earlier claim to Xu Yi of needing both hands was entirely sincere, yet regrettably, she did not believe him. Ning Ze generously offered, "Shall we seek fairness at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy or the Thunder Martial Arts Academy? You may choose. Thunder Headquarters. I hope you remain this confident later." Zhai Yank felt a rush of excitement, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Once his great vengeance was avenged, Ning Ze would no longer need to exist. He suppressed his exhilaration, activated his communicator, and instructed, "Have someone arrange a ride." Ning Ze waved his hand. "No need. We'll go on our own." Zhai Yank glanced up but did not press the issue, turning back towards the sports car, still clutching the bouquet of red roses. The engine roared to life once more, and within seconds, the vehicle vanished from sight. Ning Ze smiled faintly. "Ternen to shui, mudiv. Let's go make some money." Xu Yi felt a twinge of unease and reiterated her concern, having heard that he had lingered at the quasi-warrior level for several months. During the test, he had already reached nearly 1,000 kilograms, and with his initial absorption of cosmic energy leading to an increase of 1,600 kilograms, his total strength had surged to an impressive 2,600 kilograms. What do you mean?" Ning Ze replied with a subtle smile. "Do you really think I would lose? This simply won't do. You ought to have more faith in your boyfriend." Xu Yi's gaze turned contemplative. While Ning Ze might be slightly lacking in raw power, strength alone does not define combat prowess, and he had never faced defeat. "I believe in you," she exclaimed. "That guy is truly insidious." He set the match at the Thunder and Lightning Grand Hall. Given the rivalry between the two martial arts schools, if you were to win, they might very well create difficulties for you afterward. Ning Ze raised an eyebrow and nonchalantly remarked, "Perhaps, but as long as there's money involved, I really don't mind how many people challenge me. Let us go. I can hardly wait to teach that scoundrel a lesson. Even if a genius were to defeat me later on, I would still walk away with $1 million. At the Thunder and Lightning Grand Hall, a majestic cylindrical structure loomed 200 meters high, appearing to pierce the clouds from below. As the headquarters of the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School in Jiangnan City, only martial artists were permitted entry. At this moment, the hall buzzed with excitement as news of the Extreme Martial Arts School's challenge spread, igniting fervor among the martial artists present. Competition and duels were a constant between the two schools, and a ring had already been prepared, awaiting the arrival of the challenger. Zhai Yank, in his sleek supercar, arrived swiftly, now clad in training attire, standing quietly on the platform in anticipation of the battle he had longed for. To him, being a martial artist was merely the beginning of true power. In his quest to redeem his previous failures after entering the martial artist tier, he had deliberately delayed his ascent by a month. Unfortunately, Ning Ze played by his own rules, immediately participating in the test upon reaching the quasi-warrior level and even dropping out of school, catching him completely off guard. The assessments for quasi-warriors in the base city occurred on the first of the month, with 4 districts rotating every 2 months. Even if he switched districts to take the test, he would still be a month late. Fortunately, Ning Ze returned to the base city merely a day after his departure, and upon receiving news of the challenge, he promptly began plotting this confrontation. Engaging in battle now was not too late. Although he was uncertain why Ning Ze returned so quickly, he was confident of his victory. After all, he had donated 100 million to become a 1-star citizen, thereby gaining access to the extreme home and training in a top-tier sword technique. Now, after half a month of practice, he had gained insights, and his skills were surely superior to Ning Ze's, with power that exceeded his. In an opulently decorated VIP room on the 2nd floor, 4 middle-aged men gathered around a tea table discussing the upcoming martial artist assessments on August 1st. This time, the assessments will involve our 4 districts. "Have any geniuses caught your attention?" asked a burly man. "None here," replied a lean figure dressed in black combat attire, his expression calm but somewhat sinister. "I haven't found any either," another man with a square face shrugged, his expression one of resignation. "Finding talented martial artists isn't so easy. We might only see 20 throughout the year, and those from the Extreme Martial Arts School are always competing with us. It would be fortunate if we even managed to recruit one during our bi-monthly meetings." A notable dark mole adorned his face, and if Ning Ze were present, he would certainly recognize this as Park Nan, whom he had met on the train. After the 3 men spoke, silence enveloped the room as they turned to see a stout middle-aged man with a large head and thick neck, chuckling quietly to himself while feigning indifference. "I have none either," he said, eliciting an immediate reaction from the others, who exchanged glances of disbelief. Park Nan, displeased, retorted, "What? Are you saying we can't compete with you?" His demeanor brightened as he continued, "Come on, spill it. Have you managed to recruit an exceptional genius? We must ensure the extreme martial arts school is overshadowed." The stout man laughed heartily and replied, "I have indeed found a genius. His name is Wan Dong, a 19-year-old whose first absorption of cosmic energy resulted in a power increase of 2,200 kilograms. I had initially planned to bring him to meet Supervisor Wang Heng, but since he is busy, I thought I'd come and chat with you all instead." 19, quite young, exclaimed a man. To achieve a boost of 2,200 kilograms on his first attempt is promising. "Old Zhang, you've struck gold this time." "Well, we can't blame the instructors below. Everyone is vying for contributions, and when a good prospect is found, they bring them straight in. It's all just a matter of presentation." Old Zhang has a sharp eye. "I recall the last genius was also brought in by him," another chimed in. Old Zhang smiled silently, feeling quite pleased with the envy of his colleagues. For this was precisely what he desired. Just as he was about to speak, a faint commotion reached his ears, and he paused, asking, "What is going on? Who dares to stir trouble here?" The noise originated from the first floor. "Open the first floor cameras," he commanded. The room's lighting dimmed slightly, and projections appeared on one of the walls. The first floor was alive with chatter, and one ring was surrounded by a throng of spectators. At the entrance, a striking couple entered, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. Upon seeing Ning Ze, Zhai Yan's expression turned fierce. Meanwhile, in the VIP room on the second floor, the heads of the districts began to converse. "How intriguing. We seem to have stumbled upon quite a spectacle," one remarked. Judging by the crowd's reaction, this young couple must belong to the Extreme Martial Arts School. The Extreme Martial Arts School is bound to lose. "Isn't Wan Dong here?" another noted. "Could be that kid." Upon hearing this, the three turned to Old Zhang, who pointed at the screen and asked, "Do you know him?" Park Nan nodded slightly, saying, "That kid is the son of Jin Huoxiong from the Extreme Martial Arts School. I fear that in this match, he is destined to lose. We should prepare Wan Dong accordingly." "Huh? Jin Huoxiong? You mean that cripple? His son possesses such abilities? How can you be so sure without a fight? Jin Huoxiong is merely a junior battle general. How remarkable could his training be? What's your basis for saying that? Do you know something we don't?" Park Nan pondered briefly before explaining, "That kid is somewhat peculiar. I recognized him because he was practicing gene energy on the train. It typically takes even a genius several hours, or nearly a day, to fully absorb cosmic energy for the first time. The environment for training requires tranquility and stability. Yet he managed to cultivate amidst the noise and turbulence of the train. I observed him for an hour, and he truly entered a state of cultivation, which speaks volumes about his talent, especially in such conditions." A brief silence fell over the room. If his talent was indeed so remarkable, even Wan Dong might struggle to overcome him. "Ha ha ha, you nearly had me fooled." Old Zhang suddenly laughed. Observing the puzzled expressions of the others, he clarified, "I just checked. That kid's name is Ning Ze, and he has only signed an A-class contract with the Extreme Martial Arts School. After his first absorption of cosmic energy, his power increased by 1,200 kg, which pales in comparison to Wan Dong." "Oh, I see. That puts our minds at ease. Just the mere presence of Zhai Yang is enough to surpass him." Park Nan must have misjudged the situation. That young man claimed he could fall into a trance on the train. Even ordinary individuals passively absorb cosmic energy, let alone martial artists. Perhaps this lad fortuitously sensed the cosmic energy while in a semi-conscious state. The three individuals remained somewhat unconvinced, and Park Nan's mind began to waver. He merely sensed a fluctuation of energy. Could it be that this young man was merely feigning action and subsequently fell asleep? In the hall on the first floor, Ning Ze had ascended to the arena, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting to those around him. "This duel is set in a location chosen by Zhai Yang. I bear no intentions of provocation. This is merely a personal vendetta. We are all human martial artists, and though we belong to different schools, our objectives are unified. Our foes are the monstrous entities. I implore the esteemed seniors not to misunderstand." He continued, "Furthermore, I kindly request you maintain a distance from my girlfriend, otherwise it would be quite unbecoming." Upon hearing this, the gazes of the martial artists softened, and laughter erupted at his last remark. A strong figure in the audience called out, "Keep your distance from that girl. What a disgrace to the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. Don't let her see us make fools of ourselves. You lot, if you don't have a woman at home, go find one. Anyone who dares to approach her, I shall deal with him myself." Soon, a vacuum zone formed around Shu Yi, her radiant smile directed towards Ning Ze, her eyes sparkling with affection. What a delightful feeling it was to be cared for. Ning Ze once more clasped his hands in gratitude and added, "In the midst of this impromptu challenge, there is no need for battle attire. I require a model longsword from the Chihong 5 series." "Thank you, kid. Onward," came a resonant shout from below. Immediately, a silver streak of light hurtled towards the stage. Ning Ze's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly reached out, gripping the longsword that carried an immense force, causing his expression to shift. As he steadied the blade, his hand trembled slightly. With a wry smile, he glanced towards the source of the sword. A towering figure, standing at 9 feet, crossed his arms and looked down upon the arena, exuding an air of superiority. Clearly, no amount of charming words from Ning Ze could alter the fact that he was a martial artist from the extreme martial arts school. Expecting a favorable attitude from him was utterly futile. After steadying his composure, Ning Ze looked across to Zhai Yank, who stood opposite him brandishing a curved blade, slightly bowing as he assumed a crouched combat stance. Ning Ze lowered his gaze, initially intending to teach this scoundrel a lesson. However, being at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School's headquarters in Jiangnan, he refrained from going too far. Defeating him was acceptable, but humiliation was out of the question. Among the audience were numerous battle-hardened warriors. Should he act ruthlessly and without mercy, it would not merely be a matter of losing face for one person. If Ning Ze were to incur the wrath of so many formidable fighters, Zhai Yank would surely revel in his triumph. Most importantly, Ning Ze had no seniors from the extreme martial arts school accompanying him. "Enough of the banter. I am prepared," declared the arrogant warrior, turning to Zhai Yank. "I have awaited this moment for far too long. You shall surely be defeated this time." Ning Ze scoffed, adopting a posture to draw his sword, a silver arc glimmering in the air as he readied himself for battle. The warrior with crossed arms surveyed the surroundings before bellowing, "Commence the duel." As the words fell, Zhai Yank lunged forward with a ferocious grin, his eyes gleaming with malice. Ning Ze lowered his eyelids further, were it not for the crowd. He would have relished the opportunity to annihilate this scoundrel. "Very well, let us resolve this swiftly." A spark ignited in Ning Ze's eyes, and he propelled himself forward. Refraining from excessive humiliation, yet he would not allow Zhai Yank to save face. A fair fight was all that mattered. The observing warrior furrowed his brows. Ning Ze's speed was astonishing, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. Clang! The clash of blades resonated, a gentle chime echoing through the air. The spectators beheld a flash of silver light as Ning Ze's longsword swept aside Zhai Yank's curved blade, the tip now poised at his throat. Zhai Yank stood in shock, unable to fathom the reality that a silver longsword had pierced through the gap between his dual blades. Gazing at the pale glow of the sword, he noticed it cutting past his outstretched arm. Ning Ze stood with his hands behind his back, his posture as upright as a resilient pine, slightly lifting his chin to gaze down upon his opponent, his eyes brimming with tranquility as if to convey that this strike was inconsequential. Such an air of superiority was evidently laden with disdain. "I've lost." Zhai Yank's mind was blank, overwhelmed by disbelief. Ning Ze slowly withdrew his longsword, the sound of steel scraping against steel resonating in the air. He clasped the sword with both hands and bowed, his voice calm and composed. "Thank you for the lesson." With numerous elite fighters from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School present, it was only fitting to observe the protocols of etiquette. Zhai Yank remained in a daze, having meticulously orchestrated his strategy, believing himself to possess the advantage, only to be defeated in an instant. This, one strike? The martial artist from the Thunderbolt School gasped in astonishment. That strike was indeed sharp and cunning. Even they would have to defend themselves earnestly against it. Yet, with sufficient combat experience, it could have been easily evaded. The troubling aspect was that this was a mere novice martial artist, yet he wielded such extraordinary swordsmanship. The defeat was utterly humiliating. They glanced back at Ning Ze, the members of the Thunderbolt School feeling a pang of embarrassment. Previously composed and courteous with measured actions, they could still laugh. Victory and defeat were commonplace in battle, and even a heated confrontation resulting in loss could be accepted. However, they were taken aback by how this young man was so adept at feigning sophistication, only to strike without mercy, to be dispatched in a single blow. If this were to spread, it would leave the warriors of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School struggling to hold their heads high for days to come. On the second floor, in the VIP room, the commanding officers from the 4 districts wore frowns. The one with a grim expression spoke gravely. The two possess similar strength and speed, yet their combat experience is worlds apart. I sense this young man is concealing the true nature of his training manual, but in this hurried moment, I cannot discern its origins. The remaining 3 fell silent. Indeed, the loss was too humiliating, and none had anticipated such a result. Parkman furrowed his brow, declaring, I told you there was something off about this lad. His strength does not align with the intelligence provided. He has hidden his true prowess. Were it not for this, Zhao would not have fallen so swiftly. Currently, unable to gauge this young man's background, it will be challenging for Wan Dong to turn the tide. The burly man frowned, stating, to be defeated in a single blow is too disgraceful. The other martial artists are seasoned veterans unfit for action. Let Wan Dong take the stage. His strength is formidable, and he should have a chance of victory. Old Zhang, what do you think? A genius will inevitably face defeat at some point. It is not too late. I've heard the Extreme Martial Arts School recruited a genius just yesterday. Old Zhang remained contemplative. It is normal for a genius to lose. But a genius who perpetually loses ultimately hinders their cultivation. Park Nan's eyes sparkled with realization as he remarked, Wan Dong is already on the stage. It appears he wishes to take action. However, Ning Ze had a wager with that fellow surnamed Zhai. If Wan Dong were to step onto the arena, he would certainly find himself lacking in funds. How amusing. Old Zhang gritted his teeth in agreement. For jade must be carved to become a gem. I shall send a message to Wan Dong immediately. It is merely 20 million. In the martial arts hall on the first floor, a group of burly men encircled Ning Ze and Shu Yi, their stance forbidding any escape. Ning Ze managed a wry smile and remarked, esteemed seniors, surely this is not in accordance with the rules? I merely wish to utilize the venue. The choice of martial arts school was dictated by the one surnamed Zhai. I harbor no intention of instigating discord among the schools. The grievances between us are personal. A legitimate duel should not offend anyone present. As fellow martial artists, I implore your understanding. Shu Yi, clutching his arm, hid behind him, nodding obediently, her innocent eyes seemingly pleading for leniency. She had sensed the inappropriateness of choosing this location, but had not anticipated her boyfriend's overwhelming prowess, which left the esteemed seniors present with little dignity. At this moment, she wished to laugh, yet the scrutinizing gazes around her rendered such an act impossible. She could only feel a swell of pride within. The martial artists from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School ceased to heed Ning Ze's futile protests. Having suffered such humiliation, any semblance of collective honor would compel them to act. In this moment of disgrace, they were prepared to defend their pride, revealing their indignation. Nevertheless, they were not overly excessive, merely awaiting the genius of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. Surely, another match was in order. Should Ning Ze annihilate yet another opponent, the crowd would have no choice but to recognize him as a disruptor of their domain. Enough chatter. We must fight again before you leave. Isn't there a fee for using our venue? They demanded. Yes, your matters are your own, but this fool has tarnished our reputation, and we must see him dealt with. Show us your true capabilities. No one will object. Ning Ze fell silent for a moment. He was certainly not afraid of contest. His agility was at a profound level, and with double the power unleashed, it was akin to a top-tier technique cultivated to the second or even third layer, culminating in a staggering 21-fold amplification of strength. Such a genius was virtually non-existent. At least none had reached such heights among the newcomers present. Among his peers, he was invincible. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. I shall step forward. The crowd turned to see a somewhat slender youth wielding a ghost moon blade, a birthmark adorning his face. Who is this? If he cannot hold his own, he must not embarrass himself. This is no jest. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts School has its dignity. It is Wan Dong. The district's chief instructor has summoned him. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Had they not been so much older than Ning Ze, they would have already challenged him. Finally, they had awaited the genius of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. Ning Ze's eyes sparkled with delight as he courteously responded, let us engage in a fair contest. A friendly exchange. Let the wager be forgotten. My only grievance lies with the one surnamed Zhai. With that, he turned his gaze to the side, where Zhai Yang stood with his head bowed, having previously made a grand display only to be swiftly defeated. If there were a crack in the ground, he would wish to burrow into it. Clenching his fists in humiliation, his eyes glinted with cold fury, tinged with a hint of desperation and madness, as if plotting something. Wan Dong glanced at his phone, then quietly tucked it into his pocket, stating, no need. There is no wager between us. If we lack a stake, it would appear as though the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School is taking unfair advantage. Should you win, the 20 million Huaxia coins are yours. Should you lose, I shall not accept your 10 million Huaxia coins. Upon seeing Wan Dong's actions with the phone, it became evident to Ning Ze that the funds did not originate from Wan Dong, but rather from the higher-ups of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. He promptly replied, very well, I shall give it my all. As the two men stood on the arena, Wan Dong's gaze was sharp, ever wary of Ning Ze's formidable first strike. Ning Ze felt a sense of resignation. Victory was assured, for why reject a gift from heaven? However, the challenge lay in maintaining the dignity of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School's heavyweight fighters, a delicate art indeed. The battle commenced, blades flashed, and the sounds of combat echoed. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Minghua Community, a truck came to a halt. Its cargo consisted mostly of worn furniture, peculiar stones, a cheap wooden sword, and to top it all, a wheelchair. 6 armed soldiers stood straight at the entrance, their eyes scanning the surroundings. "Stop!" one soldier shouted, raising his assault rifle, aiming it at a taxi parked in front of the truck. The taxi halted abruptly, and a young man, approximately 175 meters tall, emerged from the vehicle, followed by a weathered middle-aged couple from the back seat. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Yin turned, his eyes brightening as he hurried out of the community security office. A wide smile on his face. "Luo Feng has arrived. Instructor, were you waiting for me?" Luo Feng, somewhat taken aback, expressed his gratitude. "I apologize for the trouble, instructor. Is there something you wish to discuss?" It was thanks to this very instructor's recommendation that he secured an S-level contract and moved out of the dilapidated building. He felt deeply appreciative. Jiang Yin replied with a beaming smile. "Indeed, there are a few matters at hand. Instructor, if there's anything I can assist with, I would never decline." Luo Feng held a favorable impression of Jiang Yin, trusting him not to deceive. Jiang Yin waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "It's nothing too significant." Luo Feng's heart sank. It seemed the matter was not trivial, as Jiang Yin clearly regarded it with weight. "Today, while at work, a colleague mentioned you. Coincidentally, he also resides in Minghua Community, so I thought it a good opportunity to introduce you. His son has only recently embarked on the path of a martial artist, though his strength pales in comparison to yours. We thought it might be beneficial for you both to engage in a friendly match. You are newly arrived, and he has been here a while. A healthy competition within the martial arts school should pose no issues. Young people should interact more, and it will also help others get to know you, facilitating your integration into the environment, which will be advantageous for you later." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng grasped the situation. It was merely a match against a young martial artist who had recently begun his journey. Talent and background were paramount everywhere, and if he could showcase his abilities, it would foster better neighborly relations. Moreover, since instructor Jiang Yin assured there would be no complications, the family in question must hold a good reputation, alleviating his concerns. He looked forward to the opportunity to spar with the younger generation. "All right, I accept. I appreciate your assistance with the match, instructor." Jiang Yin chuckled, shaking his head in delight. "Since we live in the same community, do show some leniency in your strikes. However, do not hold back too much. We are all comrades after all, and it should be a normal exchange." He turned to the others. "Come help move things. This is our community's prodigy. You should all meet him, as it will facilitate communication during service." Jiang Yin turned back, assigning the moving tasks to them. The martial artist community prohibited the entry of outside vehicles and individuals, maintaining complete facilities and personnel. All one needed to do was focus on their cultivation. Luo Feng wore a radiant smile. He had visited before, and this community was indeed beautiful. Now his family would also be here, filling his heart with a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 12. Strength revealed in the Jiangnan base city, within the heart of the main urban district. At the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, a fierce battle raged for over 10 minutes, culminating in an end. Ning Ze stood nonchalantly atop the arena, elegantly poised. Sword held aloft in a single hand, aimed at his opponent's throat, this time not concealing his weapon behind his back. In stark contrast, Wan Dong's gaze reflected a certain bewilderment. After an intense skirmish, he could only articulate his sentiments with 2 words: powerless. Despite possessing greater strength, he found himself unable to penetrate the defenses of his opponent, which were utterly impenetrable, leaving him at a complete loss as to how he had lost or how he had managed to endure those 10 minutes. The faces of the surrounding martial artists from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall were dark with discontent. Ning Ze approached Shu Yi, shielding his girlfriend, and, casting a sheepish glance around, he remarked, "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Silence ensued, and the onlookers regarded him with unkind eyes. Yet, they parted to allow him a path for departure. Shu Yi timidly grasped his sleeve, whispering, "Your leniency was far too obvious." Ning Ze quickly shrugged his arm and nudged her waist, exclaiming, "Don't speak nonsense." With feigned severity, he declared, "Today, it was my honor to spar with the prodigy of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. I have gained much from this battle. Esteemed Signor, I am rather fatigued and shall take my leave now." Internally, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. It was not his intention to deceive. Ning Hua had never instructed him on how to throw a match. As a seasoned martial artist, How could he possibly be expected to perform against Wan Dong, who had yet to even undergo the martial arts assessment, a practitioner without a cultivation manual? Ning Ze was utterly at a loss for how to portray this charade. Whom could he blame? The spectators were adamant in preventing his exit. What could he do but reluctantly accept the 2 million he had earned? As he spoke, Ning Ze steeled himself and began to exit. As he walked through the corridor of well-wishers, his phone chimed, notifying him, "Your account ending in 3386 received a deposit of 20 million Chinese yuan at the Industrial and Commercial Bank on July 16th at 8:45, balance 40,014. 325, Industrial and Commercial Bank." The atmosphere froze, sending chills down spines. Ning Ze, avoiding eye contact, hastened his pace, pulling his girlfriend along, well aware that the martial artists of the Thunderbolt Hall were seething with rage. Initially, he had intended for Zhai Yank to hear the sound of the money being deposited, which he had indeed heard, but he had forgotten to silence his phone when he was intercepted. Shu Yi, resembling a timid quail, burrowed her head against Ning Ze, embodying a picture of fragility and helplessness. They exited, walking several steps further. When Ning Ze glanced back, noticing that no one had pursued them through the glass doors of the first-floor hall, he released a long, relieved sigh. In truth, he felt a smidgen of pride. What was it like to be unmatched by any of the young fighters present? He had never before experienced such glory, as if the spotlight shone solely upon him, making him the protagonist upon the stage, wishing he could linger a moment longer. Yet reason cautioned him that remaining could provoke someone into irrationality. What consequences would arise from striking a blow to the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall's reputation? Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. Particularly since this was not a contest between two martial arts halls. The higher-ups of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall were absent, rendering this a purely personal affair. Martial artists valued their face above all. Had he offended a significant portion of the martial community, would he still have a place in the wilderness zone? In the midst of his contemplation, Ning Ze found himself enveloped in a warm embrace and met with a fervent kiss. "Zez, you are simply magnificent," Shui exclaimed, unable to contain her emotions, engaging in a bold display previously unfathomable. Ning Ze felt a rush of delight, though his face flushed with embarrassment. Not even in elementary school had he been addressed in such a manner, a nickname learned from his mother. "Please refrain from calling me by my nickname in public. If you're excited, just call me hubby." I truly did put in effort during the battle. He sensed that there was some misunderstanding among the onlookers. Any rational person would prefer to avoid such a spectacle, as it was far too perilous. He had genuinely fought earnestly, but the combat strategies between the two were simply not on the same wavelength. The flaws he had intentionally revealed were not seized upon by Wan Dong. How could a one-man show avoid being awkward? He attempted to clarify, thinking that at least those around him could understand, providing some psychological comfort. The moment he spoke, Shu erupted into laughter, doubling over in mirth. Ning Ze's lips twitched. He had not intended to be humorous. Today was strange. He spoke the truth. Yet no one believed him. After the laughter subsided, Shu Yi playfully scolded, "You are truly mischievous. Your leniency was so blatant. Are you truly giving him face? Or are you deliberately humiliating him? Let us go. Today was quite fruitful. I'll take you to explore the Underground Alliance." Ning Ze decided to abandon further explanation. Throughout his life, he had never known the meaning of leniency. Ning Hua's standard was that mistakes equated to punishment. The greater the mistake, the more painful the consequence. Thus, during the recent battle, he had fought with all his might, yet the performance had to be maintained. He had intentionally exposed vulnerabilities to place himself at a disadvantage, but his opponent failed to capitalize on them. He could not fathom Wan Dong's thoughts. The wind absolute slash, a sword technique of lethal precision, was so ferocious that even a casual strike could not be defended against, and Wan Dong had not even perceived it. He had to hastily withdraw before delivering a finishing blow, attempting to prolong the battle as much as possible. After such a confrontation, he felt utterly drained. For the first time, he realized how arduous combat could be. As for Zhai Yank, he did not concern himself with him. It was merely a matter of delivering a beating and then gifting him some money. Was it necessary to be bothered by such a person? The two enjoyed a happy outing, simultaneously discussing how to indulge in a bit of luxury. At the VIP room on the second floor of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, four head instructors gazed contemplatively at the recordings from the first-floor hall. The atmosphere within the hall was one of silence, with half a minute passing before someone finally spoke. "Wan Dong has no one to blame for his loss. This kid, I feel he is even stronger than I am," remarked a seasoned intermediate warrior, his expression somewhat grim. "To have fought in the wilderness zone for 20 years and to be bested by a newcomer. This experience is truly disheartening." Every move was lethal, every strike deliberate. King Firebear sired a fine son. His training methods are commendable, mused a powerful warrior, reminiscing about the earlier bout. Wan Dong is still too immature. The disparity in combat experience is far too vast, rendering any comparison moot. Another warrior, previously haughty, squinted. I wonder if I was mistaken. The swordplay, filled with lethal intent, resembled a tempestuous assault. Even from the sidelines, one could sense an overwhelming aura. His cultivation manual must be the top-tier wind absolute / Wan Dong was utterly bewildered. He couldn't even discern these lethal moves, let alone witness that sudden onslaught of sword energy. I'm not entirely certain. Top-tier manuals are scarce. With few practitioners, it is certainly not commonplace. He had already acknowledged Ning Ze's combat prowess, feeling little animosity towards him. He sensed that Ning Ze was striving to maintain face for everyone, yet Wan Dong was simply too inexperienced. The two were unable to communicate on the same wavelength. Strength does not come without effort. The level of one's prowess is directly proportional to the sacrifices made. Such battle experience is not achieved overnight. That limping junior combatant possesses remarkable skills. He has indeed raised an exceptionally talented son. As a fellow warrior, witnessing such a gifted young individual fills him with immense satisfaction. In the luxurious VIP room above, the screen flickered to life momentarily, revealing a four-pointed star at its center. The robust chief instructor, having set down the remote, spoke in a grave tone. What are your thoughts, everyone? Wind Absolute / certainly lives up to its reputation. This lad's swordplay is impressively seasoned. If physical attributes were comparable, under such a formidable sword technique, even I would need to tread carefully. Old Zhang's gaze was filled with caution, with an air of grace intertwined with latent menace. The combat prowess of both sides was clearly not on the same level. We have underestimated him. Wan Dong remains too inexperienced. Perhaps after months of honing his skills in the wilderness, he might withstand a few blows, but winning? The stern-faced chief instructor shook his head, adding, unless Wan Dong cultivates top-tier techniques, winning is utterly hopeless. Old Zhang narrowed his eyes and remarked, this young man is remarkably adept at concealment. He even deceived the Martial Arts Academy. His current strength must be at least 2,800 kilograms, even if he gained 200 kilograms in a month. He has absorbed over 1,600 kilograms of cosmic energy. I suspect he possesses hidden strength. I wonder if he has already mastered the first level of his training. He only passed the martial arts practical assessment on July 1st, and now it has barely been half a month. The three of them were visibly astonished. Mastering Wind Absolute / within 2 weeks was indeed extraordinary. A true combat prodigy. The Lightning Martial Arts Academy does not log into the Extreme House. They maintain their own internal network. The martial arts practical assessment receives information from multiple channels simultaneously, and access to such techniques is restricted to the higher echelons of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. You've interacted with this young man. What are your impressions? Old Zhang asked in a low voice. Park Nan, deep in thought, queried. According to the supply station's data, he only spent a day in the wilderness during his first visit. Such a genius surely wouldn't merely stroll around and return. City 096 was devoid of beast tides, and even the martial teams were scarce, with the fire team being the strongest, posing no real danger. They had no reason to return prematurely, yet they did return, and in the sweltering heat of the day, their entire team seemed rather impatient. After returning, the rest of their team ventured back into the wilderness, while only Ning Ze came home to train. Don't you find that suspicious? Old Zhang seemed to have an epiphany and hurriedly spoke. Returning from the wilderness usually implies either casualties or matters at home, or perhaps someone has gained a profound insight. Are you suggesting he comprehended the essence of power on his first day in the wilderness? He had only passed the assessment a week prior. Old Zhang's emotions were heightened. How unbelievable. Such talent has emerged from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Park Nin nodded slightly, affirming this notion. Then, narrowing his eyes, he said in a contemplative tone, furthermore, don't you find he appears too relaxed during combat? Even with ample experience, one ought to approach such situations with seriousness. However, he exhibited no signs of tension throughout. Even when Wan Dong pressured him to a corner, he remained as composed as though strolling in a garden. What grants him such confidence? I even sensed moments of overconfidence where he nearly faced defeat. His movements display exceptional coordination. Yet, something feels amiss. What do you think? Are you implying this young man's agility is remarkably refined? Old Zhang expressed his frustration. Park Nan remained silent, retrieving the remote to replay the earlier combat footage. 10 minutes passed, and the VIP room fell into silence. the only sound being the replay of the battle on the screen. Being the regional chief instructor of the Lightning Martial Arts Academy, he was no fool. Upon careful observation, he too noticed the peculiarities. The video continued, replaying for another 10 minutes. Indeed, his agility was exquisite. He had instinctively evaded 8 attacks by the narrowest of margins. And his demeanor exuded confidence, as if he had grasped the essence of power and mastered a refined level of agility. Old Zhang felt a slight itch in his teeth. The stern-faced chief instructor broke into a smile. Being the son of the Goldfire Bear, he surely will not join our academy. Attempting to conceal himself? Let's expose him. He dares to slap the face of the Lightning Martial Arts Academy, and think he can walk away unscathed? Does he truly believe we cannot discern the truth? Such talent. The Lightning Martial Arts Academy can certainly endure this loss. This past month has been a setback for us, but next month, we shall continue. Upon hearing this, Park Nan laughed heartily. This was acceptable. He had contemplated extending an invitation on the train, but had not mustered the courage. That young man had outright declined. Now, he deserved to return. How dare he show me disdain? Does he not appreciate my affection for talent? Attempting to hide beneath the watchful eyes of seasoned combatants is futile. Haha. The 4 chief instructors of the Lightning Martial Arts Academy erupted in laughter, confident that they could confront the talent the Extreme Martial Arts Academy wished to conceal. After all, if they could not recruit him, they might as well reclaim some dignity. On Clear Spring Street, at the Extreme Branch. This was a 4-story martial arts branch. Although merely a branch, it occupied an impressive 20,000 square meters, comparable in size to a large shopping complex. The first floor was designated for junior trainees, where a towering figure strode purposefully across the floor. Creak, creak. One person, 2 distinct footfalls. His right leg bore a striking golden prosthetic. Ning Hua's sharp gaze swept across the surrounding trainees. His serious demeanor conveyed a stern authority. Upon spotting any errors, he would not hesitate to deliver a swift kick, immediately followed by a demonstration and earnest instruction. The trainees, though visibly anxious from the chastisement, persevered with unwavering resolve. The intermediate and advanced students on the second floor had already undergone such rigorous training. Thus, he focused on imparting lessons to the younger ones on the first floor. After a thorough round of training, Ning Hua felt a mix of admiration. Indeed, they were good kids, displaying a hint of the resilience akin to that of Xiao Zhe. They remained undaunted by beatings, unflinching in the face of reprimands, and dedicated to their training. If these children could become warriors in the future, perhaps they would encounter fewer unforeseen incidents. He glanced down at his brilliant golden prosthetic, a smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated its utility post-injury. However, the young ones in the academy were not as compliant. Youthful stubbornness prevailed. Without it, they would undoubtedly harbor grievances after a beating. Ding ding. The crisp notification tone resonated, and Ning Hua glanced at his wristwatch. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly initiated communication. Supervisor, Ning Hua addressed with utmost respect. The video displayed a cultured young man. Powerful warriors often appeared youthful, with only a few who broke through later showing signs of aging. Ning Hua, you mentioned your son is a genius? The Oriental supervisor's expression bore an air of inexplicability. Ning Hua's expression faltered momentarily as he earnestly replied, Yes, I assure you. He has undoubtedly grasped the essence of refined agility. The Oriental supervisor's countenance grew peculiar, and his eyes flashed with irritation. I am not referring to the matter of agility. Ning Hua blinked, a sense of unease coursing through him. What had the Eastern supervisor heard? What transpired today? He leaned in and whispered, Is he in trouble? The Eastern supervisor's countenance remained impassive as he replied, He is at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. His piercing gaze seemed to convey a silent accusation. As if to say, Are you contemplating treachery? Ning Hua's eyes widened progressively, ultimately becoming round with conviction as he emphatically assured, Supervisor, I have no intention of changing my allegiance. If he dares to act recklessly, I shall break his legs. The Eastern supervisor's expression softened slightly as he gently interrupted, All right, I understand. Now, please elaborate on your son's situation. Why does the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School claim he has concealed his powers? Besides mastering the subtle techniques of movement, there are rumors that he has also comprehended the art of force application. Ning Hua was taken aback, then quickly realized that the young man had engaged in a fight. Though apprehensive, he reassured himself that the base city was not overly perilous. He resolved to first address the Eastern supervisor's queries before inquiring about Ning Ze. Thus, he began recounting Ning Ze's journey of growth. Chapter 13. The 2 training camps. Within a branch of the Extreme Martial Arts School near the South Shore District, Jiang Yan was also conducting inspections. Compared to the previous days, he now walked leisurely, as if treading upon a cloud, a clear indication of his buoyant mood. Discovering a prodigy not only fulfilled mission objectives, but also garnered immense contributions, and, even more significantly, fostered bonds with young talents. This was something that could not be purchased with any material wealth. Take, for instance, an S-class genius, who might possess a glimmer of hope of becoming a god of war. What a revered existence that is. Although the Eastern Supervisor held a lofty position, his prowess was merely that of a battle general, not a god of war. Those who ascended to the role of supervisor at the Extreme Martial Arts School did so primarily due to the support of formidable war gods. Such connections were paramount. Previously, when he brought Luo Fo to the Extreme Council, he observed Supervisor Zhuge Tao with utmost reverence. If Luo Fo were to ascend to the status of a war god in the future, even Zhuge Tao would have to accord him some respect. Such an investment would yield returns far beyond mere monetary value. Jiang Yan felt a swell of pride. Surely, fortune was on his side. Just then, a message arrived, and he glanced casually at his wrist communicator. The next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, and after reading, he erupted with a curse. Damn. That kid, Li Mingshu, Buddhi. I heard that this morning. You had a spat with old Ning? Did you really set up a match between the genius you just recommended and his son Ning Ze? Let me share some news. Consider it carefully, lest you end up with nothing to show for your efforts. That little brat Ning Ze trounced an S-class genius at the main City S Thunderbolt Grand Hall today, and it was a complete rout. Rumor has it he has made significant progress with the top-tier secret technique, Wind Absolute Slash, and possesses hidden strength. When he first absorbed cosmic energy, his power was estimated to be close to 2,000 kilograms. His movement techniques have reached the subtle level, and he has learned to apply force through the pinnacle of secrets. This information was released by several heads of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, and it seems the supervisor has tacitly acknowledged these claims. The authenticity is quite high. Damn! Jin Wuxiong, you're unbelievable. You managed to keep this under wraps. It appears everyone misjudged you. Jiang Yan muttered, feeling a pang of frustration. Whatever happened to his previous flamboyant demeanor? Just a few days ago, he had been boastful upon discovering a near-genius martial artist, and now, this was his son, a fact he had kept secret so tightly. Earlier in the day, he had just encouraged Luo Fo, suggesting he spar with Ning Ze, and now he was receiving this shocking news. Suddenly, he recalled the image of Ning Ze from a few days prior, grinning and playfully cheering him up, maintaining his composure while teasing him, and later boldly challenging him to a duel. He had thought the boy possessed a strong character, unafraid of challenges, but in reality, he had been watching a farcical spectacle unfold. Jiang Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, muttering to himself, "You little rascal, you're quite impressive. Learning well from old Ning. After all my effort to find a genius, I now have to watch you trounce him." After contemplating this, his expression turned to one of chagrin. Alas, he had no choice but to seek out Luo Fo once more, feeling rather awkward about it. In la lavish villa, Zha Yank lay sprawled on the sofa, nursing a bottle of liquor, the floor littered with toppled bottles. His eyes were glazed, his face expressionless. Compared to the morning's polished appearance, he now looked utterly disheveled and despondent. Coincidentally, he had also carefully exited the Thunderbolt Grand Hall, but unlike before, the seniors there had not been so courteous to him. It was this failure that had brought them disgrace, and as he walked out, he was met with derisive laughter and insults branding him as trash. He trudged out with his head bowed, uncertain of how he would return. Defeated in front of a crowd, subsequently suffering social death, he could withstand the taunts of others, but losing to Ning Ze, his childhood rival, his greatest obstacle in life, was a bitter pill to swallow. After exerting immense effort to challenge him, he suddenly realized that their disparities had not diminished with his ascension to martial artist. Rather, they had widened. Previously, their battles had been relatively even, but now, one blow, despair and loneliness enveloped his heart. A nearby, elegantly dressed, noble woman offered kind words of encouragement, but Zha Yank was lost in the abyss of his memories of failure. Time and again, once, twice, 10 times, he had long since lost count. The opportunities to win had vanished. Nightfall, 9 o'clock. After enjoying a delightful date, Ning Ze returned home under the cover of night, his spirits high. A martial artist's duty was to protect the base city, and his training aimed to safeguard his family, including his endearing girlfriend, who he envisioned as his future wife. Upon entering, 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Ningxia, taken aback, inquired Dad Mom, "What's the matter?" Ning Qianqian lay weakly atop the table, her eyes filled with an overwhelming envy. Ning Hua's voice was grave as he asked, "Where have you been?" "I want to see Xiao Guai." Ning Ze did not conceal the truth. His family had known about their relationship since high school, and by university, they had already met each other as parents. Had it not been for Xu Yi still being in school, they would likely be married by now. "Did you go to the Thunderbolt martial arts school?" Ning Hua inquired again. Ning Ze hesitated for a moment, but did not hide the truth. "Yes, I taught that scoundrel Zhai a lesson. And I had a spar with a little genius." "Preposterous." Ning Hua's eyes widened. Ning Ze managed a bitter smile, saying, "Dad, you've heard? I didn't mean to show off, but that Zhai Yang provoked me. How can I not fight back? You never taught me how to throw a match." Ning Hua's eyelids twitched as he exclaimed, "Is this about throwing a match? How could you expose your movement techniques and force application at the Thunderbolt martial arts school? Don't you realize that even the Eastern supervisor called me? He said I should ensure you conceal your strength, and mentioned that your initial absorption of cosmic energy exceeded 1,700 kilograms, and you're not far from 2,000 kg. He implied that I was being too complacent." "No, I didn't tee." Ning Ze found himself somewhat bewildered. Was it truly necessary to employ such intricate footwork to engage in a mere spar with Wan Dong? Must one also utilize techniques of force application? If not for the concern of losing face, he could have effortlessly trampled his opponent with basic swordsmanship and foundational agility. Ning Hua let out a heavy snort, sharply admonishing, "We are at the headquarters of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. The 4 chief instructors are observing. Do you really believe you can conceal your prowess?" Our Oriental supervisor from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy pressed me for details, and since they are our benefactors, I had no choice but to speak honestly. Could you not be a tad more discreet? Must we make it common knowledge? The supervisor suspects I intend to switch allegiances. Ning Ze's expression darkened, as memories flooded back of that invincible moment on the arena stage. To be candid, he relished that sensation. He was acutely aware that this could incite trouble, perhaps even envy from others regarding his innate talent, prompting them to take extreme actions. Yet, through years of sparring with his father, he had learned that evasion and fear bore no fruit. A martial artist must bravely advance, minimizing mistakes to avoid peril and not end up like his father, who had suffered a debilitating fate. From a moment he grasped the system's function. He had mentally prepared himself. Previous plans and expectations had been utterly shattered. A new life awaited him. There would inevitably come a moment when his abilities would be laid bare. His relentless training was aimed at amassing sufficient strength to confront any challenge head-on, cutting through obstacles with ease. Ning Ze glanced at his father, observing the slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, suggesting that his father was quite pleased to be showcasing him before his superiors, feeling a sense of pride rather than reproach. Ning Ze grinned broadly, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he inquired, "Father, what arrangements has the supervisor made for me? Will I be sent to the Global Martial Arts headquarters? Or must I accept a challenge from a prodigy of the Thunderbolt Academy?" Being born into a family of martial artists inherently conferred a sense of privilege. His disposition had never lacked a touch of audacity and recklessness. However, he typically refrained from displaying this, as his surroundings were filled with relatives and friends, or ordinary service personnel, rendering it unnecessary to flaunt his superiority. Such behavior would not be termed as boldness, but rather as oppression of the weak. In contrast, with Zhai Yang, Ning Ze held nothing back. He was unabashedly aggressive, unafraid of retaliation. Now that was audacity. This time, he had decisively defeated him with a single strike. And that too at the Thunderbolt Academy. He had never feared his adversaries. He would not let the presence of numerous martial artists deter him from dealing with Zhai Yang as he deemed fit. This was true recklessness. However, martial artists do not seek to be first. They strive for ceaseless excellence. Transitory accolades do not influence his quest for strength. Everything else is mere illusion. While true power is an asset solely belonging to oneself. Should circumstances allow, he might choose to lay low temporarily as a prudent measure during times of weakness. If not, it would merely mean that the storm had arrived earlier. He would not mind embracing a different lifestyle, relishing the wildness of youth, and competing earnestly with the top talents of his generation. The Global Martial Arts headquarters? Is that your ambition? Ning Hua's expression betrayed a hint of displeasure. Ning Ze beamed radiantly, his eyes filled with admiration as he asked, "Can you arrange for me to join the elite training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy?" Ning Hua's demeanor turned slightly awkward. "Please do not regard me with such hopeful eyes. I am unable to facilitate that." The Extreme Martial Arts Academy boasts 2 primary training camps, a foundational camp and an elite camp. The Global Martial Arts headquarters pertains to the foundational camp, which selects talented martial artists from around the world and signs contracts for elite training that surpass S-level agreements, providing the best training. The elite camp, known as the God of War Preparatory Camp, is the foremost training facility globally. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the Thunderbolt Academy both possess foundational and elite camps. However, it is undisputed that the elite camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy ranks #1 in the world. Even the world's strongest Hong occasionally instructs there. Opportunities for guidance from such combat legends are rare, yet within this elite camp, such chances abound. As a member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Ning Hua had merely heard of the distinctions between these two camps. How could he possibly arrange for Ning Ze to enter? He elucidated the differences between the two training camps and then patiently continued. The Oriental supervisor believes that merely mastering the first level of Wind Absolute Slash does not definitively establish your talent. After you train further and advance to the second level of Wind Absolute Slash, proving your genuine aptitude, he will recommend you for the elite camp. Ning Hua's tone seemed to imply that Ning Ze was not yet qualified, but his expression radiated confidence in Ning Ze's potential to enter the elite camp. Those in the know understand their own circumstances. Ning Ze, having grasped the first level in mere moments, could comprehend the application of force. Even requiring the second level's techniques as cover, advancing to the third level would be a natural progression. If he were to reach the fourth level, it would not surprise him. At such a stage, even mastering the top-tier techniques would be more than halfway accomplished. Such a talent was unheard of. How could he possibly be barred from the elite camp? A few more levels of training? Ning Ze's gaze grew contemplative. With a potential gain of 10 proficiency points per hour, limited by physical stamina, he could train for 6 hours daily, accumulating 60 points, amounting to 1,800 points monthly. Currently, Wind Absolute Slash stood at a proficiency of 459 out of 1,000,000 at his current training rate. He estimated it would take approximately 4 months to reach the next complete realm. He was uncertain how the system's proficiency correlated with the levels of techniques. Would he double his force application upon reaching the next realm? Furthermore, he wasn't sure how much force application there was in total. The most potent technique on Earth, Ninefold Thunderblade, boasted a 7-fold application of force. What? Do you lack confidence? Ning Hua's eyes were filled with skepticism. He held considerable faith in his son. Why did this boy appear so perplexed? Ning Ze raised an eyebrow, contemplating that doubling his force application would yield 3 times the power, falling within the range of 28 to 35 times for the third and fourth levels of top-tier techniques. At worst, he could minimize his foundational strength and calculate it as a demonstration of Wind Absolute Slash's third level. This year, I will undoubtedly reach the third level. You needn't worry. After a day of play, he intended to return to training. Very well, off you go. Seemingly recalling something, Ning Hua casually remarked, by the way, Jiang Yin has taken in a little prodigy. He seems to have moved in today. If he dares to approach, show a bit of leniency. As fellow martial artists of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, we ought to maintain some decorum. Ning Ze's brow arched as he recalled yesterday's events. This little prodigy must be named Luo Fo? Understood. He mentioned this to me as well. I'll await your updates. Hold on. Li Wan called out to him. Ning Ze turned back, puzzled. What is it, Mom? How are things progressing with Xiao Guai? When are you planning to get married? Li Wan inquired, her concern evident. Ning Ze felt a bit awkward as he replied, Mom, she's still in school, and we haven't discussed this matter. Perhaps we should wait until after her graduation? Graduation? Li Wan frowned slightly, her expression revealing discontent as she retorted, she will be 22 by then. Must we wait another 3 years? People are already marrying right after high school, yet you two seem so patient. A mere university, yet little Guai possesses the innate talent of a warrior. If it proves unfeasible, perhaps we should seek out their principal for an early graduation. That girl is astute and will undoubtedly pass. In truth, all of you are warriors, and the field of study bears little consequence for the future. Not attending school is merely a trivial matter. We must deliberate on this. Even if graduation is achieved, it will take at least another year or 2. Ning Ze found himself at a loss for words. They had yet to contemplate marriage, let alone the prospect of early graduation. Why not get engaged first? Li Wan pressa insistently. All right, I shall discuss it with her, Ning Ze replied, adding, please assist Qian Qian with her studies. She is soon to enter her final year of high school, and attending a reputable institution is quite significant, at the very least. The boys will be of superior caliber. The implication being that she is rather lacking, and her only hope lies in securing a good marriage. He felt powerless. Nowadays, most people marry right after high school, and many couples are formed within universities. This is the current state of affairs. He and Shu Yi, being in good health, shouldn't delay for too long. Thus, he must resort to indirect means, first bringing his sister forward to deflect some of the pressure. Upon hearing this, Li Wan turned to him, her irritation palpable as she beheld her daughter's lazy demeanor. Go do your homework. Wake up early tomorrow to practice. Ning Xian rose with a sense of futility, casting a mournful glance at the white figure ascending the stairs. Her warrior aptitude was lacking, and her restlessness rendered both her physical fitness and academic performance subpar. However, when compared to others, she was still a top student at her school, far from the dismal portrayal painted by her mother and brother. Why must I have such a brother? Chapter 14. Zhai Yang's plea the following morning. A visitor arrived at a villa in the Mingyue community, which had recently welcomed its first occupants. Descending the staircase of the villa's living room was a young man, approximately 175 meters tall, clad in a blue training outfit, a sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead. Upon glancing downstairs, Luo Fo was somewhat surprised, followed by a smile. Uncle Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Yin offered a slightly awkward smile, observing Luo Feng's appearance post-training, and complimented. You certainly remain diligent in your practice. Luo Fo nodded slightly, pouring tea for Jiang Yin, and inquired, You must have come for a reason today, correct? Not particularly, Jiang Yin replied, somewhat forced, before continuing, When you moved in yesterday, I mentioned a neighbor. You should recall? Luo Fo pondered briefly and smiled. Rest assured, after I settle in, I will make a point to visit and engage with them. Where there are people, there are circles, and within the martial arts community, healthy competition thrives. Jiang Yin felt indebted to offer a recommendation, and he had no qualms about lending a hand, vying for honor in his small circle against a newly minted warrior prodigy. Jiang Yin's expression stiffened as he inwardly cursed Ning Hua, the old fox. He could only plead with a facade of sincerity. I'm not trying to rush you. I merely meant that since you've just signed a contract with the Martial Arts Academy, you'll need to wait for the practical assessments before you can purchase the techniques. For now, focus on honing your skills. There's no rush for the competition. He ended with an awkward smile, his expression somewhat uncomfortable. Luo Fo was taken aback, recalling that just yesterday they had discussed the opponent's strength being 2,300 kilograms, while his own was tested at 3,100 kilograms, a difference of 800 kilograms that would guarantee an easy victory. What had changed? Jiang Yin reluctantly nodded. That kid concealed his true strength. His power is likely close to 3,000 kilograms, certainly not the 2,300 kilograms initially claimed. Luo Fo furrowed his brow slightly, still believing he held the advantage. Having only recently become a warrior, he did not expect to lose. He had easily defeated a talented warrior at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy the previous day, his skillful execution of the Wind Absolute Slash showcasing his mastery. You may not be aware, but the Wind Absolute Slash is a premier swordsmanship technique, far surpassing basic forms. Without access to advanced techniques, he would be at a significant disadvantage in combat. Supervisor Dong had not mentioned to others that Ning Ze had learned to harness his power, and Jiang Yin had not even hinted at Ning Ze's exceptional agility. Such rumors of his power would certainly not be shared. Otherwise, it would be akin to pitting a novice against an experienced warrior, an impossible scenario. After much contemplation last night, he had finally settled on a narrative, with the utmost priority being to preserve his image in Luo Feng's eyes. Luo Fo fell into a brief silence before smiling candidly. At present, I cannot defeat him. However, after some time training, I will seek the opportunity to learn from him. He had never intended to engage in combat with Ning Ze. Acknowledging his defeat was of little consequence. Luo Feng's admission of defeat was quite forthright, as he recognized his physical attributes were not particularly advantageous. Having fainted several times throughout his life, each episode had resulted in a slight enhancement of his physical prowess. Now, he understood the reason. It was the awakening of his mentalist abilities. Even after multiple fainting spells, he had only achieved around 750 kilograms of strength before his college entrance examination, requiring a year of training to become a warrior, placing him on par with Ning Ze. However, due to nerves during the exam, he fainted again, subsequently increasing his strength to 1,100 kilograms, qualifying him as a near warrior. While in detention, he absorbed his first cosmic energy, temporarily boosting his strength to 1,800 kilograms. Yet his innate talent remained average, incapable of rivaling prodigious warriors who had gained 2,000 kilograms from the outset. Only after fainting once more, fully awakening his mentalist powers, did his physical attributes rise to 3,100 kilograms, barely allowing him to compete with these exceptional warriors. Luo Fo could not help but ponder the disparity in strength among warriors. Without access to martial arts techniques, his chances of losing were considerable. if he were to employ his mentalist abilities, which are reputed to be invincible at the same rank. Victory would surely be within reach. Jiang Nian hesitated to speak, sensing that even with the techniques, Luo Fo would struggle against Ning Ze. Their strengths were comparable. Yet the experience in combat would be a decisive factor. One a child of the slums without guidance, the other nurtured under the tutelage of a general-level warrior since childhood. Moreover, the disparity in techniques further complicated matters. Ning Ze was training with top-tier techniques. Only if Luo Fo chose a comparable level of technique would he stand a chance of victory. However, he would not advise Luo Fo to pursue such challenging techniques, as the path of a warrior must be one's own choice. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Nian departed from Luo Feng's home. Upon returning to the training room, Luo Fo gazed towards Ning Ze's residence, murmuring, "I initially anticipated a confrontation, but it seems I have already lost before the battle has begun. Currently, I cannot match your strength, but I will catch up. My training speed has significantly accelerated since the awakening of my mentalist powers." Evening descended. In the desolate outskirts of Yangzhou, 5 disheveled warriors approached the base of the city wall, their shadows stretching long across the yellow earth, imbued with a sense of melancholy. "Damn it, we nearly didn't make it back." Zhou Feng cursed vehemently, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Ma Yu appeared equally fatigued, his voice low as he remarked, "There are powerful warriors in the city hunting lord-level beasts. It's only natural for the beasts to become agitated." Yang Chao's complexion was somewhat pallid. As the artilleryman of the warrior squad, the greater the number of beasts, the more mental energy he expended. The cities ranking at the top embody a certain peril. One might inadvertently cross paths with a warrior of godlike caliber, and merely returning alive would be deemed a stroke of fortune. Su Liang wore a face of despair. Lamenting with tears unshed, "In my flight for survival, I discarded all my materials. These godlike warriors are truly ruthless. They initiated combat the moment they signaled, nearly preventing my escape." Ma Yu replied solemnly, "It is already a blessing that they provided us with a signal. Do you think lord-level beasts are so easily hunted? Damn it, I must ascend to the ranks of a godlike warrior." Zhou Xingyuan felt quite perturbed. He had initially planned to hunt another beast before returning. Having identified his target and commenced the kill, only for the beast to go berserk, nearly thwarting his return. The team fell into silence for a moment. Only Zhou Xingyuan, being the youngest and strongest among them, could utter such words. With exceptional talent, he might possess a minuscule chance of cultivating to the level of a godlike warrior. What of Ning Ze? How has his training progressed? His talent is commendable, and he stands a significant chance of becoming a godlike warrior in the future. His comprehension is quite good, though his physical gifts are average, neither poor nor particularly exceptional. Perhaps we shall see in 2 years. It's too early to speculate now. Indeed. Now, let us refrain from such disheartening talk upon our return. This time, we shall rest for a few days before departing for City 096, which is relatively safer. So we shan't linger too long. Come, let us head to the supply base for a wash. How unfortunate. I shall not accompany you. I need to return home for a bit. In the Mingyue community, Ning Ze just finished his training and was about to head downstairs for a meal when he noticed a text message on his phone resting on the table. Departing for the wilderness area the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. Assemble at the usual spot. For the past few days, I have been diligently training my genetic energy, and presently my strength stands at 3,085 kilograms. In a couple of days, it should reach 3,285, and with a full exertion, I could approach nearly 6,600 kilograms, which is not weak among advanced warriors. Ning Ze's eyes sparkled with delight. This time, I shall not be a burden to everyone. Once I adapt to the rhythm of hunting, I will be able to join them in taking down beast generals. Furthermore, I should be able to enhance my proficiency growth in the wild, right? In the bustling center of Yangzhou district, within an exquisitely picturesque luxury villa area. Not a martial arts community, but rather a haven for the affluent. The residents here are either wealthy or noble. Yet, within one of the opulently decorated villas, a discordant voice erupted. "Drink, drink, drink. Can alcohol resolve problems? Keep drinking, and I'll have you thrown out. I, Zhai Baifen, do not have a son like you." At the entrance of the villa, a formally dressed, middle-aged man with slicked-back hair thundered, pointing a finger accusatorily. The target of his ire, Zhai Yank, sat half-reclined on the sofa, his cheeks flushed and eyes glazed, intoxicated, surrounded by an array of empty bottles on the coffee table. A richly attired middle-aged woman stood helplessly beside him, glancing between her inebriated son and her husband who had just returned home, her heart aching. Zhai Yank continued to drink beer, having descended into despondency since returning from that fateful defeat, filled with a fervent desire for vengeance. He found himself instead a figure of ridicule. Upon realizing the chasm that lay between him and his adversary, he understood that he might never surpass Ning Ze in martial prowess. Zhai Baifen's irritation grew with each passing moment, and in a fit of rage, he dashed over and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed as Zhai Yang crumpled onto the sofa, the bottle slipping from his hand and shattering upon the floor. What gives you the right to strike your son? Zhai mother, already pained, erupted, instinctively shielding Zhai Yang as if she were a mother hen protecting her chick. Her face contorted, and her voice rose in a piercing wail. He has suffered outside, and you still choose to strike him upon his return. If you must hit him, then strike me as well. Zhai Baifen found himself in a predicament, his face darkening. He was known for his cunning, navigating the treacherous waters of business with shrewdness. How could he afford to be outwitted? To the outside world, he was cold-hearted and ruthless, conducting clandestine operations. Yet this wife, who had stood by him since the great Nirvana and had been willing to sacrifice everything for him during their flight, shared a bond of profound depth. How could he bring himself to strike her? At that moment, Zhai Yang appeared to awaken from his stupor, hoarsely uttering, "Mom, step aside." Zhai mother hesitated, but the determination in his gaze compelled her to yield. Zhai Yang raised his chin defiantly, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "Dad, I want to marry Shui." Zhai Baifen scoffed derisively, exuding disappointment. "All for a woman? Truly, you're a fine son. What a promising future you have." Zhai mother, hearing this, became frantic, exclaiming anxiously, "It's just a girl. If our son wishes to marry her, then let him. Dad, this is my only opportunity to surpass him." Zhai Yang's voice remained hoarse, his eyes brimming with hatred laced with a hint of desperation. "Is it that Ning Ze?" Zhai Baifen felt a surge of anger, followed by a heavy sigh. "You have truly disappointed me. I had hoped that with a rival, you might strive for improvement and broaden your horizons. Yet here you are, unable to overcome even this hurdle. What have I taught you? A warrior heading to the wilderness area with a mere junior battle general for a family. And we nearly kept him in the wilderness area with a little financial persuasion. A minor scheme could have severely damaged their business. Now that he is in the wilderness area, even if you wish for his demise, it would be a trivial matter. You could control his fate. Yet you allow yourself to languish in despair over him. Dad, it's different." Zhai Yang's gaze turned obstinate, then despondent. He had once believed he could ultimately defeat Ning Ze and redeem himself from past humiliations. Now, he had given up. After a brief pause, he spat out, "That is not enough. Even if he dies, I want him to suffer. Shoot, he must marry me." Zhai mother quickly interjected, "Our son has always listened to you, enduring so much hardship, and you let me intervene? Now that he is 19 and has become a warrior, what is he lacking? You have made him endure so many grievances. Allow him to vent his frustrations this time." Zhai Baifen's countenance darkened. His eyes filled with contemplation as he glanced at Zhai Yang, realizing that Ning Ze had become his son's obsession. He spoke in a grave tone. "I have already investigated the Shu family. Though our family's stature surpasses theirs, with overlapping interests in combat gear, their business is not insignificant and cannot be easily coerced. During this period, you shall accompany me and observe how I operate. You must not neglect your martial training, and you must also learn how to manage the company. If you learn well, there will be no need for me to intervene." Upon hearing this, Zhai Yang's spirits lifted, and he sprang up eagerly, exclaiming, "Dad, rest assured. I will study hard. Clean up this mess of yours. If there is another incident, I shall not concern myself with you, even if you perish outside." Zhai Baifen turned and ascended the stairs, his gaze shadowed with foreboding, preparing for the inevitable. He had long been ready for this. And it was time to set some plans in motion. 2 days later, at 10 o'clock at night, it was time for the battle squad to set off for the wilderness area. In a restaurant on the 3rd floor of the HR Alliance Mall, Zhua Xingyuan and the others were engrossed in a hearty feast. "Where's that guy? Could he have sustained injuries during the competition?" Su Liang spoke in a vague manner, mentioning that they had all heard the news about Ning Ze's previous battle at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. "This kid claims he took the last bus. I suspect he merely wandered off along the way," Su Liang remarked. "Oh, here he comes." Zhou Xingyuan glanced at his watch and exclaimed, "Why are you so late? You could have arrived an hour earlier, right when we were about to leave." Ning Ze chuckled awkwardly. "I made a stop at Jiangnan University." "I knew it. You went looking for a girlfriend?" Su Liang turned to him and asked, "You seem to have been busy. Did you go on a date with a genius from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School? How has your training been lately?" Ning Ze had not forgotten what these uncles had done last time, especially Su Liang, whose video he had already watched with his father. Were it not for his considerable improvement in strength, he might have been on the verge of being beaten to a pulp. Ning Ze discreetly scanned the surroundings and replied. Training has been relatively smooth these past 2 weeks. My footwork is quite proficient, and wind absolute slash is decent as well. I've gained a bit of strength. Sounds good. If you can defeat the genius martial artist from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, it seems you haven't slacked off in your training, Zhou Feng said boisterously. All right. I've ordered a table full of dishes. Eat well. I will only have biscuits once we reach the wilderness zone. Sure. Ning Ze sat next to Yang Chao, rolled up his sleeves, and began to feast, knowing that after this hearty meal, he would have to survive on compressed biscuits for the next half-month. Chapter 15. Bullets in tandem under the night sky. The hazy moonlight cast a silvery veil over the ground, with bizarre shadows looming wherever the eye could see. Deep, resonant beast roars echoed in succession, and the nearby bushes rustled ominously. Suddenly, several dark figures appeared, darting away swiftly. After just a few days at home, I barely got settled before being dragged back to this wretched place, Su Yang grumbled. Yang Chao, looking somewhat bewildered, remarked, no wonder your strength hasn't improved. You just lay around at home and did no training. Not as weak as you. Su Liang Zito, Gainet 20 pouts. You brat. Haha. The members of the Warfire Squad were all intermediate warriors at the very least, moving at a consistent speed of 25 meters per second, equivalent to 90 kilometers in an hour. It would take over 3 hours to reach City 096, and amidst this hurried journey, they needed to find some amusement. As they proceeded, a pair of eerie blue eyes emerged in the distance. Zhou Feng, being a mid-level war general, had undergone superior genetic evolution, making him slightly stronger. Judging the beast's strength from its eyes, he turned to Ning Ze and said, Kid, your prey has arrived. This blue-eyed cat monster is probably weaker than the last one. You can take care of it. Monsters possess a degree of intelligence, and many prefer to inhabit areas once populated by humans. Those living alone in the wilderness generally exhibit lower strength, and being familiar with certain species allows him to feel at ease, letting Ning Ze hone his skills. Without hesitation, Ning Ze dashed away from the group, maintaining his speed at 25 meters per second to avoid scaring off the beast. The blue-eyed cat monster initially sprinted a short distance ahead, but upon realizing Ning Ze's speed had not increased, its ferocity erupted as it lunged toward him. A smile crept onto Ning Ze's lips as it drew near. He unleashed a powerful thrust with his sword, channeling over 6,000 kilograms of force into a single point, piercing the beast's eye in a swift motion. The silvery sword light shone brilliantly, reflecting droplets of blood. With a resounding thud, the blue-eyed cat monster collapsed to the ground, lifeless. That was fast. This cat monster must be quite weak, Zhou Feng remarked, somewhat surprised. However, that strike of yours was perfectly timed and extremely fierce, Ma Yugong critically assessed. Ning Ze smiled slightly and said, let's not bother with this beast. We must prioritize our journey. In truth, judging by the sensation from his prior attack, this monster was close to the strength of an advanced B soldier, classified as a grade G monster. Advanced beast soldier-level monsters could be easily dispatched with weapons, typically valued between 2,000 to 10,000 Huaxia coins, while grade G monsters were even less valuable. He couldn't be bothered to collect them. Let it go. It's not worth anything. Let us continue forward. Zhou Feng and the others were somewhat taken aback by how swiftly Ning Ze had dispatched the creature, but did not dwell on it. There is variability in the physical attributes among monsters. Perhaps this one was simply larger, yet inherently weak. It seems you've been diligently training at home. Being able to dispatch a cat monster so quickly, Su Yang joked. Ning Ze smiled subtly, a hint of mischief in his gaze. He knew he needed a bit more time to surpass his father, yet he was already nearly on par with these warrior-level uncles. They likely had not anticipated this. Had they? The group continued their trek. Along the way, Zhou Feng allowed Ning Ze to take action several more times, with most encounters resolved in a single strike, except for a cautious black and white striped snake monster that took a bit longer to defeat. Ning Ze collected its fangs, eyes, skin, and gallbladder. Around 3 in the morning, they arrived at an abandoned villa. After briefly clearing away the cobwebs, they prepared to rest temporarily until they were ready to commence their official hunt. Have we struck a stroke of luck? We haven't encountered a single F-class, advanced B soldier level monster along the way, Zhou Feng pondered, feeling perplexed by how smoothly things had gone. Ning Ze's swift kills made it seem as though the monsters were utterly weak. Perhaps Ning Ze has improved somewhat? Yang Chao also found it odd. His reflexes were quick, but his physical attributes were the lowest in the team aside from Ning Ze. He sensed that Ning Ze's strikes had become exceptionally fierce, likely linked to his recent sword training. Just then, Zhang Chun, who usually spoke little, chimed in. Ning Ze, let me see the fangs you've collected. Ning Ze was slightly taken aback, feeling as though his cover might be blown. However, he had not intended to keep it hidden. So he simply retrieved the fangs from the compartment of his backpack and handed them over. In the dim moonlight, Zhang Chen's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the two 10-centimeter-long, gleaming white fangs in Ning Ze's hand. He spoke in a deep voice. This beast is F-class. Turning to Ning Ze, he continued, you have some explaining to do. Upon hearing this, the remaining four turned to look at him, their expressions filled with shock. Zhou Xingyuan, with a grim demeanor, said, Kid, you don't have an explanation? I asked you repeatedly on the way here about the strength of that beast. And how did you describe it? Just barely strong, easily resolved. Now you're telling me it's an F-class monster? Ning Ze shrugged innocently and replied, Uncle Zhou, I didn't deceive you. I used 7 strikes on this monster. The others were dealt with in a single strike. It truly wasn't T-strong. And it was quite easy to handle. Zhou Xingyuan paused, momentarily taken aback, before growing increasingly irate as he shouted, Then what about your strength? You can easily dispatch an F-class monster, and you didn't mention your improvement? Ning Ze quietly tucked the fangs away, muttering softly, I did mention it. Huh? Zhou Xingyuan glared at him, asking, when did you say that? During our meal, Ning Ze replied. Ning Ze reiterated his previous statements. His training over the past fortnight had been relatively smooth, his agility becoming quite proficient, and his mastery of Feng Zhuzhan was satisfactory, with a noticeable increase in strength. Zhou Xingyuan wore an expression of utter astonishment. In his mind, this statement signified that Ning Ze was progressing steadily in his cultivation without any slackening. Mayu, his voice trembling, inquired, Are you saying you have mastered the first level of Feng Zhuzhan? Ning Ze nodded earnestly, affirming, Indeed, I have succeeded in my training. He had no intention of concealing too much of his strength. This expedition was aimed at hunting beasts, not merely for show. The true extent of his combat capabilities would reveal itself in the light of day, necessitating encounters with monsters of comparable strength. These uncles could be trusted, and knowing his capabilities would allow for a revised battle strategy. The wilderness was not a place for jest. Even if no one noticed, he would still clarify his position. Upon receiving confirmation, Mayu gasped audibly, as did the others, who were left agape in shock. After a 10-day ordeal, they had returned to the base city from City 022 in disarray, while here he had mastered a top-tier secret technique. Zhang Chun furrowed his brow and remarked, The successful mastery of the first level of Feng Zhuzhan entails a power accumulation of 2 levels. The first level represents 70% of strength, while the second doubles that to 14, with your base strength being 2,300 kilograms. Your peak strength should be around 3,200 kilograms. This beast possesses teeth exceeding 10 centimeters in length, and even among F-grade monsters, it is not weak, with a power exceeding at least 5,000 kilograms, possibly even 6,000 kilograms. Given that it is night, which is unfavorable for combat, it shouldn't have been so easily vanquished. Ning Ze responded candidly, after mastering Feng Zhuzhan. My training speed has significantly accelerated. It has increased by at least several times, and I believe my strength now exceeds 3,000 kilograms. This was a carefully thought-out explanation that aligned perfectly with logic. Once others learned to exert force, the corresponding guiding techniques enhanced their effects, their cellular appetite expanded, allowing for greater absorption of cosmic energy, thereby accelerating their training speed, though he was uncertain by how much. The guiding techniques for exertion were of no use to him, as he had never experienced the sensation of techniques that could exponentially expand cellular capacity. His cells were currently unstarved. This left him with a peculiar feeling, perhaps a sign that geniuses often struggle to comprehend the diverse cultivation experiences of different martial artists. They existed on different planes. He had adapted to this and felt no sense of issue. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yang Chao and the others gasped, their earlier shock at Ning Ze's comprehension of Feng Zhuzhan now mingling with an unsettling realization. At least they had been mentally prepared, considering Ning Ze had purchased the secret technique, making mastery a possibility. However, the revelation of a 700 kilograms increase in just 10 days was staggering. 100 days would yield 7,000 kilograms. 1,000 days would translate to 70,000 kg, achieving the rank of battle general in just over 2 months, attaining the status of war god in 3 years. Such progress defied all reason. The very notion of the power exertion in Feng Zhuzhan being so miraculous left Zhou Xingyuan murmuring, almost wishing to switch to sword techniques. Yet, reason told him that even if he shifted to Buddhist techniques, such a terrifying growth was improbable. Silence enveloped them. Apart from Zhou Xingyuan's solitary comment, the others appeared bewildered, even questioning their life choices. After nearly 2 decades of struggle at the soldier level, even the talented Zhou Xingyuan had only barely reached the intermediate battle general rank, while here was someone who could potentially surpass them all within a year and a half of training. Soon, all eyes turned toward Ning Ze. Their gazes akin to that of witnessing a monster. Ning Ze felt unnerved under their scrutiny and quietly stated, "My father said my talent is somewhat exceptional." Su Liang interjected with a hint of sarcasm. "How could your father allow you to venture out?" Ning Ze replied earnestly, "I came out to train." Su Liang, with a pained expression, retorted, "Do you really need to train? You can gain 50 kilograms in a day. You've comprehended sword techniques, and your agility has reached a profound level. You could train at home." Ning Ze's expression faltered, and he murmured, "Perhaps combat will expedite my training." A profound silence fell. Zhou Xingyuan and the others echoed 2 words in their minds. Expedite. Indeed, battles in the wilderness could indeed enhance training speed. Yet, hearing it from Ning Ze's lips felt oddly discomforting to them. Was it slow now? It was progressing at a breakneck pace. Ning Ze regarded the silent uncles, sensing they needed time to adjust, as they were not beneficiaries like him. Uncles, why I've been training." With that, Ning Ze slowly closed his eyes, intertwining his legs with the soles facing upward, placing his hands on his thighs with palms open, and sitting upright. He relaxed his body and mind, his mood resembling the calm surface of a tranquil lake. In this near-meditative state, his thoughts began to slow. Before long, in this state of closed-eyed contemplation, a lingering desire to perceive cosmic energy remained within him. In a state that felt neither fully asleep nor fully awake, he sensed streams of energy flowing into his body, gradually reinforcing his skin, bones, muscles, and brain. Ning Ze had fully entered a state of cultivation, retaining only a sliver of consciousness. Zhou Xingyuan and the others were left in shock for quite some time, their hearts gradually finding calmness as they turned to the youthful visage before them, their feelings deeply complex. Initially, they regarded him as a diligent junior who, at 19, had become a martial artist, preparing to hone this young lad's body and mind. As they entered the wilderness, they felt he was manageable. Though inexperienced, he possessed a solid foundation, and they could guide him to competence. Then they discovered that this junior was a prodigy, having comprehended profundity. They found themselves somewhat disheartened. Now, it seemed they were witnessing the gradual awakening of a martial arts titan. Among the martial artists on Earth, apart from those who briefly accessed ancient ruins and achieved war god status within a year or two, they had never seen anyone with such rapid growth. They had never even heard of such phenomena. Perhaps there were some in elite training camps, but they had never encountered or had access to them. And now, their own junior was such a genius. Their emotions transcended mere excitement. If Ning Ze were to become a war god, or even a formidable war god amongst them, they would be the first to benefit. They could not be blamed for their pragmatism. Relationships devoid of mutual benefits and social interactions marked by inequality were inherently draining and difficult to maintain. People change. It would be foolish to neglect the promising relationships before them. They exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning in a moment of clarity. Zhou Xingyuan made a gesture, prompting Su Liang, Zhang Chun, and Ma Yu to subtly adjust their positions into a defensive formation. The night passed silently. The following day, Zhou Xingyuan arranged for Ning Ze to slay another F-grade monster. With a single strike, the beast fell. From that moment onward, they fully acknowledged Ning Ze's capabilities. Their hunting expedition in the wilderness entered a new phase. Days passed. On the rooftop of an antiquated 9-story building, Zhou Xingyuan lay prone, peering through a telescope in search of beast general-class monsters. After a quarter of an hour, he suddenly exclaimed, "Old Yang, at 15 degrees, approximately 3 kilometers away. Good heavens! Our target is quite the behemoth, a high-ranking black tide bull, along with 2 junior beast generals. Do we have any chance of taking down the larger one?" Yang Chao frowned and replied, "High-ranking beast general? I can only give it my best shot. Creatures of this caliber are notoriously cunning, and it will depend largely on fortune." Ning Ze, intrigued, also brought out his telescope and focused on the 15-degree direction. Adjusting the distance, he soon spotted a vast, dark mass nearly 3 kilometers away. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a herd of bovine monsters, tightly packed together. Ning Ze adjusted the angle and magnification, and the silhouettes of the beasts gradually came into sharper focus. Their jet-black hides and sharply curved horns thrusting skyward. Their powerful musculature exuded an aura of ferocity, clearly not to be trifled with. "Old Yang, any luck locating it?" "Found it. What do you think?" "The inner ear bone of the black tide bull is my concern. My machine gun lacks the firepower for a certain kill via the ear canal. We'll have to aim for the eyes. It's currently asleep, so we should be in a good position. All right then, let us prepare. If things go awry, we must retreat quickly. There are quite a few of them, and if a high-ranking beast general leads the charge, we would be overwhelmed. Ning Ze, still inexperienced and uncertain due to the magnification, struggled to make an accurate assessment. Just as the others confirmed their attack, he finally identified a significantly larger black-tide bull. It lay languidly, 3 times the size of the other monsters, resembling a massive oval of obsidian. Its upright horns appeared even more robust and elongated, striking terror at first glance, and he estimated its length to be around 5 meters. After spotting the target, Ning Ze maintained his position while turning to his side. Yang Chao was crouched at the edge of the rooftop, aiming a sleek, black firearm that glimmered under the sunlight. He extended his hand to gauge the wind direction, meticulously calculating and adjusting the optical sights. Ning Ze dared not interrupt, once again focusing on the telescope, convinced that this beast was indeed the leader of the herd. Time ticked away in silence, creating the most tranquil environment for Yang Chao to aim. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed nearby. The sound of the bullets surpassed the speed of sound, seemingly transcending space, arriving almost instantaneously. Ning Ze endured the discomfort in his ears, and within 2 to 3 seconds, he witnessed the black-tide bull's left eye explode. Blood flowed from its ear moments later. Zhou Feng, exhilarated, shouted, "Let us go. It's our turn. The 2 junior beast generals, Ma, and I will take one each, while Old Yang covers us. You 3 ensure Old Yang can fire." Just then, Yang Chao, with a serious expression, called out, "Hold on. There's another martial arts team nearby. We're not the only ones shooting." Zhuo Yuan's smile froze. Ning Ze turned, puzzled, and asked, "Is it the blood from its ear?" Yang Chao nodded and replied gravely, "Indeed. They must have used high-velocity armor-piercing rounds, targeting the ear due to the angle. This prey is in trouble. Damn, what terrible luck." Zhuo Yuan cursed before lapsing into contemplation. Chapter 16. The Rules of the Wilderness. This was Ning Ze's first encounter with such a scenario, where their chosen prey was also the target of another team. He glanced at Yang Chao, who slightly inclined his head towards Zhuo Yuan, as if to suggest that they should defer to the captain's decision. Su Yang and Zhang Chun exchanged glances, sharing a look of concern directed at Zhuo Yuan. Ma Yu lowered his head, lost in thought, likely ready to follow whatever decision was made. Ultimately, Zhuo Yuan's gaze landed on Ning Ze, instilling him with a peculiar pressure. "Xiao Ze, you and Old Yang shift positions to aim at the battlefield. The rest of you, follow me quietly. We cannot let this prey be stolen from us. That is simply unacceptable. If we can cooperate, we might reluctantly agree, as it is entirely normal for martial artists to work together to slay monsters. But if they dare to snatch it, our Fire War Squad won't take it lying down." Zhuo Yuan issued commands with an authoritative demeanor. "Agreed. Let us proceed." "Good." Upon hearing this, Ning Ze was acutely aware that encountering another martial arts team in the wilderness, especially under such circumstances, meant they were adversaries. Even if one did not perceive others as foes, they would certainly view you as such, with interests at stake. A poorly executed move could lead to a bloody confrontation. With no room for retreat, Ning Ze's expression hardened as he declared, "I'm going too." Remaining by Uncle Yang's side serves no purpose. The others fell into silence, and Zhuo Yuan's eyes glinted with ferocity. After a 3-second stare down, seeing that Ning Ze did not waver, he broke into a smile and proclaimed, "Excellent. Your strength has increased significantly. If you wish to join, then let us proceed together. We will have to face these challenges sooner or later. The opponents we encounter in this city should not be overly formidable, but we must remain vigilant. Let us move out." At his command, Yang Chao led the descent, leaving behind a cautionary remark, "I'll head southeast. Watch out for snipers on higher ground." Zhuo Yuan gestured as he descended from another side, advising, "Once the battle commences, Xiao Ze, remember to vary your movements erratically. Change your position twice every second at least, ensuring to shift at least 1 body length. As long as we keep moving, the enemy's chances of hitting us will decrease significantly. You'll only have 1 chance. If the shot fails, the sniper will reveal their position. This time, a confrontation is unlikely, but we must be ready for battle." Ning Ze followed cautiously behind, absorbing the survival tactics of the wilderness, diligently familiarizing himself with the rules that governed this untamed territory. Before long, they arrived near the location of the fallen black tide bull. Countless black tide bulls thundered through the streets, causing the ground to tremble, their roars echoing with fury as they seemed to seek out the enemy that had slain their leader. Within the concealed second-floor shop of the Fire War Squad, dust cascaded from the ceiling as Zhou Feng and Ma Chao monitored the distant horde of monsters. Ning Ze crouched behind the windowsill, his gaze sharp as he scanned for enemies, his face in combat attire coated in yellowish-white dust, blending seamlessly into the environment. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, on the second floor of another building across the street, a four-man team lay in ambush. "Boss, Xuanzi hasn't spotted any enemies," one burly man reported, his eyes fixed on the center of the room. In that place, a tall, slender, middle-aged man stood motionless, occasionally raising his hand to check the communicator, which remained unresponsive. This should be a seasoned team. He advised Xuanzi to conceal himself well and refrain from acting impulsively. Those audacious enough to hunt the black-tide bison must possess considerable strength. Thus, it was likely that half of the profits would need to be shared. "Understood, boss. I will inform them immediately." At that moment, a burly man with a fierce countenance on the windowsill voiced his dissatisfaction. "Boss, we have searched for 3 days to find a high-grade beast general-level monster, particularly this prized black-tide bison. If sold, it could fetch at least 80 million Huaxia coins. Are we really just going to let go?" The tall, lean leader's gaze darkened as he raised his hand once more to glance at the communication watch, stating, "Investigate the origin of the opposing party. We merely need to exercise caution, and the sniper should pose no threat. However, if they are too powerful, we may have no choice but to split the spoils. We cannot allow our brothers to perish here." Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the room. While earning money is indeed desirable, one must also ensure their life to spend it. In circumstances of comparable strength, both sides would have to make concessions. The fierce-looking man, his eyes glinting with malice, incited, "Those who dare come here cannot be too strong. As long as we remain vigilant, I can fend off a junior battle general. Perhaps their team has only one battle general. At that point, boss, dealing with a senior warrior would be a mere formality." The leader said little in response, merely nodding as he gazed out the window, observing the movements of the monsters, occasionally raising his hand to check the communication watch. Meanwhile, in a shop on the second floor, the atmosphere felt somewhat subdued. After a while, Zhou Feng spoke up, "I will head out first." Ning Ze's pupils contracted, but he remained silent, continuing to listen. The trajectory of the bullets cutting through the air was crystal clear. My strength was that of a mid-level battle general, and as long as I remain alert, the sniper posed no threat to me. After I step outside, I will adjust my position and activate the signal source. As long as they have not left, they will emerge. If the opposing party shows themselves, it would indicate a possibility for cooperation, and we can proceed out in succession. However, if I find myself out there for 2 minutes without a response from them, I will deactivate the signal source and conceal myself, preparing for combat. "Olma, you will assume command here after I leave." "Understood." Mayunod did earnestly. Zhou Feng offered Ning Ze a faint smile before turning and striding confidently out, his silhouette exuding an air of arrogance, with a massive broadsword in hand that radiated authority. Ning Ze tightened his grip on the light-wing longsword, his blood surging, his heart filled with the fervor of battle. The room fell silent once more. Outside, Zhou Feng transformed into a relentless combat machine, mercilessly slicing through the herd of black-tide bison. As a mid-level battle general, he carved through the ranks of monsters with ease, each strike effortlessly claiming the life of a beast. Time passed second by second, and Mayu occasionally glanced at his communication watch. When Zhou Feng activated the signal source, nearly 2 minutes elapsed before another 2 red dots appeared, in addition to the green dot representing Zhou Feng's signal. Mayu smiled slightly and said, "The captain has sent a signal. Cooperation has been established. Although the profits will be halved, at least we are avoiding danger. Old Su, Old Zhang, you two go outside." "Understood." Su Liang and Zhang Chan responded in unison, heading out to support Zhou Feng. The atmosphere lightened considerably once the opposing side expressed their willingness to cooperate. Soon, 2 more red signal sources appeared on the communication watch. Mayu spoke in a hushed tone, "Let us go together. Their artillerymen likely won't show up. Exercise caution. As the saying goes, a ship sails safely for 1,000 years if it avoids recklessness, even though they might not target you with their sniper rifles. It is better to remain vigilant just in case." "Understood," Ning Ze replied quietly, following closely behind. In a fleeting moment, the 2 teams of warriors engaged in a silent clash. Upon reaching the battlefield, Ning Ze fought alongside Mayu, continuously slaying the black-tide bison surrounding them, while the 2 team leaders began to contend with the 2 beast general-level monsters. Initially, One team had dared to hunt the black-tide bison. Now, with both teams attacking simultaneously, despite the absence of artillerymen for precision strikes, it was not overly difficult. Almost simultaneously, the two beast general-level monsters fell, and the once thundering black-tide bison began to flee wildly without their leader. Observing the monsters attempting to escape beside him, Ning Ze's eyes glinted like lightning as he thrust his sword forward, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, piercing 3 inches deep before swiftly retracting. The black-tide bison's limbs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause resonated. Ning Ze turned to find a tall, slender warrior grinning at him. Man Dao, who's this kid? Is he one of your new recruits? Feng, quit your nonsense. Your eyes are sharp, yet you've snatched our prey. What do you have to say for yourself? Yours? Nonsense. We've been watching for 3 days. This foolish beast had only just fallen asleep. The fierce-looking warrior spat angrily. Zhou Feng's expression turned cold as he scoffed. No manners. Who do you think you are? Is this a place for you to speak? What? Does your Bloodhawk team wish to challenge us? You've got some nerve. The fierce-looking warrior instantly erupted in fury, ready to retort, but Feng raised a hand to halt him. With a darkened expression, he addressed Zhou Feng. Man Dao, mind your language. Since you've activated the signal to gather everyone, we will adhere to the rules. This high-grade beast general black-tide bison will be split in half. The remaining spoils will belong to whoever kills them. So Xingyuan muttered under his breath, damn it, having to give away half. He retorted loudly, fine. We'll follow the rules, but if old Yonghen T had matters to attend to and couldn't T join us, I'd insist on prioritizing our share. Giving you half is already a concession. Feng narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering on Ning Ze for a moment, before raising his arm and gesturing to his companions. Handle your own prey. The other two began to process their quarry, while the fierce-looking warrior remained nearby, his eyes flashing with cold light, seemingly questioning if this was all there was to it. After all, he had been insulted. Feng frowned, casting a warning glance, prompting the fierce-looking warrior to relent. Lowering his head to tend to the earlier spoils, Mayu pulled Ning Ze to help process the monsters. Only the two team leaders maintained a safe distance apart, standing in opposition, their eyes vigilant as they scanned for potential sniper attacks from the surroundings. After 20 minutes, the warriors finally finished collecting their spoils. Feng spoke once more. The high-grade beast general black-tide bison is valued at 80 million Huaxia coins. I will need the materials, and I can transfer 40 million to you after the fact. Zhou Feng snorted dismissively. You claim it's worth 80 million just because you say so? The current material prices are largely transparent. The lowest bid is 80 million, and this beast has barely entered the high-grade beast general level. Just by its size, it's clear it is beyond the entry level. Selling it to the Underground Alliance would easily fetch 90 million. Are you attempting to pull a fast one on me? Mark it down as 45 million Huaxia coins. You can handle the materials for this beast. Both individuals were recording the events, for martial artists value their reputation greatly. Once an agreement is reached, they would not renege on their word. Feng pondered briefly and then acquiesced, saying, very well, you may depart once we have concluded our business. He added, dismissively, I have no interest in engaging in any underhanded tactics. Do as you please. Zhou Feng's demeanor reflected his disdain. After a span of 5 minutes, the materials were finally processed, and both teams silently retreated towards their respective gunners. Once they were out of sight, the frustrated martial artist could no longer contain himself. Boss, their artilleryman is absent. Why must we endure this? Feng scoffed, replying, he is deceiving us. A high-level beast general like the Black-Tide Wild Bull? I refuse to believe anyone besides Fire Rain Yang Chao in their squad can wield a gun. This individual, known as the Wild Blade, was as cunning as the Golden Fire Bear, and they were meticulously orchestrating a trap to provoke us into action. With 5 of them against our 4, that Mayu, nicknamed the Shadow Blade, though enhanced by genetic agents, possesses exceptional agility and is an experienced warrior, nearly on par with the Wild Blade, coupled with a new member, who at the very least boasts the strength of a high-level warrior and appears quite formidable in combat. Engaging them, even in a simple contest, would force us to compensate and apologize. It would be a tremendous loss. How unfortunate, the fierce-looking martial artist lamented, feeling disgruntled at the prospect of yielding half of their prey. Otherwise, this haul would have accounted for half of our total gains. With a sinister smile, Feng remarked, who says we must share the spoils? The prey is still in our possession, is it not? Upon hearing this, the robust martial artist interjected, Boss, we cannot afford to be deceitful. They are surely recording everything. If we bring disgrace upon the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, it would not be rectified with mere millions. Who said anything about defaulting? Feng retorted, Then, with a cunning glint in his eye, added, "What if they cannot return?" The fierce-looking martial artist's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "Boss, shall we strike?" "Strike? Dodge Wong. Use your brain. Even if we could ambush one wild blade, there's still a shadow blade. Our advantage is minimal." Fei Ying's voice carried a tone of exasperation. Such a straightforward and impulsive teammate could be both a boon and a bane. Dodge Wong sheepishly scratched his head and asked, "So what should we do?" Fei Ying chuckled. "Why should we lift a finger?" He astutely analyzed. Typically, martial squads consist of 5 members. According to our customary rules, the one who contributes the most takes 60%, while the others share the remaining 40, each receiving 20. Unless it's a closely knit team, this principle is rarely deviated from. Such rules exist for a reason. They maintain psychological balance in distribution and allocate responsibilities according to effort. I am certain Fire Rain Yang Chao is indeed present. This implies that their squad has unexpectedly expanded to 6 members. This new recruit must be a trusted acquaintance. Though he is covered in dust, his hairstyle suggests youth. A trusted ally, and coincidentally, I received a message from the Academy a couple of days ago indicating that the son of the Golden Fire Bear triumphed over an S-grade contract genius in combat. Thus, the identity of this newcomer is clear. He was not assigned a mentorship role by the Academy. They would hardly send someone else to mentor the son of the former squad leader. While we might feel angered at the loss of our prey, I believe many would be terrified at the news of the Golden Fire Bear's son besting an S-grade genius, causing them to lose sleep. Once this information circulates, it is inevitable that someone will come to resolve the situation, and we may not only reclaim our prey, but also earn a handsome reward. "Boss, I'm all in. As long as we can exact revenge." Dai Zhuang grinned, turning with a glint of malice in his eyes. Fei Ying then glanced at the other 2 teammates. They exchanged a knowing look and promptly voiced their agreement. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Boss, you call the shots." With a proud grin, Fei Ying declared, "Let us find a quiet spot to make a phone call and wait for the money to roll in. How's that sound?" Chapter 17. The Sudden Rodent Tide. Thud. Thud thud. The call had yet to connect. Fei Ying's expression soured. This was the 3rd attempt. "Boss, they're not answering?" Dai Zhuang whispered. The reputation of the Golden Fire Bear's son had been circulating for some time. They were likely seeking an opportunity as well. "Let us wait. I've left him a message. I'm sure he'll respond shortly." Fei Ying felt a twinge of impatience. He furrowed his brow and added, sent a message to Xuanzi, instructing him to keep watch over the members of the Fire War Squad from a vantage point. "We cannot let them escape, but he must be cautious. That wild blade is a mid-level warrior with keen senses." "Understood, boss." Meanwhile, the Fire War Squad continued to advance in the opposite direction of the Blood Eagle Squad. "Are they going to ambush us?" Ning Ze inquired with a furrowed brow. "Zhou Feng snorted. "They will undoubtedly attempt to ambush us. That high-level beast general, the Black-Tide Wild Bull, does not command such a lofty price. It might be worth 85 million Chinese yuan, but 90 million? The Underground Alliance is shrewd. They typically do not offer the highest price unless they are selling something substantial. The Black-Tide Wild Bull can only be considered a bonus at that price." Ning Ze nodded, having previously researched the prices. However, he had not anticipated that the disparity between the highest and lowest price could hold such significance. "What shall we do now?" Zhou Xingyuan continued. "Fei Ying is ruthless. He once survived by betraying his teammates. Since he has made concessions, he must have a plan. However, we need not fear, as we possess superior strength. Besides, old Ning is keeping an eye on things outside, so no surprises should arise. They're not a match for us." "My father?" Ning Ze was taken aback. They were nearing the wild regions. Yet Ning Hua remained in the base city. What relevance did this have? Zhou Xingyuan cast him a surprised glance before exchanging a brief look with Mayu. Realizing that the lad was unaware, he grinned mischievously and asked, "Do you know what the most potent strategy in the wilderness is?" Ning Ze pondered briefly before tentatively responding. "Requesting support?" Zhou Xingyuan laughed heartily. "What request for support? That simply means summoning reinforcements. Regardless of their cunning, we can call upon 2 or 3 teams of martial artists. And they won't stand a chance." Ning Ze nodded in agreement, recognizing the effectiveness of overwhelming numbers. "This mission is primarily to help you gain experience. Should we stumble upon a group, we will hunt them down. If not, you will engage with the monsters. This is merely a small county, and there aren't many beast general-level monsters around. Once we feel you are ready, we will take you to more perilous cities to hunt beasts," Zhou Xingyuan explained. This was akin to training one's own child, and he was wholly committed. In contrast, when dealing with newcomers from the academy, if they fell behind, they would be sidelined, sent back if they could not keep up. If they lingered, they might perish. There would be no hesitation in prioritizing profit over the welfare of newcomers. I shall endeavor with all my might. I will certainly not disappoint anyone. Ning Ze was filled with exhilaration. Although the previous battle lasted merely 20 minutes, it transpired amidst a throng of beasts. The rapid growth in his proficiency was remarkable, with an increase of 45 points in Swift Strike and 40 points in Wind Absolute Slash, equivalent to 4 hours of training at home. Even his physical strength surged by 10 kilograms, and this was without the peril of life-threatening circumstances were the battle to escalate, awakening his latent potential. His strength would undoubtedly amplify even further. If he could engage in continuous combat, his rate of improvement would exceed that of his training at home by several-fold. Alas, his stamina was finite, rendering prolonged fighting impossible. Zhou Xingyuan's eyes glinted with determination as he glanced back and said, "You need not worry about ambushes. While you are engaged in battle, we shall fortify your position and keep a vigilant watch over those sniper points. As long as we remain alert, with ample cover surrounding us, the sniping firearms will not pose a significant threat. Once I attain the prowess of a high-ranking battle general, I shall deflect any bullets with ease. I refuse to believe they would dare confront us head-on. As long as they do not summon reinforcements, it will not be difficult to keep them here." His words exuded confidence, and Ning Ze held immense trust in these elder figures. "Captain, when shall we commence?" Ning Ze's eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for combat. He had ventured into the wilderness precisely to expedite his growth in strength. Currently, his abilities were still relatively modest. While Ma Yu and Zhou Xingyuan were both battle generals, certainly more formidable than he. Thus, he would be tempered under their protection, ensuring his survival in dire moments. There were also many monsters with combat capabilities comparable to his, instilling a sense of urgency within him. Once he ascended in strength, these two uncles would no longer be able to dictate the situation. This rare opportunity for swift advancement could not be squandered. After this, he would have to rely solely on himself. Transitioning to a more perilous city would mean the absence of such favorable circumstances, as battle general level monsters would be scarce, and the frequency of combat would inevitably diminish, slowing his progress. Zhou Xingyuan playfully smacked Ning Ze on the back of the head, chiding, "You reckless lad, are you seeking death? Let us first take cover. Once old Yang has scouted the terrain, then it will be your turn. Monster generals are hard to come by, but F-grade monsters are plentiful. We can have Uncle Zhang and Uncle Su lure a horde over. Just don't back down when the time comes." Ning Ze chuckled lightly, dismissing, "I'll be waiting." Zhou Xingyuan widened his eyes and turned to ask, "Old Ma, is this brat provoking me?" "If you think so, then it must be true," Ma Yu replied with a smile. Having observed Ning Ze closely while he followed behind, he had a fair understanding of his combat capabilities. The abundance of monsters posed little concern. Given their size, Ning Ze would likely only face 3 or 4 at most, and not all would attack simultaneously. His agility would serve him well. Zhou Xingyuan's gaze remained fixed on Ning Ze. "Brat, were you just provoking me?" Ning Ze, with utmost seriousness, softly responded, "If possible, I would prefer smaller monsters. TSK, TSK. The surrounding laughter was unmistakable. Su Yang jested, "Captain, little Ze means no offense. He merely fears the monsters you arrange may not be formidable enough." "Oomph, you little rascal. Just wait. Don't come begging for mercy later." Zhou Xingyuan was indignant, feeling his status was being challenged. Ning Ze, unperturbed and gazing straight ahead, calmly replied, "Beg for mercy? Rest assured, I shall not." He had known since the age of 6 that pleading for mercy bore no fruit. "Let us go. We must hasten. I need to find a group of monsters immediately." "Brat, speed up. Don't fall behind." Zhou Xingyuan would not tolerate a junior's provocation, increasing the pace of the team, eager to set up Ning Ze. Ning Ze's eyes sparkled. His understanding of exertion was not merely a replication of the techniques in the manuals. He had transcended the limitations of mere attack-focused knowledge. His exertion could also be applied to enhance his speed, a skill he began to experiment with on the first day. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand Ning Hua's full force in recent days. Presently, his physical strength exceeded 3,300 kilograms, and after exertion, he was nearly on par with Zhang Chun and Su Yang, differing by less than 1,000 kilograms. As the weakest member of the team, he carried only his supplies and no ammunition. When it came to running, he would undoubtedly be the 3rd fastest. As they advanced, Yang Chao caught up based on the signal. The group halted in front of an abandoned KTV situated on a narrow pedestrian street, less than 10 meters wide, discreetly positioned for optimal monitoring of sniper points. Zhou Xingyuan spoke less than usual, having realized this nephew possessed an exceptional spirit. With just a few unassuming words, he frequently challenged Zhou Xingyuan's authority. Were it not for the disparity in combat strength, he would suspect Ning Ze might even dare to confront him. Old Yang, how does it look? Have you assessed the dangers? Standing at the entrance of the KTV, Old Yang surveyed the eastern side, then turned to observe the west. Scrutinizing the surroundings before stating, no issues. There are no tall buildings on either side, and other structures obstruct the intersections. As long as we can lure the monsters over, we can engage in combat with peace of mind. Zhou Xingyuan nodded, promptly commanding, Old Yang, check the rooftops for any large creatures. Old Ma, stay on guard with me. Old Yang, go to the second floor with a machine gun for protection, and Old Su, create some noise to draw the monsters in. Lure smaller, faster beasts. I want to see if that brat still talks so tough in a while. Su Yang cheerfully remarked, I'll fetch you some smaller monsters right away. Everyone sprang into action. Ning Ze stood resolutely in the center of the pedestrian street, wielding his sword, still covered in dust. Save for the immaculate silver blade and his bright, keen eyes. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble rhythmically. The already dilapidated shops commenced to collapse, dust enveloping the street, obscuring visibility on both sides. Inside the KTV, Zhou Xingyuan's mouth twitched slightly. What on earth did Old Su summon? Such a commotion? Just then, a booming voice rang out. Prepare for battle. Ma Yu remained silent, frowning, straining to listen. The sound was akin to a stampede, not that of a single monster, but rather a multitude. The tremors escalated, resembling an earthquake. Ning Ze felt as though the sky was swaying, fissures spreading across the ground like a spider's web, and continuous collapses formed deep ravines along the streets. Soon, on the eastern side of the street, Su Yang skidded to a halt, charging into the pedestrian area, sprinting desperately, his face quivering with exertion. Following closely behind was a horde of monsters, a tide of black figures surging into the street, filling it to the brim. Zhou Xingyuan barely discerned what they were before Su Yang, his face contorted in panic, shouted, Run. Zhou Xingyuan's expression twisted instantly as he bellowed towards the rooftop. Old Zhang. Ning Ze's countenance momentarily froze in disbelief. The dark mass was entirely composed of rats, resembling a wave from the ocean. Each rat was not particularly large, measuring around half a meter in length, yet the sheer number amassed created a height surpassing the buildings lining the pedestrian street. The buildings lay in ruins, their foundations ravaged, and the earth itself filled with the scurrying of countless rats, as if the very ground was alive with their dance and song. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The urgent and incessant sounds pierced through the air, sending a shiver down Ning Ze's spine. Suddenly, a figure leapt down from the rooftop. It was Zhang Chun, who had just gone up to confront the monster. Run with me. It's a small detail. We still have a chance. Left Xingyuan shouted in haste. Keep up. A flurry of reactions ensued in that fleeting moment. Ning Ze, following the others, took off running, stealing a glance backward. But the sheer number of rats was obscured from view. An icy chill enveloped him, and a sense of dread gripped his heart, making his hair stand on end. Left Xingyuan turned anxiously and inquired, Old Zhang, what happened? Earth Dragon. It's an iron-armored Earth Dragon. Those rats are pursuing a Lord-level monster. Zhang Chen's face turned pale. I was originally searching for a general-level beast when the ground suddenly cracked open and out burst an iron-armored Earth Dragon, followed by an endless surge of rats from below. I assessed the direction the beast fled, and this way should be safe, as it leads away from the Lord-level iron-armored Earth Dragon. What a stroke of bad luck. Left Xingyuan cursed, glancing back at the throng of shadows that made his heart tremble. Just how many were there? Ma Yu spoke coldly. We must run. Regardless of our ability to confront them, we cannot attract the attention of the rat tide. I know we must run first. How could we possibly defeat them all? Left Xingyuan's mood soured as he turned his head, noting the speed of the boy running ahead. Was he able to maintain it? The group was now sprinting at over 65 meters per second, while the baseline speed for advanced warriors was 60 meters per second. This pace was entirely to accommodate Ning Ze. Otherwise, the entire team could have run even faster. Ning Ze nodded earnestly. I can go a bit faster. Left Xingyuan glanced back. The black tide was receding, revealing only a dark expanse on the ground. Clearly, the strength of these rat monsters was relatively weak, with only a small fraction being F-level beasts, which was why they were still in pursuit. No need, running too fast wastes energy, and we don't know how long they'll chase us. Let's escape their line of sight for now. We're not too far from the base city, and they likely won't catch up. If they continue to chase, we can slow down. Ning She nodded slightly. Their maximum running speed was indeed much faster than that of the rat tide. Yet, being at maximum speed was inherently unsustainable. It was akin to humanity before the Great Nirvana, where running 100 meters in 10 seconds was considered incredibly fast. 100 meters took nearly 10 seconds. But what about 1,000 meters? Could it be done in 100 seconds? And for 10,000 meters? Was 1,000 seconds sufficient? In reality, prior to the Great Nirvana, the men's record for 10,000 meters was around 1,580 seconds. The Fire War team was no different. Even their two strongest captains could momentarily exceed speeds of 150 meters per second. However, such bursts were utterly unsustainable if they ran for an hour. Compounded by their current burdens, they would struggle to maintain even 50 meters per second. The team fell silent, conserving their energy as they focused on their escape. Only Ma Yu and Left Xingyuan occasionally dealt with a few monsters that closed in on them. Ning Ze regulated his breathing, mentally preparing himself for a long run. His leg muscles ached, and he fought to divert his attention, blocking out the discomfort as if he were running on sheer instinct. His thoughts gradually slowed, and in some ineffable way, he sensed the omnipresent cosmic energy. Threads of cosmic energy flowed into his body from every direction, although not as abundant as during his training. It alleviated his fatigue and soreness. After 10 minutes had passed, Left Xingyuan glanced back, only to see a cloud of dust resembling a colossal yellowish mushroom, while the dark tide of rats had vanished from sight, slowed down to 30 meters per second. Old Zhang, which direction should we head? Zhangchen replied immediately, City 103. We should first evade the beast tide and inquire about the rat tide's movements at the base city. Ning Ze followed suit and reduced his speed, his mind returning to the present as that peculiar sensation faded. All right, let us head for City 103. Left Xingyuan turned, offering a relieved smile. Xiao Ze, you did well to maintain that speed for so long. Uncle Left, don't worry about me. I feel fine, Ning Ze pondered, realizing that he did not feel particularly fatigued. The earlier sensation was akin to training, albeit different, as the absorbed cosmic energy was insufficient for physical enhancement, but enough to replenish his energy and sustain cellular vitality. He speculated that this might be a function of the system, allowing him to forcibly enter a training state whenever he desired. Was the minimal energy absorption during running due to his posture? Did he need to align his heart with the heavens to accelerate his training? Left Xingyuan noticed the deep thought etched on his face and smiled slightly. To dare to fight alongside them, not faltering in life and death crises, and to be impeccable in battle. Everything about him was commendable, and Left Xingyuan was quite satisfied with Ning Ze. Chapter 18. Humans are worth more than monsters. In the outskirts of City 103, the entire Fire War team breathed a sigh of relief, as the rat tide indeed did not follow them. Have you found anything? Which direction did the rat tide go? Left Xingyuan inquired. Ma Yu's expression relaxed, and he released the communication device with a smile. They headed southwest. We're quite safe here. Left Xingyuan exhaled deeply, bemused. I don't know whether to call us lucky or unfortunate. We encountered a beast horde last time, and now a rat tide. Thankfully, we emerged unscathed yet again. Yang Chao and the others wore expressions of relief. The feeling of being alive was exhilarating. Captain, did you encounter a beast horde before? Ning Ze asked with concern. Ma Yu's demeanor turned serious. In City 022, a god-level powerhouse was hunting a lord-level monster, and we were caught in the crossfire. However, they did send us a message. While it was challenging, at least we weren't misled. Ning Ze's expression grew somber. He did not know any god-level powerhouses. He had only heard that the president of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute in the Jiangnan Bay City should be a god-level warrior. But he was uncertain about anyone else, possibly a supervisor from the Underground Alliance or a relative of the flagship company who might be a god-level powerhouse. God-level beings existed in a different realm altogether, akin to legends. Encountering such entities in the wilderness could hardly be deemed fortunate or unfortunate. The disparity between both sides was insurmountable. Being termed a god-level warrior implied possessing powers akin to that of a deity. What? Are you scared? Left Xingyuan teased. Ning Ze gently shook his head, no. His expression resolute. He declared, I too shall become a god-level powerhouse. Left Xingyuan smiled with approval. All right, I believe in you. However, you should first aim to become a general-level powerhouse. Let us take a moment's respite, now that the crisis has been averted. It is time for you to continue honing your skills. Let us adhere to our customary practice. Ning Ze promptly interjected, hold on a moment. Zhou Xingyuan inquired with curiosity. What is the matter? Yang Chao and the others turned their attention as well. Ning Ze hesitated before saying, could we perhaps refrain from having Uncle Su draw the monsters this time? The group was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Su Liang, Gedining Bodli, Situban Ziplit. If you don't want me to go, then I absolutely will. Just watch me bring another wave of rodents. Ning Ze chuckled. Very well. I shall await your arrival. Ha ha ha. The members of the Flame Squad shared in exuberant laughter. After several hunting expeditions, standing shoulder to shoulder against other warriors and experiencing a narrow escape, they no longer regarded Ning Ze as a mere junior, but rather as a reliable and trustworthy comrade. They began to tease one another freely, bridging the once great chasm of communication. Meanwhile, the Blood Eagle squad had fled the city and found refuge in the wilderness. They had initially been situated quite far from the rodent horde and, upon discovering the impending threat, had managed to escape with considerably more ease than the Flame Squad. Never encountering the swarm at all, amidst lingering trepidation, Fei Ying was the first to regain his composure. He activated his communicator and began dialing. The call connected. Xuanzi, how are things on your end? All is well. I am at a considerable distance. I was merely observing, and upon spotting the rodent horde, I took my leave. Fei Ying, anxious, inquired, what about the Flame Squad? Are you still following them? Given the chaos of the moment, with countless beasts in flight, I could only surmise their direction of escape. They're likely headed towards City 103, but the precise location may require some searching. Fei Ying clenched his fist in frustration. Yet he could hardly blame Xuanzi for the confusion. You search for them on your end. We shall head over to find you. Xuanzi, puzzled, responded, Boss, why are we always trailing after them? They don't seem to have much in terms of loot. He suspected the captain had ulterior motives. Fei Ying scoffed lightly. They robbed us of our prey. How could we not demand restitution? Furthermore, treasures are not solely found in monsters. The most valuable assets are people. Xuanzi said nothing further, replying, Understood, boss. I will seek them out. Be cautious. If things seem off, retreat. We shall be there shortly. After expressing his concern, Fei Ying ended the call and commanded, Let us proceed to City 103, veering slightly off course. It is not too far. Yes, boss. Just as the Blood Eagle squad had taken a few steps, Fei Ying's wrist communicator suddenly illuminated. Upon glancing down, he felt a surge of annoyance. How could they be contacting him so late when everyone had already fled? He composed himself, adopting a cheerful demeanor as he accepted the call. On the screen, a round-faced man gazed intently forward, a vertical scar extending from the corner of his eye down to his chin, giving him a fearsome appearance. Poison Wolf. Fei Ying, what do you need? Poison Wolf's tone was notably impatient, and his eyes radiated menace. Fei Ying smiled lightly and replied, I have a proposition, though I wonder if it piques your interest. Poison Wolf frowned, growing increasingly agitated. Speak. Jin Huixiong. Fei Ying enunciated each word clearly. Or perhaps you might know him as the Golden Blade, your masterpiece. A smirk danced on his lips. Upon hearing this, the initially menacing Poison Wolf's lips curled into a cruel smile. Surely, you didn't summon me solely for this? Fei Ying's grin widened. Of course not. As an old adversary, you must have heard of his son, correct? Poison Wolf's pupils narrowed sharply as he squinted and asked, What are you implying? Have you found them? Indeed. Fei Ying's tone was playfully enigmatic. I merely wonder if the previous bounty is still valid. Poison Wolf's smile broadened, twisting his scar into a more terrifying visage. He spoke with deliberate intensity. It certainly is. 50 million Huaxia dollars, provided you reveal their location. I will transfer the funds immediately. Fei Ying nodded affirmatively, then shook his head and chuckled. Poison Wolf, times have changed. When you offered a bounty for the whereabouts of the Flame Squad, they had no battle generals among them, and a single coordinate was worth 50 million Huaxia dollars. However now, Fei Ying exuded an air of confidence. There are 2 battle generals, and 1 exceptional S-rank genius warrior, TSK. I need not elaborate on what that entails, do I? They're your foes. Should they reveal the slightest hint of their capabilities, it would pose a significant challenge, even for me. Poison Wolf's smile remained radiant. Yet the scar on his face appeared increasingly menacing as he asserted, The dead cannot pose a challenge. Fei Ying shrugged, dismissively snorting in disdain, calmly stating, Your words hold little weight. Oh, then perhaps you might share your price. Poison Wolf's smile remained, but his eyes turned dangerously sharp. Unfazed, Fei Ying emphatically declared, 500 million. After a brief pause, he added, 500 million Huaxia dollars for the precise location. Ha ha. Poison Wolf's gaze grew frenzied, threatening. One must have a life to earn money. Fei Ying, do you not think your appetite is rather excessive? Fei Ying narrowed his eyes, chuckling softly, and retorted, Is 500 million too much? A senior warrior hunting for over a decade would also command 500 million, and your endeavor surpassed mere monster hunting by far. Poison Wolf's expression hardened, his voice gravelly as he remarked, You dare to demand such a sum knowing the risks? I would not propose it were it not worth the price. Fei Ying beamed, stating, What if I told you that Jin Huixiong's son possesses the strength of a senior warrior, freshly entered into the wilderness, He already displayed the prowess of a senior warrior. Poison Wolf, I am not asking for much. A flicker of fear danced in his eyes. A newcomer with the strength of a senior warrior could easily ascend to the rank of a battle general with some refinement. What if 2 years passed? The thought of facing such a terrifying talent would indeed rob him of sleep. Yet, as warriors, they were accustomed to living on the edge. Such a golden opportunity was not to be squandered. The Blood Wolf squad thrived on acts of plunder, and their coffers were indeed substantial, should this endeavor succeed. It could yield rewards that would sustain him for several years. He was no longer young and yearned for a significant windfall. Senior warrior? You must be deceiving me. Poison Wolf's eyes gleamed with malice. He had previously received word that Ning Ze had defeated an S-rank genius warrior, possessing a strength of merely around 3,000 kilograms. How could he possibly boast the strength of a senior warrior? The threshold for senior warriors was 4,000 kilograms. He was acutely aware of when Ning Ze became a warrior. Even with extraordinary talent, such rapid advancement was implausible. Fei Ying calmly stated, "Just moments ago, they seized our squad's prey. I witnessed him effortlessly slaying multiple F-grade monsters. I would not lie about such matters. If you disagree, then this matter is concluded, and I shall return. After all, I hold no deep-seated grudge against them. Merely a tangle of interests. Poison Wolf, the decision rests with you." A flicker of ferocity danced in Poison Wolf's eyes, his heart heavy with conflict. In truth, after hearing of Ning Ze's challenge at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, he had been seeking an opportunity to eliminate him. Now, that urgency had intensified. A senior warrior. In less than 2 months, he had become a quasi-warrior. Within a month, he had transformed into a full-fledged warrior. For most, a month is a fleeting moment, scarcely distinguishable from the initial stages of becoming a warrior. Yet, Ning Ze's rate of advancement was astonishingly rapid. How could he allow Ning Ze to continue his ascent? The Poison Wolf blinked rapidly, his gaze fierce as he declared, "I concur, but Fei Ying, you are well aware of the consequences of deceiving me." Fei Ying smiled faintly and replied, "I am merely assisting you in resolving a significant dilemma. Do not regard me with such disdain." The Poison Wolf snorted heavily. "You dare to demand 500 million Huaxia coins for a mere location. Such audacity. 500 million should be a trifling sum for you," Fei Ying retorted. Maintaining his smile, "Once I disclose the location, you shall provide me with 200 million, and upon encountering the individual, you will remit the remaining 300 million. Agreed." The Poison Wolf unhesitatingly acquiesced. "Now tell me where." Fei Ying's eyes flickered as he responded. "Having been apart for so long, and with them accompanied by newcomers, I must first conduct a search. They are still within this city. Await my news. You don't even know the location." The Poison Wolf's anger flared. Fei Ying shrugged, stating, "Tracking bears its risks. Had you responded sooner, this wouldn't be so complicated. If you dare to deceive me, you are aware of my methods. Just wait." Upon ending the call, Fei Ying waved his hand cheerfully and said, "Let us go, brothers. Once we find them, there will be riches to share. Upon locating them, 50 million will be distributed, and another 50 million once I reveal their whereabouts." De Zhuang expressed his concern. "Will they really hand over the 300 million? Fei Ying chuckled, "Of course. If they refuse to share, I wouldn't hesitate to record a video to show the warriors in the base city." In a bloodstained pedestrian street, Ning Ze engaged in combat with 6 black-spotted cat monsters, their forms intertwined in a fierce struggle. Striking white claw marks crisscrossed the air, accompanied by dazzling arcs of silvery sword light. Clang, 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 clang. The persistent clash of swords and claws sent orange sparks flying with each impact. Ning Ze was utterly absorbed in his rapid progression. Not far away, atop a dilapidated building over 20 meters tall, once a hub of entertainment, the VIP room on the top floor was shrouded in dust. Zhou Feng and his companions stood at the windows, observing the battle below. Yang Chao was stationed with a machine gun, prepared to shoot should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Watching the agile figure below, effortlessly dodging the attacks of the 6 cat monsters, Zhou Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid, why do I feel he is growing stronger with every strike? He is untroubled even by 6 F-grade monsters. It would take me considerable effort to deal with just a few of them." Su Yang nodded in agreement, his expression a mixture of intrigue and disbelief. "It has been 3 days of continuous fighting. Doesn't this kid ever tire? I feel exhausted just luring the monsters for him." Ma Yu's eyes gleamed with admiration as he turned to Su Liang and said, "Old Su, I believe you would struggle to defeat him now." "Nonsense." Su Liang shot back, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "How could his strength surpass mine?" Even if he has mastered the first level of Wind Absolute Slash, he is merely at the level of a newly advanced warrior. His nuanced footwork is impressive, but my strength exceeds his by nearly double. How could he possibly prevail against me? Zhang Chun spoke coolly. Do you observe his strength? Does he appear to be merely a newly advanced warrior at 4,000 kilograms? Those monsters came here precisely because you were retreating in disarray. Su Liang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Retorting, what do you mean by retreating in disarray? If I had shown greater prowess, would they have dared to follow? Pausing slightly, he glanced down at Ning Ze's relaxed demeanor and muttered, have these monsters not eaten? They were so fierce while pursuing me, yet here they seem like softies. Zhang Chun stated firmly, Xiao Ze's strength is not to be underestimated. I suspect he has already mastered the second level of Wind Absolute Slash. With a power output of 21 times, his 3,000 kilogram strength could manifest as 6,300 kilograms. It is not inferior to yours. Su Liang opened his mouth to refute, but fell silent as he witnessed Ning Ze forcefully repel a black-spotted cat monster with a single strike, clearly demonstrating considerable power. It was implausible that those monsters were simply unfed. Such a notion was laughable. He mumbled quietly, how could he have mastered the second level? It cannot be that simple. Zhou Feng, intrigued, remarked, not only strength, but mastering nuanced footwork is no trivial feat. This kid's speed rivals yours, and coupled with his adept maneuvering, old Su, you truly cannot contend with him. Su Liang found himself at a loss for words, frustration bubbling within him as he turned to Zhang Chun. What do you mean by that? If I cannot defeat him, do you think you stand a chance? Jiang Chen met Shu Liang's gaze silently. What? You cannot defeat him either, can you? Su Liang felt a sense of comfort as he spoke those words, reassured by the presence of 3 advanced warriors and 2 battle generals within their ranks. Zhang Chun, his expression unchanging, finally spoke. I doubt our uncle-nephew duo would engage in combat. However, if you continue to jest about his girlfriend, you might find yourself in a situation where you are indeed at risk of being beaten. Su Liang bared his teeth, placing a hand on Zhang Chen's shoulder. Looking up, he realized it was Yang Chao, armed with a machine gun. All right, it is your turn to work. Continue luring the monsters. Su Liang turned to see 6 cat monsters lying lifeless in the street, while Ning Ze stood poised with his sword, exuding an air of nonchalance. With his eyes closed and sword tip pointed toward the ground behind him, it appeared as though he was reflecting on the recent battle. Great! I am fated to toil away. This kid has surpassed me, yet I am still tasked with luring the monsters? He grumbled under his breath as he diligently sought suitable beasts to attract. In truth, he merely voiced complaints while feeling quite pleased to assist Ning Ze. Although Su Liang may not possess the highest combat prowess, he was endowed with combat wisdom, being the most adept at training within the team. It was he who arranged the battles when Zhou Feng joined the team, and he willingly took on this responsibility once more. Chapter 19. Tomorrow. This sword shall be stained with blood. In the same city, after 3 days of searching without success, Fei Ying's patience was wearing thin. Even more impatient was the poison wolf. Bastard, do you even know where he is? And you dare to demand 500 million from me for this? The poison wolf roared in fury. Fei Ying, feeling vexed, could only force a smile in an attempt to placate him. Even if I were to deceive you, I would not jeopardize our financial dealings. Where's that person? The poison wolf's eyes bulged with rage as he pressed. Tell me now. Fei Ying took a deep breath, slowly exhaling as he calmly replied, do not rush me. I'm certain they are indeed here, though I cannot pinpoint their exact hiding place. Changing the subject, he added, perhaps they're training that young man. You know as well as I do that their strength should not be needed to hunt monsters in a county like this. This statement only heightened the urgency within the poison wolf. An S-grade genius possesses a certain probability of ascending to the level of a war god. And with Ning Ze having defeated an S-grade genius, he appeared even more formidable. Now, possessing the strength of an advanced warrior, should he continue to grow, a reckoning would inevitably come. Even hiding within the base city would not guarantee safety. One cannot simply wait for death, especially not for those like them who profit from illicit activities. How could they earn without venturing into the wilderness? However, urgency proved futile should the falcon be cornered too aggressively. An opportunity for a preemptive strike would be lost. They were on guard against the Blaze team, who in turn remained vigilant against them. Most martial artists in the wilderness were indeed exceedingly cautious, yet his squad was notorious, leaving few who would dare to warn him. Ning Ze's rapid growth was a double-edged sword. Should he miss this chance, there may not be another. Suddenly, a gasp broke the tension. Boss, we found him. The falcon's expression brightened as he spoke into the video. Hold on, let me confirm. Ending the communication, he swiftly seized his binoculars and inquired, "Where?" "At the 55-degree direction." The informant replied, crouched by the window without turning his head. The falcon hurriedly followed the indicated path with his gaze. In his line of sight, a square-faced man was fleeing in terror, his movements clumsy and his demeanor exceedingly frantic. Behind Su Liang, a series of serpents writhed and leaped. Each jumped perilously close to striking him, but always just missing. One person? The falcon furrowed his brow, and upon realizing Su Liang's intent, he suddenly understood. This was a ploy to draw the monsters away. No wonder they had gone undetected for 3 consecutive days. They must have found a hidden vantage point. Xuanzi, ascend and follow him. This is your forte. Be discreet, just locate the target. We'll track you from below. Understood, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, a lean martial artist vaulted through the window, deftly scaling the rooftop with a few agile leaps, raising his machine gun to pinpoint Su Liang's position before stealthily advancing. Approaching dusk cast a dim light over the scene. After a day of devastation, the once gray-white streets were now soaked in blood. Numerous monster carcasses littered the streets, black-spotted cats, black and white snakes, armored sloths, and bloodthirsty cloud wolves. All were riddled with sword marks, their flesh torn asunder. Not far from the center of the street, the battle raged on. A horde of yellow-furred, ape-like creatures tumbled over the dilapidated staircases on either side, occasionally letting out guttural roars, baring their teeth at the center of the street. Their long, sharp fangs glistened with viscous saliva, and their gaping maws were a terrifying sight. One of the long-armed yellow apes climbed onto a window, effortlessly ripping down a 2-meter-long window frame and hurling it behind him without hesitation. A flash of silver sword light descended, cleaving the window in two, revealing a bloodstained, resolute face. Ning Ze was about to pursue when several stones whizzed past him, and he instinctively pressed his feet against the vertical wall, abruptly halting his advance. These long-armed yellow apes were clever. Recognizing their inability to overpower him, they resorted to evasive maneuvers and ambush tactics, adeptly utilizing tools and the terrain in coordinated teamwork. In a luxurious VIP room on the highest floor of the club building, Su Liang observed Ning Ze being pushed back yet again, a grin spreading across his face. This time, it won't be so easy, will it? It took considerable effort to lure them here, and I endured a barrage of stones along the way. Ma, you smirked? You took a barrage of stones, yet this kid hasn't been hit at all. Su Liang shrugged. His strength surpasses mine, and his agility is at the micro level. It's only natural he remains unscathed. Admitting you're inferior to Xiao Zhenao, are we? You weren't so willing to concede before, Xing Yuan teased. Well, Su Liang replied with a glint in his eye, even if I acknowledge his superiority. What is the harm? It was bound to happen eventually, and I stand to lose nothing. But you, on the other hand, are in a different position. Should you lose, your captaincy is at stake. Xing Yuan scoffed, ready to assert that Ning Ze wouldn't remain in the squad for long, posing no threat to his captaincy. However, before he could utter the words, he felt his communication watch vibrate. Upon checking, he saw a message from Ning. The fish is hooked. Xing Yuan squinted, turning to shout below, "Kid, stop playing around. Wrap this up." Upon hearing this, Ning Ze's eyes narrowed, and his speed suddenly intensified as he closed in on a long-armed yellow ape. With a swift flourish of his sword, shadows danced around him, creating an illusion that made it difficult to discern reality from deception. In a sudden thrust, the long-armed yellow ape, caught off guard, was pierced by the silver light that surged into its brain, its body falling limply to the ground. The remaining long-armed yellow apes, filled with fear and rage, let out desperate howls, but soon another was dispatched. Sensing danger, they began to flee. After eliminating 3 long-armed yellow apes, Ning Ze chose not to pursue further. Instead, he turned back toward the club building, leveraging the broken exterior walls to propel himself upwards, eventually leaping through a window into a room on the top floor. "Captain, is today's battle over?" Xing Yuan nodded. "Let us change our position. We've been compromised here." Ning Ze, puzzled by the term compromised, refrained from asking whether they were being monitored, choosing instead to follow silently. Should anything arise, he trusted that Xing Yuan would inform him once they reached a new hiding spot. Upon opening the system panel, he saw Host, Ning Ze. Realm, Advanced Warrior 4,115 kilograms. Cultivation Skills, Gene Origin Energy Cultivation Method 5 Hearts Toward Heaven. Guiding Technique Spirit Wind 7 Secrets. Combat Skills, Swift Movement Micro 318810000. Wind Absolute / Specialization 329310000. In the past 3 days, his progress had been remarkable. His strength alone had surged by 800 kilograms, elevating his physical prowess to that of an advanced warrior. The most rapid advancements were in wind, absolute, slash, and swift movement. In the heat of battle, both his swordsmanship and agility improved swiftly. The more intense the conflict, the faster their development. Once these monsters were exhausted, Ning Ze would dispose of them. Had he been at home, merely enhancing his physical capabilities would have taken 8 days, requiring 20 hours of training per day. Now, with a total combat time of just a day and a half, both his physical attributes and sword mastery were improving, resulting in an overall training speed 5 times that of his home regiment. This was largely thanks to the recent rat tide. Even though his micro-level agility allowed him to endure under siege, the limits of human stamina were finite. Monsters would tire, and his exertion would deplete his energy even faster. Drawing inspiration from his escape during the rat tide, he realized that if he could absorb cosmic energy while running, he could maintain his stamina. Surely, the same principle would apply during combat. After a simple experiment, he successfully forced himself into a state of cultivation even amidst battle, continuously absorbing cosmic energy. While this energy alone might not suffice to enhance his genes, it did aid in rejuvenating his stamina, granting him near-limitless endurance, though his mental fatigue remained. Nevertheless, this fatigue did not linger. It was most pronounced when initially facing the onslaught, but the intensity diminished considerably thereafter. His rapid increase in power meant that for every 1 kilogram gained in base strength, he would gain an additional 2 kilograms upon exertion. The first encounter with an ambush proved perilous. After a fierce battle, his strength surged to 200 kilograms, elevating his physique to 3,500 kilograms, and upon exertion, reaching a formidable 7,000 kilograms. Such power is remarkably high even among elite warriors, and coupled with his exquisite agility, it rendered him virtually invulnerable to common monsters. It would be impractical to engage beast generals for training. Had there been such valuable creatures nearby, they would have been slain long ago. Consequently, he had no choice but to meticulously employ his original technique, the wind absolute slash, transforming his force from double to 14-fold, which reduced his power to 4,900 kilograms, thus allowing the monsters to exert some pressure on him. Correspondingly, since he was not operating at his utmost capacity, his mental fatigue was considerably lessened. With a hidden card up his sleeve, the danger of the situation diminished, and his rate of improvement began to wane. Nonetheless, this training pace surpassed that of his home significantly. Over 3 consecutive days, his combat prowess soared, granting him strength comparable to that of a novice war general, even nearing the level of his 2 war general uncles. The Firestorm squad sought another refuge. Zhou Feng, with exacting rigor, instructed everyone to remain vigilant and survey their surroundings, as if they had already entered into combat. Once everything was in order, Zhou Feng approached Ning Ze, offering a slight smile as he inquired, "Curious?" "Indeed." Ning Ze replied earnestly, "I await your revelation." "You rascal." Zhou Feng chuckled cruelly. "The time for vengeance has arrived." "Vengeance?" Ning Ze queried, puzzled. "The Blood Eagle squad? Are they planning to ambush us?" They had ventured into the wilderness only to confront this very squad, either to seize prey or settle old scores. Naturally, the Blood Eagle squad was implicated, albeit as mere accomplices. Zhou Feng, uncertain, felt a glint of cold light in his eyes. Whoever it was, the vendetta from 8 years prior must be avenged. More accurately, 7 years and 6 months. "You must have deduced something," he said. Ning Ze's pupils constricted sharply as he coldly questioned, "Are you implying my father? That ambush by the monsters was not an accident, but rather orchestrated?" "Huh, an accident?" Zhou Feng scoffed. "Without a lord-level beast uprising, without a high-ranking beast general commanding, without a war god slaying monsters, how could multiple species of monsters simultaneously erupt in chaos? How could they relentlessly pursue us? Monsters possess intelligence, perhaps even rivaling that of humans. Such erratic behavior, driven purely by ferocity, can only be attributed to a certain plant, or rather, a treasure." Zhou Feng's smile turned sinister as hatred surged in his eyes. Ning Ze's heart ignited with fury as he gravely inquired, "What plant?" "Starry night grass, a plant once valued at over 100 million Huaxia coins. Its current worth should be around 200 million. Zhou Feng's tone was icy. "Its function is straightforward. When the powder of starry night grass is mixed with the sap of bloodlight vine, it produces a peculiar fragrance that promotes monster evolution while simultaneously possessing a deadly allure for them. These 2 plants are primary components in gene potions." "And what happened next?" Ning Ze's gaze turned frigid. "Who was the enemy? What transpired next?" Zhou Feng pondered briefly, as if a vast shadow loomed in his eyes. He murmured, "You surely recall the last rodent tide. It was somewhat similar, albeit more vibrant in color. We managed to escape. More vibrant?" Ning Ze fell into silence. How could he forget the last rodent tide? If it had been a beast tide, it would have encompassed all manner of monsters. The pitch-black tidal bison, the earthy-hued, long-armed yellow ape, the orange-black striped cloud leopard, and the deep purple thunderbolt unicorn serpent were hardly what one would call vibrant. The sheer exhaustion during the flight was overwhelming. Had he not forcibly entered a training state, even 10 minutes of frantic running would have left him utterly drained. How long had his father persevered, and what desperate battles had he fought? Among the endless throngs of monsters, the despair was palpable. As for the enemy, they were undoubtedly the poison wolf squad encountered in the wilderness. Zhou Xingyuan's voice bristled with animosity. They struck surreptitiously during the hunt. We ultimately triumphed, with Ning Laoda delivering a decisive blow to the poison wolf. But after their retreat, the surrounding beasts erupted into chaos. These scoundrels had scattered a mixture of starry night grass and bloodlight vine around us. They had pre-prepared cleansing potions, while we had none. We barely broke free from the monster horde, each of us drenched in blood, yet the monsters persisted in their pursuit. With a purple-eyed demon wolf, a mid-level beast general, relentlessly chasing us. Ning Laoda had only recently ascended to war general status, and at the cost of a leg. He managed to slay that beast. Afterward, we gathered evidence, yet they outright denied it. We sought vengeance. But the administrators of extreme martial arts and thunder martial arts convened and forbade us from engaging in private conflicts. Of course, rules are rules. We remained vigilant of each other's movements, seeking opportunities to strike, yet they have remained exceedingly cautious, and no chances have arisen over the years. Now, the opportunity for retribution has arrived. Ning Ze's eyes glimmered with cold determination. They have come for me? A smirk graced Zhou Xingyuan's lips. Ning Laoda initially intended to protect you, investing 200 million in intelligence to monitor the movements of the Poison Wolf Squad until you matured. Such precautions would suffice. After all, they were merely an additional adversary, and a novice at that, hardly a cause for alarm. However, they never anticipated your remarkable talent, which led you to decisively defeat their genius at Thunder Martial Arts. Once this news spread, how could they remain idle, unable to act within the base city? They had no choice but to come to the wilderness. When we return to the base city, we will gather for a small meeting, having prepared thoroughly for this. The grudges left by the elders must be settled. With adversaries present, they must be eliminated. We cannot allow you youngsters to live in fear. Ning Ze fell into contemplative silence, asking, "What should we do?" "We simply need to lie in wait." Zhou Xingyuan grinned. "Since Ning Laoda has confirmed their intentions to strike, they will undoubtedly come seeking us. Is there a simpler method than waiting for the enemy to arrive at our doorstep? Do you remember the strongest strategy one mentioned?" Ning Ze nodded, comprehending the plan as he calmly stated, "We call for reinforcements." Indeed, Ning Laoda has already made arrangements. A multitude of powerful allies is en route, their pace surely surpassing that of our foes, especially since we have provided them with precise coordinates. They will need time to locate us. Zhou Xingyuan's face radiated with pride. Ning Ze raised his head, and Yang Chao and the others wore expressions of grim satisfaction. An intangible killing intent swirling within the small room. Ning Ze tightened his grip on a light-wind longsword. His father's vengeance was now his own, especially since they were coming to kill him. By tomorrow, this sword shall be stained with blood. Chapter 20, Baiting the Trap. This night is destined to be tumultuous. What was once a small county city, City 103, now harbors a multitude of war generals. They tread silently, cloaked in darkness, accompanied by the roars of beasts. "They're here." A suppressed whisper broke the silence. The once tattered crimson curtains billowed in the fierce wind, revealing 6 proud figures standing tall in the room, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, glimmering like gold close to the ground. "Dad," Ning Ze called out. Ning Hua took a bold step forward, his robust hand landing firmly on Ning Ze's shoulder as he inquired, "How has your training progressed in recent days? I have heard that you have made significant strides." These are all familiar faces here, so do share with your esteemed uncles. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze instantly understood, realizing that aside from his father, it would not be easy to summon the other 5 individuals. In the realm of martial artists, these individuals possess strength that surpassed even Ning Hua, perhaps even exceeding that of Zhou Xingyuan. Thus, he felt compelled to earn some face for his father, or in other words, to make these formidable figures believe that he was worthy of their favor, which would in turn motivate them to exert themselves more earnestly. Bowing slightly towards the assembly, he respectfully addressed, Greetings, esteemed uncles. By sheer fortune, I have managed to practice the first level of Wind Absolute Slash over the past few days. The others remained silent for the moment, but Ning Hua swiftly delivered a playful slap to the back of Ning Ze's head, admonishing him. Is such a meager advancement truly worth mentioning? Do you take us for naive individuals who have never witnessed the world? At these words, not only did the 5 formidable figures present wear expressions of exasperation, but even the members of the Battlefire squad struggled to suppress their laughter. While they scolded him, their demeanor radiated an undeniable pride. This manner of boasting was indeed quite amusing. Nevertheless, the esteemed warriors did not seem perturbed. Such talent was certainly deserving of their attention. Ning Hua turned and raised his hand in introduction, declaring, "Today, allow me to showcase my connections. Present here are none other than renowned powerhouses." The first to be introduced was Chun Chong, known as the Bloodthirsty Blade, a high-ranking battle general. And you, young lad, still dare to act cocky? You are but a fledgling. Surely you have heard of his illustrious reputation. Uncle Chun, Ning Ze responded with respect. Compared to you, Goldfire Bear, this lad is far more agreeable, he added, his voice tinged with playful sarcasm. Ning Hua's expression changed. While he had grown accustomed to the moniker of Goldfire Bear over the years, he was determined to showcase just how fearsome a furious bear could be today. The second individual was introduced as Wei Xin, the Moonlit Ghost, also a high-ranking battle general. The fifth was Xiao Yang, known as the Sun Sword, another high-ranking battle general. You must engage with this senior more often. We are both in the Yangzhou district, making visits convenient. All 5 formidable figures were high-ranking battle generals. Hailing from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Ning Hua had prepared thoroughly, poised for victory. This collective strength would command respect, not only in the wilderness, but even in the base city. Each individual was a prominent figure, capable of shaking the very foundations of the city with their presence. I shall certainly seek guidance from Uncle Xiao. Ning Ze maintained a demeanor of utmost respect, acknowledging the strength of each individual present. Enough with the pleasantries. Any who dare to lay a hand upon our Extreme Martial Arts Academy shall reap the whirlwind, spoke the fierce Bloodthirsty Blade, the first introduced battle general, who was also well known among the high-ranking generals. His presence here was not solely for Ning Hua's sake. He had been dispatched by the Eastern Supervisor with explicit orders, as the warriors of the Thunderbolt Academy were rumored to be plotting against them, warranting a stern lesson. Ning Hua, no longer inclined to be courteous, quietly affirmed, "This time, it is the Thunderbolt Academy that has acted unjustly, having previously agreed not to interfere with one another." Such words were merely superficial, intended to alleviate any discomfort among the esteemed warriors present. After all, these were notable figures. It would be unreasonable to engage in conflict over a mere handful of monster materials. The notion of righteousness was not to be trifled with. If there was a valid cause, even if lives were lost, the Thunderbolt Academy would be compelled to send representatives to apologize. We shall use sunrise as our reference. They should have arrived by now. If they have yet to find us before dawn, then Barbaric Blade shall take a stroll and create some commotion. There might still be other warrior squads, and if they could remain, then the members of the Poison Wolf squad must perish. None. How could there be none? Fei Ying exclaimed in disbelief, having conducted thorough reconnaissance during the day, only to find no one by nightfall. You aren't attempting to deceive me, are you? Nearby, the eyes of the Poison Wolf glinted with a dangerous light. Fei Ying's cheeks twitched with irritation as he retorted, "I wouldn't stoop so low as to deceive you over 200 million Huaxia coins. I assure you, they're still in this city and not far from here. With a little patience, we shall easily locate them. This differs from our previous agreement. Informing us of their whereabouts is worth 200 million, but encountering them is worth 300 million. The Poison Wolf wore a sinister grin. He was well aware that the Battlefire squad was indeed within this city, yet he preferred to minimize costs. Fei Ying's expression soured. He discreetly glanced at the 2 unfamiliar figures lurking in the shadows, both of whom had been summoned by the Poison Wolf, likely of intermediate or even high-ranking battle general strength. With the Poison Wolf already possessing 4 battle generals, their ranks swelled to 6. In such a precarious situation, refusing to comply was no jest. These individuals regularly hunted martial artists for their materials, and should anything go awry, they would all be left behind. Fei Ying had prepared himself for the Poison Wolf's blatant aggression, but understood that without Ning Ze's presence, the reward would undoubtedly be diminished. Tomorrow, I shall assist you in locating them. You need only provide me with the remainder of the payment. The Poison Wolf scoffed. Tomorrow, you will help me retrieve them and eliminate them. If all goes smoothly, I shall grant you 100 million. If you fail to find them, well, let's just say it won't end well. Fei Ying's face turned ashen. What had initially seemed a straightforward task had spiraled into chaos. Had they not vanished, they could have simply departed. Now, searching alongside the Poison Wolf squad was akin to courting disaster, and retreating was no longer an option. Very well. Tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly assist you in locating them. That night, City 103 echoed with the roars of beasts, as it did on any ordinary day. With the first light of dawn casting its gentle glow upon the earth, a new day quietly began. As the sun rose higher, those who had commenced their search early finally caught a glimpse of the Battle Fire Squad's whereabouts. At the 33 o'clock direction, Barbaric Blade was once again leading the monsters, just as he had the day prior. The Poison Wolf furrowed his brow, glancing at Fei Ying as if expecting an explanation. They had instructed their men to lure the monsters yesterday, presumably for the purpose of training Gold Firebear's son. Today, it appeared to be no different, Fei Ying replied honestly. A cruel smile crept upon the Poison Wolf's lips. Training indeed. Let us follow closely and assist him in his endeavors. The two groups pressed forward until they reached a dilapidated bathhouse, where Zhou Feng had seemingly vanished. The Poison Wolf's brow furrowed further. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. What had initially been a training exercise for Gold Firebear's son now revealed a troubling absence of monster corpses. This clearly indicated deceit. With a smile, he turned to Fei Ying. It is time for you to take the stage. Fei Ying's complexion darkened. Yet, he found himself with no other option but to brave the challenge. They would wait for the two rival factions to engage in battle before making their escape. He signaled, and the other 4 members of the Bloodhawk squad followed suit without dissent, beginning their search, floor by floor. In the distance, Ning Hua's brow was tightly furrowed, realizing that only the Bloodhawk squad remained. With their adversaries audaciously searching for them, it was clear that the Poison Wolf squad had indeed arrived, though their whereabouts remained unknown. Should this squad of battle generals decide to flee, they would be utterly powerless to intervene. Wei Xin and his companions would not truly pursue a few individuals in the wilderness with unrelenting fervor. Their enmity was not so profound. Ning Hua and Ning Ze did not possess such stature as to compel others to fight to the death. Retribution could be easily orchestrated by merely luring the adversaries out. Once the Fire War squad intervened, the Blood Eagle squad would inevitably follow suit, and the Poison Wolf squad would certainly make an appearance. The crux of the matter lay in the necessity for Ning Ze to venture forth as well. To use his own son as bait to draw out the insidious enemies lurking in the shadows posed a perilous gamble. One could not predict who might come. Any misstep could lead to grave danger. Ning Hua's expression was a tumult of conflicting emotions. The others in the room recognized the precariousness of the situation. The Fire War squad remained silent, prepared to accept any course of action, confident that with Ning Ze present, vengeance was assured. They had come to believe wholeheartedly that Ning Ze would undoubtedly evolve into a god of war in the future. The timing was inconsequential. Ning Hua could endure a temporary affliction, and so too could they. The 5 esteemed warriors they had summoned remained taciturn. Whether the endeavor succeeded or failed mattered little. They had been honored, and though the remuneration might be modest, these formidable individuals were not driven by monetary gain. Though invited by Ning Hua, they were equally swayed by Ning Ze's reputation, a great prodigy, destined for greatness if fate allowed him to survive. At this juncture, extending a favor carried both prestige and profit, ensuring a lucrative investment with minimal risk. Father, we should proceed. Ning Ze spoke with calm resolve. Ning Hua furrowed his brow, remaining silent. I believe my capabilities are now on par with yours. Ning Ze continued, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ning Hua's countenance darkened, yet he remained voiceless. The Blood Eagle squad posed little threat, merely a hidden sniper-s rifle, a target that could easily be dispatched. Ning Ze's expression radiated arrogance. Would the enemy allow themselves to linger for the new year? Those who dared to launch a surprise attack would be courting their own demise. Ning Hua's lips twitched as he turned to Zhou Feng, closing his eyes and gesturing imperiously towards the outside. It was as if to say, "You are the captain now. I shall not impede your decisions. The reins are yours." Zhou Feng flashed a grin, exchanging glances with the other members of the Fire War squad, all wearing cruel smiles. He turned to Ning Ze and spoke in a low voice. "Flank them. Let us first eliminate that loquacious fellow. I recall he had the audacity to retort against us. Let's set forth." With a commanding shout, they exited the room, stealthily maneuvering towards the martial artist known as the Zhuan. "Golden Blade, you have indeed sired a remarkable son. Strictly speaking, this is his first foray into the wilderness. Is it not? TSK. His character and talent are commendable. Should he continue to develop, he possesses a significant chance of becoming a god of war. Xiaoyang remarked with admiration. The blood of a warrior runs through him. Initially, I was concerned by his courteous demeanor, but now I feel much reassured. Another strong man chimed in. Ning Hua's lips curled into a smile. This was his son, nurtured over 19 years. While he may appear gentle on the surface, that was merely his amiable side. His son had never lacked the fierce spirit of a warrior, tenacity, coldness, and ruthless resolve. He could unleash his strength even against his own father. How much more so against outsiders? His son was merciless even to himself. Bastard! A thunderous shout echoed from afar as Fei Ying shouted, "Regroup." In that fleeting moment, aside from Yang Chao, who remained concealed as a sniper, the other members of the Fire War Squad launched a surprise attack on Zhuang. 2 battle generals and 3 advanced warriors, moving in stealth, struck before their adversary had a chance to retaliate. Bruteblade, you seek death. No, it is you who court death. The sight of old foes ignited a fierce rage, and words were unnecessary as the 2 factions charged at one another. Within a mere 3 seconds, the 2 squads collided. Zhou Feng surged ahead, barreling toward Fei Ying like a rampaging bull, roaring die. Ning Ze gripped his long sword tightly, coordinating with Zhang Chun to target a robust advanced warrior. Previously, Zhou Feng and Ma Yu had struck simultaneously, leaving Ning Ze without a chance to claim a kill. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Coincidentally, the martial artist was focused solely on Zhang Chun, clearly underestimating Ning Ze's presence. A smirk of derision played upon Ning Ze's lips. Did they truly regard him with such disdain? With a thrust of his sword, the warrior attempted to evade, but Ning Ze deftly transformed the thrust into a slicing maneuver. So swift, the warrior's eyes widened with shock as he grappled with the sudden change in tactics. The speed was astonishing. He sought to raise his weapon in defense. But Zhang Chun was no novice, engaging him in a fierce contest. Caught between 2 assailants, he found himself in a dire predicament, unable to mount a defense in time. All he could see was a flash of silver white, and in the next heartbeat, he felt a chill at his throat. He attempted to raise his hand, but he had lost all control over his body. His head fell, blinking slowly as his consciousness dimmed. A smile graced Ning Ze's lips. In his first act of killing, he felt no discomfort. Having resided in the Mingyue neighborhood, he had witnessed his fair share of life and death from a young age. Familiar with the treachery of human nature, last night, he had prepared himself psychologically. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. If they were adversaries, it was better to eliminate them swiftly. Zhao Fei Ying seethed. They had drawn out their foes, yet the warriors of the Poison Wolf Squad had yet to appear. Clearly, Poison Wolf was employing the same strategy. Once the enemies were dead, he would owe them nothing. We must retreat. The Blood Eagle Squad had already been diminished by 1 member due to the ambush, leaving the Fire War Squad an advantage of 5-4. Now, with another member lost, it became 5-3. Should they lose another, they would be unable to escape, let alone secure any payment. Just as the Blood Eagle Squad contemplated their retreat, a sound like the tearing of air sliced through the tension. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and upon hearing the sound, the crowd turned in unison. The bullet had already struck one of the warriors in the head, exploding upon impact. Blood mingled with a viscous white substance, splattering in all directions. Another cry of agony erupted as the last remaining warrior, caught off guard in his hasty flight, had half of his face severed by Ma Yu. Amidst his wails, Ma Yu swiftly cut his throat. Fei Ying shouted in panic, "Poison Wolf!" At this moment, he had no other recourse. If he delayed any longer, he could not guarantee his own escape, for the tide of battle had turned too swiftly. Truly useless. Within a nearby inn, Poison Wolf seethed with displeasure, though fear loomed larger in his heart. He had witnessed Ning Ze's murderous prowess, undoubtedly possessing the strength of an advanced warrior, and this was merely his 2nd month as a martial artist. Let's take action. In the direction of Fei Ying's retreat, 7 martial artists emerged ahead. The 5 members of the Fire War Squad did not press aggressively, but instead converged slowly. As the distance closed, both sides halted at approximately 50 meters apart. Poison Wolf cast a cold gaze toward Ning Ze, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he inquired, "Are you the son of Jin Huaxiong?" Ning Ze surveyed his surroundings, then scoffed. "That scar on your face was inflicted by my father, wasn't it? Huh? The Poison Wolf, suppressing a laugh, lowered his head. But when he lifted it again, his expression morphed into one of fierce malevolence as he growled, "Kill." Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Poison Wolf. The Poison Wolf froze momentarily, turning towards the source of the sound. From the ruins of a distant building emerged a towering figure, 8 feet tall, wielding a magnificent golden broadsword with an imposing presence. His pure gold prosthetic glimmered in the morning light as he advanced with his steely determination. Chapter 21. It is you who will die. Golden Fire Bear. A surge of dread gripped the poison wolf's heart. Golden Fire Bear had arrived. In a panic, he glanced around. Behind him on the left loomed a heavy-set figure, brandishing a blood-red battle blade, while on his right approached a tall, slender warrior gracefully wielding a crescent moon scimitar. Bloodthirsty blade. Xunfeng. Crescent moon ghost. Wei Xin. As the poison wolf called out their names, his lips trembled. Compared to the 2 senior battle generals he had invited, Bloodthirsty Blade and Crescent Moon Ghost were renowned powerhouses from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, ranking among the elite among senior generals. Unease crept into his heart, for they were 2 separate teams. It was likely that the opposing side had recruited more than just 2 senior generals. In a whirlwind of thoughts, the poison wolf exchanged glances with his teammates and shouted, "Flee forward! Charge!" As he yelled, he sprinted towards the front lines where the Firestorm team was engaged. The 2 invited warriors, along with Flying Eagle, followed suit in a mad dash ahead. This was the most prudent choice. The prowess of the 2 senior generals surpassed that of the Firestorm team. Moreover, there might be other formidable opponents lurking behind. The Firestorm team scattered, with Zhang Xun and others positioning themselves directly in front of their respective foes. Zheng Xian, Wang Qi, cover me as I break through. I will give you each 200 million. The poison wolf shouted anxiously. The 2 invited warriors exchanged glances before replying, 500 million. All right. Time was of the essence, and without hesitation, the poison wolf acquiesced. Ning Ze gripped his light wind longsword tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the poison wolf. Others might flee, but he had to stay. In less than a second, the poison wolf's team had charged forward. Poison wolf, you cannot escape, roared Zhou Feng, swinging his broad blade with force. Ning Ze had just resolved to join the assault on the poison wolf when a blade swung toward him from the side, forcing him to block with his sword. In that moment, he caught sight of a long, gaunt face with a black mole above the left eyebrow. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was crisp. Zheng Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. The force behind this attack was clearly abnormal. He had heard that this kid was merely a senior warrior, yet his strength now seemed comparable to that of a junior general. The casual strike he had unleashed was effortlessly neutralized. A mid-level general. In that brief encounter, Ning Ze instantly discerned his opponent's strength. With a swift motion, he flicked his arm, causing the light wind longsword to whirl, dissipating the power from the battle blade, and continued to slice forward. Not good. Zhang Xian hadn't anticipated that Ning Ze would be so formidable, capable of neutralizing his attack and countering. He found it impossible to swiftly deal with his opponent. He retreated a step, executing a diagonal slash to the side as he attempted to flee. Ning Ze furrowed his brow. Was he trying to escape? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the poison wolf. Together with Wang Qi, he pressed the attack on Zhou Feng, where their advantage was glaringly evident. Zhou Feng could no longer withstand them. Ning Ze too took a step back, pivoting to charge toward the poison wolf. Seeing him abandon the pursuit, Zheng Xian wasted no time and bolted forward. He had never intended to kill Ning Ze. He was merely after wealth. With Golden Fire Bear and his men approaching, to kill now would surely be suicidal. Not just him, but Flying Eagle and another member of Poison Wolf's team had already fled the scene. The poison wolf seethed with rage, bellowing, Zheng Xian. Zheng Xian offered no reply. To linger now would mean capture. No amount of money would persuade him otherwise. As a senior general, his speed exceeded 250 ms. If the poison wolf could delay for just a few seconds, he could easily escape out of sight and make his getaway. A flash of silver caught the poison wolf's eye, revealing Ning Ze, igniting a blaze of fury within him. You little brat, do you dare obstruct me? The poison wolf's eyes turned crimson. Realizing escape was futile, he resolved to eliminate Golden Fire Bear's son. If he could take him hostage, perhaps he could still escape. A blade swung forth, the deep black battle sword shimmering ominously, its force immense. Ning Ze's eyes remained calm. Zheng Xian had not held back either. He too had endured the blow, but it was a desperate struggle, a cornered beast fighting back. Fraught with danger, yet he could withstand it. With a deliberate motion, he lifted his sword to block the assault. In the distance, Ning Hua watched in growing anxiety, and could only shout sternly, "Everyone!" He was already limping, his speed inferior even to that of an ordinary junior general, and while others had fled halfway, he had only covered a third of the distance. This kid dares to advance. It seems he is resorting to his ultimate skill, Wei Xen murmured to himself. then called out softly, "Go shadow step swift." Suddenly, his speed surged incrementally. This was a mastery of explosive speed, albeit at a significant toll on his stamina. Clang! With great effort, Ning Ze managed to fend off the blow. The poison wolf was slightly weaker than the previous warrior. His eyes narrowed. If he could eliminate the threat, all the better. If not, the poison wolf would not escape. The poison wolf, seemingly deranged, abandoned all defense and swung again. Ning Ze remained unfazed, raising his sword to block while shifting his footing. A dark blade narrowly grazed his cheek, the wind from the strike chilling. Ning Ze felt a sting on his face, but he had evaded the blow at last. The poison wolf, consumed with rage, swung his long blade horizontally in a vicious arc. His mind fixated on a singular thought. He must kill this boy, even if it cost him his own life. Ning Ze, unable to match the speed, could only brace himself to withstand the impact. With a clang, his wrist went numb from the force. Even after exerting himself, the opponent's strength was still twice his own, an overwhelming pressure that rapidly elevated his stats on the system panel. Wind Absolute / Proficiency 317810000. Wind Absolute / Proficiency 325910000. Wind Absolute / Proficiency 330310000. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Zhou Xingyuan felt a significant reduction in pressure, initially believing reinforcements had arrived. After executing a counterattack, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, and his heart tightened. With a sweeping motion of his broad blade, he shouted, "Get lost!" Wang Qi, seeing he had no intention to fight further, quickly withdrew to escape. A glance over his shoulder revealed that Wei Xin was already less than 100 meters away, capable of covering that distance in less than a second. They moved with such rapidity that in a single second they could traverse over 100 meters, striking with their blades countless times, certainly over a dozen strikes exchanged. The poison wolf and Ning Ze had clashed over 10 times without gaining the upper hand, driving him further into madness, nearly losing his grip on reason. Ning Ze watched as the diagonal slash descended from above, raising his sword to block, though this time his stance was subtly different. Just moments ago, he felt an additional surge of power coursing through his body, as if a tempest was swirling within him. With each swing of his sword, it seemed as though an endless gale was unleashed, his strength once again amplified. His foundational power exceeded 4,000 kilograms. When exerted at double capacity, it reached 8,000 kilograms. And now, with an additional multiplication, it soared to 12,000 kilograms, placing him in the upper echelon even among junior warriors. Clang! The sound of clashing blades rang out, more resonant than ever before. Ning Ze bent low to draw his long sword, the dark blade sweeping over him like a shadow from above. He deftly evaded another strike. A fierce glint of murderous intent shone in his eyes, and a peculiar, faint smile played on his lips, lending a hint of devilish charm to his handsome visage. "You shall perish." As he spoke, Ning Ze thrust his sword forward, aiming directly at the throat of the poison wolf. Upon witnessing the incoming blade's gleam, the poison wolf's pupils constricted sharply, a chill running through him. Just moments ago, he had been recklessly attacking, unable to withstand Ning Ze's onslaught. And now he found himself on the back foot. Ning Ze's sudden surge in power left no trace of his earlier disarray. He was not merely defending, but counterattacking with newfound vigor. The poison wolf's face twisted in a grimace, for he could not fathom dying at the hands of a mere novice. In a desperate bid, he swung his sword in a reckless arc toward Ning Ze's neck, determined to take someone down with him, even if it meant his own demise. Swish! A flash of silver and gold danced as Ning Ze's long sword lightly grazed the poison wolf's neck. The blade pierced the throat and withdrew, leaving no visible mark, while Ning Ze swiftly leaned back to evade the retaliatory blow from the poison wolf. A massive broad sword descended from above, crashing down onto the poison wolf's head, and in that instant, a fountain of blood erupted from his throat. The broad sword slammed the poison wolf to the ground, leaving Zhou Xingyan momentarily dazed. He had not witnessed Ning Ze's actions, only feeling that this blow seemed unusually effortless. However, Wei Xin had closely observed the stunning strike and praised, "Well done, young lad." Without missing a beat, he moved like a specter, swiftly dispatching the poison wolf's teammate, who was ensnared by Zhang Chun, with a single blow that sent the head soaring, blood gushing forth from the lifeless body. "I'll pursue the others," he declared, darting off after the fleeing figures. Chun Chong arrived shortly thereafter, ending the battle with a few swift strokes, and joined the chase. At that moment, Ning Hua rushed over, his gaze fixed on the fallen poison wolf, laughing maniacally at the spectacle. Ha ha ha, my son, that was a splendid strike. Poison wolf, I foretold your demise. Even the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy could not thwart you. Now my son has avenged you. Ha ha ha, what a relief. With a hearty clap, he grasped Ning Ze's shoulder tightly, elated at the vengeance fulfilled, as Zhou Xingyuan shared in the exhilaration. Yet, as Ning Hua spoke, Zhou Xingyuan sensed something amiss. He kicked the poison wolf over, revealing a throat drenched in blood. Clearly, before his own strike, Ning Ze had already pierced the poison wolf's throat, severing the spinal nerves, which explained the ease with which Zhou Xingyuan dispatched him. Zhou Xingyuan's pupils dilated in shock as he turned to Ning Ze, disbelief etched on his face. You truly did it, young lad. The poison wolf was a notorious intermediate warrior, and Ning Ze's strength had been vastly inferior, at least a fourfold disparity. Enduring an attack and delivering a fatal blow were two entirely different realms of capability. Your prowess has utterly surpassed mine, Zhang Chun remarked with uncontainable joy. You are not far behind me, Ma Yu added cheerfully. Ning Ze humbly replied, I owe my rapid advancement to the protection and guidance of my esteemed uncles. Without your support, I would not have progressed so swiftly. I know I could not contend with other intermediate warriors. Ning Hua turned his gaze toward the direction the Poison Wolf's team had fled, noting that several skilled fighters had pursued them, uncertain of how many might be caught. When he turned back, he quietly inquired, Has your swordsmanship reached a breakthrough? Ning She nodded affirmatively. The second tier of wind absolute / No wonder. Zhou Xingyuan was greatly shaken, yet it made sense. Otherwise, he would not have slain the Poison Wolf. Ma Yu was equally excited. Well done, young lad. You have mastered the second tier. Su Liang teased. I've been waiting for you to become a war god. At that point, I shall retire and leave this wilderness behind. Ning Ze jested. Then do cherish your current time in the wild. Ning Hua cast a glance at his companions, who remained unaware of Ning Ze's true capabilities, while he himself was fully aware. There was no second tier of wind absolute / They had only acquired the first tier. This power was not the 21 times of the second tier, but rather 3 times, stronger than the 28 times of the third tier. Before long, the 5 powerful warriors returned with Yang Chao. Yang Chao had been responsible for sniping and preventing any escapes. Chen Chong expressed some regret. We only managed to slay 2. The eagle and that high-level warrior have vanished. Ning Hua immediately clasped his hands together, saying, Killing 2 is commendable. We owe much to your presence today. Without your help, not only would we have failed to slay them, but we might not have even emerged victorious. Their panic flight afforded us this opportunity. Upon returning, I will promptly transfer the promised 100 million Huaxia coins to each of you. Chen Chong nodded slightly, indicating no dissent. They were all high-level warriors, renowned figures, and the densely packed beasts of the wilderness city posed a far greater challenge than battling humans. Merely slaying a few beasts could yield a fortune. The troubles of human conflict were the greatest, and with 2 escapees, they would now have adversaries. And the warriors of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy would look upon them with disdain. Ning Hua, beaming with delight, extended an invitation, esteemed friends. As our Fire War team has avenged our grievances, we must celebrate this momentous occasion with a feast. I have reserved a private room at the Underground Alliance. If you are not otherwise engaged, shall we indulge in a hearty drink? Chen Chong, Wei Xian, and the others exchanged glances with Ning Ze and readily acquiesced. They had all witnessed Ning Ze's remarkable performance, and forging bonds with such a promising young talent was undoubtedly beneficial. As the sun began to rise, the Fire War team and the 5 high-ranking warriors commenced their return. Meanwhile, in the Jiangnan base city, a martial artist practical examination was set to take place. In a monster town within the military camp, this served as the testing ground. Ning Ze had initially registered for the assessment in another district, but it was here that the examination was conducted. Within a tranquil building in the town, the observers convened. In one room, several high-ranking officials gathered alongside a few prodigies. As fellow geniuses of the Extreme Limit Martial Arts Academy, how does your strength compare to Ning Ze's? Posed a slender young man wielding a curved blade, a birthmark adorning his face. Luo Fo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Wan Dong for 3 seconds, recalling the words of instructor Jiang Yan, who had informed him that Ning Ze had defeated an S-rank prodigy at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. This must be the individual. He slowly shook his head, acknowledging that he was not yet a match for his opponent. Hearing that name again deepened his impression of Ning Ze. Ironically, they lived in the same community, yet had never crossed paths even once. A middle-aged man seated before Luo Fo smiled, remarking that though he was not a rival now, He might well catch up in the future, for young individuals possess boundless potential. I have faith that you are also remarkable. This man was none other than Zhuge Tao, the supervisor who had offered Luo Fo an S-class contract. Luo Fo slightly bowed and respectfully replied, "Thank you, esteemed supervisor. I shall strive to improve." A flicker of excitement coursed through him, as rumors had circulated for the past fortnight about his early admission into the martial arts academy, suggesting his extraordinary talent. As if none could rival him. In truth, he had already set a goal for himself, to surpass Ning Ze. Of course, not in terms of mental prowess. His mental strength surpassed his physical condition by 2 tiers, as he was currently a mid-level warrior, while his mental ability equated to that of a novice general, which seemed somewhat unfair. What he aspired to was to excel over Ning Ze in martial arts. Zhuge Tao observed the glum expression on the face of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy supervisor across from him and found himself amused. "All right, let us proceed with the assessment. This should not pose a challenge for you." "Yes," came the response from the Thunderbolt supervisor in a deep tone. "You two should join as well." "Understood." Wan Dong and a female warrior answered respectfully. Chapter 22, Visualization Technique. One sword sealing the heavens. After returning to the base city, Ning Ze and the others freshened up before entering a resplendent private room within the Underground Alliance. The Warfire Squad and Xiao Yang exchanged cups, and the atmosphere was vibrant. They had returned to the base city in the morning, and the gathering only dispersed in the afternoon. Upon arriving at the Mingyue community, as they approached home, Ning Ze curiously inquired, "Dad, do you still know Uncle Chun and the others?" Ning Hua, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, replied with a slight slur. "My influence alone would not suffice, but with Supervisor Dongfang's connections, they were willing to extend me a favor." Ning Ze nodded silently, once again noting this kindness. This supervisor was set to recommend him for the elite training camp, and was also seeking assistance to avenge their family. Thus he was indeed a benefactor. Hearing their voices, Li Wan rushed out from the house, with Ning Qianqian bouncing behind her. "Returning so late, I hope nothing untoward happened? Did Xiao Ze get hurt?" Earlier, Ning Hua had sent a message home, and now seeing them, she felt a sense of relief. Ning Qianqian wore a worried expression as well. Ning Ze smiled and reassured. "Mom, I spent 7 billion Huaxia coins. How can anything go wrong?" Ning Hua felt exceedingly pleased, his attitude somewhat audacious. Li Wan rolled her eyes and said, "Is all 7 billion from our family? Xiao Zhua and Old Ma each contributed 1 billion too." "Huh, it's all the same. Cool me. Son, let us head inside to discuss a few matters." Ning Ze nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Mom, we'll go in first. Are we having dinner?" "No, we've just eaten." In the second-floor audiovisual room, Ning Hua asked earnestly, "Have you increased your strength yet again?" "Yes, it should be 3 times the power. Although I haven't measured precisely," Ning Ze honestly replied, glancing at his panel, where Wind Absolute / displayed a proficiency of 3350100000. He speculated that perhaps once his proficiency exceeded 3333, or 1/3 of the total proficiency, his strength would increase once more. Ning Hua's pupils constricted, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked if it's 3 times, that should suffice. The 3rd level of Wind Absolute / requires a force of 4.5 times, totaling a multiplier of only 28 times. You are already adequate. What are your thoughts? Should I contact Supervisor Dongfang in a couple of days? Or wait a bit longer? Your uncles are doing well. They can easily slay monsters without taking risks, so you need not worry about them. Ning Ze fell into a brief silence before responding. Previously, Supervisor Dongfang mentioned that I lacked the qualifications for the elite training camp, as I had only reached the 1st tier and needed to cultivate 2 more levels. Although my strength now surpasses the 3rd level of Wind Absolute / I only possess 2 additional tiers of strength, which technically does not qualify as the 3rd level. Dad, please inquire first. I will continue my training as usual. Ning Hua smiled slightly and said, "Good, you are composed, not letting pride cloud your judgment in light of your recent progress. There are always greater heights and stronger individuals. However, I believe you will be among the strongest in the elite training camp. Selling those F-class monsters alone wouldn't suffice to elevate your contribution to 2 stars. And purchasing the first 4 levels of Wind Absolute / can only be at an 80% discount, not half price. Nevertheless, our family is not short on funds. I shall provide you with 2 billion to acquire the manual and train diligently." "Understood, Dad." In the stillness of the night, the dim lights in the training room flickered cautiously. Ning Ze sat cross-legged at the center of the room, adopting a 5 hearts to heaven posture, as threads of cosmic energy seeped into his body, enhancing his genes. At this moment, he was grappling with a formidable challenge. If I can forcibly enter the state of cultivating gene primordial energy during battle, then I should also be able to practice sword techniques while cultivating gene primordial energy. Ning Ze expanded his awareness, striving to conjure an image of a long sword in his mind while in a semi-conscious meditative state. Light wind, light wind. Controlling his thoughts proved exceedingly challenging. Against an endless backdrop of energy, the magnificent cosmic energy surged like a river, and he endeavored to materialize a long sword. Yet it swiftly dissipated. It was not due to the energy being scattered, but rather his mental strength could not sustain it. Unwilling to concede, he continued to concentrate on forming the light wind long sword, using cosmic energy as the material to coalesce into a colorful energy sword. However, the vision faded yet again after just a couple of seconds. Time became a blur. Slowly, Ning Ze opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, "I've failed." With a 20-kilogram increase in strength, it must have taken me around 4 hours. The 5 hearts to heaven posture is supportive. While I cultivate gene primordial energy during combat, my actions are not precise, thus only a minimal amount of cosmic energy integrates into my body. When attempting to practice sword techniques while cultivating gene primordial energy, I must move, and the moment I do, the cosmic energy diminishes. Now, even meditating during the cultivation of gene primordial energy has proven unsuccessful. Is this approach incorrect? How can I forcibly practice sword techniques while cultivating gene primordial energy to enhance my proficiency in Wind Absolute Slash? Tonight, I purchased the first 4 levels of Wind Absolute Slash, yet after training, I only managed to reach the 2nd level, gaining 2 additional tiers of strength, which means a single strike now contains 3 tiers of power. The 3rd level of Wind Absolute Slash involved a single strike embodying 4 tiers of power, with each tier representing 70% of his inherent strength, culminating in merely a 28-fold increase. His output had already reached 3 times, yet with fewer quantities. He could not master the 3rd level of Wind Absolute Slash. A single strike could only encompass 3 tiers of power, regardless of how potent each tier was. He could not embody 4 tiers of strength. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to focus on enhancing his proficiency in Wind Absolute Slash. Thus emerged the most significant dilemma in his training. He could either practice sword techniques and body techniques, and now even forcibly enter the training state, albeit imperfectly, allowing him to absorb a weak cosmic energy to continue training indefinitely. Either one could cultivate gene primordial energy to enhance physical prowess. It will be impossible to practice sword techniques in one's mind. One represents foundational strength, while the other signifies a multiplier of force. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. In my pursuit of gene primordial energy cultivation, I can conjure an ephemeral sword in my meditation, but it lasts only for a fleeting moment, dissipating within mere seconds. If I cannot sustain even a single sword, how can I hope to cultivate further? Ning Ze fell into deep contemplation. The ability to coalesce should indeed be deemed a form of success, albeit akin to absorbing cosmic energy during battle, an incomplete state. While practicing gene primordial energy amidst combat, I might attempt to modify my movements to enhance the absorption rate of cosmic energy. But how can I animate the sword during the cultivation of gene primordial energy when it disintegrates within moments? Suddenly, a spark of clarity illuminated Ning Ze's eyes. It dawned on him that his expectations had been overly simplistic. To meditate on a complete person and sword-for-sword technique practice is a feat that even a master of psychic manipulation might struggle to achieve. Lacking the innate talent of psychic manipulator, he could hardly wield psychic power. Yet, he realized that he did not require a complete visualization. Merely a fleeting moment of the sword's strike sufficed. I can indeed manage to coalesce for an instant. Even if it takes time, and the process is slow, I can train. With determination, Ning Ze closed his eyes once more, adopting the 5 hearts to heaven stance. In a haze, he once again felt the vast, boundless cosmic energy. It was as if a resplendent river hung in the sky, sprawling across the heavens, infinitely high, while he, a mere speck of dust, floated beneath. Streams of cosmic energy surged into his being, and he observed its flow. Suddenly, a brilliant silver light flickered, akin to the radiance of a sword's edge slicing through the cosmic energy. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, sword lights began to manifest, their frequency increasing rapidly. He lost track of time. Ning Ze found himself at the pinnacle of his meditative state, and wherever his gaze fell, sword lights sparkled. A single beam of sword light flashed briefly, its luminescence faint, yet the multitude of sword lights coalescing created an endless array of blades, akin to a tempest obscuring the vast cosmic energy above. As dawn broke, Ning Ze abruptly opened his eyes. Two silver sword lights shooting towards the wall of the training room. Have I succeeded? He was uncertain, yet throughout that night, he felt as though he had unleashed countless strikes. Opening the system panel, he saw Host, Ning Ze. Realm, Advanced Warrior 4,253 kilograms. Psychic Manipulator 42 kilograms. Cultivation Skills, Gene Primordial Energy Cultivation Method 5 Hearts to Heaven. Guidance Technique Spirit Wind 7 Secrets. Unknown Visualization Method, Unnamed. Combat Skills, Swift Movement Mastery 328610000. Wind Absolute / Specialization 340510000. Unknown Visualization Method, Psychic Manipulator. Have I awakened psychic power? Both warriors and psychic manipulators possess psychic energy. Warriors cultivate through the fusion of cosmic energy and genes to form gene primordial energy, while psychic manipulators merge psychic power with cosmic energy to create psychic force. Ning Ze's expression was peculiar. Others awaken psychic force only due to their innate talent, often accompanied by significant crisis during the awakening process. Yet, he had felt nothing during his awakening. It seemed he had passively cultivated psychic power due to his training state. Ning Ze focused intently, sensing a new tactile awareness, somewhat akin to a hand but broader and irregular in shape. Shifting his gaze to his lightweight Hong Long sword, he attempted to lift it using his psychic power. But to no avail, the 88 kilograms alloy sword remained motionless until he managed to slightly raise the hilt by shifting his psychic energy to one side. This psychic power could only assist him momentarily, enhancing his speed. The mastery of Wind Absolute / increased by 45 points, and he had trained for over 4 hours, a growth rate comparable to his typical sword technique practice. Ning Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had resolved his greatest training dilemma. Now, even at home, he could simultaneously cultivate sword techniques and gene primordial energy. However, his movement enhancement remained minimal, barely reaching half of his sword technique's potential. If he could refine the rhythm of his strikes during meditation, there should be room for improvement. As for the name, Ning Ze recalled the vision from his training, where countless silver sword lights filled the sky, subtly coalescing into a tempestuous spectacle. Brother, Mom asked me to teach you how to eat. Ning Qianqian's voice called from outside. Let us call it One Sword Seals the Heavens. Ning Ze casually proposed a name, rising to step outside. Brother, what is your current strength? Ning Qianqian inquired with wide, curious eyes. Ning Ze glanced back. Why do you ask? Yem, you're curious. Ning Qianqian replied. Curious? Ning Ze smiled slightly. Just know I'm stronger than you. That is basically saying nothing. Ning Qianqian huffed, stamping her foot. In the dining room, Ning Hua noticed their arrival and asked with concern, how has your training been? Ning Ze replied calmly, not very smooth. It's somewhat different from before. I can only reach the second level. As he spoke, he washed his hands in the kitchen, then sat down at the table. Ning Hua offered words of encouragement. Take your time to familiarize yourself. There is no rush. You might grasp it at any moment. Ning Ze nodded, then asked, Dad, you don't have to go to the martial arts school today, right? No, I'm off for 2 days. Besides, I need to wait to handle some matters. After the eagle fled, there will surely be further actions, Ning Hua said, taking a bite of scallion pancake and sipping his kanji. Ning Ze's eyes brightened. Dad, since you're home, why don't we spar? Training alone can't compare to the speed of improvement through combat. Ning Hua turned, spitting out the kanji he had just swallowed. Nearby, Li Wan expressed her displeasure. What are you doing? If you don't want to eat, go eat outside. Ning Hua waved his hands repeatedly. No, that is not what I meant. Turning back to Ning Ze, he continued, you've grown up. You don't need me to train with you anymore. Go find those young ones. Didn't T. Jiang Yin say an S-class genius warrior moved into our neighborhood? I think his name is Luo Fo. You young people should interact more. I'll sit this one out. He initially intended to use yesterday's incident as a cover, but realizing he could evade once but not twice, he decided to refuse outright this time. Ning Ze frowned slightly, but did not press the matter. He sensed that his father, having avenged his great grievance, had subtly lost the motivation to train and was no longer pushing himself as he once did. He understood, as their situations differed, he was still young with boundless potential, while his father, with a crippled leg, found it difficult to enhance his physical condition and combat prowess. Rekindling his father's confidence in cultivation seemed straightforward to say, yet it proved exceedingly challenging. The crux of the matter was financial support. Ning Ze had previously researched methods for limb regeneration on martial artist forums. There existed a substance known as the water of life, capable of restoring severed limbs. As long as one still drew breath, it could rejuvenate the body. However, the price of the elixir of life is exceedingly exorbitant, rumored to be around 30 billion huaxia coins. If it exists, it must be obtainable. Yet such a precious item would undoubtedly be sold through auction, escalating its price even further. In reality, their family could scarcely muster even a billion. They initially spent 200 million on intelligence and another 200 million to purchase a secret manual, leaving them with little financial means. They would have to wait for the future. Ning Ze felt that if he could attain the status of a war god, he would certainly earn 30 billion huaxia coins and thus gain the right to know the specific origins of such a rare treasure. Since his father was disinclined to cultivate, he might as well take the opportunity to rest. He resolved to train alone. Ning Ze had no intention of seeking Luo Fo for training. Today was August 2nd. Following yesterday's practical assessment, if Luo Fo had passed, it was rather early for him to have not yet received the secret manual, and he had not even ventured to the wilderness zone, indicating his combat skills were likely quite immature. Now that he was a high-ranking warrior, facing such an opponent without exerting any force or employing evasive maneuvers could be effortlessly dispatched with a single strike, rendering the encounter devoid of significance. As for your training, you may decide for yourself. If you wish to go to the wilderness zone, consult Xiaozhua. In the future, such matters need not be brought to me. Ning Hua buried his head in his meal, not lifting his gaze even once. He would only be foolish to engage in sparring with his son again. Even a venomous wolf could be dispatched with a single thrust, and while he might not be so ruthless in dealing with his own son, he could certainly act decisively. He reflected on how he had previously educated Ning Ze. If the roles were reversed now, would he still preserve his dignity as a father? It was far better to concede once than to be knocked down. Father, I find you quite peculiar. You were once very eager to spar with my brother. Ning Qianqian expressed her frustration while gazing at her father, feeling as though she had fallen out of favor in the household. Mind your own meal. Both Ning Hua and Li Wan admonished in unison. I too aspire to become a warrior. Ning Qianqian felt a surge of defiance within her, vowing to double her efforts in training over the summer. Ning Hua glanced at her, but said nothing further. Having determined that Ning Qianqian did not possess particularly exceptional talent, he resolved that while training was important, physical prowess was paramount, and he would not permit his daughter to venture into the wilderness zone. One warrior in the family was sufficient. Compared to a general, a warrior-level fighter would not slay many beasts, and it was essential to ensure the family retained child. After all, an unexpected incident could befall Ning Ze. Though Ning Ze's aptitude surpassed his expectations, his plans for Ning Qianqian remained unchanged. Chapter 23. Zhang Zihu bowed his head. 5 days had passed, and indeed, the news of the annihilation of the venomous wolf squad had spread. However, this had little bearing on Ning Ze, who continued to cultivate at his previous pace. Ning Hua was managing the situation, having prepared adequately at the time with video evidence to support their case. So there was no significant issue. In the realm of martial artists, such skirmishes were commonplace. Those who dared to confront should be prepared for the consequences. And if they were killed in the process, it was simply their fate, with no one to blame but themselves for their recklessness in annihilating 2 teams. Naturally, matters were different at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Following these events, Ning Hua's reputation underwent a considerable transformation, and the name Golden Blade, which had been forgotten for 7 or 8 years, was once again brought to light. Yet, people continued to refer to him as Golden Fire Bear. And the individuals from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy held some grievances, offering no kind words in return. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy had become accustomed to this, as the existing animosity was minimal and would not change due to such occurrences. Furthermore, as a result of these events, a special guest appeared at their home. Chief Instructor, you sought me out? Ning Ze stepped out of the training room, somewhat astonished, as he had known the Chief Instructor of the Extreme Academy in Yangzhou District since childhood. Chief Instructor Wu Tong wore a radiant smile and said, "Come, I need your assistance this time." Ning Ze's expression grew peculiar. "Me? Please don't joke. How could I possibly assist you?" Within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, there were instructors, branch heads, and district chief instructors, the latter being the head of the academy in Yangzhou District. He felt unworthy of offering help to such a prominent figure. As he spoke, he turned to glance at his father, who remained silent with a smile. "I came to call you because I naturally have a task for you. You must have heard about that genius who just moved into our neighborhood. After becoming a prospective warrior, he fell victim to foul play at the police station. It turns out he has a martial artist background, and we are preparing to negotiate regarding this matter. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. If we can settle this privately, that would be ideal." Coincidentally, Your squad recently encountered a similar incident. While your strength may not be formidable, they certainly wouldn't dare to underestimate you. Since this is a negotiation, we cannot afford to be too aggressive. Your presence will be no less impactful than that of those high-ranking generals. Ning Ze wore a bewildered expression. He had never anticipated that he would find himself in such a position. Martial artists value face. Their conduct and character often exude arrogance, leading to numerous conflicts. Negotiations aim to ease tensions between parties, and the figures who stand as mediators are typically well-known powerhouses, whose presence serves to stabilize the situation. Without strength or reputation, who would heed their words? Neither party involved in the conflict would believe them. Chief Instructor, do you truly think my presence would be effective? Ning Ze replied, somewhat helpless. Those with strength are naturally unafraid of offending others. His presence would likely be overshadowed by formidable opponents on the other side, at least a top-ranking high general. Just days prior, they had sought Xiao Yang and others for assistance, and now to stand face-to-face with such heavyweights, he would find it precarious to maintain his stance. Are you afraid, kid? Wu Tong inquired with a smile. Ning Ze felt awkward. Was this truly a matter of fear? Offending someone for no reason was no laughing matter. He glanced back at his father, who feigned indifference. After a moment of contemplation, he began to understand their intentions. Among martial artists, there is seldom a simple yes or no. The names of martial artists are often associated with ferocity. Their aliases typically reflect their weapons, records, cultivation manuals, or personalities. The stronger one is, the more others will fear them. The fiercer one is, the more others will respect them. Given the recent incident in his squad, Feng had also been broadcasting his combat prowess. In the wilderness, one is not in control of their fate. Merely behaving cautiously does not guarantee safety. As the saying goes, no man harbors ill will towards a tiger, yet a tiger may harbor ill will towards men. When a fierce reputation intertwines with innate talent, others must carefully consider their actions before proceeding. He indeed possessed a certain degree of intimidation. Perhaps he should make a bit more noise. Uncle Wu, you jest. If a martial artist is afraid of this and that, then what use are they as a martial artist? They might as well remain in the city base. Ning Ze scoffed, then assumed a proud demeanor. I accept this matter. Even if my fire squad strength is not top tier, we are not cowards. Furthermore, with your support as a mediator, I have even less to fear. If their side boasts a general, as a senior, he would certainly grant some respect. After all, Luo Fo is a newcomer. As long as we maintain some dignity, we can make a few concessions. If he were merely a warrior, he must face the consequences of his mistakes and accept punishment. A good attitude would allow us to be lenient. One must not let the illustrious reputation of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy fade. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Wu Tong burst into laughter, exclaiming, what a spirited lad. However, he is not a general, but a senior warrior, so we cannot allow him to be too arrogant. Very well. When does the negotiation commence? Ning Ze inquired directly. In a little over 10 minutes. They shall arrive, Wu Tong replied with a smile. I suddenly remembered your arrival, which is why I decided to come over at the last moment. Then let us set off now, Ning Ze stated decisively. Excellent. The duo made their way to the second floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's reception hall in the Minghua community. Familiar with each other, Ning Ze greeted Brother Chun. Uncle Kong. His gaze lingered briefly on these two formidable warriors, both of whom held the rank of general. Ultimately, he directed his attention to a seemingly ordinary young man. Standing at approximately 175 meters, he exuded a quiet and composed demeanor. His appearance was not conventionally handsome, yet possessed a unique resilience, especially highlighted by his remarkably bright eyes. Meanwhile, Luo Fo was also assessing Ning Ze, dressed in a white training outfit that lent him an ethereal quality. He was strikingly handsome with his defined brows and starry eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips, which evoked an instinctive sense of amiability. However, he appeared somewhat youthful. Luo Fo found it peculiar that, for a negotiation of this nature, only individuals of some renown would attend. Otherwise, their presence would be inconsequential. Yet, here stood a remarkably handsome young man. Noticing that both were earnestly scrutinizing one another, Wu Tong smiled and remarked, what is this? The two prodigies of Minghua community have yet to meet? I imagined you would have heard of each other by now. Indeed, I have heard of him many times. Ning Ze replied with a slight smile. Hello, Luo Fo. Ninggu, Luo Fo responded, a flicker of realization in his eyes. So does Ning Ze. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Having integrated into Minghua community, he was well aware of the happenings among the warriors. The Firestorm team had eliminated 2 squads of troublemakers in the wilderness zone, a matter that had stirred considerable discussion in the forums of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, he held Ning Ze in high regard, not merely as someone he had heard of numerous times, but as a target he aspired to surpass. He had believed himself to be advancing rapidly in his training after awakening his mental powers, capable of catching up to this prodigious individual. However, he had not anticipated Ning Ze's swift progress. Within half a month, he had already reached the level of a senior warrior. This realization sent a shiver through Luo Fo. Yes, he possessed the talent of a mental warrior, but talent inevitably has its limits, even with the advantage of his mental prowess. His training speed remained slightly inferior to Ning Ze's. Even if a mental warrior were invincible among their peers, if Ning Ze's strength vastly surpassed his own, how could he, as a warrior, expect to catch up? Ha ha ha! You are all young people. Living together provides ample opportunities for communication, Wu Tong jovially suggested. Indeed, having a rival can accelerate one's training speed. Ning Ze agreed with a bright smile, yearning for a worthy opponent to enhance his growth. I am not yet a match for Ningge. Once I have successfully mastered the techniques, I shall come to seek your guidance, Luo Fo humbly declared, acknowledging his current inadequacies even as a mental warrior. With Wu Tong present, the group engaged in pleasant conversation. Soon, 8 more warriors arrived at the reception hall. Among them was a towering figure exuding an aura akin to that of a fearsome beast, Zhang Ze. His fierce gaze swept the room, and upon spotting Luo Fo, a glint of menace flashed in his eyes. However, when his gaze fell upon Ning Ze, he frowned slightly, taken aback by the presence of a young man. Who is this brat? He pondered. The leader of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy was a robust man, striding with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing Ning Ze, he momentarily froze, his brows furrowing as he exclaimed, "You? What is the meaning of this, Wu Tong? Why is this kid here?" Ning Ze vor a faint smile, nodding in acknowledgement. This burly man was the same individual who had hurled a weapon at him during his duel with Shai Yank. Being able to command respect at the main hall and stand toe-to-toe with Wu Tong, the commander of the Yangzhou district, he was not to be trifled with. Don't misunderstand, Kuang Dao. Young Ze resides here as well. The young man simply wished to observe, Wu Tong replied, his smile widening. The burly warrior scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with this explanation. The complete annihilation of the Poison Wolf team had occurred only days prior, and the Blood Shadow team had returned with only Fei Ying. Bringing Ning Ze along seemed to carry a hint of provocation. Let us get straight to the point. Regarding Luo Fo, it is true that Tiger's nephew acted wrongly, but he is just a child, barely old enough to understand. Besides, he is an ordinary person, not a warrior. There's no need to hold on to this grudge. Kuang Dao, your words do not hold weight, Wu Tong retorted with a chuckle. This matter is crystal clear. You are here to settle it privately, are you not? Kai Shan Hu, you may speak. Zhang Ze, known in the warrior circles as Kai Shan Hu, turned to address the assembly. Wu Guan, this matter should be resolved by Xiao Luo himself. Xiao Luo, how do you propose we reach a satisfactory resolution? A sudden burst of laughter interrupted, causing Zhang Zihu to frown in irritation. He turned to discover the laughter had originated from the young man, and with a low growl, he demanded, What are you laughing at, brat? Wu Tong and Kong Quan exchanged amused glances, finding Zhang Zihu's arrogance amusing, especially as he dared to offend Ning Ze. Kuang Dao's expression turned serious as he stated, This lad is Ning Ze. You may have just returned from the wilderness zone and remain unaware, but he is now nearing the strength of a general. It was widely acknowledged that Zhang Xian, who had fled, claimed this young man could withstand his assaults, exhibiting strength at the general level. While some found this hard to believe, they nonetheless recognized Ning Ze's capabilities. It mattered little if he had offended Luo Fo, but to offend Ning Ze was a different matter entirely. Kuang Dao had refrained from saying much earlier, as he had merely come to assist, not to cause offense. Zhang Zu's fierceness faltered, and his expression turned incredulous. He glanced at the others, seeking confirmation that he had not misheard. To his dismay, he found that the eyes of those accompanying him were filled with trepidation. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This young man was formidable indeed. Ningxia, with a dismissive air, declared, When one errs, one must accept the consequences. Your nephew lacks the standing to offer apologies. That is why you are here. Your presence today is merely to make amends. There is no need to inquire what Luo Fo wishes to do. It's laughable. If you wish to apologize, you ought to adjust your attitude. Do you think we newcomers are easy prey? Zhang Zihu's face trembled in fury. Being forced to bow before a newcomer was unacceptable. Mr. Zhang, Luo Fo interjected with a slight smile, I would prefer that my older brothers handle this matter. I feel somewhat embarrassed. Frankly, I would have thought it a minor issue if Zhang Haobai had merely sought to break my legs, but to dare strike my father, that is courting death. Kuang Dao frowned slightly, but said nothing further. Family is the line every warrior draws. Such an incident is intolerable for anyone. Zhang Zihu's expression was as dark as a stormy sky, for he had recalled who Ning Ze was. This young man had previously engaged in a duel at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, where rumors circulated regarding his formidable prowess. His strength nearly rivaled that of a battle general within a mere half-month. Zhang Ze, possessing a modicum of rationality, dared not offend such a prodigious talent. Yet, the audacity of Luo Fo to confront him with such insolence ignited a fury within his heart. Luo Fo, what do you intend to do? Speak. 50 million Huaxia dollars. I, Luo Fo, will grant you this favor, and we shall consider the matter resolved. Luo Fo replied with a smile. How brazen you are, 50 million. Zhang Zihu's eyes widened in disbelief. In negotiations, the amount of compensation often reflects one's dignity. Kuang Dao surveyed the faces of those present at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The main hall master, Wu Tong, remained unperturbed, as he held a position that kept him from venturing beyond the base city. However, both Chen Gu, the cannon, and Kong Quan, the eagle blade, would indeed leave the base city, with Kong Quan being a seasoned battle general whose strength was on par with his own. Furthermore, there was Ning Ze, a rising star and unparalleled genius. Talents such as them often shared a mutual respect. Both resided in the Mingyue community, and it was conceivable that they might become allies in the future. Offending Luo Fo would not only be unwise, but it could also bring Ning Ze's ire. He could not help but speak solemnly. Tiger, it's wise to settle this matter with money. It is certainly better than donating 1 billion to the state and incurring enmity. It is not worth the trouble. Martial artists were a privileged class. Should an ordinary person offend them, the governing authorities would swiftly impose penalties, unless they attained the status of a star citizen, indicating a contribution of at least 1 star. Ordinary individuals lacked the means to hunt monsters and could only make donations. Zhang Zihu's complexion shifted between shades of blue and red. The fact that Kuang Dao expressed such sentiments indicated a deep-seated apprehension. However, the thought of bowing to a newcomer was too humiliating. He pondered the intricacies of the situation and turned his gaze towards Ning Ze, only to meet his indifferent eyes. A gaze that hinted at the specter of death, sending a chill through his heart. Very well, Zhang Ze finally managed to utter, his voice strained. This time, Xiaobai was in the wrong. For the sake of everyone present, I shall pay 50 million. With that declaration, he turned away, unable to mask his agitation, and strode towards the exit. I'll transfer the funds to you later. Kuang Dao tossed over his shoulder as he followed suit. The other 6 martial artists from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall nodded towards Kong Quan and the others, their gazes lingering briefly on Ning Ze before departing. A look of delight spread across Luo Feng's face. An additional 50 million Huaxia dollars would afford him the opportunity to procure superior equipment. The expressions of Zhang Ze had not gone unnoticed by the others. Wu Tong teased, Kid, it seems your intimidation factor surpasses even that of old Kong. Zhang Zihu, known for his foul temper, has bowed to you. Uncle Wu, please don't say that. My strength pales in comparison to Uncle Kong's. Ning Ze replied humbly, offering a nod to Kong Quan beside him. Luo Fo felt a twinge of envy. This was the kind of intimidation that came from talent and reputation. With a serious expression, he addressed the group. I sincerely thank you all. As he spoke, he glanced at Ning Ze, who smiled and nodded in response. Chapter 24. The long-horned blue demon Autumn had arrived. After leaving the Mingyue community, Ning Ze took a taxi to a branch hotel of the Underground Alliance. Following the attendant, he entered a private room. Upon entering, Su Liang, seated on a leather sofa, called out exuberantly, Come, come. Our genius has arrived. It's been a little over half a month. Are we to be dazzled by your growth? Ning Ze found a vacant seat and smiled slightly. The past 10 days of training have gone smoothly. My footwork has become quite adept, and the wind absolute slashes progressing well. My strength has increased a bit. Ha ha! Laughter erupted from the members of the Battle Fire Squad. You little rascal, you tricked us last time. We won't be fooled again. Zhuo Xing Yuan chided playfully. How much have you really improved? Just be honest. With a faint smile on his lips, Ning Ze calmly replied, Not much really. I've completely mastered the 2nd level of the Wind Absolute Slash, with a strength increase of 1,200 kilograms. My footwork remains the same, though I feel it has become more refined. I should be able to control it better. Without combat experience, I can't say for certain. Su Liang clapped him on the shoulder, laughing, Get out of here. An increase of 1,200 kilograms in strength. After that, you're not any weaker than old Ma. And you say you haven't improved. Ma Yu, with a look of satisfaction, commented, After that surge of strength, you exceed 10,000 in power. Your strength is not inferior to mine, and your footwork has progressed. Your prowess surpasses my own. Zhou Feng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Our squad now consists of 3 battle generals and 3 high-ranking warriors. This time, we shall head to City 011, the original NJ city. What do you all think?" "That strength is adequate, but the dangers are considerable," Zhang Chen remarked. Mayu furrowed his brow but nodded in agreement. With the Poison Wolf squad disbanded, there was no longer a need for excessive caution, allowing for a bit more leeway. F-grade monsters posed no threat to Xiaoze. City 011 was viable, even though many beast general-level monsters roamed the outskirts, but not many minions remained. Ning Ze pondered for a moment, and everyone turned to him. He inquired, "Didn't the captain say he would take me to City 003? City 003, once the economic center of the entire Huaxia nation before the Great Nirvana period, was the original SH city. This area was among the most formidable in the Eurasian region, bordering the ocean, thus home to numerous marine monsters in its waterways. It boasted the densest architectural clusters in all of Asia, leading to an astonishing number of monsters, including many lord-level creatures, and even some that surpassed that level. Countless top-tier martial artists flocked here, including warriors from other base cities in Huaxia, specifically drawn to this battleground. Here, it was almost a stronghold for human martial artists and monsters to clash. "You little brat, do you think I'm afraid?" Zhou Feng laughed and retorted, indignantly explaining, "Going to City 003 is fine, but are we just going to stand around on the outskirts? If we venture inside, there are plenty of lord-level monsters. If we're going to go, we must explore the city center. Otherwise, how can you claim you've been there? Don't underestimate City 011. It lies along the Yangtze River, where endless monsters can swim through. Numerous lords reside there, and should you encounter them, you'll have no choice but to flee. I think it would be wise for Uncle Zhou to refrain from such talk." Ning Ze hesitated. "Ha. Yes, you should keep that mouth of yours shut. We will only encounter high-ranking beast generals. If you draw in any lord-level monsters, you can forget about being captain." The Battlefire squad erupted in laughter as night fell and they returned to the wilderness. Along the journey, Ning Ze effortlessly dispatched those high-ranking beast soldiers. Due to their proximity, they reached the outskirts of City 011 within 3 hours. In a 2-story building that had yet to collapse, the Battlefire squad took a moment to rest, preparing to hunt monsters at dawn. Indeed, Xiaoze now slays F-grade monsters with the ease of slicing through vegetables, so Xingyuan praised. Mayu smiled and remarked, "Being able to exert such strength makes all the difference. Even high-ranking warriors possess the strength of a junior battle general. Moreover, with footwork at the meticulous level, these F-grade monsters are indeed no match." Ning Ze nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards the window, and tentatively inquired, "Uncle Zhou, may I venture out to hunt monsters now?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingyuan's expression darkened significantly, and he rebuked, "Nonsense. Those predators are nocturnal hunters, thriving in the darkness that serves as their battlefield. Going out now would be tantamount to courting death." Ning Ze fell silent. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Currently, his strength approached 700 kilograms, and after exerting thrice that power, it surged to 100 kilograms, qualifying him as a mid-level battle general. With his refined agility, his prowess even surpassed that of Zhou Xingyuan. Observing Ning Ze's silence, Zhou Xingyuan's countenance softened considerably. He patiently articulated, "I understand your innate talent and your penchant for challenges, but the night is perilously treacherous. Furthermore, we are not yet familiar with this environment, which only heightens the danger. Let us hunt a monster tomorrow, and if your strength impresses me, I shall permit you to venture out." Ning Ze contemplated this momentarily. The night was indeed a realm he was unfamiliar with. However, his mid-level battle general strength would likely prove insufficient against those lurking assassins. With his agility and swordsmanship both exceeding 500, and with his current training trajectory, he anticipated reaching 666 within 2 or 3 days of combat. Following this progression, he should be able to cultivate a 4-fold power increase, thereby significantly enhancing his safety. The night passed without further discourse. On the morrow, they ascended to the rooftop of a bar, one of the taller structures in the outskirts, as most higher edifices had succumbed to ruin. The 6 of them lay prostrate on the terrace, scanning the cityscape with binoculars. Su Liang excitedly exclaimed, at 33 degrees, "I've spotted a black-armored, purple-eyed crocodile. Judging by its size, it appears to be a mid-level beast general. And look, there's another large one beside it, camouflaged in the sand. This one undoubtedly possesses the strength of a high-level beast general. 1, 2, 3, 5, goodness. They're all beast generals." Zhou Xingyuan kicked him sharply, admonishing, "Stop looking toward the river. Do you wish to invite death? Who knows how many monsters lurk within? This is downstream. Beyond lies the East Sea. It wouldn't surprise me if a beast tide emerged. The abundance of monsters here was evident. I also found one, with only a few hundred subordinates, which we could handle, albeit from a distance. Yang Chao expressed his delight, his voice tinged with excitement. Ma Yu cautioned, Old Yang, ensure your gun is ready. Once we arrive here, we must use silencers. Otherwise, the gunfire will be too conspicuous, and who knows how many beast generals might emerge in response. Moreover, they may be led by a lord-level monster. Fear not. My gun is my prized possession. It will not fail. Yang Chao Asuret. At 45 degrees. 2 kilometers away at the intersection, there's a bloodthirsty tank, likely a mid-level beast general, surrounded by over 100 subordinates, albeit injured. I believe we can manage this. Zhang Chun rationally assessed, turning to Zhou Xingyuan. A mid-level beast general? Xingyuan's eyes gleamed, and he pondered. This is feasible. The distance is close. And the subordinates are few, albeit wounded. Let me take a look. Su Liang quickly located the creature at 45 degrees, his face alight with obsession. I can almost feel the wealth beckoning me. Even a mid-level beast general like the bloodthirsty tank could fetch 50 million. It rivals even the high-level beast generals. Ning Ze adjusted his binoculars, observing a bizarre, entirely crimson beast resembling a tank, exuding an aura of strength. It was encircled by a multitude of one-horned wild boars and iron-haired boars, numbering over 100, many limping, clearly having endured a prior battle. Zhou Xingyuan remarked after scrutinizing the scene, the subordinates are injured, but this hulking beast appears unscathed. The opposing monsters likely lack formidable strength. Let us proceed with this one. It shall mark the commencement of today's battle. It was now Yang Chao's moment to shoot. Ning Ze and the others maintained silence, ensuring not to disturb Yang Chao's focus. With a muted thud, a bullet traversed the air, and the bloodthirsty tank's ears visibly contorted, its head vibrating as blood erupted from its ears. The surrounding one-horned and iron-haired boars grew frantic, circling the fallen, bloodthirsty tank's carcass, with a few larger specimens even attempting to nudge it. Charge! Let us resolve this swiftly, Zhou Xingyuan urged, leading the charge down the building. Ning Ze swiftly followed suit. Amid their sprint, Yang Chao continued to fire, and with a sharp crack, another monster fell. The beast horde became increasingly chaotic. Some fled, while others positioned themselves defiantly before the beast general. The group surged forward at a pace exceeding 50 ms, closing the distance to the monster horde in a mere 40 seconds. As the one-horned wild boars charged toward them, Ning Ze effortlessly thrust his sword, piercing the eye of one of the boars without breaking his stride. With no beast generals present to impede their advance, the remaining monsters were swiftly dispatched. At this juncture, Zhou Xingyuan commanded, Ning Ze, maintain vigilance while the rest of us attend to the bloodthirsty tank's remains. This horde of monsters has likely been ambushed previously. There may be more lurking nearby. Understood. Ning Ze scanned the surroundings, now observing the wild boar monsters more closely. Aside from the wounds from knives and bullets, there were also conspicuous claw marks. Some areas even had flesh stripped away, resembling knife cuts, though they could not have inflicted such damage upon the monsters themselves. Could it be a long-toothed type of monster? Ning Ze pondered. Off in the distance, he spotted a fleeting azure figure darting across the street, vanishing too quickly for him to discern its nature. Ordinary monsters? Ning Ze furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated intently on the dilapidated street to the east. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. On the street, a multitude of azure shadows flitted about erratically, not confined to the ground but also weaving between the buildings, creating the illusion that the street was ensnared by countless azure threads. Captain, there's a situation on East Street. Zhou Xingyuan immediately turned to look, his pupils constricting sharply as he adeptly scanned the area. To the west, there were also myriad azure figures darting about, while the north and south were similarly populated, albeit less densely than the east and west. This is dire. We are in grave trouble. These are long-tusked azure spirits. All personnel, prepare for a breakout. They were not typically accustomed to wandering in the wild. What are they doing in the city? Su Yang's face paled. Discussing such matters was futile now. Their presence indicated a minimum count of 1,000. Naturally social creatures, they excelled in teamwork, and their leaders possessed remarkable intelligence, cunning and deceitful. We must ascertain our escape route. Zhou Xingyuan observed sharply. Ma Yu voiced his concerns. The most troublesome aspect is our ignorance of their strength. If the leader is a low-level battle general, there might be just over 1,000, but if it's a mid-level battle general, their numbers could easily double. How do we fail to notice them earlier? These creatures are exceptionally sly. They must have been hiding, Su Liang expressed desire. We craft equipment from the materials of the monsters, which also consume flesh to evolve. This bloodthirsty tank should be one of their prey, Zhang Chun rationally analyzed. In an instant, Zhou Xingyuan understood, and with a commanding voice declared, "Let us move east." With that, he dashed toward the eastern direction. To the east lay the city center. As a native beast, the bloodthirsty tank. While the long-tusked blue demon belonged to an invading hunting pack, if they wished to escape with their lives, they could only venture deeper toward the lair of the Lord Monster. As the Warfire squad began their retreat, long-tusked blue demons emerged from all directions, the ground appearing to ripple with a wave of azure. The streets at the crossroads were filled with their figures, completely surrounding the Warfire squad. As the distance closed, Ning Ze could discern the appearance of the monsters. Adorned in fur ranging from blue to green, they bore a resemblance to wolves. Yet their robust limbs and enormous heads hinted at a feline nature. Their faces were grotesque, with round heads, elongated sharp beaks, and tufts of fur around their eyes that revealed only narrow slits. Two prominent fangs protruded from their mouths like curved blades, presenting a terrifying visage. Some positioned themselves in aggressive stances on the streets, while others peeked their ugly heads out from the windows of nearby residential buildings. Zhou Xingyuan paid no heed to the ordinary long-tusked blue demons. These creatures had a notorious reputation in the wild, and he had seen countless videos online of martial teams being ambushed by them. His gaze, now trembling with trepidation, fixated on the three monsters atop the wrecked bus ahead. Compared to the common long-tusked blue demons, these three were significantly larger, while ordinary ones measured only 2 meters in length. Even the smaller two of this trio exceeded 4 meters, sprawled across the bus. The one in the center, obscured in length, loomed over the others. Standing on the 2-meter-high bus, surveying the Warfire squad from a height of at least 6 meters, with shoulders surpassing 3 meters. What horrified Zhou Xingyuan most was their fur coloration. Two of the long-tusked blue demons bore patches of white, while the largest among them was nearly half white. According to the monster dossier, the two were classified as primary battle generals, while their leader was a mid-tier battle general. They've set a trap. This pack has deduced our intention to flee deeper into the city. Lao Yang, Zhou Xingyuan, turned to his companion, his eyes seemingly asking if they could ensure the elimination of the central beast. Yang Chao shook his head, his expression grim. The long-tusked blue demons excelled in speed. Even a mid-tier beast general could evade bullets with ease. A sniper rifle would have minimal effect on beasts of this caliber, unless under a barrage of fire. Zhou Xingyuan only ventured to inquire in a bid to gauge their options, yet he anticipated this outcome. He shouted with fervor, "Let us charge with all our might. Capture the leader first. If possible, we must eliminate these three monsters. If not, we can retreat to the city center." As for other directions, the long-tusked blue demons, being adept at wilderness ambushes, would not only hinder their escape, but also exhaust them. They had no choice but to engage fiercely. Ning Ze sensed the tension and despair among his comrades. Gripping his lightweight sword, he felt a flicker of bloodlust in his eyes. If we can vanquish them all, Uncle Zhou should allow me to fight alone, right? How much stronger will I become from this battle? Chapter 25. The Bloodstained Long Street. The distance between the Warfire squad and the monsters diminished incessantly, and the long-tusked blue demons perched atop the bus leaped onto the adjacent residential buildings. No longer gazing down, it lifted its massive head, revealing a pair of sharp fangs aimed menacingly below its cavernous maw agape, displaying an eerie crimson interior. A howl erupted, reminiscent of both wolf and tiger, the piercing sound waves traveling far and wide, causing the nearby monster horde to tremble and flee in terror. Upon receiving the command, the endless azure figures surged forth as all long-tusked blue demons seemed to go mad, launching an assault on the Warfire squad. In an instant, gaping maws swayed back and forth, and rows of elongated teeth glinted coldly in the sunlight. "Charge!" Zhou Xingyuan commanded, raising his broadsword, intent on cleaving a long-tusked blue demon in two. However, as he lifted the blade, he found himself momentarily dazed. A brownish-yellow figure darted past him, racing ahead with a speed surpassing his full sprint, exceeding 200 meters per second. In a flash of silver, a long sword pierced effortlessly through the waist of a long-tusked blue demon. Only then did the sound of the sonic boom reach them. Boom! Like thunder crashing, the roar reverberated incessantly. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of silver sword lights weaved through the long-tusked blue demons, accompanied by the growl of thunder. In an instant, the long-tusked blue demons ahead toppled over, succumbing to their momentum. Zhou Xingyuan, momentarily dazed, swept his sword and the corpses of the monsters flew northwards like discarded rags. Dark red blood raining down before them. Following the curtain of blood, they beheld a shadow moving with uncanny agility. Phantoms lingered in the air, some drawing their swords to pierce through the monster corpses, while others aimed directly at the beasts' or swept their swords to sever their necks. It was as if an unparalleled sword immortal had descended to obliterate all evil. Due to the abrupt cessation of slaughter, they finally recognized the figure. It was Ning Ze, the youngest among them. Holy crap! Zhou Yuan couldn't help but curse. Their entire squad moved in unison. Yang Chao's strength was only 7,400 kilograms, and even at maximum effort, his speed was merely 80 milliseconds, leaving room for tactical maneuvers, resulting in an effective speed of about 70 milliseconds. Yet, Ning Ze had suddenly unleashed a speed exceeding 200 milliseconds, 3 times that of theirs. They had yet to engage, and he had already dashed ahead, dispatching the first wave of foes and was now attacking the next tier of monsters. Not only Zhou Yuan, but also Mayu, Yang Chao, and the others were momentarily stunned. Just as they prepared for a desperate battle, their initial adversaries had already been slain. Don't dawdle. Charge! Mayu shouted, hastily pursuing Ningxia. That kid, Zhou Yuan muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. Now was not the time to question Ning Ze's prowess. Survival was paramount. Layers upon layers of monsters surged forth. After one wave was dispatched, another rushed in. Ning Ze stood resolute, sweeping across half a street, his speed exceeding 200 milliseconds, thrice that of high-tier warriors, while his sword swung faster than the speed of sound, each flash of the blade accompanied by thunder. Zhou Yuan and the others followed behind, picking off any long-tusked blue demons that escaped or tossing the bodies aside, leaving the streets lined with the corpses of monsters. The entire 10-meter-long street transformed into a dark red river of blood as the Warfire squad passed through. Kid, slow down if you can't keep up. Fighting at full capacity drains energy too quickly. Zhou Yuan shouted. Understood. Ning Ze responded perfunctorily and succinctly, his pace showing no signs of abating. How could he possibly slow down now? Even though the majority of the long-tusked green demons possessed only G-level strength, merely qualifying as mid-tier B soldiers, the relentless influx of monsters still exerted considerable pressure upon him. At this juncture, he no longer needed to consult the system panel. He could intuitively sense that his power, swordsmanship, and agility were advancing rapidly. He had compelled himself into a state of cultivating genetic energy, constantly rejuvenated by cosmic energy, alleviating any concerns of fatigue. Through experimentation, he discovered that specific movements could accelerate the absorption of cosmic energy, albeit only during the execution of certain sword techniques. The fixed afterimages he created were a result of this. Otherwise, his movements in dispatching monsters flowed seamlessly without any pause. Not only was he devoid of fatigue, but he was also becoming increasingly exhilarated. Stimulating his life potential could facilitate genetic evolution, just as absorbing cosmic energy could enhance his genetic makeup, marking an improvement in his physical prowess. Coupled with the power augmentation determined by the system, he experienced a triad of enhancements in each battle, rendering him insatiable. No one could contest him for the monsters. Roar! Roar! The piercing cries echoed once more, as an unending wave of long-tusked green demons converged towards him. Now, they were not only ahead, but also descending from the skies, leaping down from the rooftops of nearby buildings. Excellent. Ning should decelerate it. Not due to a reduction in his own speed, but rather in the pace of his advance, for he still needed to engage the long-tusked green demons plummeting from above. The fierce battle raged on. Ning Ze fought with increasing fervor, unwittingly draped in blood, each swing of his sword releasing a cascade of crimson droplets. Zhou Yuan and his companions remained in good spirits, merely expending a bit of stamina as they advanced, having slain only a few monsters. Ning Ze's blood-soaked battle prowess rivaled that of a high-ranking warrior in full eruption. Moreover, he had maintained this level of intensity continuously. The members of the Battlefire squad were at a loss as to how to regard Ning Ze. Howl! A sharp wail erupted as the beast leader, perched atop the rooftop, could no longer endure. 3 long-tusked green demons charged towards Ning Ze in unison. A faint smile appeared on Ning Ze's blood-smeared face as he fearlessly met their advance. Ha ha ha! They have struck. Zhou Yuan was thrilled with Ning Ze's explosive power. He genuinely worried about when the young man might exhaust himself. However, if they could eliminate these 3 beast general-level long-tusked green demons, the remaining monsters would undoubtedly retreat. Old Ma, let us go. Let us slay these 3 brutes. All right, Yang Chao and Zhang Chun exchanged glances, halting their forward momentum. Zhang Chun and Su Yang took positions in front and behind, while Yang Chao set up his machine gun in the middle, firing in rapid succession. Each bullet felling a long-tusked green demon. Whoosh! The greenish-white figure darted past. Ning Ze brandished his sword to intercept. The clash of his sword against the claws produced a resonant clang, akin to the collision of steel. Empowered by cosmic energy, even his skeletal structure rivaled that of alloy. The already formidable claws were now even harder than alloy, with performance surpassing that of any metal. After a brief skirmish, Ning Ze furrowed his brow. The speed of this mid-tier beast general long-tusked green demon was exceedingly swift. His own power approached that of a mid-tier warrior, bolstered by mental force, granting him speed comparable to that of a high-ranking warrior. Yet this beast's swiftness still outstripped him considerably, its strength nearly equal. However, the creature was astute. Opting not to engage him in a direct confrontation, after a single strike, it retreated deftly. Zhuo Yuan roared, swinging his broad blade fiercely at a junior beast general long-tusked green demon. Yet he faced a similar challenge as Ning Ze. A slight lag in speed resulted in missed strikes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ning Ze. If I cannot match its speed, and mental force cannot further enhance my velocity, I can simply reduce its speed. Mental force could not be attached to living creatures due to the beast's own mental energy, but with a medium, the situation would differ. After a brief exchange, Ning Ze took a step back, reaching for the martial artist's backpack at his back, swiftly tossing out a piece of yellow-brown beast skin. The mid-tier beast general long-tusked green demon, wary, retreated a few steps upon noticing the thrown object. Once it realized there was no anomaly as the skin fell to the ground, it relaxed and charged at Ning Ze once more. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ning Ze's eyes as he approached without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, the piece of beast skin that had initially fallen to the ground suddenly sprang to life, moving faster than both Ning Ze and the monster. Clang! Another clash ensued. The long-tusked green demon attempted to retreat, but at that instant, the yellow-brown beast skin adhered to its back, encircling its waist along the abdomen. Ack! The long-tusked green demon let out a frantic roar, its eyes wide with alarm. It sensed a force acting upon it, not particularly strong, merely over 1,000 kilograms, but sufficient to impede its speed, especially when leaping or running, amplifying the effect significantly. Observing its speed significantly reduced, a slight smile crept across Ning Ze's lips as he swiftly advanced with his sword. Now, let us see how you escape. The piece of beast skin was merely from an F-level monster. The long-tusked green demon could shred it with a single claw, even with the assistance of mental force. It would not be ensnared for long. As Ning Ze closed in, he thrust his long sword, watching as the claw came at him. His smile broadened. With a deft twist of his sword, he circumvented the claw and continued to stab forward, leaving a gash on the long-tusked green demon's shoulder and neck. The beast attempted to flee but found itself ensnared, and they became entwined in combat. Ning Ze's sword flicked again, carving another wound on the monster, each of his strikes drawing blood, while the beast's claws perpetually fell just short of him. As the long-tusked green demon's fury escalated, its life threatened. It succumbed to a frenzy. The eyes hidden within its long fur glowed a blood red, resembling a half-blood moon. Ning Ze scoffed disdainfully. It could not even withstand a normal fight against him, and now it was merely a cornered beast fighting for survival, prompting his swordsmanship to grow even more ferocious. He thrust his long sword forward, a flash of silver light, as the long-tusked green demon abandoned its defense, opting to exchange wounds. Ning Ze smiled deepened. With a flick of his wrist, he angled his sword, allowing the claws to graze past him while his blade embedded itself into the beast's flesh. The long-tusked green demon's movements halted abruptly, its body collapsing to the ground under the weight of inertia. Zhuo Yuan shouted in anger, raising his massive blade to cleave forward, while the long-tusked green demon he faced, although a junior beast general, boasted speed that surpassed that of typical mid-tier warriors. The strike once again proved fruitless, igniting a tempest of fury within him. The creature was exceedingly cunning, refusing to engage him directly and instead opting for evasive maneuvers, showcasing a wealth of combat experience that left Zhuo Yuan utterly at a loss. Ning Ze cast a fleeting glance before turning his attention to Ma Yu, exclaiming, "Uncle Ma, I am here to assist you." "Ah, young lad, I've been awaiting your arrival," Ma Yu replied with palpable enthusiasm. Initially, he had relied on genetic enhancement to elevate himself to the rank of a battle general. Yet now he found his strength inferior to that of the long-fanged azure demon and his speed lacking. It was only his refined agility that allowed him to endure. But the pressure was immense. Finally, with Ning Ze joining the fray, the two of them collaborated seamlessly, driving the primary battle general, the long-fanged azure demon, to a desperate predicament. At that moment, 3 piercing howls echoed through the air. The frenzied, long-fanged azure demon halted abruptly in its assault, then retreated like a wave of cerulean, while the demon engaged with Zhou Feng began to withdraw under the protection of its minions, leaving Zhou Feng unable to pursue. Ning Ze glanced around, his gaze traversing the ruins of collapsed buildings, spotting countless azure figures fleeing into the distance, stirring up clouds of yellow dust in their wake. The beast is indeed cunning. It has managed to escape. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Ning Ze's eyes as he regarded the long-fanged azure demon besieged by the two of them. One had fled beyond their reach, but the other was undoubtedly doomed. He thrust his longsword forward, intent on ending the creature's life. Spare the beast. A bellow from Zhou Feng rang out from behind, causing Ning Ze to falter momentarily, a strange look crossing his face. However, he began to grasp the captain's intent, slightly adjusting the angle of his sword, refraining from delivering the fatal blow. As he had surmised, Zhou Feng charged in, wielding his blade with ferocity, and under the combined assault of the three, the long-fanged azure demon met its demise at Zhou Feng's hand. Zhou Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. That felt satisfying. Ning Ze relaxed his grip on the longsword, noticing the blood trickling down the hilt and pooling in his palm, its texture thick and viscous. Turning to survey their path, he observed that half of the commercial buildings lining the 500-meter street had collapsed, victims of the monster's rampage. The ground where they had traversed was marred with extensive fissures, each crack resembling a blood-red plum blossom in bloom. Corpses littered the sides, rivers of blood flowing freely. Many monsters still struggled to rise, having sustained grievous injuries but not to the brain, thus rendering them motionless. Some creatures gasped for breath, their azure fur rising and falling in a rhythm, with a few even emitting pitiful whimpers, demonstrating their tenacious will to survive, clinging to life for the moment. This encounter starkly contrasted with the previous Mouse-Tide, where they had merely been chased without engaging in battle. This time, they faced a direct confrontation, surrounded by an uncountable horde of monsters. While 3 battle general-level leaders loomed ominously, Yang Chao and the others silently observed their surroundings, their hearts brimming with the joy of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Zhang Chen remarked softly, "Had it not been for little Ze, our situation could have been dire." Su Yang, taking in the exaggerated scene, recalled every step he had taken during the chaos, murmuring, "Goodness, young lad, did you just slay over 1,000 monsters? Impressive." Ning Ze glanced down at his hands, his arms soaked in blood, each encounter leaving traces of the battle. The light-wind longsword, however, repelled blood, although the hilt bore the remnants of their struggle. "I cannot even fathom how many monsters I've slain," he mused. "Young man, how have you grown so powerful? Your speed surpasses even mine." Zhou Feng voiced the burning question in his mind. At this, everyone turned their attention to Ning Ze, their curiosity piqued. Ning Ze remained silent, slowly raising his right hand, the light-wind long sword pointing downwards before gently releasing it. The sword did not fall, but hovered steadily in midair. Chapter 26. The Shoes encounter misfortune. Zhou Feng, Yang Chao, Mayu. As they gazed at the suspended light-wind longsword, astonishment etched across their faces, they exclaimed in unison, "You have awakened as a psychic master." Amidst the tension of battle, they had assumed the beast's skin was merely caught by the long-fanged azure demon, never considering this possibility. Ning Ze, his expression composed, nodded and explained, "While training at home, I unexpectedly awakened my psychic abilities, albeit with limited power, allowing only for minor assistance. It is challenging to coordinate perfectly with my movements, so I refrained from sharing this with everyone." This was a narrative he had meticulously crafted, as his speed was indeed extraordinary. The force he exerted could translate into velocity. A primary battle general's speed hovers around 100 ms, while 1,000 kg corresponds to 128 ms, with diminishing returns in speed as one advances. His peak speed could surpass 200 ms, far exceeding standard limits. And he certainly could not disclose that he exerted 3 times the force, nearing the strength of a mid-level battle general. Instead, he chose to reveal only the less significant aspect of his psychic abilities. "Uncle Yang, I had yet to awaken my psychic powers even as a senior soldier. It only manifested during later training, initially at a mere few dozen kilograms of strength. Ning Ze shrugged. To be honest, I cannot even glimpse into the cerebral domain. My psychic strength totals around 300 kilograms, barely qualifying as a junior soldier. If I had awakened normally, my psychic strength would likely exceed my physical prowess by 2 tiers. As a senior soldier, my psychic ability would equate to that of a mid-level battle general. At this level, psychic strength is unparalleled. I could have dispatched that long-fanged azure demon in mere seconds. Alas, my talent for psychic abilities appears rather lackluster. But it suffices for some assistance now, which is still commendable. Yang Chao, left speechless, thought to himself that this was not merely commendable. It was a feat beyond the reach of most individuals. All right, let us hasten to collect our spoils. There are hundreds of valuable long fangs to sift through. Zhang Chun urged. Indeed, the materials from the long-tusked blue demon are indeed exceedingly rare, particularly those sourced from this intermediate battle general-S leader, which even high-ranking generals could scarcely capture. As a creature suited for group combat, only the god of war could bring it down, and selling it would undoubtedly fetch at least 200 million. Even materials classified as G-grade would command a price of 10,000. F-grade materials would be worth no less than 50,000. By carefully selecting the finest specimens, we could still amass enough wealth equivalent to 2 junior beast general-grade creatures. Su Liang, with a glint of avarice in his eyes, busied himself with the collection. Perhaps due to the earlier ruckus, the beasts had been frightened away. They encountered no peril from the moment they finished their task to when they departed. In the afternoon, they hunted down another intermediate beast general. As night fell, Ning Ze calmly expressed, "Captain, I wish to venture out to hunt beasts." Swishing Yuan felt a headache coming on. After witnessing Ning Ze's combat prowess in 2 battles, evidently surpassing his own, he was acutely aware of the dangers of nighttime, where humanity's perception was at a disadvantage. Especially since Ning Ze was merely a high-ranking soldier. Had he achieved battle general status and undergone genetic evolution for night vision like Zhou, he might have felt more at ease. Yet, Ning Ze's earnest and obstinate demeanor left him no choice. Very well, but you must restrict your hunting to nearby areas. Should you encounter any danger, remember to call for help. We shall engage in training during the first half of the night, and you too must rest. Ning Ze flashed a reassuring smile, replying, "Rest assured, Captain, I will exercise caution." With that, he stealthily slipped out. Upon entering the wilderness zone, his skills in swift movement had reached 568, 610, 000, while wind-severing slash had advanced to 570, 510, 000. The fierce battle in the morning had directly augmented his proficiency by nearly 1,000, and by afternoon, it had ascended further, now standing at 680, 510, 000. His proficiency had surpassed 66, enabling him to execute quadruple force. On August 31st, within a lavishly adorned villa, a grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. Below it, every countenance adorned in opulent attire was etched with worry, trepidation, helplessness, and fury. They formed a circle, collectively unleashing their frustrations upon a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. Their incessant inquiries pierced the very soul, with some audaciously tugging at the man's sleeves. "Enough," he bellowed, rising in indignation. "This situation is already vexing. Must you perpetually press me? Why the urgency? Can haste resolve our issues?" A woman with a sharp visage stepped forward, her voice laced with anger. "We hold shares in this company. With such a massive order gone awry, how can we be certain that your Shu family isn't attempting to swindle us and oust us from our positions? Indeed, to receive such a substantial order only to find it was counterfeit. Do you take us for fools? Everyone knows that the young master of Chihong Corporation has been pursuing your daughter. I suspect collusion." A man clad in a suit adjusted his collar, his expression cold and detached. "Even if there are problems, they originate from your Shu family. You are responsible for every step, sourcing materials, processing, and delivery. Why should we share in this burden? If you fail to provide an explanation, do not blame us for pursuing legal action starting tomorrow." This assertion came from a square-faced man, his demeanor rigid and businesslike. Upon hearing this, Shu grew agitated. "Uncle, how can you say such things?" Young Wen Xiang, unperturbet, replied. "Family ties aside, business is business. Am I wrong to speak the truth? Do you comprehend the extent of our losses? The materials alone amount to 10 billion. This was a signed contract. If you cannot deliver on time, your family would be bankrupt before you could compensate." Shu was rendered speechless. His words bore the weight of truth. However, the very uncle who had once benefited from their family support was now turning his back on them, leaving her feeling profoundly disheartened. I propose a straightforward solution. Simply marry that girl off. Isn't the young master of Chihong Corporation fond of her? This business deal could be salvaged through such an arrangement. By marrying her off, perhaps they might grant us some leeway, allowing us to fulfill this order. Although it would be a significant sacrifice, at least the company would survive, one individual suggested. Shu Yi's face flushed red as she waved her hands in protest. No, absolutely not. The shareholders showed no concern for her feelings. Upon hearing the earlier suggestion, they immediately began to discuss the prospect of aligning with Chihong Corporation through marriage. They reasoned that the most they would lose is 10 billion Huaxia currency, which they insisted the Shu family could cover, as long as the company remained intact. Shu Yi turned away from these people, her heart sinking. Xu Heng's expression betrayed a flicker of interest, seemingly contemplating the viability of this suggestion. Hurriedly, she glanced at her mother, but her mother, with her head downcast, appeared utterly indifferent, leaving Xu Yi feeling even more desolate, her eyes reddening. A girl married off would no longer concern herself with the Xu family. In such a scenario, they would be comfortable while she was left to fend for herself. As Xu Hong appeared to waver, Yang Wenxiang interjected once more, "Brother-in-law, I do not wish ill upon Xu Yi. But tell me, what is so wrong with marrying her to the young master of Chihong Corporation? That is a well-known conglomerate in Yangzhou district, valued at over 100 billion. If she marries into that family, she would live a life of luxury. Our business could benefit immensely. Enough of this nonsense." A hoarse shout resonated through the room. Everyone turned to see an elderly man, his hair grizzled, descending the stairs with the aid of a cane. Clad in a black Zhongshan suit, he exuded an intimidating presence, his every step filled with fury as he cast icy glares at those gathered below. An invisible aura of menace quelled the hubbub within the hall. "Grandfather!" Xu Yi exclaimed, hurriedly rushing to support the elderly gentleman, her demeanor a portrait of concern. Xu Hongjing turned, the fury in his eyes evaporating as he warmly patted Xu Yi's hand. "How dare you lot press my granddaughter? You must possess the gall of a bear. Rest easy, my dear. Grandfather shall never coerce you. That boy Ning Ze, I have met him, and he's a good lad. As for that Jai fellow, humph, he merely looks human." Xu Yi nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking for grain. Once a warrior, Xu Hongjing possessed an aura that commanded respect, and his entrance had effectively silenced the assembly. However, as he descended, the attendees quickly regained their composure, knowing that within this base city, they had no need to fear. "Old Master Xu, we have all incurred losses. The materials alone amount to 10 billion, and the company's liquidity is insufficient, having relied on bank loans. This business has been a strenuous endeavor, and after laboring for over half a month, we finally delivered the goods, only to discover they were counterfeit. This is a massive loss. What do you propose we do about this?" Xu Hongjing did not respond, but instead turned to Xu Hong, asking in a low voice, "Have you pinpointed the cause of the problem?" Xu Hong looked around at all the shareholders, hesitating to speak. Their irritation grew. When it came to debts, they did not consider themselves part of the family. Their silence only intensified their suspicion of foul play. "I suspect your Xu family is attempting to embezzle funds." At that moment, the company would be reduced to a mere shell, and you would profit handsomely. Just observe his demeanor. It is blatantly obvious. This is akin to exploiting old acquaintances. I suspect they intend to use that little girl as a dowry. They cannot escape. If I do not receive an explanation today, I shall proceed to sue them. Silence. Xu Hongjing bellowed, his face etched with fury. "The money I painstakingly earned to establish this company was offered to you in shares out of respect for your fathers. You were the ones who begged me to sell you those shares. What if I greedily accepted your money? If the company goes bankrupt, I owe you nothing. Do you think that by irritating me, I would abandon this company and let people who strut around think they are capable? This is not a place for you to speak. If you wish to reclaim your money, then be quiet. I, Xu Hongjing, am not so desperate as to profit from such loathsome means." As these words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. These were undeniable truths. Xu Hongjing, after all, was a martial artist, and his past merits still afforded him a livelihood. Even after bankruptcy, he had a place to reside and connections to facilitate a resurgence, rendering their situations entirely dissimilar. Should they attempt to confront him, it would only lead to their own ruin. Their identities were not comparable, so it would be wiser to listen quietly. They understood the old gentleman's character. He was not one to intentionally deceive them. Observing the crowd subdued, Xu Hongjing turned his attention to them, his expression stoic, and demanded, "Speak. Since a problem has arisen, provide everyone with an explanation." Among those present were old friends. "If you truly committed a foolish act, then confess." Do not wait for me to take action. Xu Heng bore a bitter smile, murmuring, Father, how could I possibly do such a thing? It was Niandong. He swapped our produced goods, and upon arrival, they transformed into a heap of defective products. The revelation caused an uproar among those present. Niandong, whose full name was Xu Niandong, was Xu Heng's cousin, a member of the Xu family. This confirmed their earlier suspicions. The Xu family intended to devour the profits. However, the old gentleman was unaware of this. The onlookers turned their gazes toward him, awaiting an explanation. Xu Hongjing's expression momentarily faltered, then grew solemn. After a 3-second pause, he hoarsely inquired, was it Niandong? During the catastrophic era when the virus spread, survival hinged on luck, with physical resilience playing a minor role. At that time, only Xu Hongjing and his brother remained of the Xu family. Subsequently, during the Great Nirvana period plagued by monstrous threats, they were in constant flight. Xu Hongjing's younger brother died while trying to buy him time from the pursuing beasts, leaving only this young son. Xu Hongjing had always treated Xu Niandong as his own child, unable to believe he could commit such an act. Indeed, it was Niandong. Xu Heng replied with another bitter smile. Xu Yi was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that her uncle would engage in such treachery. After a lengthy silence, Xu Hongjing uttered 2 words. Where is he? I have him locked in the basement. I intended to interrogate him about the matter. But then they arrived. Xu Heng replied helplessly. Xu Hongjing nodded silently, turning to face the crowd. I, Xu Hongjing, am not unreasonable. Since this matter pertains to my family, it bears no relevance to you all. How much is it? I, Xu Hongjing, can still bear it. Even if the company collapses, I will compensate each of you for your losses. I shall not prolong your stay. Believe me, my word still holds weight. Upon hearing that there would be no financial loss, the crowd quickly donned smiles and departed. Old man, we will await your word. Your intervention will surely resolve this. We shall not meddle in your family affairs. We look forward to your news. We still trust in your character, Xu Lao. As they left, they adorned themselves with flattering praises. Just as half the crowd had exited, Xu Hongjing spoke again. Wenxiang, stay behind. Yang Wenxiang immediately halted, his gaze evasive as he turned, a forced smile on his face. Is there something you need, sir? Xu Hongjing replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, as relatives by marriage. Since you are so concerned about our family affairs, why not stay and see for yourself? He then turned sharply, commanding, speak. What does that boy intend to do? Xu Heng's face was filled with trepidation as he glanced at Xu Yi. This glance sent a chill down Xu Yi's spine. He wishes to marry Xu Yi to Zhai Yank. Xu Hongjing's expression remained calm as he inquired, what are the benefits? Xu Heng, unable to meet his father's gaze, lowered his head and replied, the Zhai family promises that upon success, he will oversee the Xu family's business. If unsuccessful, they will still compensate him for the materials of that batch of goods. Xu Yi tightened her grip. It was evident how much her grandfather cherished her uncle, and if he were to abandon her, she would have no one left to rely on. Chapter 27. The Furious Xu Hongjing. Xu Hongjing's expression darkened once more. After a long moment, he sighed heavily, feeling a profound sadness. I thought that by granting him shares, he would not act this way, even assigning him a significant role within the company. I always treated him like my own son, and you used to complain about my favoritism. I never expected this, so... How unexpected. With another sigh, Xu Hongjing turned away, feeling that living to the end was less valuable than being an outsider. If he desires it, then let him have it. May he not be played for a fool, for that would be entertaining. We do have some family assets. Once the formalities are completed, we will repay every debt. If that is insufficient, we will sell the house. If not, we will sell the car. After all, these assets are enough. I entrust this matter to you. I am weary. Repay all debts, sell the house and car. What about our family's livelihood? Xu Heng exclaimed in shock, urgently calling, Father. Xu Hongjing offered no reply, his steps heavy as he moved forward, his back appearing increasingly stooped. Tears streamed down Xu Yi's face. Within just a few steps, she was weeping inconsolably. She never imagined such a drastic change would occur in her family, and that the instigator would be her own uncle. As they prepared to leave the place they had called home for over a decade, Yang Wenxiang stood there bewildered. He had not anticipated that the old gentleman would be so resolute. Surely marrying off his granddaughter would suffice. Marrying into the Zhai family was already an elevation. Why go so far as to declare bankruptcy and incur losses? How would they live afterward? Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is a daunting challenge. This was too harsh. Observing his father's lack of reaction, Xu Heng grew anxious, striding forward to grasp his father's arm. Father, we cannot proceed like this. We will lose everything. How will we live moving forward? Before he could finish, a thunderous slap echoed through the air. Smack! Xu Hongjing turned and delivered a resounding slap across Xu Heng's face. The old gentleman was genuinely furious, putting all his strength into the strike, causing Xu Heng's mouth to bleed and sending him staggering back a meter. Yang Wenxiang was startled into retreating several steps, curling in on himself. Xu Yi felt a pang of sympathy, but recalling her father's earlier actions, she gritted her teeth and remained by her grandfather's side. Father, what are you doing? What has happened to Xu Hong? Xu Yi's mother, Yulan, called out loudly, rushing over to support her husband. What am I supposed to do? Xu Hongjing's eyes were bloodshot, the wrinkles on his face contorted as he shouted in fury. I want to ask you what you intend to do. Young Wenxiang, speak. What are your intentions? Upon hearing his name called, Yang Wenxiang shuddered again, his gaze darting about like a guilty child, stammering defiantly, Uncle, what does this have to do with me? Hearing this, Xu Hongjing's anger intensified. He stepped forward with a menacing glare, exuding a palpable aura that sent shivers down the spines of ordinary onlookers. Yang Wenxiang resembled a trembling monkey, his voice tinged with a sob as he pleaded, Uncle, I merely accepted a little money and exchanged a few words with these shareholders. The matter of the goods has nothing to do with me. A little money. Xu Hongjing, incredulous, was almost driven to laughter by his audacity. I see you are on the brink of bursting. Speak. How much did you take? 20 million. 20 million? That wouldn't even suffice to buy your shares. As he spoke, Xu Hongjing advanced a few more steps. Yang Wenxiang stumbled backward, falling to the ground, and cried out in a whimper, 50 million, Uncle, please don't strike me. Bah! Xu Hongjing turned away from Yang Wenxiang, suddenly pivoting to glare at Yulan, and bellowed, Get lost. Father! Yulan's eyes widened in disbelief. Get out! Xu Hongjing shouted again, causing Yulan to step back in fright. He approached Xu Hong, bending slightly to peer down at him. At this moment, Xu Hong had somewhat regained his senses, even though not a martial artist. His physical resilience as an advanced student allowed him to recover quickly. The two locked eyes, and upon seeing his father's furious expression, Xu Hong trembled, fear evident in his gaze. He had never witnessed his father so enraged, and he didn't dare wipe the blood trickling from his mouth. Xu Hongjing gritted his teeth and hissed, You lack my talent, and I do not demand you become a martial artist. However, I never imagined that not only would you not become a martial artist, but you cannot even fulfill the basic role of a human being. You actually considered marrying off my daughter. Tell me, what benefits did the Zhai family promise you? Xu Hong was momentarily stunned. He knew that if he dared to lie, his father would not hold back. Trembling, he stammered, The Chihong Group said if Xu Yi marries into their family, they would grant us this major contract. But father, I only learned of this later. It was Nian Dong who informed me. He coerced me. I truly had no choice. If Xu Yi does not marry, we won't be able to retrieve that batch of goods, and our family will face bankruptcy. I cannot let you live without a place to stay. Ha! Ha! Xu Hongjing scoffed twice, angrily declaring, Were you thinking of me? You were thinking of yourself. He jabbed his cane into Xu Heng's chest. You know nothing of the Zhai family. Do you see the kind of things they do? To push my dear girl into their clutches is akin to throwing her into a fire pit. Had I possessed your current mindset back in the day, I would have roasted you and devoured you by now. How did I end up with such a fool? Upon finishing, Xu Hongjing raised his golden-hued cane and began to strike. The earth had transformed, and this plant had mutated. The cane was as resilient as it was formidable. The resounding cracks echoed through the air, accompanied by incessant cries of pain. Xu Hongjing would not lay a hand on Xu Niandong, but he had no qualms about punishing his own son. Father, I was wrong. I never agreed. Ow! Father, please stop. Yulan watched in terror, but faced with her furious father-in-law, she dared not approach. Yang Wenxiang felt a chill of fear. Had he spoken a moment too late, he would have been the one to suffer the blows. Xu Yi attempted to intervene several times to stop her grandfather, but was forcefully pushed back. After delivering a thrashing, Xu Hongjing finally paused, panting heavily, his demeanor suggesting that were it not for his waning strength, he would have continued. Xu Hong lay on the ground, howling in agony, his face contorted in pain. Have you realized your error? Xu Hong quickly knelt, hands clasped, repeatedly begging for forgiveness. I was wrong. Father, I was wrong. What was your mistake? Xu Heng's face went blank, and he hastily replied, I should not have agreed to marry Xu Yi off to that Zhai fellow. Alas! Xu Hongjing's eyes brimmed with disappointment as he shook his head, sighing repeatedly. Yet he refrained from striking again. I possess the talent of a martial artist, and during difficult times, I protected you so well that you hardly endured any hardships leaving you utterly ignorant of the tribulations faced by martial artists. Having never experienced pain or death, you do not comprehend the value of what you have. You cannot even uphold the most basic of human emotions. You lack courage, are indulgent in pleasure, and crave vanity. I ask you, what was our previous life like? And what prevents us from living that way again? Even if we are poor, how poor can we possibly become? Do you believe marrying off my daughter will solve anything? That is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. They can deceive you once, and they will certainly deceive you again. The first time, you still had a daughter to marry. The second time, you would have me beg like a dog. You will know regret. If you wish to seek help, do not drag me into it. And do not burden my dear girl. I dare not. Father, I would never do that. Xu Feng quickly responded. Xu Hongjing, frustrated, remarked. You are even worse than a child. At least the child has endured hardships and trained diligently, with a will stronger than yours and an understanding of principles. Yes. What nonsense. After living for so many years, you have become blinded by the pursuit of wealth, completely oblivious to the state of the world. Do you think your business is thriving because of your management skills? It is because your father is a martial artist. As long as I am alive, even if you were to lose every penny, you would still be able to rebuild your business. You spineless wretch. If you cannot even be a martial artist and get conned in business, jumping headfirst into such a grand scheme. Father, I was wrong. At this moment, Xu Feng dared not utter another word. I failed to teach you properly, and you have turned out this way. Follow my instructions. I was not killed by monsters in my youth, but rather, I was nearly driven to death by you ungrateful brats. Throw that little wretch out. Compensate the company for all the money in his account, and keep an eye on him. Let him starve until he is on the verge of death. Only then give him a morsel of food. When he decides to behave and become a decent human being, bring him back. Do not let Xiao Qing know. Just say his father is on a business trip. After finishing, Xu Hongjing turned around. His face softened as he said, Little one, let us go upstairs. All right, Grandpa. Xu Yi obediently assisted her grandfather upstairs, glancing back at her father's pitiful state with worry. However, considering her father's intentions, she grit her teeth and chose to remain indifferent. Having been classmates with Jia Yang since childhood, how could she not know his true character? Even his pursuit of her was not out of affection, merely an expression of pride. If she were to marry into that family, she could only imagine the torment and humiliation she would endure, likely leading to a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Xu Hongjing was calming the fury simmering within him. For today, if he lost control, his nephew, whom he had raised since childhood, betrayed the company and their family. If that is the case, Xu Hongjing would feel nothing more than desolation and heartache, which would hardly provoke such an intense fury. If it is money that is sought, and since money is a bane, it will be better to take it all away. At this moment, it holds value. If the child desires it, then let it be given. Their gravest transgression lies in preparing to use Xu Yi as a bargaining chip, particularly when they are fully aware that it is a perilous endeavor, yet they still push her into the flames. Those who have survived the great nirvana regard life and death as mere trifles. Having faced various trials that test the essence of humanity, they value emotions above all else. Once this delicate thread is touched, it can lead to madness. After the two departed, the living room fell into a profound silence. Xu Heng winced in pain, prompting Yulan to hastily assist her husband. Xu Heng turned his gaze towards Yang Wenxiang, forcing a pained smile before hoarsely stating, I offer you an opportunity. Return the 50 million you have taken, or do not blame your brother-in-law for his lack of courtesy in the future. Yang Wenxiang was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated that, following his uncle's furious outburst, his brother-in-law would also demand money from him. What are you staring at? You may engage in petty business, but they are merely looking upon you with my father's favor. Do you truly believe that if this matter fails, the Zhai family would treat you any better? Despite our familial ties, should your family encounter difficulties, at least you would have some means of resolution. Even without money, you could still lead a decent life. Will you comply? Xu Heng employed both soft and hard tactics. Yang Wenxiang's expression contorted in turmoil. The money he held was merely slightly more than his shares in the Xu family. If he relinquished it all, should the company face bankruptcy, he would find himself at a total loss, alienating the Zhai family in the process. However, recalling Xu Hongjing's furious visage, and even Xu Niandong's need to intervene, he realized that they could easily crush him. The Zhai family held no hopes for him. The best outcome would be if they did not cause him trouble, leaving him reliant on the Xu family, especially given Xu Heng's current demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his previous self. Although he appeared righteous before, he now exuded a menacing aura that was somewhat intimidating yet, paradoxically, felt more reliable. I will comply. I will comply. Xu Heng nodded, his voice grave. There are only a few days left in the contract period, Do not let today's events leak. First, you must help me resolve the company's matters, and then arrange things at home, ensuring they exercise caution. In the base city, they wouldn't dare strike openly. Without funds, they can always earn more. Understood, brother-in-law. Yang Wenxiang grit his teeth and agreed. A flicker of regret crossed Xu Hong's eyes, mingled with guilt toward Xu Yi. He grimaced slightly and said, "Have her fetch me some medicine to apply." On the second floor, in a room imbued with a subtle sandalwood fragrance, furnished predominantly with solid wood, the decor exuded elegance. Seated at the tea table were a grandfather and granddaughter, Xu Hongjing smiling benevolently as he inquired, "How is that young lad Ning Ze faring in his warrior pursuits? The last time you mentioned him, you were asking about warriors. At that time, he was merely a prospective warrior. It has been 2 months since then." Xu Yi had long dried her tears, her face now radiant at the mention of Ning Ze. "He has attained the strength of a senior warrior. I've heard he has cultivated a top-tier secret technique and has successfully mastered the first level, though I suspect he may be exaggerating. A senior warrior. Does this lad truly possess such remarkable talent?" Xu Hongjing was taken aback. To reach the level of a senior warrior in 2 months is an achievement even S-grade contract geniuses struggle to attain, requiring a lift of 1,000 kilograms. And to become a battle general, another 4,000 kilograms is necessary. At this rate, it would take around 8 months to achieve such a feat, a battle general by 20. Xu Yi's expression grew conflicted. Thus, I feel he may be deceiving me. However, during our meeting in July, he indeed defeated a genius at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. I am uncertain whether he was boasting. Her face wore a playful pout as she recounted the tale. "In July? Was it you who challenged him at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall?" Xu Hongjing was visibly astonished, as such lively news had reached his ears. "No, wait. The one who fought at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall was the son of the Golden Fire Bear. Their battle team had been in the midst of conflict recently." At this point, Xu Hongjing hesitated, as the mention of 2 teams of warriors being slain sounded rather ominous, and he did not wish for Xu Yi to be burdened with such knowledge. Just then, Xu Yi timidly interjected, "I believe Ning Ze's father is indeed nicknamed the Golden Fire Bear, though that is merely a moniker. He was once known as the Golden Blade." Chapter 28. The Midnight Hunt. Xu Hongjing's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a somewhat peculiar look as he remarked, "If he is indeed the son of the Golden Blade, then there is no doubt. This lad has not deceived you. He is truly a genius. And I have heard that his footwork is exceptionally refined." Xu Yi, filled with concern, asked what happened to him recently. "Recently, there was a disturbance, rooted in the grievances of the older generation, which bears no relation to you young ones. The matter concerning the Golden Blade has been resolved now." Upon hearing this, Xu Hongjing seemed to recall something. His interest piqued as he eagerly inquired, "What secret technique is that lad cultivating?" Xu Yi promptly replied, "He is cultivating the Wind Absolute / I'm aware of this, as there was speculation about the secret technique Ning Ze was practicing during our time at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. Wind Absolute / Are you certain he has mastered the first level?" Xu Hongjing leaned forward, his excitement palpable. Xu Yi, puzzled by her grandfather's enthusiasm, noted that without being a warrior, one would not even be able to log onto the warrior forums. Yet she responded earnestly, "Yes, it is indeed Wind Absolute / Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Xu Hongjing laughed heartily. "Grandfather, what is the matter? Is he truly that impressive?" Xu Yi inquired with curiosity. "Impressive?" Xu Hongjing shook his head with a smile. "Not merely impressive. To successfully cultivate a top-tier technique to the first level is a rarity. If we were to alter the time frame to 2 months, I would estimate that in our Yangzhou district, or even the Jiangnan Bay City, perhaps only 1 or 2 individuals would emerge in a year, if he speaks the truth." "What is it?" Xu Yi gazed up with her large, charming eyes, awaiting the continuation. Xu Hongjing teased, "If he speaks the truth, then you should hurry and marry him." "Grandfather!" Xu Yi exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she shyly twisted in her seat. She was still in school. Although many of her classmates had married, and she often fantasized about it, she had never considered marrying so soon. Xu Hongjing's expression turned serious as he stated, "Grandfather is not pressuring you. I am merely reminding you. If he truly possesses such talent, you must seize the opportunity. It is fortunate that he has not yet revealed it, but once his abilities are discovered, every wealthy young lady will flock to him. At that point, this young man might not resist temptation, and by then, it would be too late for regrets, even if you come to me in tears." "He wouldn't dare," Xu Yi retorted anxiously, biting her crimson lip, her eyes filled with contemplation and a hint of jealousy. Xu Hongjing smiled silently. Oblivious to the depth of Ning Ze's affection for Shu Yi, yet he could discern that his granddaughter genuinely cherished the young man. The room fell into a tranquil silence. After indulging in her daydream of marriage for a while, Shu Yi returned to reality. When she lifted her gaze, she encountered a teasing smile on her grandfather's face. "Grandfather, why do you look at me like that?" She murmured softly. "I was just pondering. Were it not for the fact that this is my room, would you perhaps wish to evict me?" Shu Hongjing jested. "How could I possibly rush you?" Shu Yi stubbornly denied it, yet her demeanor betrayed her unease. Shu Hongjing smiled gently and remarked, "If you wish to reach out, do so. In the wilderness zone, the communicators are set to silent mode. There is no need to be tethered to that specific moment. If he has the time, he will respond." Given the turmoil at home, Shu Yi indeed yearned for some solace from Ning Ze, but after contemplating the time, she spoke with a hint of disappointment. "He usually replies to my messages only after waking up early in the morning." Shu Hongjing, slightly perplexed, inquired, "In the early morning? Waking up? Isn't that when preparations for hunting beasts commence? Isn't it at night?" Shu Yi furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "Previously, we did communicate at night, but this time he mentioned he would be hunting beasts in the evening." Shu Hongjing's expression darkened, and as he noticed his granddaughter lifting her gaze, he quickly composed himself. Feigning contemplation as he said, "It may be related to the beasts being hunted. Some teams also hunt at night." As he spoke these words, he silently added in his mind, "Only the elite warrior squads comprised of formidable generals prefer to hunt at night, as the predators among the beast generals are more active then. The beasts that dare to venture out at night are invariably valuable, provided one possesses the strength to hunt them." Ultimately, Shu Yi sent a message to Ning Ze, and the grandfather and granddaughter exchanged idle chatter. This night, the wilderness zone was particularly silent. Through the shattered window frame, the moon peered into the room, casting silvery light that faintly illuminated 5 indistinct figures, some seated cross-legged, others sprawled on the floor, all marked with dark crimson stains on their faces and bodies. The roars of nearby beasts had faded, leaving behind an eerie stillness devoid of even the chirping of insects, only distant, haunting wails echoing with peculiar, sharp, or low tones. Creak! The tilted, broken window frame swayed, and a figure stealthily slipped inside. Back! With that question, the slumbering occupants of the room awakened. Beneath the moonlight, pairs of piercing black eyes glistened. All focused on the center of the room, there stood a youth, approximately 6 feet tall, backlit by the moon, making his features indistinguishable, while behind him loomed a pool of crimson, with liquid flowing like pulsating veins. He stood with an air of defiance, a battered silver longsword upright at his side, its grim aura rendering the very air in the room heavy. Drip, drip! Accompanied by the ghastly sounds, a pungent odor began to permeate the room. "Uncle Zhou, I believe we should consider relocating tomorrow. The beasts have dwindled in this area. If we linger any longer, we risk being discovered by a lord-level beast. And when they realize their numbers have diminished, they will undoubtedly hunt us down." Zhou Xingyan reluctantly sat up, his movements reminiscent of someone being forcibly pulled to their feet. His lips twitched violently. He did not wish to change locations. He longed to return to the base city. Yet, how could he voice such cowardice in front of a younger generation? He could only appeal to reason and emotion, stating, "We've been out for half a month, and everyone is weary. Uncle Yang's ammunition must be running low." Yang Chao quickly interjected, Yes. I'm nearly out of bullets. I can only afford to fight one more battle before reaching a critical point, and once my supplies run dry, we would be in peril." These past days had been exhausting. During the day, they transformed into demons, their eyes clouded with frenzy upon seeing beast generals. While hunting beasts was not inherently problematic, the relentless frequency had become overwhelming, following Ning Ze without pause. Day after day, they were either in battle or en route to one. A grueling existence that had persisted for over 10 days, too taxing for anyone. Thud! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed. In the moonlight, Zhang Shun and the others beheld a bulging backpack tumble to the floor, its zipper slightly ajar, revealing 2 long, sharp fangs protruding from within. The white fangs glimmered faintly in the moonlight. Setting aside the peculiar light, merely the length of these teeth was astonishing. The entire backpack exceeded 40 centimeters, with more than 20 centimeters of fang extending beyond it. This indicated that the fangs alone surpassed 60 centimeters, or more than half a meter in length. It was unmistakably the tooth of a ferocious beast, and given its dangerous curvature, it resembled those of a tiger-like creature rather than a long-toothed beast, suggesting that the beast must have been colossal. It is a well-known fact that the more massive the beast, the more formidable its strength. Thus, this particular beast's prowess must be at least that of a high-level beast. Su Liang looked on in confusion, wondering if this was a display of the beast he had hunted. That seemed unlikely. This young man seemed to bring back such trophies every day. He returned from the very first day with fresh materials from a high-level beast general. Otherwise, how could they have followed him so fervently? Ning Ze spoke with a hint of apology. I kindly ask you all to endure for a couple more days. I can handle this alone. Tonight's haul is quite satisfactory. 2 high-level phantom white tigers and cloud pattern black panthers, along with 2 mid-level flame red foxes and heavy claw bears. I don't require 80%. Just 60 will suffice. Consider the remaining 20% as a token of gratitude for your hard work. According to the regulations of the warrior teams, materials from beasts independently slain by a single individual entitle one to 80% of their market value. As the main contributor to the hunt, one receives 60%. The market price for mid-level beast generals ranges from 10 million to 50 million Huaxia currency, while high-level beast generals can fetch between 50 million and 500 million Huaxia currency. Beasts active at night tend to be even more ferocious and powerful, thus commanding higher prices. The combined value of these 4 beasts was at least equivalent to that of 10 mid-level beast generals, amounting to 300 million. 20% represented the average price of 2 mid-level beast generals, exceeding 60 million. Even the Warfire team's kill rate did not match such efficiency, especially when it was essentially free. Perhaps it was merely the case that Zhou Xingyuan and Ma Yu, both seasoned generals, would bear the brunt of the burden, as they typically put in more effort and reaped greater rewards. Kid, what do you mean by that? If these are the rules, they must be adhered to. We, as your uncles, cannot simply take advantage of your efforts. Zhou Xingyuan felt a pang of embarrassment. Receiving compensation without contributing, especially from a younger peer, was an affront to his dignity. How could he face others if word spread? Yet more than that, he felt weary. He sensed, perhaps quite clearly, that he could no longer keep up with Ning Ze. He longed for the early days when Ning Ze had just begun. Back then, they had all played their roles together, and he had been able to maintain the posture of a mentor, which was far more gratifying. Please, do not misconstrue my intentions. Ning Ze quickly clarified, I simply wish to express my gratitude for your enduring efforts. If you prefer not to accept it, we shall adhere to the established rules. After all, other warriors could not maintain the same relentless pace as he could. Typically, one intense battle would necessitate rest, followed by the need to locate beast generals, compounded by the fact that it was daylight, making the hunting process exceedingly slow. He was an exception. Even surrounded by a horde of beasts, it matters not. The only monsters he contends with are those few in his immediate vicinity. These creatures are all of warrior caliber, posing no genuine threat to him. He can strike at will, retreat as he pleases, and with ease, carve a path through the throng of beasts to claim the heads of their leaders, an endeavor he has mastered with aplomb. Many of the nocturnal beasts he encounters tend to be solitary, some even delivering themselves to him, which accounts for the bountiful spoils he collects. You seem more like a beast yourself. You hardly appear fatigued, Su Liang muttered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Is it just these 4 today? That's rather inefficient. Yesterday I counted 8. He casually dispatched 5 primary beast generals, mere feline and canine monstrosities, hardly worth the effort. Ning Ze remarked nonchalantly. Su Liang was left speechless. 5 primary beast generals, even at a discounted rate, would still fetch no less than 60 million Huaxia coins. Were they not even worthy of being counted? But they were indeed prepared to deliver 60 million just a moment ago. Ma Yu calmly suggested, let us take a break upon our return. We shall change locations tomorrow. It was no wonder he remained composed. They had all been rendered numb by the shock of recent events. Initially, when Ning Ze expressed his desire to act independently, the others were apprehensive. Yet, they had no choice but to allow him to take on nearby foes for the sake of oversight. However, soon enough, the surroundings fell silent, and they could only rely on their communicators to confirm his survival. The audacity he displayed during combat left them trembling with trepidation. As for now, who could say where this young man ventured to slay beasts under the cloak of night? Each day, he returned bearing materials from high-ranking beast generals. Perhaps one day he would astonish them by bringing back a lord-level beast. Crack, crack. The floorboards creaked as Ning Ze settled beside Su Liang. Young man, one must not rush the path of cultivation. While your combat suit remains intact, your longsword can no longer endure prolonged combat, Ma Yu advised earnestly. Both Ning Ze's combat suit and light-wing longsword were the D5 series, their durability comparable to that of a 5th-tier martial artist, beginner, intermediate, and advanced warriors, as well as low and mid-level generals. Given that his quarry consisted of high-ranking generals, It was only natural for his long sword to suffer wear and even breakage. Ning Ze's expression grew somber as he replied, "Rest assured, my cultivation is progressing smoothly. I merely encountered a hurdle that may require a couple of days to overcome. After returning, my training pace might slow, potentially impacting my progress." "Very well. As long as you are aware," Ma Yu refrained from further comment, acknowledging the genius before him, whose overwhelming strength rendered his guidance unnecessary. Ning Ze nodded, lapsing into silence as he quietly accessed his system panel. Host, Ning Ze. Beginner General 8139 Kilogramm. Mentalist 2782 Kilogramm. Cultivation skills. Jin Yuan Energy Cultivation Method 5 Hearts to the Sky. Guiding Technique 7 Secrets of the Spirit Wind. Visualization Technique 1 Sword Seals Heaven. Combat skills. Swift movement at proficient 968310000. Wind absolute slash at perfect 183210000. After half a month of cultivation, his physical prowess soared, successfully meeting the standards of a general. Now his wind absolute slash had reached perfection, enabling a quintuple exertion. When unleashed to its fullest, it yielded a force of 40,000 kg, placing him at the threshold of high-ranking generals. Such formidable power, however, came at a cost. His agility's advancement was notably sluggish, slower by a third compared to his performance at home. As for the reason, Ning Ze speculated that it stemmed from the system's inherent logic, just as the evolution of cultivation skills and the transition of combat techniques occurred. Even his visualization methods transformed through his subjective changes, thus reflecting on the system panel. The enhancement of his strength could also be attributed to the perfection of his genes. The elevation of his Jin Yuan energy was intrinsically linked to his physique. While he indeed possessed formidable strength, his body's resilience had not significantly improved. The effects of force are reciprocal. During intense battles with beasts, the pressure exerted on his body remained constant, stimulating his latent life potential. The more powerful the beasts he fought, the greater the multiplicative force applied, intensifying the stimulus and accelerating his strength enhancement. As for his agility in combat against primary and intermediate generals, he subconsciously believed that by exerting force, he could elevate his speed to that of high-ranking generals. With the assistance of mental prowess, evading the beast attacks became effortless. This form of dodging, within his consciousness, was merely a standard evasion, which elicited minimal sensory stimulation and imposed less mental strain, resulting in a relatively modest growth rate in proficiency, merely half that of his swordsmanship. Conversely, engaging high-ranking generals proved perilous. Swift extermination was imperative. After all, he possessed only the physique of a beginner general, and his combat suit, confined to the 5th tier, could only withstand intermediate general attacks. A single strike from a high-ranking general would undoubtedly leave him gravely wounded. In such scenarios, his advancement would accelerate significantly, roughly doubling his usual rate. This, he surmised, was the rationale behind his observations, a conjecture about the system's regulations. Presently, his agility skill swift movement stood at proficient 968310000, with a mere 317 points of proficiency required for an upgrade. Upon achieving the proficient level, his perception and bodily control underwent a remarkable transformation. He aspired to elevate his agility to perfection, eager to experience the thrill of combat in the wilderness zone. Given his current training pace, he estimated that he would reach that milestone in approximately 2 days. Chapter 29, Early Return. After a moment of quiet contemplation regarding his cultivation, Ning Ze regained his focus and raised his arm to glance at his communicator, undoubtedly receiving 2 messages. "Mother, is everything safe today? Are you injured?" Ning Ze, "All is well, do not worry." "Little cutie, how many beasts did you hunt today? Have you grown significantly stronger?" Poking tongue emoji. Ning Ze, "I must have slain a few hundred. I lost count." Observing his girlfriend's adorable demeanor brought him a sense of comfort. After over 10 days of relentless combat, subsisting on compressed biscuits in the wilderness zone, with only a meager supply of water for drinking, showering was a luxury he could hardly afford. Truly a trial of endurance. He ought to express gratitude to the scientists at the base city for their invention of antibacterial medication. Without it, he would not merely smell foul, he would be on the verge of decay. With a soft smile gracing his bloodstained visage, Ning Ze slowly extended his hand to close the communicator. Just then, another message arrived. "Little cutie, you're bragging again." Ning Ze raised an eyebrow and replied, "Still awake? Why are you up so late?" In a room within a villa in the Yangzhou district, Shu rolled over upon receiving the reply and propped herself up on her blanket. "Little cutie, Aren't you resting yet? Ning Ze, chatting with you is more relaxing than resting. Little cutie, is it true that you can't video chat in the wilderness zone? Ning Ze's expression momentarily froze. While a video call was not out of the question, especially during a routine hunt for monsters, the current state of his blood-soaked self was far from ideal. Please hold on a moment, he said, sending a quick message before opening the inner layer of his backpack to search for something. Observing his actions, the others in the room opened their eyes to watch him. Su Yang quipped, a video call won't hurt, with the corpses you've left around. Even the monsters would be terrified. The boldest among them would just feast and flee. Ning Ze, feeling a tad embarrassed, raised his head and glanced around to find 5 pairs of eyes filled with ambiguous expressions. Ahem, I'll just step into the other room. With that, he touched the tip of his nose, grabbed his backpack, and exited the room. Yang Chao sighed. To be young is truly wonderful. This must be what they call bloody romance, right? Su Yang also expressed his sentiments. Zhang Chun, with a cool demeanor, remarked, romance requires strength. After a pause, he added, Xiao Ze possesses that strength. As for the others, well, surviving is already quite an achievement. So Xingyuan smirked, saying, he only acts like a child at times. In battle, he is a true harbinger of death. Mayu pondered, this is our 3rd venture into the wilderness zone, and this time seems to be dragging on. I feel we can no longer keep up with him. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Zhuo Xingyuan lazily spoke. Whether we can keep up or not, the boss will have his plans. As long as he needs us, we'll follow along. At least it allows him to fight with peace of mind. It's just a pity for my old bones. Following this kid for half a month feels like I've aged a decade. No one fights like him. He has a peculiar talent for battling all day. All right, let us rest. We can't be the main force in monster slaying. We should at least scout for monsters to keep up. Otherwise, we're just taking the younger generation's money, and that's quite shameful. Mayu, not wishing to discuss such topics further, promptly closed his eyes. The others fell silent as well, and the room was steeped in quietude. In another room, thick with dust and spiderwebs, Ning Ze wiped his face with the last of his compressed towel. He then donned 2 wireless earbuds and a microphone, activating the video on his communication watch. He tidied up his appearance. However, he hesitated to engage in a full-screen conversation. The video connected silently. Ning Ze's lips curled into a smile upon seeing Shu Yi's image on the screen. Her adorable face, adorned with a few stray hairs, clearly indicated she had just washed her face, and they shared a delightful rapport. Staying up so late, you must be practicing, right? Ning Shitisht. Shu Yi pouted, laying out a soft huff. I can't sleep. Ning Ze scrutinized her carefully and nodded earnestly. You seem rather unhappy. What is wrong? Who has upset you? Shu Yi's small face appeared somewhat dejected and anxious. Summoning her courage, she stammered, let us get married? Her voice dwindled to a whisper at the end. Given the advanced technology, Ning Ze's battle-grade hearing allowed him to catch every word. Concern washed over him. Shu Yi's expression clearly indicated that something significant was amiss. Her family, being martial artists and affluent, must be facing some issue. Was it a problem with the family business, or had they offended a powerful figure? The mention of marriage raised alarms. Was her family pressuring her? Ning Ze's eyes flickered as he recalled Shu Yi's family, aside from the elderly patriarch. The rest seemed less like a martial artist family. Yet, as long as they weren't martial artists, he could handle them. He teased, darling, are you testing my hearing? Marrying me isn't an issue, but you did say before that if you don't become a martial artist, you wouldn't marry. Ugh, Shu Yi exclaimed, angrily striking the bed twice. It's your fault. Back in high school, you treated me that way, and then said we wouldn't date if I didn't become a martial artist. Ning Ze's smile widened as he teased. What's wrong with me? You were the one who said we wouldn't date if you didn't go to college. Shu Yi turned her head away in anger, her expression turning melancholic, resembling a forlorn little bunny. Unable to bear her distress, Ning Ze quickly asked softly, tell me what's wrong. Did something happen at home? Share it with me, and I'll help you resolve it. He envisioned Shu Yi's father, recalling their first meeting when Xu Hong had left him with a rather mercantile impression. He had considered that if the old man disapproved, he might need to find a way to solidify their relationship and then persuade the elder. Yet, Xu Hong didn't seem like a man with an iron will. Ning Ze dismissed the thought. This was a world for martial artists. He believed his current strength could help Shu Yi tackle nearly all her problems. Shu Yi hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, her small face scrunched with concern, which made Ning Ze feel even more uneasy. Is it so hard to say, my dear? How about this? I have good news for you. I believe that once I share it, your mood will lift significantly. Ning Ze spoke in the gentlest tone. his eyes brimming with affection. Huh? Shu Yi, sitting neatly on her pink bedsheet, wrapped in her blanket, looked adorably curious. What good news? Ning Ze smiled faintly, his calm demeanor radiating confidence. I have reached the initial battle general level in terms of physical fitness. What? Shui gaspit, hermot agape in dispediev. Ning Ze, his gaze steady, pronounced each word with conviction. My physical fitness has reached the initial battle general level. Once I return, I will have my father recommend me to the supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, or even the president, applying for a special training spot. My talent is sufficient to attend specialized training at the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, or to join the elite training camp where prodigies gather. Given the Academy's preferential policies for talents, I am confident they will ensure that I face no troubles in life. If my initial battle general strength isn't enough to resolve the issues you're facing, I believe that nothing will be a problem in front of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. So, my dear, you need not worry at all. I can handle everything. Shu Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, blinking rapidly. It sounded almost too good to be true. While she was unfamiliar with the elite training camp, she knew of the global headquarters of the Martial Arts Academy from her grandfather's tales. If Ning Ze's talent was genuine, gaining access to the global martial arts headquarters would indeed be plausible. She uttered the usual supportive phrase, I believe in you. Ning Ze beamed with a radiant smile. Though she seemed to grasp little of what he had said, her expression one of innocent confusion as she reiterated her faith in him. All right, since you believe in me, you should get some rest. I'll be back in a couple of days, and then I'll help you sort things out. If you're short on funds, my family can certainly manage a couple of $100 million, and if you've offended someone, I'll talk to them. Surely, you haven't crossed paths with a war god, right? No. Shu Yi hastily shook her head. Ordinary warriors were considered a privileged class, and she had never even laid eyes on a war god. Her family had no means to interact with such figures, let alone offend them. If that is the case, there's nothing to worry about. Let us rest, she suggested. After bidding farewell, Ning Ze ended the call. Though he had managed to calm Shu Yi's emotions, a sense of unease still lingered within him. Grasping his light Hong sword, he noted the once pristine silver blade now marred by numerous nicks. It hardly resembled a sword, more aptly described as a saw. Given the sword's inherent resilience, had it been a knife, it would have surely shattered by now. He had intended to showcase his mastery of perfect-level evasive maneuvers with her, but considering the unforeseen circumstances, it was perhaps best not to endanger her. As the first weapon of battle he possessed, preserving it would serve as a cherished memento. With that thought, Ning Ze rose and returned to the previous room. Upon opening the door, he found Zhuo Xinjuan and the others looking his way. Encountered some trouble? Mayu inquired softly. Ning Ze nodded earnestly and replied, perhaps we should head back today. Upon hearing this, Su Liang immediately leaped with excitement, only to pause mid-jump, then earnestly remarked, you need not worry about us. We can persist. Even if we stay another week, our supplies will suffice. Ning Ze's lips twitched as he elaborated, there seems to have been some unforeseen incident at Xiaowai's home. I cannot rest easy without checking on her. Ahem. If that is the case, shall we begin our return? Su Liang suggested. Glancing at the clock which indicated it was just past 3 in the morning, if we hurry, we could be back before 7. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. They were finally returning after what had been the most exhausting venture into the wilderness in years. Typically, if a fierce battle against creatures like the long-fanged blue demon occurred, they would only stay for 2 days before needing to return for recuperation. Unlike this time, where that battle was merely the beginning, they were all physically and mentally drained, eager to return home. Just then, Zhang Chun gently interjected. The long-fanged blue demon's sharp teeth alone total 6 large bags. And the beasts we hunted together also fill 6 large bags. Xiaozhe single-handedly killed a beast general, contributing 10 bags of materials, along with 2 bags from F-level monsters. Each person would need to carry 4 large bags, with a total weight exceeding 2,000 kilograms. I believe it would be quite an accomplishment if we managed to return before 9. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Previously, they had not felt the burden of materials as they had not traveled far. Now, with such a significant load to carry back, they faced the challenge of traversing over 200 kilometers while bearing a weight of 2,000 kilograms. I'll take on a bit more. I'm not afraid of fatigue from battle, just the weight to carry. Ning Ze smiled, confident that with his 4,000 kilograms of strength he could manage, though it would be cumbersome. Exchanging silent glances, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging their inability to bear such a load. Under the shroud of the dim night, the Fire War team commenced their return journey. By 8 in the morning, 6 figures appeared along the rugged path outside the city walls. They jogged forward, each step leaving a deep imprint in the earth. One individual bore an impressive load on their back, a small mountain of 10 fully expanded warrior backpacks, each over a meter long and half a meter in diameter, stacked up to more than 7 meters high. As they approached the now visible towering city walls, Su Liang exuberantly shouted, "Stop! Wait a moment!" The group halted, turning with expressions of confusion. "What is the matter? We are almost there. Why stop now?" Zhou Feng asked, puzzled. Su Liang grinned widely and said, "Xiaozhe, quickly, give me 2 of your warrior backpacks." The warrior backpacks contained multiple, flexible compartments, each capable of holding a great deal and divisible into several sections. Upon hearing Su Liang's request, Yang Chao's eyes lit up. "Yes, I want 2 as well." Zhang Chen calmly added, "Make it 2 for me too." Ning Ze's expression turned slightly strange. "Uncle Su, I'm not tired. It's fine, just hurry and give me 2. Su Liang urged, his tone laced with excitement. Ning Ze, uncertain of his intent, lowered his gaze to the straps encasing him and unfastened 6 of the compartments. Thud! Thud! The 6 bags fell to the ground, each weighing around 500 kilograms. Su Liang eagerly grabbed 2 and secured them onto himself. Followed suit by Yang Chao and Zhang Chen. Observing the others laden with beast materials, Zhou Feng subtly realized, exchanging glances with Mayu, "Xiaozhe, I would like 1 as well." Mayu chimed in, "Make it 1 for me too. You're about to assess your junior battle general. Don't go overboard." Ning Ze nodded, letting 2 more backpacks drop down. After Mayu and Zhou Feng strapped them on, they too bore a small mountain of weight. "All set. Let us continue," Ning Ze said. Despite carrying 2 backpacks weighing a total of 1,000 kilograms, it was a trivial burden for his 8,000-kilogram physique. Yet he found it peculiar to see the 5 uncles leading the way ahead of him. However, he soon comprehended the rationale behind the additional packs. In the distance, a warrior on guard exclaimed, "Goodness, a barbaric blade. You struck it rich. How much monster material is this?" Over 20 backpacks, and judging by their size, each is brimming. Even if they're all F-level monsters, it would fetch over 40 million Huaxia coins. I've never seen a warrior squad return with such an abundance of materials. Chapter 30, The Sale of Materials. The members of the Fire War team strode proudly through the gates of the base city, the monster materials on their shoulders swaying as if they wished to remain unnoticed. Upon entering the supply station, the situation became even more exaggerated. Every available warrior flocked towards them, surrounding the Fire War team like moths to a flame. Countless eyes fixated on the monster materials adorning their backs, shimmering with excitement. Those fangs, they belong to the long-fanged blue demon. My heavens, is it the exposed tooth of a ghostly white tiger? You didn't just slay the long-fanged blue demon, but also took down a high-level beast general? Barbaric blade, have you made a breakthrough? A robust warrior exclaimed. Zhou Feng casually waved his hand, modestly stating, "Luck, just luck. We almost didn't make it back." Such smooth fur. And those limbs, with a white coat reminiscent of cloud patterns. This cloud-patterned black panther, judging by the size of its claws, is also a high-level beast general. It's a hunter of the night. A billion is a certainty, another warrior muttered enviously. Mayu nodded slightly, maintaining an air of restraint. It was a fortunate encounter. We faced considerable trouble at the time. Ning Ze regarded the uncles ahead with an odd expression, now fully aware of their intent with the backpacks. They were putting on quite a show. It wouldn't be long before rumors spread on the Extreme Martial Arts Forum about how the Fire War team had struck gold. He understood their intention. A tall tree attracts the wind. They were providing cover for him. "Everyone, we have just returned from the wilderness, utterly exhausted. Let us rest before engaging in further conversation." Zhou Feng, brimming with vitality, spoke with enthusiasm. Soon, a server from the supply station approached to arrange a temporary residence in a 2-story building for them. Ning Ze could hardly suppress a smile as they made their way to the temporary abode. Upon arrival, a brief silence enveloped the group, all eyes turning toward Ning Ze, where they were met with a face full of mischievous delight. Zhou Feng awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Hurry and wash up. Aren't you going to see your little girlfriend?" Ning Ze smiled faintly and replied, "All right, I shall do so." After taking a couple of steps, he turned back to add, "Uncle Zhou, I won't be dining here later. I intend to take Xiao Guai to sell the materials from the junior beast generals and below to the martial arts school." "Very well, go ahead. When we come out, we'll find a couple of people to coordinate, and you can just take them away directly. Once the materials from the senior beast generals are sold, I will transfer the money to you." Zhou Feng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, as Ning Ze had hunted enough monsters to warrant any sale. Ning Ze nodded slightly and casually entered a room. Having spent half a month in the wilderness, he felt the need for a proper wash before facing anyone. Around 9 in the morning, Ning Ze arrived at a villa district, stopping near an artificial lake on the eastern side, where he paused at the entrance of a villa. Just as he was about to step inside, the door swung open with a loud bang, revealing a lean, middle-aged man hastily exiting. His face was shrouded in clouds of despair, bearing a look of profound grievance. His appearance was somewhat disheveled, with visible stubble on his chin, wrinkled attire, and bruises marring his visage. He was a pitiful sight. As he approached, he kept his head down, seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to Ning Ze's presence. "Uncle," Ning Ze greeted politely, mindful that he was, after all, Shu Yi's father, and it would be remiss not to acknowledge him. Upon hearing the address, Shu Heng snapped back to reality, raising his head to behold a rather handsome countenance. He mused inwardly, "What a pretty boy. He looks good. Yet if it weren't for you, none of this trouble would exist." "Oomph." Shu Heng exhaled through his nose, a sound resembling a grunt in response, before turning away with an air of disdain, lifting his chin and adopting a proud demeanor, despite his battered appearance. Were it not for the elderly gentleman at home, he would have promptly banished this young man. Ning Ze narrowed his eyes, watching Shu Heng depart, feeling reassured by his woeful expression. It seemed the company was in turmoil. As long as Xiao Guai was unharmed, everything else was manageable. A smile returned to his face as he strode into the villa. Upon reaching the entrance, Ning Ze sent a message to Shu Yi. "Darling, come out and see who's here." In less than 20 seconds, the villa door swung open. "Ah, Ning Ze, you're back." As she spoke, Shu Yi had already dashed forward. Ning Ze caught her in his arms, inhaling the faint scent of jasmine that was familiar and comforting. "I was a bit worried about you. After our communication ended last night, I rushed back with the team. You're so wonderful." Shu Yi nestled against his solid chest, a smile of affection gracing her face. Ning Ze shrugged lightly, playfully nudging her adorable cheek, and asked, "You still haven't told me what happened." "I saw your uncle leave in quite a hurry." At the mention of her father, Shu Yi's brow furrowed. Ning Ze observed her closely, noting the fleeting, dangerous glint in his eyes, while his smile remained patient. After a moment of hesitation, Shu Yi whispered, "I told you not to get angry. Your expression should promise me that." "All right, I want to be angry," Ning Ze replied softly. He felt confident that he could address certain issues, mitigating harm and trouble. As long as no substantial damage, oppression, or humiliation occurred, everything remained within controllable limits. It was sufficient to ensure that their adversaries paid 100-fold for their transgressions. Shu Yi lowered her head and continued softly, "The Chihong Group colluded with my uncle to sabotage our company's business, substituting completed goods with inferior products and refusing to accept them. To secure this order, we borrowed a significant sum from the bank. And now the company is in dire financial straits, with Chihong Group pressing for payment. Not only must we compensate Chihong Group as per the contract, but since our family is at fault, we also owe money to the shareholders. Our family's cash flow has been severed, with most of our funds tied up in inventory, putting our company on the brink of bankruptcy." Ning Ze pondered for a moment, beginning to formulate a plan. The global outbreak of the RR virus had led humanity to evolve, even creating laser cannons. The knowledge required for the college entrance exam had reached terrifying heights. His acceptance into Jiangnan University, a prestigious institution, testified to his extensive knowledge. Coupled with his family's business background, he was no stranger to the intricacies of the trade. After gathering his thoughts, Ning Ze spoke softly. "This sounds rather troublesome, but ultimately it appears to be a matter of compensation for a significant business deal. When one individual falters, it doesn't necessarily mean the entire company will collapse. If they were able to secure this order, the compensation should be within the norm, perhaps even slightly below the standard payout ratio, as companies are only willing to take on low-risk ventures. Hence, the crux of the issue lies with that batch of goods. Your merchandise is undoubtedly difficult to trace, yet these counterfeit products are clearly in your possession. Your company handles the preliminary processing of combat suit materials. Selling counterfeit goods in this line of work is tantamount to a slow death. If we can ascertain the origin of this batch of goods, we could launch a vigorous lawsuit against them, and the compensation awarded should far exceed the original cost of the materials, allowing you to restore your reputation. Consequently, the only burden you would bear would be the compensation owed to Chihong Group, which should not be overly burdensome." Shu Yi cautiously glanced at him, nodding in agreement. "That's indeed correct, but this batch of counterfeit goods is still under review, and the verification process will take a significant amount of time. The company cannot endure for that long before facing bankruptcy. Our materials are also procured from suppliers, if Chihong Group colludes with them to provide us with another batch. We may only recover a fraction of the funds and gain no substantial compensation. Should the company collapse, rebuilding the factory and reclaiming market channels will be arduous. Xu Yi refrained from elaborating further, for many losses cannot simply be repurchased with money, and in conjunction with the compensation, even if they were to obtain another batch of materials, the Xu family would still suffer severe repercussions. Ning Ze nodded to indicate his understanding, then smiled gently. Since the review is slow, we must find a way to expedite it. I will inquire into the matter. As long as the company's situation remains stable, accepting a financial loss is manageable. He then inquired, now, tell me about Chihong Group, or perhaps that scoundrel Zhai Yank and his intentions. Xu Yi remained silent, pouting in a manner that spoke volumes, burying her head against his neck. Her demeanor was unmistakable, not seeking anything material, but rather yearning for his presence. Ning Ze reached out to caress her flowing hair, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Though his current strength was considerable, he could not act recklessly in the base city. Once he ascended the ranks within the extreme martial arts school or became a top-tier powerhouse in a significant role, he would ensure that the Chihong Group paid dearly for their transgressions. Come, let us venture forth to sell the monster materials. I just returned this morning, and I thought to seek you out to show you my spoils. Certainly, you have often boasted of the myriad monsters you have slain. Yet I have yet to witness any evidence, replied Xu Yi. Her curiosity piqued, her spirits noticeably lifted. Ning Ze shrugged nonchalantly. There is little to see. It's all rather filthy. Perhaps you should tidy up a bit? Xu Yi hesitated for a moment before responding. Would you mind waiting for just a moment? Ning Ze's lips twitched slightly, conceding with a nod. Xu Yi directed Ning Ze to the living room, and then merrily ascended the stairs. What followed was a wait of over half an hour. It was only past 10 o'clock when Ning Ze finally escorted Xu Yi to the supply station. There, they found Zhang Chun standing beside a heavy-duty truck, draped in a cloak, waiting for them. Uncle Zhang, why are you alone? Ning Ze inquired as he approached. Zhang Chun turned to Xu Yi. Hello, Xu Yi, she greeted him sweetly. Zhang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings. Unfortunately, they have taken the materials to the Underground Alliance in the Jiangnan main district. They claim that the administrators there possess higher ranks and greater authority, allowing for better prices on materials. Ning Ze's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The allure of showing off in front of a larger crowd, perhaps? Thank you for your help, Uncle Zhang. I am heading to the Extreme Society to sell the materials now. Will you accompany us? I think not. The prices there are rather unremarkable. I haven't been home in days, so I shall return to rest, Zhang Chun replied, shaking his head. Very well. We shall take our leave, Ning Ze stated. Xu Yi politely added, Goodbye, Uncle Zhang. As they returned to the same vehicle, Ning Ze waved to the truck driver, instructing, Keep up. Absolutely. Rest assured, this truck is robust. The materials will be secure, the plump driver replied, giving a thumbs up, radiating confidence. Ning Ze smiled slightly as he entered the taxi, addressing the driver. Let us be on our way, but there is no need to rush. The driver, well-versed in his craft, was indeed concerned about the load. When they returned, they had 24 warrior backpacks, weighing at least 10,000 kilograms, 10 tons. Even after subtracting the materials from the intermediate and advanced beast generals, there remained 70, weighing around 7 to 8 tons. In the event of a sudden stop, the materials could shift, and the sharp fangs of the junior battle generals could easily tear through the cargo hold. How many monsters did you slay that necessitates a truck for transport? Xu Yi inquired, her curiosity evident as she clung to Ning Ze's arm. How many indeed? I'm not entirely certain, Ning Ze mused, recalling the scene from their return. He replied with uncertainty. In any case, it was quite a large number, perhaps over 1,000 monster materials. The driver's pupils dilated sharply. He often transported numerous warriors. Even slaying 100 monsters was a feat. But here 1,000? Were they all of the H grade? Intrigued, he discreetly glanced into the rearview mirror, only to meet the gaze of a pair of eyes fixated on him. They sparkled with an intensity that suggested they were being scrutinized by a beast. The taxi driver felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily shivering as he quickly averted his gaze. Is it truly so easy to slay that many monsters in the wilderness? Xu Yi asked, tilting her head, her expression adorably perplexed. Ning Ze smiled gently, replying, It is rather perilous for others, but for me, it is quite different. Xu Yi beamed brightly, teasingly retorting, Ah, you are a genius. Killing monsters must feel as effortless as slicing through vegetables, correct? Her expression hinted at skepticism. Ning Ze shrugged, a playful smile gracing his lips. You are quite right. That description is rather apartment. Such boasts. Xu Yi rolled her eyes, leaning against him. My grandfather has warned me that the wilderness is fraught with danger. You must exercise caution and never let your guard down. Ning Ze nodded slightly, turning his gaze forward as she continued her admonitions, allowing her to speak her mind for a while longer. After a quarter of an hour, the car came to a halt at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Ning Ze led Xu Yi to the monster materials acquisition area at the rear of the first floor. There was no need to worry about the materials outside, as nearly all areas were under surveillance. Losing something at the entrance of the Extreme Hall would indeed be a laughingstock. Upon entering the hall, a young staff member clad in a black suit approached them with a standard smile, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion as he asked, "Sir, are you here to sell materials?" Ning Ze returned the polite smile and nodded. "Indeed, I have materials outside that require your assistance in transporting." The young staff member scrutinized him from head to toe, his confusion deepening. However, adhering to the service standards of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he maintained a smile and replied, "Sir, let us first step outside to inspect them." He assumed that at such a young age, Ning Ze's materials would likely be of ordinary quality. Verifying their authenticity would suffice for arranging transportation. "Very well. The vehicle is parked outside," Ning Ze replied casually. Surveying the hall, he had visited before, but typically through the front entrance. He had not anticipated the back to be so spacious, bright, and tidy. "After you, sir." The young staff member gestured, and Ning Ze nodded slightly as he stepped outside. Arriving at the truck, Ning Ze addressed the driver. "Driver, please open the cargo hold. This gentleman needs to assess the prices of the monster materials." "Sure thing," the jovial driver exclaimed, eagerly heading to open the cargo hold. This load could provide him with tales to boast about for a decade. Chapter 31, Strength Certification. With a clang, the upper panel of the truck was removed, revealing several protruding fangs. As the cargo hold fully opened, a sight of monstrous materials, complete with fearsome bones and neatly stacked pelts reflecting various hues under the sun, greeted them, the blood-stained fur emanating a powerful, pungent odor. The young staff member's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Are those long fangs truly from the Luo Fo blue demon? There are so many. My heavens! This pelt is reflecting a ghostly light. Its texture is so refined it appears to have a layer of oil. This must be from a twin-tailed cat monster of battle general level." At this point, the young staff member hurriedly turned around, bowing respectfully as he said, "Sir, please hold for a moment. With such an abundance of materials, many of which are at the battle general level, it would take me a day to verify them all. I must summon an administrator to handle this." "Very well, lead the way," Ning Ze replied. Back in the hall, the young staff member said, "Please wait here, sir, while I consult with the administrator." Of course. As they settled onto a sofa in the waiting area, Xu Yi looked puzzled. "Are there truly materials from beast generals? Did you slay those as well? I thought your physical capabilities had only just reached battle general standards." "Absolutely," Ning Ze declared, playfully pinching her little nose. "I am indeed quite formidable. The success of my top-tier cultivation technique leads to a tremendous surge in strength. Wind absolute slash. To what level have you cultivated it?" "I purchased up to the 4th level, so I have cultivated it to that point." "4th level, you say?" "Indeed." Xu Yi pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "You deceived me again. Grandpa said that the 1st level is exceedingly difficult. How could one possibly cultivate to the 4th level in such a short time?" Grandpa is indeed correct," Ning Ze replied leisurely, feeling a bit indignant at his nonchalance. Xu Yi found herself in a state of confusion, unsure whom to believe. Neither seemed to be misleading her. Yet their statements were strikingly contradictory. Before long, a balding middle-aged man approached. He was the steward of the establishment. After exchanging pleasantries and a brief introduction, the balding steward, accompanied by a group of staff members, began to tally the materials. After 2 hours of diligent work, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached the lounge area. Beaming as he said, "Mr. Ning, the valuation of your materials has been completed." "Oh, how much are they worth?" Ning Ze inquired, his curiosity piqued. For this was his first venture into selling materials, and he was eager to reap substantial profits. The balding steward glanced at his tablet and responded, "The materials you provided originated from a total of 895 monsters. Among them, there are 42 at the primary beast general level. The most valuable of these is the Luo Fo blue demon, which is priced at 75 million huaxia coins in the dojo." Xu Yi's mouth fell open in astonishment, her expression adorably shocked. 75 million huaxia coins is nearly a billion. She had little understanding of the dangers posed by the Luo Fo blue demon. After all, every monster listed in textbooks was inherently perilous, often accompanied by a few extra lines detailing their characteristics. Social creatures by nature, prone to wandering and possessing a cruel temperament. However, the true extent of their danger was beyond her comprehension. as she had never ventured into the wilderness. Ning Ze pondered briefly. This price seemed reasonable, aligning with his internal estimate of 70 million Huaxia coins. After all, the Longfang Blue Demon, as the leader of its kind, commanded a formidable legion of at least 1,000 subordinates, showcasing exceptional team combat capabilities, making its rarity comparable to that of higher-tier beast generals. The price offered by the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo was slightly lower, representing 2/3 of the Underground Alliance's valuation, while the remaining third would be converted into dojo contribution points. Seeing Ning Ze's acquiescence, the balding steward continued. Among the remaining 41 primary battle general-level monsters, the twin-tailed cat monster is valued at 9 million Huaxia coins. The golden feather long-haired hound at 12 million and the shadow cat monster at 8 million Huaxia coins. In total, these amount to 17 billion, bringing the total valuation of all battle general-level monsters to 92 billion when including the Longfang Blue Demon. Upon finishing, he cast a concerned glance at Ning Ze. Typically, martial artist teams set out from the main urban area, selling materials to the ultimate dojo in the central district, with only a few teams departing from the Yangzhou district. 92 billion Huaxia coins equated to materials from over 50 primary beast generals. Monsters of such caliber were not easily hunted. Generally, a battle general level team would require half a year to successfully hunt them. This was a significant achievement. However, the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo was notorious for its low pricing, and he worried that Ning Ze might be dissatisfied with the offer. Ning Ze contemplated for a moment before affirming, "Proceed." The balding steward's eyes sparkled with delight, since the pricing for the beast general level monsters had been accepted. The subsequent discussions would be considerably simpler. The remaining materials consisted mainly of F-level monsters and a few high-value G-level monsters, with the Longfang Blue Demon being the most predominant. The balding steward was internally astounded, as it was evident that this indicated the eradication of an entire colony, totaling 586 Longfang Blue Demons, 375 of which were F-level and 211 G-level. F-level monsters were priced at 50,000 coins, while G-level monsters were valued at 20,000 coins. However, the materials you gathered were incomplete, only including critical components such as fangs and claws, which resulted in a slight reduction in price, offering a total of 832 million. As for the remaining 267 F-level monsters, their worth was significantly lower than that of the Longfang Blue Demon. As you likely know, HG and F-level monsters can easily be eliminated with firearms, with each fetching a maximum of 10,000 coins. The total value for these was merely 950,000. Thus, the grand total culminated at 519.82 million Huaxia coins. The contribution points amounted to 259,910, surpassing 100,000 contribution points allows for a 2-star upgrade. How'd that sound? Accumulating 10,000 points grants a 1-star rating, while reaching 100,000 points elevates 1 to 2 stars. 1,000,000 points achieves a 3-star rating, and 10 million points results in a 4-star rating. The price at the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo is only 2/3 of the market rate, meaning that 6 billion Huaxia coins converted into 259,910 contribution points equates to 1,000 Huaxia coins per point. Conversely, donating yields only 1 contribution point for every 10,000 Huaxia coins. Selling monsters earns you contributions 10-fold cheaper. Without hesitation, Ning Ze agreed, stating, "All right, but you must assist me in conducting a power certification assessment. Let that Longfang Blue Demon serve as my achievement." The balding steward's expression contorted, and he awkwardly replied, "Mr. Ning, while certification is indeed possible, it requires your strength to meet the standard, which is not based solely on the goods you sold. We must assess your physical prowess." He cautiously glanced at Ning Ze's profile, noting his age of merely 19. Surely, he could not be a battle general at such a young age. Those who became martial artists at this age were typically prodigies. "Not a problem. Please proceed with the application." Ning Ze replied decisively. "What?" The balding steward was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Ning, this is not a jest. A battle general will personally conduct the test. There can be no deception with the dojo. I am a battle general. Please go ahead and apply." "Thank you," Ning Ze reiterated politely, urging, if possible, "Please expedite the process." "All right." The balding steward swallowed hard, stating, "I have sent the transfer request. Please keep an eye on your banking information." With that, he hurriedly jogged away. Ning Ze turned back with a smile. She, with her little face raised and eyes wide open, looked adorably inquisitive. Ding! The communicator chimed twice. Ning Ze glanced down. Your contribution points have increased to 273,085, surpassing 100,000. You have achieved a 2-star rating. Your account ending in 8720 was credited with 519. 82 million Huaxia coins on September 1st at 11:30, with a remaining balance of 522,803,000 Huaxia Bank. Ning Ze smiled slightly. The transfer speed was impressive. He raised his hand and teased. What are you daydreaming about, little money grubber? Stars seemed to twinkle in Shuyi's eyes as she exclaimed excitedly, You're amazing. Is all of this yours? After distribution, how much will you have left? I heard Grandpa say that even without effort, one can receive half the share, like a team dividend. How much will you receive? Ding. The communicator chimed again, and Ning Ze opened the message. Your account, ending in 8720, was credited with 165 billion Huaxia coins on September 1st at 11:31, with a remaining balance of 172,803,000 Huaxia Bank. Shuyi's excitement gradually waned as she gazed at the lengthy string of numbers, her expression slackening in disbelief. She turned to Ning Ze, bewildered, and asked, Who made the transfer? What does this mean? Ning Ze smirked playfully. Did you not just say so? What did I say? Shuyi's eyes were filled with confusion, with a hint of amusement. Ning Ze confidently stated, Of course, it's the dividend. No, that's not a dividend. Shuyi's expression was one of perplexity as she struggled to comprehend. Aren't you distributing it to your teammates? Why would someone transfer money to you? Ning Ze, with an earnest demeanor, stated, I have distributed bonuses to my teammates. Upon hearing this, Shuyi questioned, Then why did they transfer money to you? Her gaze lingered on the lengthy string of numbers on the communicator, her throat constricting at the sight of 16 billion. Ning Ze, with a faint smile, took delight in her astonishment and calmly replied, That is undoubtedly because there are more monsters over there. What I have here is merely a portion of a lower tier. Shuyi, with a furrowed brow and biting her lip in confusion, pondered the implications. If this side consisted of lower-tier creatures, then the other side must indeed harbor stronger beasts. It was true. More formidable monsters commanded a higher price. The Fire Squad was indeed a team of warriors capable of hunting high-tier beast generals. But how many monsters would they need to yield such a sum for Ning Ze? She was well aware of the market value of monsters. High-tier beast generals were priced between 50 million and 500 million, with most falling below 100 million. To have distributed 16 billion meant that, even with an equal division of labor among the 6 members of the Fire Squad, they would need to have slain over 16 beasts each, totaling over 100 monsters. Ning Ze reveled in her perplexed expression. This girl had always doubted his abilities, perpetually viewing him as weak, which he found rather amusing. It was reminiscent of how his father had been in the past. Yet after witnessing his prowess, Ning Hua had come to believe in him. Even his mother had faith in him, while this girl continued to think he was boasting. Ding ding. Stop staring at it for now. The figures can't be wrong. The bank wouldn't cheat me out of 20 billion. Let me take this call. Ning Ze noticed a call from Zhou Xingyuan and gently nudged Shuyi's head off his hand before answering. Hey, has the money arrived? Zhou Xingyuan's voice boomed from the other end, brimming with vigor. Ning Ze nodded in response. I've received 65 billion. Uncle Zhou, I've sold a total of 9 billion, which should translate to 6 billion in contribution points. This sums up to a total value of 8 billion, meaning everyone should have incurred a loss of 100 million. Have you deducted it? Loss. Nonsense. Zhou Xingyuan retorted, his eyes widening in outrage. I've transferred a total of 5 billion to you. Do you have any idea how much we sold in total? The Longfang Qinggui fetched 300 million, 15 high-tier beast generals brought in 25 billion, and 27 mid-tier beast generals sold for 8 billion. You accounted for 70 of the high-tier beasts, 65 of the mid-tier, and 80 of the Longfang Qinggui. That's a total of 5 billion. I gave you 5 billion, and we still made a profit of 5 billion. Damn it. I profited 200 million this time, while old Yang, the big spender, netted a cool 100 million. In over a decade, they've only accumulated 600 million. This all equals our gains from 2 years. We're not short on cash. You should have seen the scene when we went to sell the materials. It left those folks dumbfounded, ha ha ha. As Zhou Xingyuan animatedly recounted the scene, Ning Ze struggled to suppress a smile. Shuyi too leaned in closer, resting her head on his shoulder, stifling a giggle at Zhou Xingyuan's antics. After a while, Zhou Xingyuan noticed the figures on the screen. You two young ones are together, huh? I wouldn't want to interrupt you. We're off to old Su's place for drinks. Your aunt cooks exceptionally well. You visited a few times as a child. All right, Uncle Zhou, I won't be joining this time. I plan to take Xiao Guai home. I have some matters to discuss with my father, Ning Ze replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Going home? Good lad, almost forgot. You two should stroll around a bit first while I call Ning. Loud and Ning Ze's face lit up with delight. It seemed he was preparing to boast to his father. We'll have to wait. I still need to undergo a strength assessment. The personnel just left, and they should be arriving shortly. Okay, let us wrap this up. The call ended. Ning Ze lowered his arm, and in a fleeting moment, he noticed Shui. Deep in thought, her little head bowed. What are you pondering? He inquired. Shui shook her head, and before he could ask further, a voice echoed from a distance. Mr. Ning, the evaluators are approaching. Shall we commence the strength assessment? Ning Ze lifted his head and responded, sure. Turn to Shui, he said, come. Let's head for the strength assessment. Following the bald steward, they entered a training hall devoid of practitioners, save for a few testing machines presumably designated for strength evaluations. A tall, middle-aged man dressed in formal attire stood beside a punching force tester. Upon their entrance, he furrowed his brow and questioned, are you the one seeking a strength assessment? Will you be using the Longfang Qinggui as your achievement? His skeptical gaze was unmistakable. Ning Ze recognized the man and replied, yes, Uncle Zhuang, I am here for the strength assessment. The middle-aged man appeared taken aback, surprised that Ning Ze knew him. You are? My father is nicknamed the Golden Blade. I met you at the martial arts school 2 years ago. Upon hearing this, the man's expression brightened, and he chuckled. Ah, so it's you. Ning Ze, right? It's rumored that you possess exceptional talent. I never imagined you would reach warrior status so swiftly. Shall we see? Ning Ze gently patted Shui's hand, signaling her to release it, and approached the punching force tester. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift punch. Boom! The target shook violently, and the machine's screen displayed 150 kilograms. Uncle Zhuang smirked. Kid, are you trying to fool me? That level of strength wouldn't be enough to take down a Longfang Qinggui. Ning Ze smiled and, with a swift motion, unleashed another powerful punch against the target. Boom! The screen now displayed 107 kilograms. Uncle Zhuang's pupils dilated in astonishment, exclaiming, good lad. That force exceeds twofold. You're not far from mid-tier warrior status. You've mastered the second level of the wind-severing slash. Ning Ze smiled slightly and replied, I gained some insights during my recent expedition in the wilderness. I was fortunate enough to comprehend the second level. Impressive. Impressive. Old Ning has struck it rich. Come on, let's continue the tests. The final assessment results revealed a speed of 185 ms, meeting the mid-tier warrior standard. The neural reaction speed was rated as mid-tier warrior perfect, with high-tier warrior rated as excellent. Chapter 32. He is too poor. Having completed the strength assessment, Ning Ze prepared to take Shui home. After exiting the martial arts school, Shui appeared somewhat distracted. As they walked toward the utility pole, she seemed oblivious to her surroundings. Ning Ze halted, and Shui followed suit, still lost in thought. Leaning down to catch her gaze, he gently lifted her chin and inquired softly, what are you thinking about? Shui snapped back to reality, her voice tender as she expressed, you've reached the initial warrior level, and even after exerting yourself, you can nearly match mid-tier warrior strength. Soon you'll be training at the Global Martial Arts headquarters. You'll likely return only once a year, right? Ning Ze fell silent for a few seconds before responding, yes. He is merely at the outset of his journey. Having recently embarked on the path of a warrior, he has encountered the extreme house and its profound secrets, leaving the base city to brave the wilderness. Yet, he remains a stranger to this earth. The road of the warrior has only just begun, and the unknown lies ahead. It is said that the elite training camp harbors numerous treasures that can expedite cultivation. Alongside the guidance of the most distinguished instructors and a cadre of the planet's most gifted individuals as rivals. Upon entering the elite training camp, it is conceivable that the world might appear transformed, just as one becomes a warrior. Until he reaches the pinnacle, he has no reason to relent. Shui bit her lip, lifted her head with a radiant smile, and asked, shall we get married? Are you joking? Ning Ze replied, somewhat taken aback. Don't you think it's a bit premature? Shui shook her head vigorously, affirming, I have made up my mind. I want to marry you right away. The pressure Ning Ze exerted upon her was immense. The knowledge of warriors imparted by her grandfather differed entirely from what she had learned. This is true genius. Of course, Shihong had a point. Ning Ze's strength was nearing that of an intermediate battle general, and he was about to train at the Global Warrior headquarters. At that time, countless exceptional young women would gravitate towards him, and Shui could hardly bear the thought. What if some femme fatale ensnared him? Crying into her pillow would be of no solace. Her boyfriend was extraordinarily talented, and she felt a profound sense of insecurity. Ha ha! Ning She laughed heartily. It was the first time he had witnessed such eagerness for marriage. What are you laughing at? Shi retorted, her expression tinged with annoyance. Don't you want to marry me? Not all. I merely recalled something from the past. Ning Ze explained gently. You needn't worry about family matters. I will resolve them for you. If worst comes to worst, I have money, don't I? The implication was clear. Marriage would not be rushed, especially not under such pressured circumstances. He believed that the most perfect love unfolds naturally, like water flowing effortlessly together. Shi was infuriated. She huffed and stormed ahead, realizing after a couple of steps that she was heading in the direction of Ning Ze's home. She turned around, intending to exit the community. Ningxia, amused by her predicament, watched her return, and when she glared at him in anger, her frustrated demeanor was quite endearing. He did not stop her. Instead, he turned, crossing his arms and observing her. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. She halted, spun around, and with a pouting expression, exclaimed, You're not even chasing after me, yet you laugh. I'm really leaving. Her voice cracked slightly at the end. Ning Ze approached with a grin, enveloping her in his embrace, and soothingly remarked, I never said I wouldn't marry you. Are you truly about to cry? Even if we were to marry, I need to discuss it with my family. The older generation likes to choose auspicious dates. We can't just elope, can we? Cool, me. Let us go to my house for dinner, and afterward, you can talk to my mother about marriage. I'll discuss how to resolve your family's issues with my dad. Upon hearing this, Shi's tearful demeanor abruptly ceased. Feeling a bit guilty, she buried her face in his chest and murmured, Huh, I have to talk to Andy? Yes, you two will chat. You both urge for marriage. And I feel you'll hit it off, Ning Ze teased. Are you really sending me to her? Shi was both embarrassed and furious. Ning Ze found her reaction delightful. Laughing heartily, I'll bring you back. You and T need to say a word. My mother will surely ask you. What are you afraid of? With the tone you took with me earlier, I doubt it will take a week. You're mocking me, Shi exclaimed, playfully twisting his arm in frustration. Ningxia nimbly dodged, grinning as he said, Little darling, you've become quite bold, daring to lay hands on me. You are the one who forced me. Stop right there. The two engaged in playful banter all the way home. Upon hearing their voices, Li Wan emerged from the kitchen, her face beaming with a smile. Upon seeing Ning Ze, she visibly relaxed and warmly called out, Little darling, you're here? Annie, Shi shyly responded. Just in time. I prepared a feast. So, attend to little darling while I finish cooking. Li Wan efficiently delegated tasks. Auntie, you carry on, Shi replied obediently. Li Wan's eyes sparkled as she surveyed Shi before returning to the kitchen. Ning Qianqian also poked her head out from the kitchen, eagerly inquiring, Brother, did you really earn 2 billion Huaxia coins? Ning Ze raised an eyebrow, retorting, Do you want to take my 170 million? 21 billion, 7 million. Dad said it was 20 billion. Ning Qianqian clarified, her eyes filled with admiration, though disbelief lingered. She had always thought her talent merely paled in comparison to Ning Ze's, but now it was evident that the disparity was vast. He was simply extraordinary. How fortunate to have such a brother. Ahem, I only heard about it, Ning Hua said as he descended the stairs, observing Ning Ze's cultured demeanor, which made him feel apprehensive. Had it not been for his rationality, he might have fallen for this kid's ruse. On his very first day out, this lad had slain an intermediate beast general. Thankfully, he and T engaged in combat at home. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Especially with former comrades complaining that life in the wilderness had become unbearable, as Ning Ze fought tirelessly while they could only keep up. Each foray into the wilderness felt like months of struggle. Though he had never witnessed it firsthand, Ning Hua could imagine Ning Ze's relentless and cold demeanor, one he knew all too well from their previous sparring sessions. Back then, Ning Ze had merely possessed the strength of a trainee. Now, he had evolved into a battle general. Had he fought this kid back then, he would have been utterly exhausted. Just picturing it made his scalp tingle. Andy, Shui called out sweetly once more. You've also come. Ning Ze's mother often talks about you. Shui beamed, feeling pleased that they were satisfied with her. The prospect of marriage made her blush again. All right, Qianqian, take the dishes out. It's time to eat. Li Wan shouted from the kitchen. Auntie, I'll help you. Shui obediently headed towards the kitchen. Li Wan wore a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower as she waved her hand, saying, No need, just wait. With an additional person at the table, mealtime became notably lively. Ning Qianqian continually engaged Shui in conversation, while Li Wan asked a myriad of questions. After dinner, Ning Hua summoned Ning Ze to the audio-visual room on the second floor. Have you mastered the 3rd level of Wind Absolute Slash? I've also mastered the 4th level. But the 5th level is quite challenging, Ning Ze replied calmly. The 4th level? Does that mean? Ning Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, I can now generate 4 additional forces, allowing for 5-fold power. Ning Ze maintained his composed demeanor. Wow, Ning Ze, finally grasping why his son could vanquish advanced beast generals, because 8,000 kg of strength, when multiplied fivefold, amounted to 40,000 kg, far exceeding the lower limit of advanced battle generals at 32,000 kg. Coupled with his finely tuned body technique and mental prowess, slaying advanced beast generals was no longer an insurmountable feat. Ning Ze furrowed his brow slightly, lacking the optimism of his father. His skills had encountered a significant obstacle. Initially, during his specialization phase, he only required a proficiency of 10,000, with a doubling of his power output upon completing 1/3 of that. However, upon reaching the perfection stage, his proficiency skyrocketed tenfold to 100,000. According to previous patterns, he needed to elevate his proficiency to 333 to potentially achieve another doubling of power. This doubling represented a proficiency level that was previously 3 times higher. Even if he were to engage in combat in the wilds, it would take at least 3 months. To cultivate to the realm of intent, it would extend to 9 months. If he adhered to the established trend, the proficiency required for this level of intent would escalate to 1,000,000. That would necessitate 8 years. This is assuming he consistently fought to enhance his proficiency. If he were to train at home, the time required would at least double, stretching to 16 years. One must have a long-term perspective. He could not simply bask in the rapid pace of his previous improvements. In reality, as his strength grew, the pressure in combat would diminish, further slowing his rate of advancement. It was time for him to make a change. Dad, could you inquire again with Director Dong? Let us finalize the special training arrangements. I feel my progress is beginning to stagnate. I need some assistance as well as a bit of pressure. I'll probe the situation and ask tentatively. Observing Ning Ze's troubled expression, Ning Hua elucidated, it's not that you lack excellence. Rather, the director mentioned that the enrollment period has already passed today. If it's for special recruitment, the difficulty would increase significantly. Should you fail the assessment, your only option would be to enter the basic training camp. Upon your arrival, you would need to familiarize yourself with the rules, and if the timing is unfortunate, it could result in wasting a year's time, which would be counterproductive. It may be wiser to wait. After all, the talent outside the elite training camp competes on a level playing field, and you certainly qualify as exceptional. However, once you enter the basic training camp, the circumstances become uncertain. We have no knowledge of what awaits there. Ning Ze tightened his brow, pondering for a moment before asking, Dad, do you truly believe the talents there are that formidable? Ning Hua was momentarily taken aback and inquired, What do you mean? Ning Ze contemplated before stating, The Feng Zhujian is a top-tier secret technique, achieving a maximum power output of 56 times. The Jiuzhong Lei Dao is the most powerful secret technique, with a power output reaching 7 times. Even if I disguise my abilities and utilize my original techniques, combined with my own 5-fold strength, I can reach a power output of 35. That equates to the 4th level of a top-tier technique. Such a level of proficiency, having trained beyond half, would still leave me 21 times short of 56. Surely that cannot be considered inadequate, can it? Ning Hua, uncertain, replied, That may not be lacking. But the elite training camp remains an enigma. I heard from Director Dong that only one individual from Jiangnan, one of the 6 major base cities in China, is permitted to enter the elite training camp every 5 years. With a population of 200 million, that is only one every 5 years. His lack of confidence in Ning Ze was not due to any deficiency in his abilities, but rather a desire to prevent his child from taking unnecessary detours while concealing his true combat prowess. Ning Ze fell into a brief silence before continuing, Dad, in that case, when you probe the situation, just say that I have cultivated the Feng Zhujian to the 2nd level. If the competition there is too fierce, I could train for another 2 to 3 months. Honestly, I had not intended to go so soon. Delaying by 2 or 3 months is of little consequence. I need to earn some money first. Otherwise, I would only have access to the first 4 levels of techniques in the elite training camp. It's fortunate that the Extreme Martial Arts Institute does not charge fees. They wouldn't just hand out money, would they? The 7th level of Feng Zhujian requires 30 billion. Even at half price, that is still 15 billion. The 6th level costs 20 billion, half at 10 billion. The 5th level is 12 billion, with half at 6 billion. Reaching this level is already considered the lower tier of techniques, and those capable of training in them are powerful individuals. This senior Wu Daozi is also in need of funds. Selling at such a low price is already quite generous. I must at least earn some money to purchase the techniques before I go. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to train once I arrive, and my secret of exponentially increasing power would be exposed. That is simply unacceptable. I have faith in the Extreme Martial Arts Institute and in heroes. But I cannot guarantee that all powerful individuals can maintain their composure in the face of such temptation. Hence, I require a bit of cover. After all, this is a world that respects strength. Martial artists possess privileges, forming a privileged class. But what of even more advanced martial artists? What about war gods? Do they not hold certain privileges among martial artists, akin to people like Flying Eagle or Poison Wolf? With this thought, Ning Ze had already come to a conclusion in his heart. Interest can corrupt, and malice exists everywhere. He needed to gather more information. By the way, could you ask if Director Dong could assist me with something? All right, I will inquire in detail about the rules for entering the elite training camp. After a few seconds of silence, Ning Hua replied, our family can only afford to purchase the 4th level. The 5th level is beyond our means. He then asked in surprise, what do you need to discuss with the director? Is it related to Xiao Guai? What trouble could her family possibly be in? It was yet again the Chihong Group. They had bribed Xiao Guai's uncle to pull a fast one, substituting inferior goods and thereby deceiving a batch of orders. Now her company faced compensation and debt with a ruptured financial chain. Ning Ze hesitated momentarily before continuing. Previously, our family discovered some connections between the Chihong Group and the Underground Alliance's Wang family. It seems they are leveraging this connection to find influence in the inspection department. Now the review process for the subpar goods has been stalled, and they deceived the Xu family into believing the review would take a long time. Under this dual pressure, the Xu family is on the brink of bankruptcy. I reasoned that approaching an ordinary person would likely be futile, but as one of the 4 giants of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, Director Dong could handle this matter with remarkable ease. It might just be a matter of a single word. Ning Hua's expression darkened, his anger boiling over as he exclaimed, for years ago, the Chihong Group leveraged the Underground Alliance to suppress our business. At that time, our family nearly faced bankruptcy. That was a decade of hard work turned to dust. And now they dare to come back? Ning Ze was equally frigid. The nefarious deeds of the Chihong Group over the years were far from limited to these 2 instances. Not to mention that scoundrel Zhai Yank, who bullied countless girls at school. While some may have consented, many were coerced, and their stories were ruthlessly suppressed. His malicious actions were far more numerous. He held this grudge close to his heart, vowing to repay it when the opportunity arose. Ning Hua suppressed his fury and reassured him, rest assured, after dinner, I will go to the main district to inquire. If the director does not agree, our family has some connections. I will find others to seek justice. We will not allow our family to face bankruptcy. Ning Ze nodded slightly, then opened the Extreme Home application, the familiar information greeting him once more. Nama, Ningxia. Gender, male. Address, Jiangnan Bay City, Huaxia. Martial Artist Certificate Number, 426-123-205-603-016528. Rank, Battle General Level Beginner. Contribution points, 273, 085 points, 2-star citizen. Currency balance, 41,305. 781 Huaxia coins. Ning Ze searched for equipment, looking for the Chihong Longsword. Chihong Longsword, Series 5, Model A1. Price 100,000 Huaxia coins, full price. 50,000 Huaxia coins, half price, requirement. 1 contribution point. Chihong Longsword, Series 5, Model A2. Price 500,000 Huaxia coins, full price, 250,000 Huaxia coins, half price, requirement. 1 contribution point. The Chihong Longjian Series 5, Model A7, is priced at 60 million Huaxia coins, full price, and 30 million Huaxia coins, half price, with a requirement of 2 contribution points. The Chihong Longjian Series 5, Model A8, is priced at 600 million Huaxia coins, full price, and 300 million Huaxia coins, half price, with a requirement of 2 contribution points. The Chihong Longjian Series 5, Model A9, is priced at 3 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 1.5 billion Huaxia coins, half price, with a requirement of 3 contribution points. Upon merely glancing, Ning Ze furrowed his brow, for he found himself in dire financial straits, having earned so much he could only afford a sword. Chapter 33. Supervisor of the East. Ning Hua frowned slightly and inquired, is your sword damaged? Yes, Ning Ze replied. It sustained damage during a confrontation with a high-level beast general. He was somewhat troubled. Weapons were exorbitantly priced. The A9 model, corresponding to monsters classified as S-level, required a staggering 1.5 billion, even a half price, a sum befitting battles against advanced lords. Considering his rapid ascension in strength, He would soon attain the prowess of a war god, inevitably confronting both intermediate and advanced lords. The A8 model corresponded to intermediate lords, yet would incur slight damage during combat. Thus, he felt compelled to invest in the more resilient A9 model, lest it prove ineffectual after a brief period of use. As for combat attire, he did not consider it vital. His quintupled strength barely equated to that of the monsters, and should he sustain a hit, he would likely find himself gravely injured or worse. The attire merely served to mitigate injuries from the minions of beasts. He could afford a less expensive option to prevent being overwhelmed. What model of weapon do you wish to purchase? A 9. Could you assist me in contacting Chief Instructor Wu Tong? The weapon can be procured by someone else, but my contribution level is only 2 stars, so I cannot avail myself of the half-price discount. The A9 model, are you certain? Ning Hua's gaze was laden with scrutiny. The A9, S level. Chihong Longjian was meant for high-level war gods. Ning Ze nodded affirmatively, stating, I certainly require the A9 model of the Chihong Longjian. Hearing this, Ning Hua fell into silence. He lacked even 5 billion Huaxia coins in total within his household, and his capacity to assist Ning Ze was now nearly non-existent. Very well, you decide. I will contact Wu Tong. You can transfer the funds to him later. Having resolved this matter, both descended the stairs, whereupon they were greeted by the joyous laughter of 3 women. What are you discussing? What brings such merriment? Ning Hua called out heartily. Li Wan turned, resting a hand on Shu Yi's shoulder as she stood with a beaming smile, and said, How about we arrange for our son to marry Xiao Guai in the next couple of months? Ning Hua, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement with a smile. An early marriage would indeed be beneficial, allowing for peace in cultivation. One could not solely permit their son to cultivate without seeking a partner. After all, cultivation did not necessitate remaining a bachelor. The trials of romance could be quite taxing, but marriage would surely bring stability. Ning Ze raised his brows in surprise at these words, glancing downwards. Shu Yi, her gaze lowered, stole glances in this direction. Her rosy cheeks appeared enchanting, her radiant smile blooming like a night blooming cereus, revealing the joy within her heart. Their eyes met, and Shu Yi's gaze brimmed with pride, tinged with a hint of shyness. Ning Ze remained oblivious to the pressure she felt. He had not anticipated that she would dare to propose such a notion. Son, what do you think? Li Wan shifted her gaze, her eyes subtly laced with pressure. Having broached the topic, if the other side were unwilling, how disheartening it would be for the girl. A waste of her efforts. When it comes to the marriage of children, parents inevitably exude a fervent enthusiasm, often accompanied by an overwhelming sense of urgency. Ning Ze gazed at Shu Yi. In that moment, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful, rendering him somewhat dazed as memories of their time together flashed through his mind like a slideshow. They had known each other for over 10 years, and to call them childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration, having officially established their relationship for 4 years. Her figure had long been etched in his heart. He had already deemed this young woman as his future wife, a companion for life. A smile of joy crept upon his lips. Marriage? It seemed quite appealing. He indeed lacked the time and energy he once had during his school days to accompany her. Nor could he afford to travel frequently to see her. Bringing her home directly would be splendid. It would also afford him the opportunity to protect her. They were, without a doubt, due to achieve a happy resolution. If Xiao Guai has no objections, I will heed your wishes. After all, my mother has put in considerable effort. She deserves a say in this matter. Upon hearing this affirmation, Shu Yi cast a gleeful glance at Ning Ze, followed by an overwhelming sense of shyness. She had indeed sought to marry him today. She buried her head in his chest, feeling overwhelmed with joy. This mischievous character had been pressured into marriage by his family without ever discussing it with her. Had he done so earlier, she would not have felt so distressed. Now, they were finally on the verge of marriage. An intense sense of happiness flooded her heart, and her eyes shimmered with glistening tears. Li Wan was overjoyed, nearly eager to grant immediate approval. However, the girl was present, and she felt the need to inquire further. Xiao Guai, Annie has agreed to your marriage. What are your thoughts? I will follow Annie's wishes, Shu Yi replied softly, barely lifting her head, her voice as faint as a whispering bee. Had Li Wan not been close, she might not have heard her. Xiao Guai's agreement is splendid. Later, let Xiao Ze accompany you home to discuss it with your parents. Ning Ze interjected, Mother, today might not be convenient. The Shu family has encountered a minor issue. I'll consult with Dad, and if it's resolved in a couple of days, I will revisit this matter. Li Wan paused, looking down at Shu Yi, who had not mentioned this. What issue? It pertains to the company, Ning Ze replied. Very well. We shall postpone for a couple of days. Li Wan's initial excitement dimmed considerably She had hoped to swiftly resolve matters and bring home a daughter-in-law. But now they must wait. I am heading to the main district to speak with Supervisor Dong, Ning Hua stated as he made his way outside. What is your father going to do? Livaning Kidat. He is inquiring about the special training and also to gather information regarding Xiao Guai's family. Ning Ze replied, a curious smile gracing his lips. Mom, I leave Xiao Guai in your capable hands. I shall return to my training. All right, off you go. Li Wan replied casually as she settled down. Shu Yi had never been a hindrance to his training. She merely exchanged a radiant smile with him, her eyes seemingly conveying, go ahead, I am well. In the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, Ninghua arrived at the Extreme Association headquarters in Jiangnan's main district. This extensive area was marked by its expansive silver-white courtyard walls and a towering deep blue skyscraper. The building's facade bore the bold letters of Extreme Martial Arts Association visible from several kilometers away. This place served as the headquarters for the Extreme Martial Arts Association in Jiangnan Bay City, where the 4 titans of the association, a president and 3 supervisors, resided. Entering through the main gate, Ning Hua navigated the grounds with ease, eventually halting before a vintage-styled villa, which was impressively large, surpassing an ordinary branch martial arts school in Yangzhou district. At the entrance stood 4 fully armed soldiers, standing tall with keen eyes. As Ning Hua approached, one soldier swiftly turned, asking, what business do you have with Supervisor Dong? Ning Hua respectfully clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am Ning Hua, a branch master of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in the Yangzhou district. Previously, I reported a talented individual, and the supervisor from the east indicated that I could come at any time to provide updates. This time, the talent has shown progress, and I wish to inquire whether he has met the required standards. Very well, please wait a moment while I inform the supervisor, replied the soldier before turning and entering. In less than a minute, he re-emerged, stating, the esteemed supervisor invites you in. Thank you for your trouble, Ning Hua responded. It is no inconvenience, the soldier replied. Upon entering through the eastern gate, one was greeted by a quaint courtyard adorned with vibrant flower beds, offering a serene ambience. Proceeding to the innermost house, the soldier announced, Lord Dongfang, Ning Hua has arrived. Come in, a clear voice responded, conjuring an image of a cheerful countenance in one's mind. Ning Hua nodded at the soldier and stepped through the door, immediately enveloped by a subtle fragrance of tea. Esteemed supervisor, he called out. Before him sat a youthful-looking man at a tea table, his demeanor composed and his attire a pale golden ensemble that exuded an air of nobility. His graceful actions as he poured tea, accompanied by the delicate steam, were truly captivating. Come in, do not linger there. Take a seat, the supervisor of the East said, placing the teapot down and naturally inviting Ning Hua to sit across from him. Ning Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet a hint of hesitation crossed his face. Esteemed supervisor, it seems inappropriate for me to sit. Dongfang shook his head with a light-hearted chuckle. You are not here merely to share tea with me. What brings you here? The unspoken implication was clear. If he was not going to sit, he might as well leave, for tea was not to be disturbed. Then I shall take a seat, Ning Hua replied, settling down opposite the supervisor. His caution was warranted, as the 4 titans of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy represented the institution as a whole. Even though he possessed merely the strength of a high-ranking warrior, his connections undoubtedly reached the war gods. However, such formidable beings would rarely involve themselves in administrative affairs, preferring to remain detached from the grind of governance. There were 5 nations, and among the top martial academies, only 2 existed. Given the vast scale of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, numerous matters required the attention of high-ranking warriors. I have received word that Ning Ze has cultivated the 2nd level of Wind Absolute / Are you here to inquire about specialized training? Indeed, esteemed sir. Your insight is remarkable. I wish to ask on behalf of my son, Ning Hua acknowledged, offering a compliment. Dongfang nodded slightly, his brow furrowing as he considered the timing. Since you are here, I shall contact the war god at headquarters. Ning Hua's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Direct contact with the war god. His eyes gleamed with joy. Yet he hesitated. Esteemed supervisor, would this be inconvenient? Haha, it should be quite convenient for him now. Dongfang replied with a gentle smile as he initiated communication. A humming sound resonated, and a beam of light projected onto the wall, gradually revealing a scene of a hot spring. Mr. Wu, Dongfang greeted politely. Beside the bath, a youthful, handsome man with a lean physique lounged lazily and inquired, Dongfang, you are not contacting me to discuss yet another talent, are you? Upon opening his eyes and noticing the 2 individuals, he paused. Sitting up, is there someone else? Ning Hua respectfully exclaimed, Lord Wu. Oh, has someone else sought your counsel? Dongfang expressed surprise. recognizing Ning Hua as the father of the talented individual and a branch master of their academy. Is that so? Mr. Wu lazily reclined again, remarking, previously. Li Mingho also inquired. It seems you all prefer to discuss serious matters at this hour. His demeanor suggested he was dismissing Ning Hua altogether. Are they not recruiting over there? Dongfang asked. Not exactly. It is just that this time poses challenges. You know, in August, we conduct life and death trials. Those young ones have just completed their assessments and are now zealously cultivating. Hence, there is no need for instruction at the moment. Here's what we can do. Contact me again in 2 months. By then, I will be quite available and will commence the search for next year's recruits. If their talent is commendable, they might even be directly assigned to the elite training camp. However, his words bore an air of insincerity, for he internally regarded the elite training camp as an elusive opportunity. Each year, only 30 to 40 individuals were admitted, of which 2/3 were selected from the foundational training camp, leaving only a handful of slots amidst 5 major nations. Martial artists relied heavily on genetic inheritance, and both martial artists and war gods favored safety. The martial artist ratio in Hongning City was the highest, and those with exceptional talent were the most numerous. Furthermore, even the military of the 5 major nations required slots, further diminishing the available openings. Only the top-tier talents stood a chance of entering the elite training camp directly. In a single major nation, it was remarkable for a martial academy to recruit even 1 talent annually. In Jiangnan City, 1 every 5 years was commendable. Dongfang fell into a brief silence before stating, Very well, I shall contact you again at that time. I will encourage that young one to continue his arduous training. My apologies for the intrusion. All right, I shall take a nap now, he concluded, ending the communication. The war god of the headquarters, a figure of higher status than Dongfang, exhibited a casual demeanor. Esteemed supervisor, I truly appreciate your assistance. Ning Hua expressed his gratitude, his heart tightening upon realizing the elite training camp was indeed a challenging prospect, compounded by the perilous nature of the talent trials. What could those trials entail to be deemed life-threatening? The inherent dangers must be substantial. He withheld the news of Ning Ze's success in achieving the 2nd level of cultivation. There was no urgency in conveying it, as Ning Ze had only recently become a martial artist, and they were currently short on funds. Dongfang shook his head, responding, It is of no concern. Recommending a talent also brings me merit. In truth, given Ning Ze's age of 19 and his physical prowess as a junior warrior, successfully cultivating the 2nd level of Wind Absolute Slash was already sufficient for entry into the elite training camp. However, resource allocation was limited in that arena, and slots were rigorously controlled. It was only during non-recruitment periods that such difficulties arose. Now, they would have to wait 2 months to see how things unfolded. Ultimately, such matters depended on the individual. Some war gods at headquarters would extend opportunities directly to young talents, while this particular war god, Wu, appeared somewhat lackadaisical, lacking confidence in Ning She. You have my concerns, esteemed supervisor, Ning Hua remarked, his expression momentarily faltering. Dongfang smiled gently. If there is something you wish to discuss, do not hesitate. Have you encountered difficulties? It pertains to my son's fiancée, Ning Hua clarified, laying the groundwork to discuss the matters concerning the Xu family. Upon hearing this, Dongfang's eyes flared with anger. The Underground Alliance indeed had its fingers in every pie, even corrupting the quality inspection department for battle gear, skillfully blurring the lines between genuine and counterfeit. After a moment of derision, his mood settled. I shall send someone to investigate this matter. If the situation proves true, we must set an example to deter others. Otherwise, today it may be the 1st of the month, and tomorrow the 5th, with such clandestine dealings. Who knows how far these individuals will go? To toy with battle gear is to tread a dangerous path. If something truly grievous were to occur, it will be too late. My deepest apologies for the inconvenience. Esteemed supervisor, Ning Hua quickly conveyed his gratitude. The Eastern supervisor nodded and remarked, Let that young lad strive diligently in his training. If he can elevate his prowess by another level, I shall be able to negotiate with headquarters, and an early entry into the elite training camp could indeed be feasible. Certainly, I shall ensure he is encouraged, came the reply. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Understood. Ning Hua secured the door to the villa and ventured out, returning home over an hour later. As dusk approached, Ning Ze finally emerged from the training chamber. Ning Hua informed him about the elite training camp. 2 months? Very well. I shall endeavor to earn more money to purchase manuals. Ning Ze felt no regret. Even at home, he could enhance his abilities. And by the time he entered the elite camp, he would be far more assured. Ning Hua wore a pensive expression. He was entirely unable to assist with the financial aspect, for as a one-legged warrior, Even defeating a novice beast commander proved arduous. Waiting 2 months is prudent. You and Xiao Guai should hasten your marriage. It would be pleasant to have company at home. If you are swift, I might even become a grandmother next year. Li Wan was quite enthusiastic about the prospect of grandchildren. Ning Ze blinked, glancing at the blushing and evasive Shu Yi, akin to a delicate and endearing little rabbit. He felt a stirring in his heart, and his thoughts took a playful turn. Ahem, perhaps we should discuss such matters after the wedding, Ning Hua interjected, timely alleviating the tension. Oh yes, yes, yes. Let's wash our hands and prepare for dinner, Li Wan hastily agreed. Chapter 34. The Arrival of the Materials Inspector. Night silently enveloped the entire base city. Above, at an altitude of 500 meters, arcs of blue and purple light flickered intermittently. A manifestation of the city's air defense system. A full moon rested heavily upon the distant rooftops of darkened buildings. Electricity was a precious resource here, and no neon lights flickered in the shadows. On a tranquil path, the T-shaped solar street lamps lazily emitted a warm orange glow, casting light upon 2 figures who stood quietly embraced beneath their glow, toes touching, lips meeting, engaged in a romantic farewell that stretched 5 minutes and beyond. Who? Shu Yi murmured, her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze, catching her breath before softly asking, "Shall I head back? Will you not come in for a moment?" Ning Ze smiled gently, looking refreshed. Uncle likely does not wish to see me at present, but his mood should improve by tomorrow. Let me know, and I shall speak with him then. The atmosphere will surely be more pleasant. Shu Yi nodded to it. Very well, return to your training. I will inform you promptly once I have the details. Good, Ning Ze responded before turning and, upon rounding a corner, suddenly accelerated into a sprint. The distance of 10 kilometers that would take 15 minutes by vehicle, he traversed in just 1 minute on foot. Upon returning home, Shu Yi found only her grandfather seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program, a stark contrast to her usual surroundings. Since her second uncle's disappearance, her brother and aunt had ceased to emerge, and her younger brother, Shu Jia, was likewise absent from the living room. Her parents were likely still preoccupied with matters concerning the company. Has Xiao Guai returned? Shu Hongjing inquired with a kind gaze. Grandfather, what are you watching? Shu Yi turned to see scenes of intense battle unfolding on the screen, accompanied by cries of chaos. The combat techniques were utterly appalling. Even elementary students would perform better. 2 burly men flailed about with knives, their movements slow as molasses, yet they wore expressions of earnest effort, a sight both painful and ludicrous to behold. In mere moments, Shu Yi felt her hair stand on end, her face contorting in discomfort. She nearly emitted a sound of distaste. Shu Hongjing chuckled heartily. Not accustomed to it, are you? This is a television series filmed before the Great Cataclysm. While you may find it unappealing, we of this age hold it in high regard. Shu Yi lowered hergaze, unwilling to watch further. Such content was beyond her appreciation. Haha, I shall refrain from watching, she replied, acknowledging the stark disparity between the portrayal and true martial arts. In reality, ancient martial arts were indeed formidable. Many of today's manuals were derived from those practices. Regrettably, during that era, few practiced genuinely and most lacked understanding, leading them to value mere aesthetics over practical skill. Shu Hongjing commented, Did Ning Ze visit today? I happened to be out and did not see him. Come. Let's ascend and speak with grandfather. All right, Shu Yi readily agreed, as she had significant matters to discuss with him as well. Upon entering the quaint tea room once more, Sun Hongjing remarked, That lad seems quite concerned for you. He sent a message last night and hurried back from the wilderness area, arriving bright and early this morning. Shu Yi's face lit up with joy. Indeed, she had been pleasantly surprised that morning. Grandfather, the inferior products we return can be swiftly reviewed and tested, but Chihong Company has engaged individuals to delay the process. His father approached the Eastern supervisor regarding our family's situation. If all goes well, it should be resolved within these couple of days. Oh, Sun Hongjing exclaimed, clearly astonished. Does their family have connections with the supervisor of the extreme martial arts school? Ning Ze is different, Shu Yi replied, her expression filled with pride. He is a genius. Sun Hongjing smiled thoughtfully, his eyes warm as he observed her. His granddaughter's evident affection for someone brought him comfort, knowing she would surely find happiness. We are considering marriage. Shu Yi confessed bashfully. Sun Hongjing paused, then erupted into joyful laughter, recalling the advice he had given just the previous day, unexpectedly manifesting so soon. Shu Yi's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. Not only was she urging Ning Ze toward marriage, but she was also boldly enticing her future mother-in-law into hastening their union. She never imagined herself to be so audacious. Grandfather, do not mock me. Have you both made a decision? Sun Hongjing inquired with gentle eyes. Shu Yi's countenance grew serious as she earnestly nodded, declaring, "We have decided." His father sought out the Eastern supervisor due to his exceptional talent. His physical prowess has reached the level of a warrior, and he has successfully cultivated the second level of Wind Absolute / Wait, Sun Hongjing exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of shock. He has been a martial artist for merely 2.5 months, yet has attained the physical capabilities of a novice warrior and mastered the second level of Wind Absolute / Shu Yi nodded, concern shadowing her eyes. Were it not for his extraordinary talent, she would not feel such pressure to propose marriage. Ning Ze was so remarkable that she feared losing him to another if she were not vigilant. However, the prospect of their impending marriage brought her immense relief, as if the clouds had parted after a storm. Yes, his father went to inquire about the elite training camp. I hear one does not return for a year. I may not see him at all. Hence, I wish to expedite our marriage. The elite training camp? Sun Hongjing's face turned grim, his astonishment rendering him speechless. The elite training camp was none other than a legendary preparatory school for war gods. Anyone emerging from that institution was bound to become a war god, and the connections forged therein were also among the ranks of prodigious war gods. To enter the elite training camp was akin to leaping over the Dragon Gate. As long as one survived, not only would they possess the strength of a war god, but they would also join the ranks of the pinnacle elite on Earth. If that is the case, his granddaughter can indeed be deemed merely ordinary, overwhelmed by immense pressure. It is said that gaining admission there is quite a challenge, and, currently, trials are being conducted, with no new enrollments for the time being. It will be 2 months before one can even attempt to enter. A look of deep contemplation adorned Shu Yi's delicate face, while she felt elated for her boyfriend's exceptional talent. The prospect of such remarkable aptitude also instilled a sense of insecurity within her, creating a tormenting mindset of gain and loss. The two of them sat in silence for a considerable time, lost in thought. Eventually, Shu Hongjing roused from his reverie, saying, "My dear, do not mention this to your father. Even if the issues of the company are resolved, do not disclose that it was the Ning family who offered assistance." Huh? Why not? Shu Yi inrudet ko shisvi, observing her grandfather. Ever since they had expelled her second uncle, her grandfather had been perpetually cold towards her father, and it seemed he was still upset. Why? Shu Hongjing snorted derisively, retorting, "I fear that scoundrel will bring me shame. With his character, if he were to learn of Ning Ze's talent, his face would surely contort into obsequiousness. Just imagining him fawning over his son-in-law makes my stomach churn. Should you marry, he would undoubtedly visit frequently, causing unnecessary trouble for the in-laws and disrupting your life. Is this not adding to your burdens? As long as you find happiness in your marriage, it is best to shield you from your father's influence, for he is far too materialistic." With each word, Shu Hongjing's ire grew. He felt profound disappointment in Shu Hong, realizing that without encountering adversity, he would never have recognized the true nature of his own child. "I cannot fathom how our family's life has deteriorated to this point. An ordinary individual merely possesses the ability to earn a living. Can he ascend to the heavens? He is no more honorable than an ordinary warrior. It is merely that I provided him with some capital, which has clouded his judgment and dulled his heart. In the era of the base city, money only holds value under stable circumstances. It is useful within humanity, but can one negotiate with monsters using wealth? Money is hardly a symbol of honor. The base city has a clear classification of citizen star levels. Donations to contribute point for monster hunts are worth tenfold. Moreover, there is a cap on donations, with a maximum of 100 billion. Any more, and the elite martial arts academy will not accept it. 100 billion Chinese yuan is barely enough, as the wealthiest individual in China, according to Forbes, possesses just over 100 billion. The world's richest person holds around $1,200 billion, equivalent to 420 billion Chinese yuan. Yet, to convert wealth into 4-star contributions, one merely needs to expend 10 billion, a feat achievable by most war gods. Does the richest man in China dare to donate at all? If my son cannot become a warrior, I shall be utterly disheartened. However, one cannot force talent. I can come to terms with it in my heart. Being an ordinary person is not without its merits. Now, it is rather unfortunate. One son is weak, mercenary, and lacking in integrity, while a nephew is deeply twisted in spirit, not only consumed by greed and jealousy toward the family, but daring to conspire with outsiders to push my granddaughter into a pit of fire. Truly, it is a profound disappointment. Grandfather, please do not be angry. I will not tell him. Shu Yi gently reassured the old man, obediently promising. She mused to herself that her father faced no danger in the base city, and the family had sufficient funds to maintain a comfortable life. It was merely a matter of navigating the intrigues of business, which he appeared to enjoy. After Xu Hongjing acknowledged her, his anger dissipated. Upon glancing at his granddaughter, he noticed her spirits had brightened considerably. This girl has an excellent eye. A talented warrior could one day protect the base city of humanity. A prospect of boundless glory. This is the true honor, one that brings respect wherever one goes. Xu Hongjing inquired amiably, "When will he come to discuss this matter? I would like to have a word with this lad." Upon mentioning this, Xu Yi grew bashful, replying softly. He said he would wait until our family's matters have settled down. Then, my father's mood may improve, making it easier to talk. Let him come to me directly when Ning Ze arrives. You should also remind Ning Ze not to let your father know of his talent. Understood. The following day, a group of unusual guests arrived at a small company within the East Wind building. The reception area was surrounded by these individuals, all tall and imposing. Their expressions serious and their gazes sharp as blades, adorned with conspicuous inspection badges on their uniforms. The sight of such a formidable assembly left the young receptionist utterly flustered. Her words stumbling. "Excuse me, everyone. This is Jihua Materials Processing Company, Limited. Whom do you seek?" The leading middle-aged man, with a resolute countenance, declared loudly. "We are here to see your boss, Xu Hong. Is he present at the company?" "Igriagajis. He arrived at 7 this morning. I'll go fetch him." The receptionist, flustered, attempted to flee, thinking to herself, "Oh dear, the boss is finished. My pitiful salary hasn't even been paid yet. There's no need. We will accompany you." The middle-aged man tugged his head, and the group followed closely behind. The receptionist felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her fitted skirt constricting, compelling her to quicken her pace, all the while murmuring, "Boss, I didn't bring them here. Even without me, they would find you. This way." The receptionist led them to the innermost office door, her face beaming with a genuine smile as she gestured for them to enter while standing aside, wishing to remain inconspicuous. The foremost man nodded earnestly, then knocked rudely 3 times before pushing the door open and stepping inside. "Who is it? Is there no protocol?" His angry shout was abruptly cut off as Xu Heng's fury vanished in an instant upon seeing the glaring badge, his heart racing. The subpar materials had already been delivered. The attitude of the personnel at the time had been far from friendly, and they certainly would not come to notify him of the review results. The greatest fear now was that it was not the same group, and there might be yet another issue. He quickly altered his tone, ingratiatingly asking, "No need to worry about protocol. It won't impact your work. Is there something you need?" The foremost man proclaimed loudly, "I am Xiao Weixin from the Materials Inspection Department of the Elite Martial Arts Academy. We require you to lead us to the storage room immediately to inspect all combat suit materials, as well as to evaluate the batch of defective products you applied for review. During this period, all contracts with Jihua Company are temporarily suspended, and you are commanded to notify all responsible suppliers to await the inspection results. Should anyone dare to defy this order, we will dispatch personnel to arrest them." Treating it as an act of evasion. As these directives were issued, Xu Heng's heart soared with elation, and he beamed ingratiatingly, "Please, this way. I will notify the material suppliers at once." Ring, ring, ring. In the office of the chairman of Chihong Group, the phone rang incessantly. Zhai Yank glanced at it, saying, "Dad, it's a materials procurement merchant we cooperate with. Answer it." Zhai Baifen replied without lifting his head. Zhai Yank nodded, pressed the speaker button, and responded, "Hello. What can I do for you? Is it not Zhai Dong? Who are you? Is Zhai Zong there? I need to speak with him urgently." The voice on the other end was rapid and frantic. Zhai Yank frowned, irked by the hasty tone, which he considered rather rude. "I am Zhai Yank. What is the matter regarding my father?" "Oh, so it's young Zhai Dong. Is your father in?" "I am Ding Wang. I can no longer bear the burden of the goods destined for the Xu family. The materials inspector from the Extreme Martial Arts School has summoned me, instructing me to report immediately to Jihua Company. You should prepare yourselves promptly." The middle-aged man on the other end of the line exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, he had provided genuine goods. Should the Xu family's company face bankruptcy, he would not hesitate to curry favor with the Chihong Group, orchestrating a maneuver to bring the Xu family to their knees. However, the Chihong Group is now under pressure, and the Extreme Martial Arts School has begun its investigations. Who can withstand such scrutiny? The genuine goods belong to them, while this batch of substandard products is not his responsibility. He certainly would not take the blame. His call to offer a warning was solely out of respect for the underground alliance backing the Chihong Group. He could not afford to offend anyone. Zhai Yank's expression darkened as he looked ahead, and Zhai Baifen abruptly raised his head, seizing the phone. Zhai Baifen then inquired further with the supplier, his face growing pale as he hung up the call. "Yet, Before long, the phone rang again. Ding, ding, ding. Zhai Yang's visage contorted. The sound of the phone seemed to strike his heart like a hammer, plunging it to the depths of despair. Chapter 35. Zhai Baifen is captured. You take the call. I will go find someone to inquire, Zhai Baifen said before stepping into the office's quiet room. He retrieved his phone and noticed a number saved under the name brother-in-law. He dialed the number. After 10 seconds of ringing, the call connected. Hello, brother-in-law. What is the matter? Came the languid voice from the other end. Zhai Baifen replied with a smile. Am I not allowed to contact you unless there's something urgent? Brother-in-law, just get to the point. You know my situation here. I'm either spending money for leisure or merely spending. I have the time, but you are the busy one. Wang Yecheng responded, his tone tinged with resignation, clearly dissatisfied with his life. If someone else were in his position, they would be overjoyed. The Wang family is one of the 9 prominent families in the Underground Alliance, but to be considered a family, one must have a substantial number of members. Those capable of cultivation engage in it, while those who can manage the family business do so. The incapable do not become subordinates. Most indulge in idleness and pleasure daily. Zhai Baifen wasted no time and stated directly, do you remember the matter I asked you to arrange last month? There has been a complication. They say the materials inspector from the Extreme Martial Arts School is here. What do you think we should do? Extreme Martial Arts School? Wang Yecheng exclaimed in astonishment. As a scion of the Wang family, he inherently possessed a network of connections, and some would give him face, allowing him to leverage his family's influence. However, a Wang family youth lacking in ability could not hope to rival the Extreme Martial Arts School. Even the Wang family and the Underground Alliance of the 9 prominent families must bow their heads in the face of its authority. Brother-in-law, are you sure it's the inspector from the Extreme Martial Arts School? Wang Yecheng's irritation was palpable. Zhai Baifen understood the gravity of the situation and responded solemnly. My supplier indicated that if I do not comply, I will be arrested and treated as a fugitive. Such a domineering and uncompromising stance can only belong to the Extreme Martial Arts School. Wang Yecheng pondered for a moment and said, let me make some inquiries. If the Extreme Martial Arts School is involved, then brother-in-law, you must brace yourself, for I cannot withstand this. Agreed. Zhai Baifen recognized the urgency of the matter and began contemplating how to find a scapegoat. Within a minute, his phone rang once more. It was Wang Yecheng. He answered it promptly. Brother-in-law, did you find anything out? Wang Yecheng's voice was filled with trepidation. Brother-in-law, abandon that company. It wasn't me asking others. It was the family that sent me a warning. The Eastern supervisor from the Extreme Martial Arts School has personally intervened, and the individuals I consulted have already been detained. I will face punishment from the family as well. Wang Yecheng wore a bitter smile. The supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts School was a figure of immense stature, one that the Wang family revered. The connection to the war deity they served made the supervisor formidable, wielding influence that exceeded even that of their family patriarch. You have brought calamity upon me. My days of leisure are over. Brother-in-law, you must look out for yourself. I advise you to act decisively. Bang! The sound of the door being kicked open echoed from the other end of the call. It's over. The family's enforcement team has arrived. The line went dead. Filled with a busy tone, Zhai Baifen's expression turned to one of alarm. What began as a scheme against a small company had drawn the attention of such significant figures. Resolutely, Zhai Baifen decided to relinquish control of the Fuxin company under the Chihong Group. This company was the core of their operations. Engaged in the highly profitable business of combat uniforms, effectively a cash cow for the Chihong Group. However, with the scrutiny from the Extreme Martial Arts School, he had no choice but to seek a scapegoat, as the entire company would undergo rigorous examination. Based on their previous conduct, it was clear that the company would not survive the inquiry. What could withstand such scrutiny? Fortunately, this company was merely indirectly controlled. Although it was indeed under the Chihong Group and ostensibly appeared to be in a subordinate relationship, legally, it bore minimal connection, being merely tied to one of his trusted aides. Having arranged everything, Zhai Baifen returned to the chairman's office, feeling anxious and unsettled. Father, what is the situation? Can we still leverage the Xu family? Should we consider alternative plans? After receiving several calls, Zhai Yang's heart had grown cold. Yet, as long as the Chihong Group remained unscathed, he did not consider himself defeated. He believed another opportunity would arise. However, what awaited him was a stinging slap. Upon hearing these words, Zhai Baifen was incensed. The core industry was not something to be easily abandoned. Losing it would be akin to severing a limb, resulting in a drastic reduction in the group's value, involving funds close to 100 billion. Without the core industry, the Chihong Group, once a top player in Yangzhou City, would be relegated to a second-tier enterprise. Slap! The sound echoed sharply. Zhai Baifen, exasperated, exclaimed, women, women. All you think about is women. Do you have any idea the extreme martial arts school has taken action? Do you understand what that signifies? Our family business is doomed. Without the support of the Chihong Group, you have nothing left. Go slay monsters in the wasteland. You still think you can compete with others. You are nothing. Jia Yank was momentarily stunned. As a martial artist, the slap was not particularly painful, but he was horrified by his father's words. Jia Baifen was equally enraged. A single act jeopardizing a company he had managed for over a decade was enough to provoke his ire. He had always been cautious, striving to avoid entanglements with significant figures. Now, navigating the business landscape was fraught with difficulty. The base city had only recently been established, and the situation had stabilized for a brief period. Those who survived the great catastrophe held strong convictions, and the safety of the base city was paramount. Most people would not tolerate even the slightest transgression. Dare to commit fraud? Dare to deceive martial artists? No amount of money would suffice. The scrutiny from these individuals was naturally meticulous. However, there would always be a few rogues. The Zhai family meticulously orchestrated a comprehensive plan, employing various tactics such as bribing Xu Yindong, leveraging the underground alliance to exert pressure during inspections, and utilizing their core company to enhance credibility. This triad of collaboration was essential to ensure the complete dismantling of a rival enterprise. Even with the resources of the underground alliance at their disposal, they dared not engage in the outright sale of counterfeit goods. At most, they would resort to cunning business maneuvers. However, they were utterly unprepared for the news to reach the ears of the Eastern Supervisor. Why would the world's foremost powers establish two colossal martial arts academies, rivaling even the 5 great nations? This endeavor was not solely motivated by the unique nature of martial artists, who are often difficult to manage due to their strong personal will and desire for freedom. Protecting the interests of these warriors necessitated the establishment of a specialized force for their governance, coupled with tailored training for the gifted. Moreover, during the period of the base city, exceptional circumstances warranted unique treatment and a balance of power among 3 factions. In the face of humanity's survival, it is imperative to curb the insidious extensions of human nature, thus averting the corruption that arises from the concentration of power. Relying on connections is inconsequential. It is tradition, and the nuances of kinship and distance are inherent to human nature, even a commonality of life itself, and thus understandable. In certain situations, leniency may be granted, faces may be honored, and privileges may be bestowed. Yet crossing the line is absolutely intolerable. It is precisely because martial artists are equipped with combat uniforms and weapons that they can confront monsters. Should issues arise in this regard, countless warriors could swiftly become more ferocious than the beasts themselves. Consider how these warriors slay monsters in the wilderness. Their ferocity is truly terrifying. If these individuals were to unleash their wrath, the consequences would be unimaginable. Naturally, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, while a martial institution, exerts considerable influence over the governance of numerous affairs within the base city, even surpassing many established powers. Jia Yanku was utterly perplexed. Father, what exactly is happening? The Fuxin Company is finished. The Xu family has contacted the Eastern Supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Zhai Baifan slumped helplessly on the sofa. Even if he had not truly sold counterfeit goods, how could any of his actions withstand scrutiny? The underhanded tactics he employed to seize business were numerous. Otherwise, a mere ordinary man backed by the Wang family could never have achieved such scale in business. Now, everything was in ruins. It was fortunate that he retained a semblance of rationality, suppressing his greed and refraining from actual deception. Otherwise, he would have had no escape and would not have survived to this moment. The Fuxin Company. Jia Yanku's pupils constricted in horror. The profits generated by this company constituted over 80% of their revenue. Should this company collapse, their group's industrial chain would suffer a severe fracture, leading to a significant drop in market value. If that batch of combat uniforms were to vanish as well, they would be left in dire straits. What ordinary business could merely handle scraps? Who would dare sell combat uniforms at exorbitant prices? That would indeed be akin to digging one's own grave. How could the Xu family possibly be acquainted with such influential figures? Jia Yanku was filled with disbelief, when suddenly a spark of realization ignited in his mind. It must be Ning Ze. Even his father could never have conversed with such eminent personages. But he is different. The 4 Titans are always eager to recruit prodigies. And he must have met the supervisor. A crimson tinge ignited in Jia Yanku's eyes, his heart consumed by jealousy. Even he had never encountered such illustrious individuals. That young man? Zhai Baifan's eyes widened in shock as he quickly connected the dots. A genius capable of defeating the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy could indeed rouse the supervisor's attention. In that moment, his heart filled with resentment. He should have anticipated this. Yet his habitual thinking had led to negligence. In his perception, this was merely a boy who had grown up alongside his own son, one who had only recently embarked on the path of a martial artist. Previously, he had been able to arrange for personnel to sabotage the Firestorm Squad. Fortunately, those individuals had survived, yet their lives had rested in his hands. He never imagined that this insignificant figure would inadvertently exceed his control and cause such a blunder. Bang! Just then, the door to the chairman's office was abruptly kicked open. 3 young men in uniform strode in, their gazes sweeping over the middle-aged man. "Who is Zhai Fan?" "I am," Zhai Fan replied, striving to maintain his composure. He had already prepared for this eventuality. He might lose the company, but he himself would remain unscathed. "What brings you to me?" "I am Ji Zixian, a materials inspector from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Your indirectly controlled Fushin company has encountered a significant materials safety and quality issue. I am here to summon you on behalf of the Academy. Take him away." At the command, the 2 inspectors swiftly approached and handcuffed Zhai Fan. "Look after the company," Zhai Fan calmly instructed Zhai Yanko. The 3 inspectors paid no heed and proceeded to escort him away. Watching his father being taken away, Zhai Yanko fell silent. The Eastern supervisor was a figure of such stature that he could only hope for a procedural approach. The worst outcome would be to have his father taken without even a semblance of justification. A frustrated roar erupted from him as he seized a nearby ashtray and hurled it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. He then picked up a stack of documents and violently tossed them to the floor. Just then, the office door swung open once more. Startled, Feng Yon Kiskiviko Yumpeth, fearing it was the inspectors of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy returning. Upon recognizing the visitor, he exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be filled with indignation as he shouted, "What are you doing here, you fool?" The portly general manager at the door was equally startled. Stammering in a low voice, "Director Zhai, the final payment for the Fushin company has yet to be settled, and now the company is frozen. Our group has run out of money, but Lihua Company is demanding payment for another project. Get lost. Why the rush? Tell them to wait." Zhai Yanku roared in fury. "Yes, yes," the plump general manager replied timidly, retreating. Once outside, his expression shifted to a mocking smile as he muttered to himself, "You dare to threaten me? The Chihong Group is about to collapse. If I don't get my salary, I might just resign next month. The Land Group was courting me earlier. Should I go there instead?" A day later, Ning Ze received notification and proceeded to the Xu family to propose marriage. As he neared the entrance to the villa area, he spotted a beautiful girl waiting for him. Though his family owned a car, Ning Hua disliked driving, and Ning Ze shared this sentiment. A mere automobile, even a sports car, held little novelty. It was often faster to run than to drive through the city, and parking was less convenient than hailing a taxi. On occasion, he would accompany Li Wan to buy groceries. If he were to drive, he would prefer a fighter jet. Now, that was something a man should play with. A sports car was just a toy for the base city, one that couldn't even leave the confines of the city. The car halted at the entrance to the villa area. Ning Ze opened the door and stepped out, while the driver quickly exited to retrieve the gifts from the trunk. Noticing Xu Yi's scrutinizing gaze upon him, Ning Ze inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter?" He glanced down at his sky-blue silk shirt, then at his pure white leisure pants made from fish membrane, complemented by casual white leather shoes and a martial artist combat watch. His attire was rather formal, devoid of any faux pas. Xu Yi, thoroughly pleased, tidied his appearance and exclaimed, "You look so handsome today." Ning Ze spread his hands, slightly exasperated. "Is it really? Perhaps it's just a novelty? This outfit isn't as comfortable as my usual attire. It doesn't provide the same sense of security as my combat uniform." "Sir, your items." The driver enthusiastically jogged over, carrying a heap of gifts. As he glanced down at the long white ginseng Mao Tai, the exquisite Chilua Yujin skincare gift set, and several unfamiliar items, things he could never afford, he felt a mix of admiration and envy. "Thank you," Ning Ze replied as he accepted the offerings. "This medicinal wine is for my grandfather. It replenishes vital energy and blood, helping to slow down the decline of strength. I've also brought your father's favorite tea, along with a 2001 model of the Little Tyrant learning machine, an antique, as the clerk mentioned that individuals of that age tend to appreciate such items. For your aunt, I selected top-tier skincare products from the base city. As for my 2 younger brothers, they're of similar ages, and I've acquired items for their training. I also bought a few things for your aunt. Do you think this is sufficient? If not, I can always procure more." The driver swallowed hard, knowing that the items from martial artists he had seen with his son were valued at a staggering 10 million huaxia coins. This is enough. Just take it for your grandfather and brothers. Today is a serious matter. We must not lose our decorum. Let us proceed. Shu Yi, filled with joy, linked her arm with his, her steps light and bouncy. The driver gave him a respectful glance, his eyes filled with envy. This ride alone would provide him with tales to boast about for an entire year. As they entered the villa and opened the door to the living room, Ning Ze immediately spotted a middle-aged man seated on the sofa. He courteously greeted Uncle. Xu Hong turned to face Ning Ze, and his initially cheerful smile gradually faded, replaced by a tight frown as he impatiently exclaimed, "What do you want this time?" Chapter 36. The Betrothal Gift of 1 billion. Xu Heng's demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. Ning Ze was not surprised. For Xu, he had advised him to refrain from disclosing his talents and potential. This father-in-law had previously shown an inclination to marry off his daughter to another, and had it not been for Xu Yi's lineage, he would have swiftly pinned the man to the wall with a sword. "I have come to propose, to discuss the union between us." Originally, Li Wan and Ning Hua were meant to come, but since old master Xu Hongjing insisted on his presence alone, it was of little consequence. The rigid formalities of the past no longer applied. "Propose? Marriage?" Xu Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed, "I refuse." Had it not been for this young man pursuing his daughter, his obedient girl would not have even been in a relationship. The Chihong Group had no need to resort to such tactics to force a marriage, nor would he have endured a beating from Xu Hongjing. Last time, he had been too preoccupied with company matters to deal with this young man, and now he had the audacity to come and propose. The character of the Chihong Group was questionable, yet in his mind, Ning Ze was hardly any better. At the very least, he felt a strong aversion towards this young man. "Dad, what else with this attitude?" Upon witnessing Xu Hong's demeanor, Xu Yi felt a surge of anxiety. If possible, she desired her parents' blessing, yet her father was vehemently opposed to their union. What attitude? What merits does this young man possess? Why should I blindly marry off my daughter? As Xu Hong spoke, he appraised the items in Ning Ze's hands. The nourishing liquid, long white ginseng Maotai, Chilua Yujin, and Longjing tea from Hangzhou. The items were indeed impressive, yet he remained uncertain about the man himself. Xu Yi found herself momentarily speechless. Xu Heng's words held some truth. She was not well acquainted with Ning Ze, only aware of his moderate talents and his status as a martial artist. Also knowing that Ning Hua was a martial artist teaching at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. However, their family was not lacking by any means. At the very least, Xu Hong felt they were well matched, and it could not be said that they were climbing the social ladder. Having previously endured a severe beating, Xu Hong could not shake his dislike for Ning Ze, leading to his rigid stance. Ning She earnestly inquired, "What would it take for you to allow Xiao Guai to marry me?" Xu Hong languidly reclined on the sofa, lifting an eyelid as he casually replied, "If Xiao Guai wishes to marry, she must demonstrate that she can live well in the future, which requires a certain familial foundation. How about this? A betrothal gift of 1 billion. 1 billion? Ning Ze replied with a polite smile, exuding confidence as he affirmed, "That is agreeable." Gift-giving indeed requires finesse. Among the presents he brought, 2 sets of nourishing products for trainees were the most expensive, each priced at 20 million huaxia coins. Since he was a 2-star citizen, he received an 80 discount, spending only 16 million huaxia coins. This represented the future of both families. Acquiring quality items for both was undoubtedly the right choice. Furthermore, the long white ginseng Maotai he purchased for Xu Hongjing was a long-term consumable, weighing 3 pounds and valued at 5 million huaxia coins, which cost him 4 million. The other items were relatively inexpensive. Even the Choi Yujin, intended for women, was merely for ordinary use. In total, the expenditure amounted to around 20 million. Thus, an additional 1 billion as a betrothal gift seemed trivial in comparison. Noticing Ning Ze's acquiescence, Xu Heng's eyelids drooped lazily as he declared, "The price has now risen to 10 billion huaxia coins." Xu Yi's expression darkened with indignation, and just as she was about to speak, Ning Ze raised a hand to stop her. 10 billion? Ning Ze frowned, but then replied earnestly, "That is also acceptable." After purchasing a battle blade, he still had 71 billion huaxia coins left. 10 billion was within his means. However, he had initially intended to seek additional funds from home to buy combat attire. A set of Class 8 combat gear at half price would cost 75 billion, but not acquiring it was of little consequence. If a wedding date was set, he would likely have no time to venture into the wilderness district for over a month. In just one more day, his agility would reach perfection, and as time progressed, his combat prowess would continue to elevate. He would not require combat attire to hunt Lord-level monsters. Besides, he sensed that his future father-in-law was testing his sincerity. Treating it as a form of trial, perhaps it was not a genuine demand. Even if it were, it was not a pressing concern. While the betrothal gift was substantial, it was manageable. For the sake of his beloved, he was willing to invest any amount. After all, love cannot be measured in monetary terms. 10 billion is acceptable? Xu Hong scoffed, questioning, do you possess such wealth? You think you can deceive me, but you are too naive. Forget it. Whether you have it or not is inconsequential. The price has now increased to 100 billion. Should you agree, transfer 100 billion to me, and I shall consent to your marriage. There will be no turning back. Xu Yi stood silently behind Ning Ze, her eyes aflame with fury. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for them. Yet, considering it might be a test from her father, she bore it patiently. At the mention of 100 billion, Ning Ze's pupils constricted sharply, and he slowly closed his eyes, uncertain if the other party was genuinely demanding this amount or merely testing him. Yet, even if it were a real request, he would comply. Upon reopening his eyes, he spoke with calm composure. 100 billion is feasible, but I will need some time. Ha ha ha. Xu Hong burst into hearty laughter, nearly doubling over with mirth. Ning Ze regarded him with a steady gaze. Xu Hong assumed he was merely putting on a facade. In his eyes, Ning Ze was even less reliable than Jia Yang. To boast of agreeing to 100 billion was nothing short of deceit. With such a character, he doubted his father would approve of their union, and his mood lightened considerably. After laughing heartily, Xu Hong, with newfound interest, asked 100 billion is acceptable. So how long do you need? It won't be a century, will it? His tone was filled with teasing, marking the best attitude he displayed since Ning Ze's arrival. Yet it was laced with amusement. Calmly, Ning Ze replied, it will not take that long. At most, a year, and if all goes well, perhaps just half a year. By the latest, within a year's time, what do you think? A year? Half a year? Xu Hong laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming from his eyes as he chuckled uncontrollably. All right, it's settled. I'll give you half a year, or even a year. You go earn 10 billion Huaxia coins, and then I shall consent to your marriage. With that, Xu Hong raised his arm and waved towards the door, implying it was time for them to leave. He continued to chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief, and suddenly burst into laughter again, struggling to contain his amusement. As wave after wave of laughter overtook him, Ning Ze narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. Did he truly desire this? Knowing well that he lacked such wealth. Was this not a deliberate attempt to thwart their union? Just as he was about to speak, Xu Yi could no longer hold her tongue, glaring at Xu Hong and exclaiming, Dad, I truly misjudged you. I'm going to find Grandpa. She turned and playfully chided Ning Ze. Let us go to Grandpa. His word holds more weight. Initially believing her father was testing Ning Ze for her sake, she now realized he was simply being obstinate. Ning Ze raised an eyebrow, fully aware that this father-in-law's words bore little weight. He understood this was a purposeful challenge. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the familial bond. For who does not desire the blessing of family when embarking on marriage? 10 billion Huaxia coins were not insurmountable. After a year, slaying 4 or 5 lord-level beasts would be quite manageable for him. He possessed the capability to accomplish this task and had no intention of fretting over the possibility of failure. What he sought was a harmonious and fulfilling conclusion to their marriage. He was marrying Xu Yi, not her father, and there was no need to engage in conflict with him. However, he would certainly remember this incident. For being assigned an impossible task was a clear attempt to create distance after parting with that sum of money. Yet now, Ning Ze realized that such complications were unnecessary. Xu Yi was already furious and had no desire to engage with Xu Hong. Since his partner was indifferent, he too would disregard the matter entirely, choosing to omit the 10 billion Huaxia coins and simply ignore him. Otherwise, should he actually hand over that amount, it would gnaw at him, even if it wasn't particularly burdensome a year hence. Let us go. Xu Yi tugged at Ning Ze's arm, her demeanor playful. I'll have Grandpa deal with him. Her large, pleading eyes reflected concern. Seeing her in such an adorable state brought a smile to Ning Ze's face. He had never taken Xu Hong seriously and certainly had no intention of being angry with Xu Yi. Moreover, he found the proposal intriguing. Having witnessed Xu Heng's injuries previously, it was evident that the old man was not one to shy away from confrontation. All right, stop pulling, I'll go with you. Xu Yi joyfully led Ning Ze upstairs, casting a fierce glare back at Xu Hong, unknowing of how anxious she had been. After all, she was on the verge of marrying Ning Ze and almost let that troublesome father ruin it. How dare he glare at me, boasting about earning 10 billion in a year. Only you would foolishly believe him. Xu Hong bellowed, his neck craned as he shouted towards the staircase, utterly unafraid. Should the old man inquire, he would simply claim it was a test. Anyone not completely daft would know that earning 10 billion in a year was utterly impossible. Upon reaching a room on the second floor, Xu Yiflung opened the door, dragging Ning Ze inside. Grandpa, Ning Ze is here. Xu Grandpa, Shu Ongjing greeted cheerfully. Come. Have a seat. When did you arrive? Just got here, Ning Ze replied with a smile. After Xu Yi settled them, she began to voice her grievances. Grandpa, my dad just asked Ning Ze for 100 billion in dowry downstairs. 10 billion? Nonsense. Xu Hongjing's pupils constricted, his gaze turning perilous. Didn't I tell you to come directly to me and not to concern yourself with your father? Xu Yi pouted, wishing to give it a try. But this nearly drove her to the brink of fury. Xu Hongjing turned, his expression softening as he addressed Ning Ze. Xiao Ze, I apologize for the spectacle. My son is merely an unambitious ordinary man, lacking insight. After years in business, it is inevitable he has become fixated on wealth. Ning Ze smiled calmly. I understand. Money is indeed quite significant. He was currently rather impoverished, unable to afford manuals or equipment, with only 7 billion at his disposal. Not to mention, he was in need of 200 billion for battle suits. He too was being constrained by financial limitations. Yes, Xu Hongjing continued. Xiao Guai mentioned your relationship to me. From the very first time, I could tell you were a good person, and I trust her well-being with you. His smile brightened. I hereby grant my approval for your marriage. Thank you, Grandpa. Xu expressed her elation. Thank you, Grandpa. Ning Ze felt immense joy as well. Being able to marry the girl he loved was the most perfect conclusion. Half a month swiftly passed. On September 9th, Ning Ze and Xu Yi successfully held their wedding. The guest list was substantial, including old comrades and neighbors from previous generations, as well as some familiar friends of the couple, alongside classmates from high school and university. During the banquet, Ning Ze once again beheld Xu Hong's bruised visage, clearly a result of Xu Grandpa's handiwork, and this time, it appeared he had directed his force primarily at Xu Heng's face. Throughout the wedding, Xu Hong diminished his presence, completely devoid of any desire for social interaction, unable to engage with the martial artist present. As the wedding concluded, the newlyweds were enveloped in bliss, savoring their union, and for the next few days, Ning Ze's training time was reduced by a third, leaving him with only 13 hours of practice each day. In the training room, a thunderous roar echoed, resonating throughout the space, the sound persistent and unyielding. At some point, the decorative vase on the table shattered into pieces, while two white towels spun around Ning Ze, as if enchanted, flitting about him. Ning Ze stepped forward half a meter, adopting a bow stance, his posture remarkably stable, conducive for upper body force. His stance resembled not that of a swordsman, but rather that of one wielding a cleaver. In this state, he relentlessly struck, tireless and seemingly unending. His arms moved so swiftly that only afterimages remained, the space before him enveloped in a silver-white sword light. Countless beams of sword energy forming a curved white shield adorned with sword tips. Ning Ze appeared to be caught in a frenzied assault, filled with an insatiable desire to attack, entirely dismissing the finesse of swordplay, instead opting for a robust confrontation with the enemy. His style was imposing, fierce, and relentless, exuding an aura of utmost danger, as if seeking to obliterate everything in its path. This sword technique differed entirely from Gale Slash and Wind Absolute Slash, while the latter was more refined, relying on skill and strategy to create a momentum capable of defeating the enemy. Ning Ze's current swordplay seemed to hark back to an era before the distinction between sword and blade, a furious onslaught brimming with boundless power, fighting to the death, and employing every possible means to conquer his foes. This was a new sword technique Ning Ze had recently acquired, slightly inferior to the top-tier manuals, yet still a rare gem. This technique comprised 5 levels, with a capacity for force reaching 42, which he could masterfully cultivate. The price is quite reasonable, even slightly more affordable than the Wind Absolute Slash, with the full price of the manual being 600 million and the half price at only 300 million Huaxia coins. More importantly, this manual also bears the character for Wind. It is titled Whirlwind Without Shadow, with its essence encapsulated in the character madness. It consists of merely a few sword techniques, lacking a fixed pattern, relying entirely on instinct during practice. When the swordplay harmonizes with nature, it naturally manifests boundless, immense power. Ning Ze feels that a manual more akin to his understanding would facilitate easier cultivation, and he possesses a certain comprehension of the wind, allowing him to grasp it relatively swiftly and address his own deficiencies. Of course, the primary reason for cultivating this manual is the overwhelming proficiency required to elevate Wind Absolute Slash to the next level, an astonishing 100,000 proficiency points for even a complete tier. The difficulty of further advancement is insurmountable, in stark contrast to the specialized manual that he mastered within just 2 months. Reaching the pinnacle of the realm requires 10 months, while the comprehension level demands an astonishing 8 years. Previously, he had ventured into the wilderness 3 times, engaging in countless battles during the last 2 excursions, allowing for such rapid progress under extreme pressure. If he were to cultivate normally, achieving the limit of the comprehension level would take a staggering 16 to even 20 years. In an era where humanity continues to survive within base cities, it is evident that many among them are ordinary individuals, while most monsters have ascended to the warrior level. Were it not for humanity's relentless striving and the inherited technological prowess from the previous era, along with the ancient martial culture of the era prior, they might have long been eliminated. Presently, they find themselves confined within base cities, the situation perilously dire. 20 years is a span Ning Ze cannot afford to wait. He must seek a solution independently, and recultivating a manual is the method he wishes to pursue. Encountering a bottleneck with a manual makes further enhancement challenging. Hence, he resolves to start anew, comprehending and learning a new sword technique. Even if the system data does not improve, his realm will still ascend. Chapter 37. A surge in cultivation speed. Within the training room, time has passed, though he is unaware of its length. Achieving a sword technique that aligns with nature proves exceedingly difficult, particularly at Ning Ze's current realm. He can only attempt to swing his sword along the trajectory of the wind. If 1 attempt fails, he makes 10. If 10 fail, he attempts 100. If 100 fails, he resorts to 1,000. Unable to grasp it, he resorts to sheer repetition, believing that through countless attempts, comprehension will eventually dawn. An hour passes. 2 hours. Ning Ze continues to wield the light-wing longsword with fervor, exerting his full strength with each strike, despite absorbing cosmic energy to alleviate physical fatigue. Enduring such a prolonged effort remains a formidable trial. The frequency of his attacks is overwhelming. In battles against the monsters of the wilderness, he merely needed to move and strike with precision. Yet now, it is as if he has succumbed to madness. Faster, even faster, striving for greater strength. Bloodshot eyes reflect his fervor, and achieving the desired trajectory for his longsword amidst the ever-shifting wind becomes increasingly arduous. In reality, the wind is in constant flux. A high-pressure air mass looms before him, and each strike faces terrifying resistance, as if nature itself seeks to thwart his cultivation rather than facilitate his understanding. Gas flows rapidly around him, swirling chaotically without any discernible pattern. In such dire conditions, controlling the longsword is an immense challenge. Ning Ze's mind bears the weight of an even more terrifying strain, and his mental fortitude teeters on the brink of exhaustion. Yet, he remains oblivious. At some point, Ning Ze becomes immersed in a profound state, feeling as though he has merged into a whirlwind, wielding his longsword purely based on instinct. His seemingly erratic strikes harmonize with the wind, enveloped in an enigmatic flow. In that moment, the sword is silent. The roaring sonic booms within the room abruptly cease. Even the swiftly flowing wind around him begins to recede. A somewhat translucent, gel-like sphere materializes around Ning Ze, its diameter spanning 3 meters, entirely encasing him. Everything appears to freeze in time. The fringe of his hair gently falls, and he maintains a poised, sword-wielding stance, while the countless silhouettes of arms and swords before him vanish, leaving only a shimmering silver sword light forming a protective shield. He appears as if captured within a painting. From an external perspective, Ning Ze's figure seems slightly distorted, resembling a watery mirror before him, rippling with waves as his immobile body comes to life. The raging winds fall silent, and a white towel that had been swirling in the room gently descends, resting atop the transparent sphere surrounding Ning Ze. With a soft sound, the towel makes contact with the sphere, transforming into wisps that dissolve into fine particles, barely perceptible to the eye. The towel initially loses a corner, then, as if unaffected by force, continues to descend, forming a circular hole in its center, until it completely vanishes, as if devoured. Ning Ze remains ensconced in that peculiar state, entirely unaware. After a considerable time, Ning Ze halts. The transparent sphere around him shatters explosively, and he seems to transform into a vortex, an endless tempest dispersing outward. His combat suit flutters audibly, and the strands of hair on his forehead dance as he slowly opens his eyes. The stark contrast of black and white in his iris is now cloaked in a layer of azure light, within which countless gusts of wind seem to howl. He has succeeded in his cultivation. Ning Ze murmurs to himself, a smile gracing his lips. The initial fatigue of practice has transformed into profound comfort, as if the essence of the wind has liberated him, refreshing and unrestrained. My intuition was correct. Accumulating the momentum of the wind through countless sword swings will lead to the understanding of this extraordinary sword technique. But how much have I improved? With a mix of trepidation, he opens the system panel. Host, Ning Ze. Realm, Junior Battle General 8,873 kilograms. Mentalist 3,182 kilograms. Cultivation skills, Jin Yuan Energy Cultivation Method 5 Hearts Towards Heaven. Guidance Technique 7 Secrets of Spiritual Wind. Visualization Method 1 Swords Sealing Heaven. Combat skills, Swift Movement Perfect 145-810-0000. Wind Absolute / Complete 2483-510-0000. The proficiency of the sword technique has increased by over 20,000. Ning Ze bursts into joyous laughter, and after his exhilaration, he analyzes with keen insight. My conjecture has proven correct. The system is a digital representation of my personal strength. As I enhance my abilities, even if no new skills form, there will still be alternative improvements. The name of the sword technique is merely a designation displayed by the system. I can now alter the name of the technique for having learned other sword techniques. It has become impure, or rather, it is presented through my own understanding, just as the text above is in Chinese characters. The 5 Hearts Towards Heaven method may have been known by a different name in ancient times, simply because I perceive it as such. The system reflects it accordingly. Having perfected the Wind Absolute / I possess a solid foundation that enables me to successfully cultivate this particular sword technique. However, had I embarked on this journey from the outset, the task would have proven far more arduous. While the newly acquired manuals exhibit proficiency akin to swordsmanship, their mastery is not immediately apparent. Even though the system can assist me in swiftly grasping these techniques, it ultimately hinges upon my own foundational understanding of swordsmanship. The timing for learning a new sword technique is impeccable. Most importantly, it is the sensation that accompanies such mastery. Ning Ze furrowed his brow in perplexity, sensing that he had grasped something profound, yet simultaneously feeling as though he had not. Upon reflection, it seemed he had gleaned nothing of consequence. After a moment of silence, he ultimately chose to relinquish the thought, glancing at his communication watch and murmuring, "It is now 5:32 p.m. I've been cultivating for roughly 5 hours. My proficiency in Wind Absolute / was at 4,838-100,000, and upon successful cultivation, my proficiency increased by 20,000. The improvement should have been 597 points. Whereas previously, I could only enhance my proficiency by 60 points per hour, yielding a total of 300 points over 5 hours. My swordsmanship proficiency growth rate has doubled. Henceforth, the issue of cultivation is resolved. What originally required 20 years to achieve mastery can now be accomplished in a mere 10 years. Furthermore, as I continue to learn other sword techniques, the rate of proficiency growth will undoubtedly accelerate. A smile of delight graced Ning Ze's lips. The most vexing problem had been resolved, rendering him invigorated and at ease. As for the names, they shall remain unchanged. Since I am practicing the sword technique of my esteemed predecessor Wu Daozi, I shall await the complete creation of my unique sword technique before making any modifications. Now, there remains a matter of utmost importance. Ning Ze, deep in thought, pondered the intricacies of the system panel, striving to summarize his unique talents. Core Principle 1. The core rules of the system digitize his primary attributes. Any alteration in these data points requires his active foundation. Only upon his change will the system update the data, even in the event of a breakthrough in realms. During his prior meticulous movements and the acquisition of force application, there existed an epiphany process. Should this epiphany be interrupted, he would fail to grasp the subtleties of movement and force, leading to a stagnation of the system panel. Only once he has mastered these elements will the system alter the data within the panel. Core Principle 2. The operational rules of the system. Building upon the first core principle, only when he experiences a subjective change will the system respond accordingly. The operational rules dictate that his proficiency enhancement is intrinsically linked to his own state, which is influenced by both internal and external factors. In life and death battles, external pressures stimulate his latent potential and mental fortitude, facilitating progress across various domains, with varying rates of advancement, depending on the intensity of the stimulus. Conversely, internal enhancements, Akin to the visualization technique, a sword seals the heavens, allow him to simultaneously elevate his strength, swordsmanship, and agility, rendering his cultivation not solely confined to sword training. Now that his swordsmanship realm has ascended, his comprehension of sword techniques will quicken, thereby accelerating the growth of his proficiency and enhancing the cultivation speed of new sword techniques. Contingent upon his own realm. Moreover, his innate talent clearly surpasses that of his physical constitution, resulting in a significantly swifter proficiency increase compared to his strength. Core Principle 3. System Assistance and Creation. First, the Epiphany. Upon achieving complete mastery of a skill, he enters a unique state of enlightenment, fully comprehending the next stage of that skill. However, such epiphanies are not exclusive to skill enhancement. Based on the second operational rule, when he engages with the manual invisible gale, external pressures stimulate his thoughts, leading him to successfully master this manual. He can even leverage the epiphanies experienced during skill enhancement to actively pursue other insights. Second, entering a unique state allows him to cultivate gene energy while in motion, absorbing cosmic energy. The system aids him in forcibly entering this state, though it necessitates a degree of rationality, such as adherence to the world's rules. While practicing the 5 hearts toward heaven technique, he enhances the absorption of cosmic energy through altered movements. Yet, the energy absorbed remains incomparable to that obtained during dedicated cultivation, yielding a maximum effect of merely 20. When walking, he can increase his strength by 1 kilogram in an hour. Nevertheless, he continues to seek patterns that might enhance this effect, suggesting that the 5 hearts toward heaven technique may not be sufficiently potent. If he were to cultivate a more formidable gene energy technique, a transformation in this circumstance would be inevitable. This experience grants Ning Ze a glimpse into the vastness of the cosmos. His alterations may not be particularly esoteric, yet they suggest that, as they align with the world's rules, there must exist methods to absorb gene energy while in motion, amidst the boundless expanse of deep space. If he can activate such a state within himself, it stands to reason that others, or even different races, may also achieve this state, possibly even spontaneously. The absorption of cosmic energy is not an arduous task, but rather a challenge solely for the inhabitants of Earth. Third, creating something from nothing. Initially, he aimed to cultivate both sword techniques and gene energy simultaneously, a feat accomplished while his body remained still. However, he inadvertently created a sword seals the heavens and awakened as a mentalist. He harbors no doubt that a sword seals the heavens can be utilized by other mentalists for their cultivation. This aligns with the world's rules and represents a newly devised methodology for mentalist cultivation. Core Principle 4. Breaking the world's rules? Define the norm. This aspect remains uncertain for Ning Ze, as he currently feels diminutive, possessing limited experience, merely a human on a small planet. He is unsure whether the system is a creation of an unknown powerhouse, a manifestation that defies the world's rules, a peculiar artifact, or something beyond his comprehension. He does not yet grasp the world's rules, which may be subject to change. Perhaps there exist other realms. The theories known to humanity are constantly being overturned. Previously, how could one possibly wield 1,000 kilograms of might? Even lifting 100 pounds is a daunting task. This conjecture is of great significance. As he continues to evolve, he shall persist in testing its validity. He hopes this hypothesis proves accurate, as its implications are terrifying. What others can achieve, he can too. What others cannot, he shall master, thereby rendering him stronger than his peers. Defying the norm. This is crucial to determining his future cultivation direction. The correct choice surpasses 100-fold effort. Should he discover the most suitable path for his cultivation, it would undoubtedly be the art of amplifying his cultivation, the art of enhancing combat prowess. Just as with his recent cultivation of other manuals, he shall not be constrained by conventional wisdom or understanding, but will instead contemplate his training from all angles, shattering the barriers of perception, thus exponentially increasing his cultivation speed. After a period of utilization, he has summarized 4 potential rules that may govern the system. Concurrently, he has unearthed a perplexing issue. He previously could only enhance his strength by 5 kilograms in an hour, yet his proficiency could increase by 10 points. The numerical enhancement of skill proficiency is twice that of strength. While these are not identical attributes, the system's digitized values should, to some extent, be consistent. For instance, the A sword seals the heavens technique he created should not be deemed an exceptional method for mentalist cultivation, as it also yields a strength increase of 5 kilograms per hour. Based on the operational rules he has deduced, in the absence of external pressure, it is indeed a matter of intrinsic talent. Could it be that my understanding surpasses my physical aptitude? I lack the talent for mental mastery, and my previous practice of the swift wind sword technique was rather sluggish. My comprehension deemed quite average, akin to that of other elite martial artists. More crucially, however, is the rate of improvement. My current training speed indeed eclipses that of the past, yet the magnitude of growth varies significantly. Prior to acquiring the system, my annual increase was a mere 1,500 kilograms, requiring at least a year of rigorous training to attain the status of an advanced warrior. After over a year of practicing the swift wind sword technique, I could achieve specialization. The original scripture did not emphasize force. Yet, under the present circumstances, the advancement in swordsmanship appears to outpace that of my physical conditioning, perhaps even doubling it. Has the system awakened a latent talent within me? Ning Ze pondered thoughtfully, diligently analyzing the data and usage rules of the system. Since its acquisition, he felt a dramatic enhancement in his understanding, the most apparent manifestation being the numerical increase. One at 5 kilograms and another at 10 proficiency points, a clear disparity. Never mind. Perhaps this is merely an inherent talent of us earthlings? Ning Ze tidied up the training room, washed away the sweat from his brow, and donned a fresh white training outfit, lazily descending the stairs. As he reached the staircase, the enticing aroma of braised dishes wafted through the air. Evidently Li Wan was preparing dinner. At this moment, Ning Hua had yet to return from the martial arts school, while outside the sounds of vigorous strikes echoed. Upon stepping outside, Ning Ze observed Xu Yi engaged in sparring with Ning Qianqian. Xu Yi, now a holder of the advanced student title, boasted a strength nearing 750 kilograms, whereas Ning Qianqian was still below 600 kilograms, leading to an inevitable and comprehensive domination in their bout. After watching for a while, Ning Ze nodded in satisfaction. Although her strikes lacked brutality, his sister-in-law exuded an impressive aura, landing punches and kicks that left Ning Qianqian in a state of disarray. After an intense exchange, both women were drenched in sweat, with Ning Qianqian pleading, "Sister-in-law, please stop." Xu Yi, however, remained unyielding. Having grown weary of the excessive use of such a title over the past few days, training took precedence over endearments, and she was resolute in her practice, primarily to heed her mother-in-law's advice. A smile crept onto Ning Ze's lips, the scene invoking a sense of nostalgia. Exhausted, Ning Qianqian collapsed onto the stone floor of the courtyard, exclaiming, "I can't go on. I am utterly fatigued." Xu Yi hesitated momentarily, observing her fallen state. She refrained from further attacks, saying, "All right, get up. That is enough for today. This evening, we will head to the martial arts school together." "What? We still have to train tonight?" Ning Qianqian lamented internally, finding the reality far from her expectations. At that moment, Xu Yi noticed Ning Ze standing at the entrance, her eyes lighting up with surprise as she rushed over, inquiring, "Finished with your training?" "Indeed, I have successfully practiced the sword technique. It marks a conclusion for now. I shall rest briefly before continuing this evening." Ning Ze felt quite pleased with his current progress. Once he familiarized himself tonight, after a couple of days of integration, he would be able to blend the newly learned sword technique into one sword sealing the heavens, subsequently learning the accompanying footwork. "You succeeded in your training? I knew you wouldn't be daunted," Xu Yi replied, her joy palpable. Over the past few days, Ning Ze had appeared somewhat troubled, and as a newlywed, her heart was entirely invested in him, sharing in his joys, his anger, and his worries, while striving not to disrupt his cultivation. "Go take a shower. Dinner will be ready soon. Mom should be preparing dishes from the northeast Bay City. It smells delightful." Ning Ze was thoroughly content with his current life, believing that sharpening one's skills is essential for success. Seizing the precious time away from marital bliss to practice several sword techniques would enhance his training speed, ensuring that when he entered the elite training camp, every moment spent there would yield maximum benefits. Chapter 38. If you cannot compete, then destroy. The onset of winter has passed. The wilderness has become markedly colder, with many ordinary plants wilting and weaker beasts retreating from activity, leaving behind a semblance of calm reminiscent of days gone by. It could be said that under the cold moon, all was silent. Suddenly, a stark white figure darted across the ground, the snow-white combat attire reflecting the silver light of the moon, a color perilous in the wilderness, as pure white is difficult to maintain. "Kid, I thought you wouldn't join us in hunting beasts, yet here you are just 2 months after your wedding. I hope you two aren't quarreling?" Su Liang chattered incessantly, his breath crystallizing into mist, akin to a running steam engine. Su, are you hoping for discord between us? Our relationship is quite harmonious. Xiao Guai never argues with me." Ning Ze replied with an exasperated eye roll. baffled as to why they would presume such things of a couple who had only recently wed. This departure from domestic tranquility was a firm resolve on his part. I never anticipated you would invite us to hunt beasts together. By the way, weren't you supposed to head to the training camp? What is the delay? Mayu inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Ning Ze felt somewhat helpless. Perhaps to the extreme martial arts school, he was merely a minor prodigy. Yet who could fathom what sort of beasts awaited in the elite training camp? They had mentioned waiting for 2 months, but now 2 months had passed without a whisper of news. There was little recourse for inquiry. Not even the headquarters war god, nor the Eastern supervisor, could he frequently trouble. Moreover, he was running low on funds, necessitating the hunt for beasts to earn some coin. Even his combat attire was a D7 series Snow White ensemble, merely a stopgap measure, let alone the subsequent 3 tiers of Wind Absolute Slash, which he dared not even contemplate. At this, Su Liang's lips twitched, muttering, I don't fancy associating with young people like you. The Snow White combat attire set from the 7 series costs 1.5 billion. It can withstand the attacks of an initial lord, yet you dare to call it a makeshift. A swift glance revealed the flawless white attire shimmering under the moonlight, moving with the ease of a leisurely stroll, the fabric fluttering as if carried by the wind. It indeed had a striking appearance, but in the wilderness. Su Liang shook his head, unable to comprehend the young man's thought process. Mayu furrowed his brow slightly. 7 series? An 8 series combat suit costs 1.5 billion at full price and 750 million at half price. Given that you purchased a 9 series light wind longsword, you should be able to afford the 8 series combat suit. Affording it is not the only concern. I also purchase scriptures, Ning Ze replied, his eyes nearly inscribed with the character for poverty. He had already spent all his money, and if he didn't venture out soon, he would be left relying on his parents. Now that he had a wife, it felt inappropriate to ask his parents for money. Moreover, their financial situation was not particularly favorable. At most, he could buy a medium-level scripture, and within a month, he would need to venture out again. Mayu was taken aback, perplexed as he asked, what do you need scriptures for? Aren't you practicing Wind Absolute Slash? The first 5 tiers of Wind Absolute Slash are priced at 60 billion at half price, the first 6 tiers at 100 billion, and the complete 7 tiers at 150 billion, and they cannot be purchased tier by tier. Therefore, I opted for Raging Wind Without Shadow, which encompasses 5 tiers of power for merely 6 billion, half price at 3 billion, an opportunity to enhance my strength. Once I earn enough, I will buy all 7 tiers of Wind Absolute Slash. Ning Ze presented a plausible reason, though in truth, he had acquired not only Raging Wind Without Shadow, but also 9 swords of wind control and wind retracing sword cannon. Each of these scriptures contain accompanying footwork, although the proficiency gained upon successful cultivation varied, as did the resultant training speeds. After successfully mastering Windless Storm, the proficiency of the sword technique can be enhanced by 20 points per hour, while the agility only increases by 15 points. The proficiency in swordsmanship has surged by 20,000, whereas agility has merely ascended by 10,000. 9 swords of wind control is a mediocre sword technique, valued at a mere 60 million, with only 2 levels of force application. Once cultivated, the sword technique can improve by 25 points per hour, and agility can increase by 20 points, with both swordsmanship and agility each augmenting by 10,000. Returning Windsword Classic is considered a slightly below advanced manual, valued at 1.5 billion Huaxia coins. After cultivation, the sword technique can advance by 35 points per hour, while agility can rise by 25 points, with sword proficiency increasing by 20,000 and agility by 10,000. This cultivation speed is 3 times that of before. Presently, Wind Absolute Slash has reached a perfected state of 59, 107, 100,000, surpassing 333 in proficiency. And the force application has achieved level 6. In terms of force levels alone, it is equivalent to the 5th level of other manuals. With this, Ning Ze resolves to attain at least 7,000 proficiency in the wilderness zone, which would elevate his force application to level 7, comparable to the 6th level of Wind Absolute Slash, before entering the elite training camp. Even if the geniuses there are formidable, they cannot directly cultivate to perfection. After all, Wind Absolute Slash is a top-tier manual. Even if he cannot dominate everyone, he should still be on par with the others. The members of the Firestorm squad fell into silence upon hearing Ning Ze express his intention to purchase the complete set of Wind Absolute Slash. They were at a loss for words. The entire collection costs a staggering 15 billion Huaxia coins at half price, and even combined with Ning Hua, their total savings fall short. Kid, this time we are heading to City 003, a place you have long schemed to explore. While we follow you, you must also clarify your current level of strength, Su Yang stated, shifting from his previous flippancy to a serious tone. They were unafraid of merely skirting the outskirts. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the danger level was manageable. However, following Ning Ze's combat style, this was not merely a stroll in the suburbs. Venturing into the city center would mean encountering numerous lords, and escape would be futile. Uncle Su, rest assured, since I dare to lead everyone there, I am confident in ensuring everyone's safety. Ning Ze spoke with a calm, yet assured tone. As for my current strength, I can ensure that even if we encounter a lord, everyone will be able to escape. I am going there to earn money, not to seek death. He was truly impoverished, lacking even a billion. This time, he was determined to earn a substantial sum. Xiao Ze, we trust you. Although our battle power may not match yours, we will not be a burden while exploring City 003, replied Zhou Feng, pride evident in his demeanor. In truth, the Firestorm squad was not weak. Even without Ning Ze, they could navigate City 003. Their previous hesitance stemmed not solely from the abundance of monsters, but primarily due to the sheer number of people. As the third-ranked city in all of Asia, it was not only the martial artists from Huaxia who came to hunt monsters. Even in these special times, animosities between nations had lessened, yet greed remained potent. The martial artist squads present would be formidable, and for a squad like Firestorm, whose strength was at the bottom, the risks were excessively high. The more money to be made, the greater the danger. However, the current situation was different. This boy's astounding battle prowess naturally provided the capital for adventure. Based on Ning Ze's previous combat style, they would primarily be there to assist, with Ning Ze taking the lead most of the time. As long as he was willing to go, they would follow. Thank you, uncles. After expressing his gratitude, Ning Ze hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Given that he had reached the level of a war god and was there to earn money, the previous profit-sharing approach was no longer applicable. However, without having sighted any prey, discussing such matters would only cause discomfort among the group. If the hunt yielded insufficient monsters, he could negotiate with these uncles later. At that time, even a few billion per person would surely make discussions more amicable, as these uncles were not overly profit-driven. Within a resplendently decorated villa in Yangzhou district, a disheveled youth reeking of alcohol lay sprawled on the couch, surrounded by a plethora of liquor bottles both on and under the table. The exquisite marble tiles littered with cigarette butts, permeating the air with an odd odor. Suddenly, his phone chimed. As he sipped his beer, he reached for the phone to read the incoming message, his gaze hazy. The Firestorm squad has departed from the wilderness zone. Crash! The beer bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the floor. Zhai Yang sprang to his feet, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he hurried upstairs. Just then, the villa door swung open, and Zhai Baifen entered, his voice laced with irritation. Once again, you're in this state. The company is overwhelmed, and you can't be bothered to help me out? Who do you think you're putting on a show for? The core business had come under scrutiny, leading to its bankruptcy, causing the Chihong Group's operations to shrink significantly. Zhai Baifen had only just been released after a month, and thankfully, Zhai Yang had managed things well, easing his worries. Yet upon his return, Zhai Yang had completely transformed. Leaving Zhai Baifen both furious and helpless, he was already drained by company affairs and had no time to concern himself with his son. Zhai Yang turned his gaze towards his father, meeting his eyes for a fleeting moment, observing the diminished confidence and disheveled appearance of his father. The arrogance and hubris that once characterized him had vanished. He had witnessed the entire process of this transformation and had come to realize that his father was merely an ordinary man. A minor issue within the company could send him into a tailspin, and the demands of business were the pillars of his existence. But he was different. He was a martial artist. Even without having ventured into the wilderness zone for training, his heart would not be entirely shackled by money. I will have my revenge, Zhai Yang declared, a cruel smile twisting his lips as he shouted. Revenge? Zhai Baifen was momentarily taken aback, his anxiety palpable. How do you plan to exact revenge? Zhai Yang's eyes turned icy. Wealth is but a subordinate of the rules of power, while strength dictates everything. Perhaps our family could rise again and reclaim our wealth. But we lack sufficient strength. I never anticipated that Ning Ze's talent could garner the supervisor's favor. An adversary of such caliber must be swiftly eradicated. I will leverage other forces to eliminate him. Otherwise, no amount of wealth will matter. With that, Zhai Yang turned and left, silently vowing, Ning Ze, I cannot surpass you, having lost a significant portion of my family's fortune. Yet, I will not allow you to grow and stand atop your lofty perch, flaunting your power against me or my family. His expression darkened, and he added, just as my family once dealt with you. After hearing these words, Zhou Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. At that moment, he sensed a rift between father and son. He believed it was essential to stabilize the business before contemplating revenge. If that proved impossible, there would be no significant repercussions within the base city. In contrast, Zhou Yang's mindset was far more extreme, yet also starkly realistic. Zhou Feng's expression was a tumultuous blend of concern and urgency as he promptly suggested, "Let Hong Quan accompany you. I have learned that their squad is capable of defeating even high-ranking beast generals. Having him by your side will ensure your safety, and if worst comes to worst, he can bring you back." A faint smile graced Zhou Yang's lips as he replied softly without turning back, "Thank you, Dad." He then ascended to the second floor. Zhou Yang began to cleanse the lingering scent of alcohol from his body, administering a potion to purge the alcohol from his system. After a thorough wash and donning a fresh set of attire, he appeared revitalized and invigorated. Armed with his prepared combat uniform, he made his way back downstairs. At this moment, a middle-aged man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, slender, and of unremarkable appearance, stood waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Zhou Yang descend, he calmly called out, "Young master, let us go, Uncle Hong. We are heading to the main city district." Zhou Yang addressed the man with utmost politeness, recognizing him as a high-ranking battle general. While some prominent families might easily hire such generals due to their greater strength, it was the camaraderie formed between Hong Quan and Zhou Feng during the Great Nirvana era, coupled with the generous compensation offered now, that enabled their household to enlist his services. "What is the purpose of your visit to the main city district, young master?" Hong Quan inquired with curiosity. A cold glint flickered in Zhou Yang's eyes as he declared, "To eliminate every member of the Flame War Squad." Hong Quan's brows furrowed instantly at this revelation. Knowing that the Flame War Squad could contend with high-ranking beast generals, he felt the gravity of the situation. "I cannot handle them alone. While I may have some connection to your family, I will not risk my life for you. I remain with the Zhai family solely for the lucrative compensation, which is far more appealing than venturing into the wilderness." Zhou Yang felt a wave of irritation wash over him. This was the inherent flaw of hiring mercenaries. Though monetary incentives could coax assistance, when peril struck, they would flee faster than anyone. Should the Zhai family face a crisis, he knew this man would be the first to abandon ship. With a light-hearted chuckle, he replied, "Uncle Hong, I assure you, I am not so foolish. You'll understand once we arrive." Hong Quan nodded silently, choosing not to voice further objections. His strength was formidable, yet should Zhou Yang prove reckless, he had no intention of accompanying him to his demise. He had already secured alternative opportunities should the Zhai family fall from grace. Their conversation ceased as they made their way to the station, utilizing the privileges of martial artists to board a train bound for the main city district. Outside the window, the city lights twinkled like fleeting memories. Zhou Yang's thoughts were consumed by vengeance, yet a profound melancholy enveloped him. He had once envisioned surpassing Ning Ze and orchestrating his demise, but now fear gripped him. His heart trembled at the thought. The adversary his father had groomed for him was now beginning to emerge as a formidable force. The father who once held dominion over everything was now imprisoned due to a mere directive from the Eastern Supervisor, all because he had placed his faith in Ning Ze. The mere prospect of Ning Ze attaining such power in the future sent shivers of dread through Zhou Yang. "Ning Ze, you must die." His gaze hardened, icy as ancient glaciers, and he inexplicably retrieved his phone, opening the gallery to reveal a striking young woman. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her cherubic face bore a gentle smile, complete with a charming dimple. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth made her appear both innocent and delightful. "Is this the girl from the Shu family?" "Indeed, she is quite beautiful. Do you truly have feelings for her?" Hong Quan, standing beside him, caught sight of the girl on the screen. "Feelings?" Zhou Yang scoffed, his expression turning cold as he shut off the screen. When one invests too much emotion, naturally, desires will arise. What cannot be attained breeds longing. "She is married," he stated flatly, and his grip on the phone tightened, trembling with suppressed emotion. Chapter 39. Picking up money in City 003. Upon arriving in City 003, the Flame War Squad intended to locate a suitable place to settle for the night, planning to survey the city's situation the following day. However, as they reached the outskirts, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A thick fog, typically found in valleys, enveloped the city, obscuring distant sights and even rendering the moonlight hazy. Nearby, they could only discern pairs of yellow-green eyes, akin to glowing orbs, emanating a spectral light that flickered like will-o'-the-wisps. Lurking within the dark mist, a harbinger of monstrous shadows. Indeed, these were devils, death magic wolves, a brutal breed so savage they would even consume their own kind. These creatures, upon birth, receive no nourishment from their parents. They prey upon their siblings, and only those who successfully devour all their kin earn the right to survive. Each adult death magic wolf possesses the strength of a battle general, while the weaker ones, who fail to reach such prowess, become fodder for the stronger. As Su Liang gazed upon the multitude of ghastly green eyes before them, his heart raced with trepidation. He whispered, "Can you handle these beasts?" Ning Ze stroked his chin, contemplating, "Of course, I can manage them. This is a lucrative opportunity. Due to the severe cannibalism among these beasts, they were exceedingly rare, and as they continuously hunted other creatures, their numbers dwindled. Many battle gods hesitated to slay them. Even a death magic wolf in its initial stages could fetch a price of 200 million. The existence of advanced-level death magic wolves remained uncertain. The young lad, do not speak so carelessly. The battle gods refrained from killing them because of their potent toxins. Even battle gods cannot withstand their venom. A careless encounter with a pack of beast generals could lead to injury, and without specialized antidotes, one would succumb to the poison. Exercise caution." "Oh, is that so?" Ning Ze expressed surprise, followed by a mix of amusement and exasperation at having been misled by a post on the martial arts forum. The mutation paths of monsters were numerous, and the school's curriculum only covered the more common ones. In his research on high-value monsters, he had stumbled upon a detailed thread about the death magic wolves and had even found the battle god's insights somewhat credible, only to discover that the reluctance to kill stemmed from fear rather than desire. "Team leader, you all should prioritize defense. I'm unafraid of these monsters' assault. I will divert their attention." With that, a white shadow flickered, and Ning Ze vanished from sight. He charged into the fog, drawing near one of the death magic wolves, finally gaining a clear view of the creature. It measured over 2 meters in length, possessing 4 legs, a triangular head, and a slightly pointed snout, its appearance decidedly menacing. Its body was adorned with a layer of glossy, dark fur, and the tips of its mane were sharp, resembling barbs, both a formidable defense and a weapon of offense. Ning Ze had no doubt that the fur harbored toxins, for he observed droplets of black viscous liquid clinging to its tips. With a guttural growl, its yellow-green eyes transformed into slits, and its mouth, instead of revealing a crimson hue, displayed a purplish red, with the sharp teeth glistening with the same viscous substance. Ning Ze deduced the potential locations of the toxins within the death magic wolves. Gripping his Chihong longsword, he lunged forward with a sudden thrust, unleashing a force that surged within him, reaching a staggering 70,000 kilograms of power. With a thrust, the Chihong sword transformed into a silvery streak of light, piercing directly into the eye of the death magic wolf. Confidently, Ning Ze lightly pivoted, redirecting his charge toward another death magic wolf. Now, his prowess rivals that of a war god, and even the most ferocious and perilous of monsters are destined to be swiftly vanquished in the face of absolute power. With not even a chance to react, the brief, urgent roars sound like bubbles in friction. Any ordinary person hearing such a noise would find their eardrums pierced. Ning Ze's earlier actions had evidently provoked the death magic jackals, who charged towards him in droves. This was precisely what he desired. With a slight smile, he deftly thrust his sword, dispatching another death magic jackal with ease. "Xiao Ze, be cautious. Do not allow them to encircle you," came the distant shout from Zhou Feng. Over there, only 3 death magic jackals were attacking. These team-oriented monsters exploited their advantages to stall, while Zhou Feng and his companions, fearful of toxins, dare not launch a full frontal assault. "Uncle Zhou, take care not to be attacked. These creatures are drenched in poison and are exceedingly dangerous." In less than a second, Ning Ze traversed 10 meters, appearing before another death magic jackal. He moved like a gentle breeze, arriving silently. The jackal had yet to react when a flash of silver light coursed through its yellow-green vertical pupils, and its entire body crashed to the ground. Under the hazy moonlight and amidst the dark mist, a white figure floated like an ethereal being, weaving through the sharp fangs and claws of numerous death magic jackals. Untouched by any attack, Ning Ze effortlessly pointed his sword behind him, the seemingly slow, yet remarkably swift long sword once again lunging towards another death magic jackal. While encirclement may prove effective for others, his agility had always been his forte. It merely manifested more vividly through his swordplay, which also bore lethal prowess. He, as the wielder, was acutely aware of the significance of agility. Now perfected, It not only maximized his control over the distances for attack and evasion, but also enhanced the efficiency of his dodges. The essence of what made it perfect was the mastery of the battlefield, to command the surrounding environment, to even anticipate the enemy's movements, accounting for everything around him, using all elements in his vicinity for evasion, including but not limited to the monster's claws, their bodies, the moonlight above, and the mist below. Even the smallest dip in the ground was calculated. As long as there was a need, he could leverage even the slightest alteration to turn the tide of battle, if he could evade encirclement from foes of the same rank. How could a mere pack of beast general-level death magic jackals pose any threat to him? Before long, over 20 monsters lay slain. Zhou Feng, witnessing the demise of the beasts attacking him, finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked up. Ning Ze stood proudly with his sword held aloft, his battle attire billowing gently in the night breeze, his white garb as pure as snow, unmarred by dust, surrounded by the corpses scattered within the misty backdrop. It felt less like a battle and more like the completion of a masterful painting. The members of the Battlefire squad remained momentarily silent. The display of power seemed almost exaggerated. Did they truly need to accompany him? They felt rather superfluous. Noticing the unusual expressions of his companions, Ning Ze inquired, "Uncle Zhou, how should we handle the corpses of these death magic jackals? Which parts hold value?" Zhou Feng's eyes sparkled as he exchanged glances with his comrades, then burst into laughter. "Kid, you've struck gold. The death magic jackal is a treasure trove. Aside from the usual materials, even the toxins within its body are highly valuable. Its fur is a poison hook. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth 200 million each. This is a windfall." Ning Ze bowed his head slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had been deceived by a post on the martial artist forum, and it was his fault for having only skimmed it without perusing the comments, which might have spared him from appearing so naive. A promising start, a good omen. Su Liang et Grim Svi, rummaging through his backpack and swiftly producing a pair of white gloves, proudly declaring, "This is experience. You surely didn't prepare, did you? Unlike me, who came equipped." Indeed, he had not brought any. Ning Ze offered an awkward smile. Ma Yu chimed in with admiration. "I thought this would be an adventure, but it turns out we are here to collect riches. You dispatched so many death magic wolves with such ease. Your combat prowess is truly humbling for us veterans. And as for your knowledge and experience, don't feel embarrassed. You've only been a martial artist for less than half a year, most of which was spent training. Given time, you'll naturally comprehend everything." Ning Ze nodded slightly. "I will strive to find time to supplement my knowledge in this area." "Haha, we're striking it rich. One intermediate beast general-level death magic jackal must be worth at least 400 million, nearly at the limit." Yang Chao exclaimed enthusiastically. Before long, Su Liang also shouted excitedly, "Ha! I've got one here that's also an intermediate beast general." The members of the Battlefire squad rejoiced as they processed the corpses of the death magic jackals. 17 were of the junior beast general level, and 6 were intermediate, with one nearing the advanced level. A pity they were so close. Had it been the case, it would have been even more valuable, easily fetching 7 to 800 million. After tallying up, Zhou Feng's expression turned somewhat regretful. "Be grateful. Altogether, this must amount to 5,800 million. That's more than we've earned in over a decade," Mayu remarked, his eyes brimming with barely concealed excitement. "Not to mention splitting it 2 ways. Even having it would yield nearly 300 million each. How extravagant." Zhang Chen's voice was cool as he stated, "It is indeed quite valuable. Our team couldn't handle even 3 of them. Had they launched a desperate attack, we would have been lucky to take down 1, while our entire force would be annihilated. These 20-plus death magic jackals are not even something a war god would wish to provoke. To kill them all, 100 war generals would need to unite, and it would come at a steep cost. 2 lives would be required just to slay 2, if not 10. Mayu's expression grew serious. "What you say holds truth. Enough of the morbid talk. They're all lying in our backpacks now. Kid, how do you wish to proceed with the slaughter?" "We will follow your lead." Zhou Feng turned to Ning Ze, realizing that this level of power had completely upended their combat strategy, rendering their role as mere followers. Ning Ze pondered briefly before responding, "Uncle Zhou, were there more monsters? Or how can we lure them here? A few more wouldn't hurt, as long as we ensure your safety. Leave the monsters to me." Zhou Feng's lips twitched slightly as he exchanged a resigned glance with Mayu, while others sought to avoid areas teeming with monsters. Any sensible martial artist would think this way, fearing encirclement and the ensuing peril. Yet here they were, specifically targeting the densest concentrations of monsters. In actuality, their approach was quite rational. The safest method was to simply refrain from venturing there. However, having witnessed Ning Ze's capabilities, Avoiding the monsters was not an option. Ignoring the opportunity to collect riches would be foolish. So Xingyuan spoke gravely. Before the Great Nirvana, there was a location in City 003 known as Lu Yazui. A night passed. Jia Yank rose early from the hotel and arrived at a luxurious, standalone villa. This villa is 3 times larger than his own. Yet while his residence is situated in the Yangzhou district, this one is located in the city center, where the disparity in property prices is at least tenfold, rendering any comparison futile. Here, acquiring a villa is not merely a matter of affluence. It is intricately tied to one's identity and social standing. Residing here is none other than Wang Xingyan, a legitimate scion of the Wang family, one of the 9 prominent clans of the Underground Alliance. In fact, Jia Yank had attempted to pay a visit the previous evening, but was met with a singular, dismissive retort. "Get lost," uttered by the night security guard. Jia Yank, taken aback, dared not utter another word. After offering a forced smile, he turned to leave, with even Hong Quan, a senior warrior, quietly retreating, bearing the brunt of the other's arrogant demeanor. The Extreme Martial Arts Institute, the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, and the Underground Alliance, each is a formidable entity in its own right. Even a person of modest standing within any of these organizations holds a position of esteem over ordinary martial artists, let alone a direct descendant. Today, Jia Yank returned. Though this was not his inaugural visit, he had come numerous times before, motivated by the desire to ingratiate himself, employing the strategy of offering women as gifts. Wang Xingyan, as a legitimate heir of the Wang family, harbors a profound passion for collecting beautiful women. This collection transcends mere dalliance. Many women would willingly spend a night with this scion, even taking pride in doing so. However, his collection is truly macabre, as he has been known to preserve individuals as if they were wax figures. His privileged background permits such grotesque indulgences, for he is not merely a member of the Wang family. His mother holds significant connections within the general military district. Ordinary individuals have no recourse against such power. Those of slightly lesser standing are often left to plead for mercy, and escaping with their lives is considered fortunate. Any notion of resistance is utterly absurd. The Underground Alliance commands half of the global economy. Even nations strive to curry favor with the Wang family. And the rules of the Bay City bend to accommodate Wang Xingyan, with the very guards serving as his protective shield, if not complicit accomplices. There exists no avenue for judgment. This is the era of martial artists, where the law of the jungle prevails and the rules of survival are starkly naked. The higher one's status, the fewer the constraints imposed. Standing before the security booth, Jia Yank politely inquired, "Good sir, is Brother Wang at home?" A derisive snicker served as his response. The young guard, in his 30s, lounged in a chair, engrossed in his phone, casting only a cursory glance outside before lazily replying. "The young master is not in. To serve as a guard for the Wang family necessitates a keen perception of social cues. Addressing him, as sir indicates, he is not an important figure. Were he to be of significant standing, he would have simply commanded entry, potentially resorting to violence." Fuming silently, Jia Yank smiled as he handed over a card, courteously stating, "A mere 10 million for you. Brother, go treat yourself to some drinks. I have some splendid goods for my cousin, which I am certain he will appreciate." The young guard's expression shifted. Matters concerning beautiful women are the young master's passion, and he dared not obstruct further. Accepting the bank card, he smiled apologetically. "The young master usually ISNT up at this hour, so he instructed me to allow guests in after 10 o'clock. It will be prudent for us to wait a while longer." This payment was, in essence, a ticket, a rule established by Wang Xingyan himself. Not just anyone could gain entry. With the ticket accepted, interest peaked, a meeting could be arranged. "Very well," Jia Yank replied succinctly, refraining from further conversation, recognizing that the guard merely oversaw trivial matters. As the clock struck 10, the guard received a message, turning to announce, "The young master has granted you entry." "Thank you," Jia Yank said, leading Hong Quan inside, only for the guard to call out after them, "You go in. He is waiting outside." Jia Yank turned to Hong Quan and said, "Uncle Hong, please wait outside." "Understood," Hong Quan zipped, fully aware that this was not a place for him to be assertive. Even the guard possessed the strength of a seasoned warrior.